Shepherding Humanity Chapter 135 to Chapter 196. Moonlight shone on the ground. At the edge of the cliff, Emery flapped her black wings and stretched out her long and perfect legs. She sat on the edge of the cliff, her toes like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Her snow-white nails were abnormally sharp, giving her an exotic beauty. A faint smile appeared on Emery's face. Someone once told us wizards that since our world is barren and the land of the gods, Achilles, can't be opened, we mortals don't have to rely on the gods. We can create our own god realm. Why rely on the gods in the sky, obey and become mortals, defy and become gods? We were born into this world to open the gate of God for the world. Since the divine bridge is broken, let's continue the path of God for all living beings. Since the gods have no place to live, let's create a god realm for all living beings. That arrogant, maniacal laughter was still ringing in her ears. As expected of the god of blind stupidity, he was too stupid. That thought was ridiculous, even she felt it was ridiculous. Stupid, absurd, and unrealistic. But the more they thought about it, the more their eyes burned, as if they were looking forward to it. The evil gods from another world have been baptized by their own civilization and have no respect for the gods. They often talk about defying the heavens and defying the gods. In fact, the evil gods themselves are gods, so they don't fear the gods in the sky at all. They have indeed opened up a bold path for us. We really have to try it. Above the pitch-black night sky, the entire cliff was dead silent. A gentle breeze came from the surroundings and the moon hung in the sky. A blurry silhouette holding a sword had already hidden in the darkness at an unknown time. Teacher. Pandora's voice started to choke. Come, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Emery looked at the sky calmly and did not move. Let's begin. Pooh. A sword suddenly stabbed into Emery's chest. Fresh blood blossomed in the seductive scene, like a flower before dawn. Emery slowly fell into a pool of blood, her vision slowly blurring. There's no fear, it's as if I've been waiting for death. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the cloudy moonlight, and she vaguely saw herself in the twilight years of the Alchemy Emperor's rebellion. She had never felt so calm before. Speaking of which, I've been struggling in prison all these years. After I came out, I followed you guys everywhere. What have I been struggling for? No goals, no dreams. Suddenly, a tall and majestic man appeared in front of her. This was the obsession that she had been chasing all her life. She tried to surpass him, but she could not. She was slightly startled, and then she smiled. Perhaps, the moment I heard of the Alchemy Emperor's death, my heart had already died. Under the gentle moonlight, Emery's entire body was swallowed by the demon sword. The strongest emperor in the history of the half-beastman kingdom, the first half-god in history, had died on a cliff that no one knew about. Above the Sorcerer Federation. Rumble. A black meteor shot over, and the aura of a demigod completely erupted. Like a violent meteor, it drew out a thin and long comet tail, floating in the sky above the Cthulhu evil god. Charlotte held Pandora in her hand and slowly looked down at everything. The sky was dark and a round of moonlight hung in the sky. The gigantic evil god, Cthulhu, still covered the sky and covered the sun. It sat on the mountain's throne and didn't move at all. Countless sorcerers stared at this scene in shock. Who is this? Voila, a dark red light appeared. It was dazzling, and it lit up the entire sky above the Cthulhu kingdom. 30 days of eternal night. Charlotte held the long sword in her hand and swung it downwards. A snow-white eye of eternal night exploded amidst the dark red light. Terrifying mental energy exploded and filled the entire Cthulhu kingdom. Caught off guard, many evil god sect sorcerers fell into the mental energy sorcery and died in a deep sleep. Charlotte. Cthulhu evil god lifted its head and looked in the direction of the bloody light. My sorcerer citizens, hide in the space magic box of Victoria University. Run. Run. It's Charlotte, the remnant of the three kingdoms. Instantly, the body of Cthulhu evil god was in chaos. Countless sorcerers cried and squeezed into a black mass as they ran towards the Victoria University on its arm. An evil sect that has surrendered to the evil god. You people aren't fit to be called humans. Charlotte smiled, revealing the cruel expression of the Rose Salvation Society in the past. Rumble, large amounts of light flickered, and the entire body of Cthulhu Evil God trembled. Under the terrifying power of Charlotte's demigod, a large number of sorcerers died. Damn Charlotte! Cthulhu Evil God was slightly angry. But now, it could only allow Charlotte to slaughter its citizens on its body. Most of its power was used to suppress its indescribable fear. Once it unleashed its power to counterattack, the indescribable fear would instantly kill all the citizens of the kingdom. Not a single one would survive. After a while, most of the citizens had been evacuated, and most of the remaining were slaughtered by Charlotte. The Pandora sword in its hand became brighter and brighter, and it carried a terrifying resentment. Charlotte, Cthulhu Evil God slowly awakened, and it finally released its power. The indescribable fear had awakened. The world darkened, and countless dark clouds gathered. They became thicker and darker, and they surrounded Cthulhu Evil God's body. The entire Evil God started to tremble, and the ground trembled rapidly. Strange red flesh sprouted from the Evil God's skin, as though it was a forest of densely packed arms. It stirred up a strange dark aura. On the ground in the distance was a subsidiary city on the outskirts of the Cthulhu kingdom. Countless families of sorcerers and ordinary citizens lived in the outskirts of the city. On the streets, all the ordinary people raised their heads and looked at the forest of arms piercing the clouds in the sky. Rumble. The vast evil god stood up, and this giant that reached Suji's waist instantly caused the ground to collapse. The chairs formed by the mountains collapsed, as though it was the end of the world. On Cthulhu Evil God's body, the few sorcerers who could not escape in time, or the corpses that Charlotte had already killed, turned into blood and flesh that rained down on the people in the city on the ground. Ah! Countless people screamed and looked up. Don't look! Someone screamed at the top of his lungs. But there were still people who could not help but look up. The body of Cthulhu Evil God was indescribable, and they could not help but cover their heads and fall into madness. They wailed and whimpered, and within a few seconds, blood flowed out of their 7 orifices and they died. Do not look directly at a god. A sorceress screamed. Because of extreme fear, her tears and snot flowed down crazily, and her screams pierced the entire night sky. Do not look up, lower your head and run. The great Lord of the world has awakened, run. Run. I don't want to die. Suddenly, countless people screamed, and there were people running everywhere. On the other side of the city, there was a small shop selling jewelry on the street of the city. A beautiful blonde girl was holding a thick black book and looking at some jewelry. This earring, does it look good? Over the years, Pandora's box was used as a space alchemy tool, but only a small part of it was used for cultivation. Most of the magic boxes were used as a substitute for metal and made into various tools, including jewelry. You're crazy. Hurry up and run. The shop owner was a middle-aged man, and he immediately gave up all the jewelry and rushed into the fleeing crowd. Linda, you run too, don't look directly at the evil god. The book in the girl's hand suddenly whispered, as long as you don't look directly at it. Evil god Cthulhu, in order to avoid killing its own people, will not make a sound. I know. Linda smiled gently. She was as gentle as ever, and she didn't want to add any burden, but a sense of uneasiness echoed in her heart. You must come back alive. It's okay, I will. The black book also showed a touch of gentleness. I will replace the historiographer of the Church of Light, and record the last moment of the history of the wizard world. I carry all the hopes of the remaining 3 people, and I will convey the message to their souls. Linda suddenly laughed. Her beautiful face was soul-stirring. She murmured, I remember the first time we met. At that time, your mouth was full of strange words. I really miss that interesting time. Those filthy words, can you say them again? The black book was stunned for a moment, and then it smiled, as if it was sighing about the past. Beauty, do we have a date? Splash. Blood and flesh scattered on the ground, and fell on her face. Manyo, please gently touch my body, please write on my body. In the chaos of screams and despair, this voice was almost inaudible. Linda continued to listen, and walked forward with small steps. Then, can I have the honor of being made into clothes made of animal skin, and wear it? Linda gently hugged the black book, and was smiling. In a trance, she completely recalled the funny scenes in the study. Please carefully lick every page of my book, and kiss my lips. Before the voice died away, okay. In the sky full of blood rain, the blonde girl gently lowered her head, and her blushing face was gentle. Her pink lips slowly printed on the page, and for a moment, her beauty was indescribable. You. He looked at everything in a daze. When the girl's lips fell, drops of crystal clear tears fell on the page at the same time, and fell on his body, and he couldn't help but instinctively, a screenshot. You have to come back alive. The tall and beautiful blonde girl screamed at the top of her lungs. She broke into a run and rushed into the crowd. Voila, the book fell to the ground. The pages of the book quickly flipped open with the wind. Each page stood on the ground like the tentacles of an octopus. They stared blankly at the back of the book, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. He was stunned for a while and then posted the screenshot on the internet. It has begun. His expression became determined as he looked up. In the sky, the vast Cthulhu's body was covered in fog, forming a thick blood-colored cloud ring. It was like a steam engine, and there was even a mushroom cloud of nuclear explosion surrounding its body. That's the boiling of the wizard's mental energy on the surface of his body. It's a terrifying scene. His throat was dry, and he couldn't suppress the fear in his heart. His eyes couldn't help but widen. After 100 years, every part of his body has reached the level of a level 2 wizard. As a part of an evil god, it naturally wouldn't be affected by the evil god's indescribable fear. It wouldn't die upon seeing its body. But at the same time, he gradually felt an invisible suction force pulling him, calling him, as if it wanted him to return to his mother's warm embrace. This Cthulhu was too strong. It had already instinctively started to attract the parts of its body that were scattered all over. Perhaps when it was a little stronger, it would even be able to sense the other hidden organs. After all, they were originally a part of the body. How did we create such a creature with such terrifying potential? The Black Book muttered. It had an indescribable heaviness in its heart. At the edge of the broken mountain seat, Cthulhu was shaking violently. It finally stood up completely and recovered all of its combat strength. Its body was surrounded by black fog. When most of the people had escaped, Cthulhu's overlapping voice spread out. It was majestic, chaotic, and violent. These people who have submitted to us have lost too many. Charlotte, is this your final struggle? Where are the others? Ermin, Circe? Cthulhu's gaze was calm as it stared at Charlotte in the air. It didn't believe that Charlotte would send herself to death for no reason. Just evil god Cthulhu's voice and gaze were enough to make the demigod Charlotte's face turn pale. However, Charlotte suddenly calmed down and raised the black sword in her hand. Do you know what's in my hand? Pandora? Yes. Charlotte suddenly broke into laughter. Someone once told me that the ancient legend of Pandora's box seals disaster, misfortune, deception, plague, distorted fear, and the world's worst evils. Once Pandora's box is opened, it will have the power to destroy the world. How amusing. Cthulhu shook his head. But it's not funny anymore. Charlotte raised her sword high, and the space magic box slowly opened up a tiny gap. In an instant, incomparably dense and terrifying energy spread out from the space gap. It was the spirit and resentment of the dead, thick and viscous, with an inexplicable sense of decay and trembling. Boom. The moment the Pandora's box was opened, it was as if all the creatures on the earth were shocked. What terrifying thing has appeared? No, it seems like something has opened. On the ground, in a group of people who were escaping, everyone sensed something. It was an instinctive sense of fear. It was as if all the blood in their body instantly flowed back to their hearts, and their hearts were about to explode from the surging blood and the suffocation. This was a high-energy transcendent world invading a barren, low-energy world. A huge surge of energy surged into their hearts. What's that in the sky? A darkness more terrifying than the night? Someone looked up. The dark sky seemed to be covered by a darker black light. Oh my God! Don't look back. Don't look directly at the evil god. But the sky, why? What's happening behind us? Is our world coming to an end? A large number of people in the group of people who were escaping were filled with extreme fear. The oldest and strongest emotion of humans was fear, and the oldest and strongest fear was the fear of the unknown. In their eyes, the common sense and cognition of the world was completely overturned at this moment. It was difficult for ordinary people on the ground to see that this was not real light, but an illusion created by the extremely dense death energy. The sorcerers of the three great kingdoms have turned death into wealth and gifted the last hope of this world. Among the group of people who were escaping, Linda let out a sigh and could not help but choke with sobs. She did not even dare to turn her head to look at the Cthulhu behind her. She strode forward with great determination. Using death to exchange for the only truth is the last dignity of the sorcerers of our era. Whoosh whoosh, the Pandora's space box had only opened a gap the size of a fingernail, and suffocating energy spread out. The resentment and mental energy in that space were so thick that even the evil god Cthulhu, who was at the peak of chaos, felt a strong sense of unease. In the depths of the space, there was a black altar. There was a hazy ghost sitting cross-legged, as if it contained endless truth, like the most terrifying existence in the world. It's so dense. In an instant, the Cthulhu god's hair stood on end. How many people had died? No, how many strong people had died? All the elites of the three great kingdoms, countless legends, epics, and even demigods, all the top sorcerers of 1,000 years of civilization had died in this small space. Pandora's box was a level 6 legendary sorcerer. The space inside was only 200 cubic meters, but it gave people the feeling of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, as if endless energy had almost condensed into a liquid. The two people in the Cthulhu god's box could not suppress their shock. This is a small world with dense energy. Is he going to break through to the legendary mythical level in this small space? Are you scared now? Charlotte laughed. The Cthulhu god was stunned for a few seconds. After recovering from the shock, he suddenly laughed. Yes. Now, Ermin has power comparable to mine in that rich environment, but this degree of energy density is not enough, right? Two demigods, Circe and Emery, died, a few level 7 epics, countless level 6 legends, countless level 4 and level 5, after all, there is still a big gap. The energy that needs to be absorbed to reach the level 8 mythical level is too terrifying. His laughter seemed to be mixed with countless creatures, violent and chaotic. If it was enough, I would have become a god in there. Why do I need to open a small opening and let the energy leak out? And come here for us to see? What if I am included? Charlotte said. The Cthulhu god's face hardened, but after thinking about it, he shook his head and laughed again. Although the energy of a demigod is getting closer, it is still not enough. Charlotte looked down at Pandora's box, smiled foolishly, and murmured, "What if I sacrifice the whole world?" The Cthulhu god's voice was completely frozen. The world, even if he did not know the specific meaning of it, he could feel that it was an extremely shocking move. It's the wandering souls of the entire world. Charlotte saw the shock on the Cthulhu evil god's face and suddenly laughed out loud. Her body quickly floated up to the sky and completely opened the magic box, expanding the gap rapidly. Pandora, let's begin. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk suddenly, the shadow of a huge black box slowly appeared in the sky. The dense energy inside began to gather in the dark sky, forming a huge black arched door. It was like the gate of truth of the sorcerer world. The door's threshold was engraved with countless fine dark patterns and runes. It was simple, ancient, and vicissitudes of life. Two huge carved pillars pierced into the clouds, as if they were supporting the entire sky. The word Erebus was written on the earth-shattering black arched door. In the sorcerer's indigenous language, Erebus meant, the gate to the underworld, the gate to hell, the land of the dead. The underworld. Is it possible that Ermin not only wants to become a god, but also? Cthulhu suddenly roared. Damn it! He struggled to lunge forward. But the invisible pressure from the arched door forced his body to sink. Ermin was hiding in that space, and now her strength was no less than his. You're crazy. You want to use Pandora's box as a carrier to open up a small space that belongs to the gods. He roared with all his might. Greedy human sorcerers. Do not blaspheme the gods. Creating another land of the gods without permission, the gods in heaven will punish you. In the middle of the land, Ermin's shadow sat cross-legged and slowly sighed. Now I finally understand that the so-called gods are just little people in a box. From a barren earth cage, I have stepped into another cage of the divine world with rich energy. But I still want freedom. I want to bring freedom to the earth. Ermin sat in the sea of blood and mountains of corpses under the altar, as if she was sitting on top of the world. She gently held a snow-white hand to the tip of her nose, as if she was sniffing a rose. Dead souls and remnant souls that wander between heaven and earth, please listen to my call, *boom. The clear voice spread like ripples, echoing in all directions. This spell was Summon the Dead, a witchcraft developed by Emperor Medusa. It could communicate with the dead, revive the dead, and bring the dead back. However, at this moment, Ermin's life ripples allowed her to sense the soul vibrations in the world. This resulted in a terrifying qualitative change. It was as if she wanted to communicate with and summon the souls of the entire world. All over the world, low-level witches guarded everywhere. Mountains, rivers, oceans, deserts, alchemy totem poles floated with light and shot straight into the night sky. These totems actually surrounded the three kingdoms and formed a huge totem circle to spread the power of the summoning of the dead. The dead returned to ruins. The dead returned to ruins, an indistinct and overlapping call came from the sky, turning into an inexplicable hymn. The voice was sorrowful, gentle, calm, and solemn. Through the vibrations and ripples of life, it spread to the capital of Cthulhu, to the three kingdoms, the Rose Kingdom, Babylon, the Orc Kingdom, the Earth, the mountains, and the fields. People all over the world looked up and heard this inexplicable hymn at the same time. Throughout the sorcerer's world, every wandering soul of the dead felt the vibration and ripples from the soul. Under that inexplicable hymn, they were unconsciously attracted. The next moment, the souls that had been floating for a long time looked up silently. They heard Ermin's summon the dead to them. The dead of the three kingdoms for thousands of years. I am the king of Babylon, Emperor Ermin. Please listen to my call and return. Integrate your life into my body and let me become a god. Ermin, who is Ermin, in the mountains, in the jungles, in their broken and dissipated souls, they vaguely remembered. Ermin. Ermin, yes, it's the king of Babylon, the great wizard monarch, the loving monarch who protects his people. We were blessed by her when we were alive, but now that we are dead, how can we hear? Is it the wizard domain of Emperor Medusa? Dead, please listen to my plea. In our world, the land is barren and cannot become a god. I have become a wandering soul, please help me become a ghost god. When I become a god, I will open a path for the world and establish a world of gods. All who become gods can ascend. This world is not in the sky, but under our feet, corresponding to the world of gods. It is called the underworld, the home of all ghosts. I am the great emperor of the underworld. Those who believe in me, serve me, worship me, and kneel to me will not live in death. Instead, they will live in the underworld. They will receive my protection and become my people. May everyone in the world live a second life, and death is not the end. The great vows were made, and the souls between the heaven and the earth were silent. This was a promise to them, and also to pave the way for their future, so that they could sacrifice their lives. According to the ancient legends, there were gods in the sky, and there was Achilles, the land of gods. And the mortals on the ground, after becoming gods, should create their own world, the underworld. Emperor Ermin wants to open the underworld for the thousands of creatures on the earth. Under the call of the dead, they sighed softly, to avoid disasters for the living in life, to open the underworld for the dead after death. The souls felt sour in their hearts. They were deeply shaken. This was their queen. Whether she was alive or dead, Empress Elmin had been protecting her people all her life. She was protecting the land of the three kingdoms, and she needed our strength. Whoosh, countless wandering souls suddenly soared into the sky. They have already suffered enough of such days. For countless years, the wizards who pursue the truth are like a group of people cursed by fate. The souls of ordinary people naturally dissipate quickly when they die, but wizards have strong mental power. After death, it takes a long time for their souls to completely die and turn into pure energy in the world. The time of this wizard era is too short, and the development of the wizards is still not perfect. Except for Emperor Medusa's death domain that involves the soul and can use a special way to communicate with the dead between heaven and earth, other wizards cannot perceive our existence. To them, they are just a small amount of energy floating between the heaven and earth. If they are lucky, they can drift into the battle between wizards and be destroyed by the wizard's witchcraft. But for most wizards, they can only silently wait for death, silently turning into the remnant thoughts of wandering souls, blown away by the wind. That kind of waiting to lose self-consciousness is too long. Is our emperor going to open a paradise for the dead in this land? Strands of wandering souls floated up. In this world with imperfect rules, if there is an underworld, it is equivalent to making up for the whole world. The wizards who die after us will not have to suffer so much. The history of mankind fighting against nature is a history of courage and praise. Generations of glorious history, pushed forward by us, created by us humans. History will record the glory of wizards on this day, the opening of the underworld, and mankind will soon defeat death. The translucent remnant souls floated into the sky like willow catkins, revealing a trace of darkness. After activating the alchemy totem, low-grade wizards from all over the alchemy pillars also committed suicide, becoming one of these souls. As guides, they led the dead from all over the world to gather. It has begun, the underworld refining circle. The Edward brothers stood at the core of the totem refining circle, presiding over everything. Looking at the whirlpool of summoning souls in the sky, they could not help but whisper, "This land cannot become a god," so the wizard civilization added the countless dead that have accumulated for thousands of years, just to make one person become a god. Every sorcerer knew that they were powerless against the invasion of the terrible evil god. Destruction, domination, destruction, enslavement. The only thing they could do was to exchange their lives for the only truth in the world. This was the last dignity of this land. Boom, the souls from all directions gathered into a storm. Pandora's box floated in the sky and gathered into a slowly rotating energy vortex. Countless ghostly liquid entangled like tentacles. In fact, other than the sorcerers who died in the past 100 years who still had incomplete memories, most of the wandering souls had turned into pure energy of the world. However, the energy of the world was also driven by the wandering souls and slowly flew towards the center. After all, when a vortex began to take shape, the unconscious scattered energy would also be quickly pulled. The most difficult part was how to trigger the first batch of energy to form an energy vortex that could devour everything. Rumble, the sky rippled, and layers of clouds rolled. The sky formed a dense black net. Runes and magic patterns shone in the sky. The vortex in the center slowly rotated, expanding and absorbing as if it had a life of its own. Near the core of the vortex, countless people in the forest, including Linda, could not open their eyes due to the strong wind. They could only quickly lie down on the ground. There was a faint dark red light in the dark clouds. The pure black light was like a sharp arrow, piercing through the black vortex. It was a huge arched door of darkness. Erebus appeared in the center of the vortex. The underworld has been refined. Below the vortex, Charlotte shouted. Rumble, the hurricane was pulling everything, and there was only the hurricane left in the world. Sorcerers are a group of people who pursue the truth. Let me see the truth of the world. Charlotte's spiritual power quickly erupted. She raised her hands high and roared, crying bitterly. It was as if she wanted to use all her strength to roar out. In an instant, the roar actually covered the faintly discernible hymn of the dead between heaven and earth, and the vortex in the sky suddenly sank. Boom. Rumble, an earth-shattering tremor. Like a landslide or tsunami. The black fog became denser, rolling and sweeping. Regardless of day or night, a large number of souls were pulled in. The arched door in the sky became more solid. Layers of exquisite sorcerer runes lit up. Countless souls turned into threads and rushed in from all directions. No. The evil god Cthulhu stood up with difficulty. Die. He also roared, and a large amount of thick blood rolled on his skin, exploding inch by inch. He completely released all the power in his body, breaking through the pressure, and fiercely attacked Charlotte, who was under the vortex. Gods are not to be born. Bang. Charlotte was instantly struck by a terrifying force. She was a demigod, the same realm as the evil god, but she was like a broken rag doll. She flew backward in an instant and crashed into the mountain chair. She passed through the mountain and rolled on the ground several times. Cthulhu. You finally know fear. You finally lost your calm. Charlotte spat out a large mouthful of blood and laughed maniacally. She looked up at Pandora's box at the center of the vortex in the sky and opened her arms, as if she was embracing the whole world. Tremble! Evil god! The underworld will punish your arms and destroy your torso. He he he. Ha 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 ha. Come, let's die together. Charlotte laughed crazily. Her face was filled with madness and extremes, but she didn't notice that her face was already covered in tears. Poochie, Charlotte's whole body exploded, and she chose to merge into the vortex in the sky. Her consciousness gradually became blurry, and her mind flashed with the three of them in the Sorcerer Academy. I don't want to pursue the truth, I don't want to become a sorcerer, I don't want to die, I want to be with the two of you. In the face of death, she was filled with deep fear like everyone else. She seemed to see the sorcerer in the Sorcerer Academy, a sorcerer wearing a rose robe walking out of the shadows. Charlotte, join the Rose Salvation Society. What are you willing to pay to revive Lucy? Everything. She fell from the strong wind, like a broken rag doll, and crashed into the ground. Charlotte's whole body quickly exploded, turning into a heavy blood mist that was attracted by the vortex in the sky. The demigod's terrifying power surged in, causing the entire vortex to shrink, and the gate to the underworld seemed to become more condensed. Bang! The gate to the underworld suddenly closed, locking the surging energy of the entire world. At this moment, the storm seemed to stop. The hymn, the clouds, the vortex, and the earth all seemed to stop in an instant. Charlotte, Circe, Emery. Inside the gate, Ermin, who was sitting cross-legged in the endless darkness, slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes seemed to be brewing endless stars and endless truth. Separated by a space, she suddenly tore apart the dimension, and a jade-white arm gently stretched out from the void, pressing down slowly. Crack! Crack! The entire Cthulhu, the vast body that was infinitely close to the power of a true god, suddenly had a huge crack. A god was completely born. On the other side. In the Spore Evolution Game Forum. For everyone, after the screenshot of the blonde girl kissing the book, almost instantly, a series of screenshots exploded. The gate to the underworld that was erected in the sky. The black vortex that filled the sky. The pillars of light that rose from all over the world. The catastrophe that affected the entire world, the final battle. Exquisite high-definition wallpapers were uploaded, like the magnificent mythical scenery of an epic movie. People couldn't help but be shocked and amazed, but also wrapped in a sense of sadness. The hymn of humanity, the hymn of courage. The wizards were walking towards death. After all, they were pursuing the truth, a group of people who were extremely minimalist. And now, all of these screenshots were posted quickly, and it also made Akina Yamaguchi very busy with his comments. In the latest screenshot, under the vortex in the sky, Emperor Ermin completely exploded with a terrifying aura. A white arm appeared out of nowhere, pressing down on the earth. The Cthulhu evil god began to collapse. Akina Yamaguchi, everyone, look at this screenshot. The energy has gathered enough. Emperor Ermin has used the crowdfunding to become god to completely become a god. The first postnatal god in the history of the West is born. The victory is decided. Next, it is time to beat the Cthulhu evil god. Then, I will take advantage of this gap to explain the cause and effect of the whole plan in detail. The entire Sorcerer Land for thousands of years, the energy formed by all the dead wizards drifted between heaven and earth, and now it is all gathered in this small space, becoming a god in it. This is our core plan. Then, some people will ask, why does Emperor Ermin have to die to become a god? Isn't it better to become a god alive? Because living people can't absorb such powerful resentment energy of the dead, and we don't have time to wait for these wizards to gradually turn into pure energy after they die. They can only take a step back and become ghosts, absorb the powerful resentment energy of ghosts, become the first god of the underworld, and naturally become the emperor of the underworld. And this small space where the god lives is the underworld. The embryonic form of the underworld is basically set. With the next development, this 200 cubic meters of inner space, under the god's residence, the space of the magic box will continue to expand, and sooner or later, it will become a vast underworld, and in the future, it will be able to beat the gods in the sky, comparable to Achilles of the land of the gods. Man can conquer nature, this is not a boast. Akina Yamaguchi continued to explain. Also, there is the problem of the operation of the underworld. In the past, when there was no underworld, after wizards died, their souls and mental strength would be scattered around the world, and relying on this to increase the density of the world's energy is very unrealistic. After all, the world is too big, and we don't know how many tens of thousands of years it will take for a god to be born. We can't wait at all. It is better to open up the underworld, let all the dead spiritual energy gather together, and form a high-energy world. Now, building the underworld is a part of the world. In the future, when wizards die, their souls will be drawn to this underworld. Not only will it be for these dead souls to cultivate, but it will also provide a paradise for the dead to live a second life. Death is not the end, and after these ghosts die in the underworld, they will also become the underworld's energy density. Now, the whole world has been sucked dry by ermine, but after recuperation, the underworld continuously replenishes the souls, and the energy density reaches a certain level. It will be the time for the next god to become a god. This is a virtuous cycle, forming a chain to become a god. After everyone heard this, they couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This was a groundbreaking feat that would affect the trajectory of the entire world. Establishing the underworld would not only complete the rules of the sorcerer world and prevent the wandering souls from becoming homeless, it would also completely perfect the rank 8 mythological path of the sorcerer world. In this barren world, no one could become a god or break through to rank 8. Thus, they would create the underworld, a small space with high density. In the future, all sorcerers and demigods would ascend to the underworld and become gods there. Moreover, it would be led and completed by us, the players from the other world. We would be able to influence the course of history of the world. That feeling of accomplishment would be off the charts. At this moment, Shui Baishiwei couldn't help but speak. But there are still many questions. For example, why is ermine the underworld great emperor? No matter how I think about it, the candidate for the underworld great emperor should be Medusa. I'm just stating the facts. It's not that I don't want ermine to become a god. After all, ermine is my wife. It's just that according to my sorcerer knowledge, although ermine has mastered life waves and can sense the dead in a large area, without Medusa's help, it's impossible to summon the dead in a large area. But if we let Medusa revive herself from the dead and help us set up the plan, why would she help us? Given her personality, if she saw the possibility of becoming a god, she would definitely beat ermine and the other demigods to death and then become the underworld great emperor herself. Everyone heard this. That's right, this was too illogical. This plan of summoning the dead, no matter how they thought about it, was Medusa's doing. But why was she helping ermine become a god? Where was she now? Ha ha ha. Do you think that's all to our plan? Our plan is earth-shattering. Akina Yama quickly said, Medusa hasn't appeared yet, but she'll appear very soon. The reason why she gave the chance to become a god to ermine and even helped her become one is because the current Medusa has greater ambitions than becoming a god. A more terrifying plan. Ambitions? There was a more terrifying ambition than becoming a god or the underworld great emperor. No matter how they thought about it, it was impossible. Could it be that there was an even more terrifying backup plan? Everyone couldn't help but feel anxious. Boss, stop talking in riddles. Hurry up and explain. Akina Yama quickly said, Uncle Sunflower's class is starting. Students, do you know what I'm waiting for? Crazy hint, everyone? The scene was dead silent. What a shameless person. Everyone was so angry that they almost vomited blood. Didn't I accidentally injure you when I said, spend more money chopping hands and learn for nothing? Who told you to come out in such a timely manner? This fellow had lived for 200 years in vain. He did not have the slightest bit of magnanimity. He had actually secretly recorded his grudge in his little notebook. Now that he had entered the critical moment and was stuck in the middle of his speech, he had come to take revenge, but we would rather die than submit. Uncle! Uncle! Hurry up and start the class. The speed of Mount Akina was very satisfied. The reason is simple. Do you know how I died? Only then did everyone realize that the driver of Mount Akina hadn't said how he died yet. In fact, after Shui Baishui died and ermine became a demigod, we split up. Charlotte and the others continued to cultivate and challenge the phoenix to break through to the demigod level. On the other side, ermine and I communicated with the dead Medusa and let her revive. After all, she was unwilling to come back to life because she had no hope of becoming a god. But we gave her the possibility of becoming a god, so she naturally used a backup plan and revived herself. She stood on the same side as us and used her ability to help set up the plan and let Ermin become a god. And as a reward for helping Ermin become a god, I also provided Medusa with a better plan. Can you think of what it is? More tempting than becoming a god. What in the sorcerer world was more tempting than becoming a god for Medusa, who pursued power, Shwe by Shwe, the evil god Cthulhu? As soon as he said this, everyone vaguely thought of something. Yes. Akina explained, the Underworld Emperor is just a human who became a god, a very ordinary level 8 human god. But the evil god Cthulhu is a super existence with infinite potential. I promised to let Medusa become the evil god Cthulhu. This sentence immediately caused an uproar. The evil god Cthulhu could not be controlled by just anyone. Only muscle players with their own muscle groups could control his body. Akina continued, in order to overcome this problem, all these years, Medusa and I have been hiding in the alchemy lab and doing very hard research, deducing, and developing witchcraft. You can actually do research with the Death Monarch Emperor? You're so awesome now. Then, what research are you doing? Akina replied, I'm being researched. Everyone? They were almost speechless to the point of vomiting blood. This person had lived 2 lives, and his idiocy hadn't changed at all. But his skin had gotten thicker, and he could actually say such dirty words so calmly. Akina continued, of course it's to let Medusa play with my body. To ravage my soul. After all, I am one of the 13 kings of the muscle groups. Medusa is indeed a researcher of the soul. In the end, he successfully opened up a soul wizard spell to seize a body, allowing Medusa's soul to seize my king body and be reborn. But the soul wizard spell has great restrictions. The person whose body is seized must let go of resistance, or even take the initiative to cooperate. After being seized, that person's soul will also be destroyed. My body was tossed and ravaged a dozen times, and after a dozen times, Medusa finally succeeded. Medusa took over my body and was reborn, and seized the core authority of one of the 13 muscle players. My soul was also destroyed. This guy is really ruthless. He actually used such a method to commit suicide, but the indigenous people of the other world can seize the body of the players, and control the authority of the population. Everyone was completely stunned. They didn't expect this hardcore game, where knowledge is power, and there are really unlimited possibilities. Suji was not surprised. After all, the reason why the king of the players could control their own population was originally a characteristic of the Zerg. The structure of the Zerg was the structure of a pyramid, divided layer by layer. The king of a group could be like the queen ant, and could make the entire group serve the king. But that had limitations. A group without intelligence would naturally instinctively listen to the command of the king. But with intelligence, it could not be controlled. But the body of the Cthulhu god, unless it reached level 4 wizard, would not have its own intelligence, and its own group would still instinctively listen to the king. Akina Mountain continued to analyze. Also, Medusa also researched the second bloodline, blood of eternal life, which can grant eternal life. As a muscle player with eternal life, with the control of the Cthulhu god, it would be a perfect match. Then, he explained the limitations of the blood of eternal life to everyone. Most of the time, 95% of a person's life would be in a deep sleep. But the indescribable fear of the Cthulhu god perfectly protected the Cthulhu god during its deep sleep. Unless the opponent was a realm higher, the Cthulhu god was invincible in the same realm. Even those of the same realm who saw its sleeping body would tremble and go crazy. What a perfect and powerful life form. And there was another point. If the Cthulhu god was too powerful, it would be able to sense the location of its other body parts. Therefore, if he defeated the evil god Cthulhu and took over their bodies, even if the 2 players hid in the dark like before, they would not be able to escape. Being able to sense their location was a surefire way to kill them. After everyone heard this, they could not help but sigh. It was a flawless plan. Haruko loves to learn, so that's how it is. It's an eye-opener. What Medusa covets is the body of the Cthulhu god. A level 7 demigod is already so powerful, and it can also live forever. In the future, when it breaks through to level 8, it will definitely be earth-shattering. She gave up becoming a god because she wanted a body with more potential. Shwe by shwe, red name player, mother asterisk cur, someone is scheming against us, snatching our bodies and using them to locate us. Completely destroy us. Laughing emoji, Akina Mountains planning book, okay, all the analysis layout has been revealed. Everyone, continue watching. On the other side, the two secret research institutes saw this and were suddenly shocked. Not good. We have to. They never thought that it would turn out like this. A silly player on the internet actually ruined their big plan. Fortunately, they were quick-witted and secretly called the two uncles, letting them discover everything in advance. Under the gloomy and depressing night sky. The moment the god was formed, a soul-stirring pressure was like a solid substance. A snow-white arm crossed the space dimension and slowly pressed down, causing the Cthulhu evil god to collapse. This is a god. Within the body of the Cthulhu evil god, there was a hoarse voice of disbelief. Just one palm. He lowered his head sluggishly. Like a magnificent ancient stone statue, the body slowly collapsed, and huge cracks appeared. In the next second, the cracks spread into a spider web, and the body withered and collapsed rapidly. Defeated. Two faint voices came out. This time you came to the mortal world and attacked me. You are almost at your limit, right? In this barren mortal world, the realm of God will also fall, and the energy of your body will quickly dissipate in the air. This is not a place you can appear at will. Hide in your God world. Rumble, the evil god suddenly collapsed. A lingering voice resounded between heaven and earth. We lost, but in the end, you can't kill us. They were very vigilant and had already moved their bodies, hiding far away on the other side of the mountain range. As a level 6 legendary wizard, they hid in the shadows and hid their breath to the extreme. Now that the situation was not right, they had already fled. You think, you will have a chance? At this time, a cold voice came from afar. We have long expected that you will not be able to kill us. You are as cunning as before, but we have already prepared the means to completely kill you. A new giant of light slowly walked out. Let me take over your body and become the next Cthulhu evil god. When I am strong enough, I will naturally be able to sense your existence, and you will not be able to escape. What? The two players hiding in the dark completely changed their expressions. The flow of time had already determined everything. The moment the research institute outside found out, it was already too late inside, and the defeat was already decided. This was a flawless killing game, and there was no chance of a comeback. Rumble, Medusa slowly gathered the countless squirming pieces of bright red flesh on the ground, and his body continued to grow, gradually condensing. Over the past few hundred years, they had used the power of the entire country to cultivate the body tissues of level 2 sorcerers, but in an instant, they were all absorbed by Medusa. Medusa, is this really okay? The gate of the underworld slowly closed again. Ermin's voice crossed the boundary as if it had traveled through time and space. She said gloomily, why did you give up being a human and turn into such an evil existence? As a god, Ermin could no longer easily descend to the mortal world. If he opened the passage between the two worlds without permission, it would only lower the energy of his high-energy world and spread it to this barren mortal world. Gods could not stay in the mortal world for too long. After all, the enormous difference in energy between the two worlds was like an osmotic pressure between two cells. Almost every breath, that barren land was like an arid and scorching desert, crazily sucking the moist sponge that was God, causing serious damage to one's cultivation. The more powerful a god was, the faster their energy would dissipate, and the more difficult it would be for them to descend to the mortal world. Perhaps the realm of gods would advance a step further, completely consolidating their bodies and preventing their energy from leaking out, forming a flawless divine body. Only then would they be able to descend from the immortal realm and stay in the barren environment of Earth for a period of time. But what was above the gods, no one knows yet. Ermin, after this battle, I don't envy you, because I have a bigger dream. Medusa's whole body was constantly pulling pieces of flesh and reorganizing them. When you become a god, you are just an ordinary god. When a weak human becomes a god, the energy you need can be satisfied by our mortal world. As for the evil god Cthulhu, he is a great supreme existence that descended upon this land from a high-energy world. If it wasn't for the restrictions of this barren land, in his original high-energy world, I'm afraid he would have already broken through and become a god. He is one of the strongest gods with unlimited potential. He descended to our world and gave us mortals the only chance to kill him and occupy his body. Medusa was like a towering mountain of flesh and blood, slowly wriggling and reorganizing. However, the price was too high, so this world was far from being able to provide her with the energy to become a god. What a beautiful and powerful body, Medusa praised. Standing on the vast land, she enjoyed this feeling of near invincibility for the first time. The mountain range was just a small mound in front of her, and all living creatures were incomparably small ants. But her expression gradually became complicated. Looking up, she seemed to think of her teacher, Circe. Ermin, you asked me why I gave up being a human? Because in order to become stronger, anything is possible. Even if it is evil, even if it is hated by the world, power is the truth of this world. From my long life, I know one thing, and that is that there is a limit to a human's ability. The more I fight with the alchemy emperor, Ermin, and the more I strive to prolong my life, the more I realize that humans have a limit. So, I choose to become an existence that surpasses humans. She gradually turned into the next evil god Cthulhu. Moreover, her appearance gradually changed. Her legs gradually fused into a long scaly tail. Her hair bared its fangs and brandished its claws like a long snake dancing in the air. Her whole body had a stone texture, like a beautiful snake demon from the legends. Her long snake-like hair fluttered in the air. From today onwards, I walk towards eternal life. In her mind, the heroes of the past flashed through her mind. Gilgamesh, the three witches, the alchemy emperor, they ruled the world and suppressed it, all striving to pursue eternal life, but in the end they all died of old age. Only she succeeded. Her talent was not comparable to theirs, but she still surpassed them and embarked on an unknown new road. As long as she had eternal life, then she would have a long time to open up everything. Level 8 was not the end. Level 9? Level 10? If these realms really existed, then she must walk out of them. She had the supreme bloodline of the god of creation, so she was destined to be extraordinary. Rumble, the snake demon, whose body was as vast as a mountain, stood on the endless land, giving people an unparalleled sense of majesty and solemnity. After all, Medusa was a sovereign who had lived for 800 or 900 years. In just half a month, she had mastered the power of the evil god, even more thoroughly than the two muscular players. In an instant, through the body connection of the evil god Cthulhu, she sensed the four muscular players. It has begun. Her expression changed, and she quickly chased after the two people who escaped, the book, and the wizard with the headphones hiding in the dark. Along the way, she also encountered some remnants of the evil cult who had escaped. Even the genius Anise from the evil god cult, with just a glance, she was petrified, and all the cells in her body solidified, turning into a female stone statue. The indescribable fear was actually strengthened by Medusa. The evil god could not be looked directly at. She had integrated her understanding of the microscopic units of the body into the understanding of death. Looking directly at her would cause one's body to be petrified, turned into a statue, and fell into an eternal sleep. Hey! It was fine if he killed the other three. I'm an ally. Xianxia was dumbfounded, and the moment he was taken away, a page of the book fell to the ground silently. Whoosh! A breeze blew, and the air carried a faint smell of blood. On the ground that was in ruins, countless buildings were mixed with bloody corpses. After this battle, the ground had become pitch black and smeared with blood. Deep ravines and cracks could be seen everywhere. The Wizard Federation's capital had collapsed, and there were countless casualties. At the end of the battle, the inner space of Victoria University of the Cthulhu Kingdom was also shattered, and the witches of the evil cult fell out one after another. Almost all of them died and turned into nourishment for the gods. On the side of the three kingdoms, most of the wizards did not survive. All the wizards above level 4 had sacrificed their lives, and most of the survivors were level 1 and level 2 wizards. The entire wizard world was almost completely wiped out. Although we won this final battle, the price we paid was too high. Linda looked at the ruins of the whole world, and her heart was bleak. She began to organize some members of the Church of Light, and began to bring some civilians and low-level wizards to clean up the wounds after the battle, and to help some civilians who were crushed under the buildings. However, Linda still couldn't find the Book of Light. He is one of the evil gods. Could he have been taken away by Great Emperor Medusa in order to fuse with the evil god Cthulhu? Linda's mind flashed with this terrifying thought, and her face turned pale. Soon, in the ruins, a religious nun quickly came forward with a page. On it was written, "Wait for me to return." This paper is his texture. Her expression became uneasy. He must have been taken away, but Great Emperor Ermin will protect him. Great Emperor Medusa will at most study his body, but he will not kill him. Linda was silent for a moment, and looked at the whole broken land of the kingdom. Such a wound, I don't know how long it will take for us to recover. At this time, a hurried voice came. Not good. What is it? Linda said. It was a level 1 wizard wearing a wizard robe, and he was agitated. Saintus, the entire sorcerer world's evil eyes and all the wizard books have been collected in Victoria University, but this university was built on the evil god Cthulhu, and in the battle just now, the surrounding people stopped in their tracks and looked at the ruins. As they looked at each other, a creepy thought spread. Could it be, the evil eyes and the books, that is our 1,000 years of civilization, the blood and sweat of countless wizards? What happened? Linda growled. The wizard books are fine, most of them are not destroyed, but alchemy and potioneering are basically destroyed, and the evil eyes. At the moment when the space was broken, the evil god Cthulhu could not be looked at directly, and all the evil eyes were shocked to death. What? If all the evil eyes in the world died, then our wizard era will, then, today's final battle with the evil god, will be the last glory of our wizard era? Linda looked at the broken land, and her mind exploded. She was in a daze, but she quickly calmed down. The waves of the world were too big, and it had nothing to do with a small person like her. She only lowered her head in silence. The glory of our wizard era has passed. Can I wait for your return? Thud thud thud, Medusa's body was as huge as a mountain as she moved forward. The evil god could not be looked at directly. She had just grasped the power and could not control it. In order not to hurt the crowd, she could only stay away. Moreover, she had already taken the last step and was no longer a human. As a huge god, she did not want to interfere with the world of the 3 great wizard kingdoms. Holding Pandora's box in his hand, Medusa suddenly heard Linda scream in the distance. He smiled with mixed feelings. Teacher. The age of witches that you started is coming to an end. We wizards, except for me and Ermin, will all step into the dust of history. Pandora's box was only a level 6 legendary wizard. She was not even a level 7 epic or demigod. She was destined to not be able to accommodate a god living in her body. At the moment when Ermin became a god, her soul was shattered and turned into nourishment for becoming a god. Only the body of the Pandora's box was left. At this time, Ermin, who was sitting in the underworld, trembled. The 1,000 years of history of the Babylonian kingdom will come to an end here? This was a lose-lose situation. The evil god had fallen, and they would also become distant history. The evil eye race was extinct in this world, which meant that the cultivation wizard system that was created with the bloodline of the evil eye as the foundation of civilization would completely disappear. Ermin, the 2 of us can't do anything right now. I will fall into a long sleep, and you cannot easily come to the mortal world. Perhaps, in the future, we will be written in myths. Medusa chuckled. We will be like the strongest hero king recorded in the myths of the ancient Sumer civilization. We, the ancient Babylonian wizard kingdom, will also become part of the ancient myths and history. I'm looking forward to it. Medusa exclaimed loudly and stepped forward. When she knew that the wizard era was coming to an end, her heart did not waver. Even she was a little surprised. Perhaps the moment she gave up on being an adult, she had already given up on her previous life. I am a new life, I am the great evil god Cthulhu. Come, I will guard the gate to the underworld and hide Pandora's box in my body. When the land of the underworld is wide enough and can provide enough energy for me to break through, I will enter and become a god. However, her body was still too big. Even Ermin, a god who was as small as an ant, had drained so much terrifying energy, let alone her. It was an almost unreachable number of years, but she could afford to wait. Let me think, where is the entrance to the underworld in this world? Medusa was silent for a long time. In the end, she returned to the place where she had spent the longest time in her life, the Galgong Alchemy Island. Her vast body slowly sank into the dark side of the ocean Oceanos. I'm back again. I'm living in a cage, just like you, Ermin. The snake-haired demoness smiled brightly and slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. Dear Ermin, the lifespan of a level 8 god is limited after all. The lifespan of a level 8 god is 8,000 years. It seems so long. A level 7 epic god only has a lifespan of 600 years, but there is still an end to their lifespan. This is the pitiful part of human life. Ermin, I hope you can live a little longer. Don't wait until I wake up a few times and find that the next emperor of the underworld is in charge of the underworld. In the future, thousands of years later, people would open the new god calendar and clearly see it recorded frowny face. The entrance to the underworld is located on the dark side of the ocean Oceanos. The snake-haired demoness guards the entrance to the underworld. Do not look directly at it. Those who look directly at it will be petrified and die. A level 8 god can live for 8,000 years. Suji sat in the yard, holding a sharp fruit knife and peeling the skin of a fruit. 8,000 years, it's really powerful. It can already live in my orchard for more than 2 months. Before, a level 7 epic god only had a lifespan of 600 years. In Suji's orchard, they could not even live for more than a week. Of course, a non-human monster like Medusa, who was especially good at hiding and was especially afraid of death, was naturally not classified as a normal epic god. But in the sand table world, the disappearance of the evil eye is a big deal. He thought about it and gave up on the idea of replenishing the evil eye and going in to reproduce. Since the age of wizards is over, let it be. The birth of a god gave Suji enough surprise. She even created her own god world and hid in it. It was really like a high-dimensional world. But, in a sense, our cute and serious sister Hades, Ermin, has locked herself in there. He nibbled on an apple. After all, Pandora's box is too small. It's like a cage. I don't know how long it will take for it to expand and become a complete space world. But this was still something to be happy about. Previously, there was space storage technology and space tools. Now, there was finally a space world, a transcendent high-energy world. The Worm Queen, that poor family, left nothing behind. Even the creator's most important space technology had to be developed and deduced by themselves. Now, finally, it could create a high-energy space world. Suji couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Ermin's small step was a big step for the creator. The beginning is a spore, and the evolution is all on the bald head. Suji was speechless as he thought about it and sat on a chair in the yard. The current Pandora was still a level 6 legendary wizard. 200 cubic meters was a small unit of measurement in the sand table world. It was the size of a large commercial house with 5 rooms and 2 living rooms in the city. Ermin lived alone in this 5-room commercial house and couldn't even stretch out. When she became a level 7 legendary wizard, she only had 2,000 cubic meters, which was barely enough to put things in and decorate the underworld. There's still a long way to go. Suji felt that what the mother nest had said before was already showing its advantages in some aspects. The smaller the body, the easier it was to induce a qualitative change in energy. Ermin, a god smaller than an ant, had already drained so much space. If it were a bigger one, who knew how long it would take? However, it has nothing to do with me if she absorbs it herself. Suji's absorption rate was only 30%. The remaining 7 layers of energy were basically spread into the air. After all, it was impossible to achieve full utilization of energy. There was bound to be loss. Ermin absorbed the energy that was spread into the air. The bioenergy would generally accumulate slowly until it reached a certain threshold. Then, it would instantly surge back. The time of this feedback was usually in the era of mass extinction. 70 to 80% of the population was instantly wiped out, and the energy would rush back to the mother nest. Otherwise, how long would it take for normal generations to die of old age? Now, this time, the wizard world's underworld formation, coupled with the terrible outbreak of natural disasters, the population and various giant beasts were instantly reduced by 7 layers. It was a terrible extinction of life. Of the 7 layers of death, 3 were wizards, and the remaining 4 were ordinary people. A large number of ordinary people were killed by the aftermath. After all, there were millions of people living in the capital. Some of them were the remaining believers of the 3 kingdoms. They heard the call of the dead and took the initiative to commit suicide, throwing themselves into the whirlpool in the air. With the advancement of civilization, wizards had become extremely common. As long as one was willing to pay the price, a woman could at least become a level 1 wizard. Even level 2 wizards were an extremely normal group of ordinary people. The Magus world has a population of tens of millions, and millions of magi. I don't know how much scattered energy Ermin gathered to become a god, but I'm still a third of it. Suji took a deep breath, silently feeling the surging power in his body. Boom, this explosive spiritual force instantly pushed him to a rank 3 Magus. He was already at the critical point of level 2, and he only needed a little external force to break through. Naturally, this was not strange. But the next second, crack, the surging mind power squeezed into his body, and he began to break through to level 4. Rank 4. In less than half an hour, sitting on the sofa in the living room, Suji took a deep breath. The feedback from the sorcerer era was too great. He had broken through to the rank 4 level in an instant, and most of the remaining energy had not been digested. If he finished digesting it, he might become a peak rank 4 wizard. If he stabilized himself, there was hope for him to break through to rank 5. This was already very satisfying. One had to know that the energy required for his body was not something ordinary wizards could compare to. If he had not been prepared to deal with this mass extinction, he might have been killed in an instant. Rank 4, that's not bad. You have to know that the wizards in there have cultivated for a very, very long time. Suji came to the side of the yard and rode on the electric scooter. After more than 10 minutes, he came to the secluded forest and the familiar location of the river. He thought about using half of his strength to test his sorcery, War Air Hammer. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the entire riverbed shook. The pebbles, sand, and rocks in the main river flew up and scattered on the ground, forming an extremely spectacular waterfall. When everything calmed down, the entire river had changed beyond recognition. There was a big pit in the middle of the river. I only used half of my strength. This is the power of a rank 4 wizard? Suji stared at the big pit in a daze. There were almost no young people in the village. Most of them were old and middle-aged. There were few people in the village. This place was far away, and they might not have heard the loud noise. However, Suji quickly got on the electric scooter and rode away. He rode the battery-powered scooter and looked back from time to time. It's really heartless. I don't know which immoral person came to our village to dig sand and dug such a big hole in our river. Suji rode the electric scooter leisurely and did not return to the yard. He was very relaxed. Since he had broken through, he had to celebrate. He had extra money in his bank account, and with the protection of the worm nest subbrain, he was not afraid that they could track his true identity. Soon, he happily bought a box of beer in the small supermarket in the county, and went to the market to buy some vegetables. After filling the electric scooter, he returned to the yard without looking at the big sand table world. After all, it was yet another apocalypse. The sorcerer era had completely come to an end. The remaining 2 remnants of the sorcerer era, the ancient existences of the old sorcerer era, also hid in the deep sea, waiting for the arrival of the next era of prosperity. He thought about it and placed the vegetables and beer in the fridge. Then, he opened a can of beer and took a sip. He went to the living room and flipped open the Genesis notebook. He casually completed the last records of the prosperous witch era. At the end of the wizard era, the world was filled with the traces of wizards searching for the truth. The evil god Cthulhu suddenly descended upon the world, and the wizards and Cthulhu had a final battle. The earth shattered, and the sky collapsed. The 4th great biological extinction began, and 70% of all life was wiped out. The wizards died. At the end of the great shaman era, all living things went extinct. With just a few strokes, the long sorcerer era had come to an end. It's time to remodel the sand table. Suji put down the notebook in the living room and rejected the idea. There's no need for me to interfere. It's already a mature orchard world. Perhaps it'll be able to recover by itself from the disaster. Since the evil eye gene can open up a path to become a magus, what about the slime gene? What about the final chicken gene? Can it also open up a path of cultivation? Or perhaps, they'll naturally promote a brand new civilization. Suji was not in a hurry. Compared to deliberately interfering, it was better to evolve naturally. So, he took the opportunity to log into the forum and peek at the enemy camp to see if there was anything he could use as a reference. The forum was extremely lively. This is the result of burning books and burying scholars. Red players, come out and get beaten up. Although I think that every player has the right to choose their own second life, it's also quite fun to be a villain who rules the world. Even the world has given birth to gods because of you guys, and we as the good guys confront you villains. It's also quite interesting. But you guys have destroyed an entire civilization. Bastards. Come out and get beaten up. Burning with anger, in the forum, Xianxia was frantically cursing. It was now in the hands of Emperor Medusa. Black screen. Yamashina Akina could not bear to see him like this and comforted him softly, "Brother, if you think about it, it won't be so painful. Maybe you're not knocked out, but dissected?" Xianxia Akina downhill? Everyone was also stunned. "Don't worry." Yamashina Akina downhill could not help but laugh and typed a reply, "This matter with Medusa can't be stopped, but I've already guessed it and made arrangements. You're just being studied by others. The pleasure of being played by the beautiful Empress is unimaginable. Brother, let's go to the source of happiness together." Handshake. How long will the research take? Xianxia Akina downhill asked. Very soon. With the previous example, about 7 or 8 years. Yamashina Akina downhill replied quickly. That was fine. After all, 7 or 8 years was still acceptable. In reality, it was only about 2 hours. However, Yamashina Akina downhill gave him another critical blow. I forgot to tell you, the current Medusa has been infused with the blood of immortality. In 100 years, he will only be awake for 5 years. As soon as this sentence fell, even the surrounding netizens could not remain calm. WTF? That's going to take 7 or 8 years, isn't there a gap of 100 years in between? Scary, let Saintess Linda wait for 100 years? Wongfust. JPG, up until now, everyone actually felt the same way. It was as if they were watching a magnificent epic movie where the tables were turned in a desperate situation. Before the great battle, amidst the rain of blood, the two sides had finally confirmed their feelings for each other. After the great battle ended, the result was like this. They were separated from each other, and everyone felt sad for him. This is not in line with those movies at all. But it's true that he had no choice. Even Yamashina Akina downhill, who dominated everything, was dissected and studied by Medusa. Without power, he is just a salted fish waiting to be slaughtered. Yamashina Akina downhill said, "Don't worry, after 100 years, I will give you a surprise. It will definitely make you extremely happy." Really? Xianxia Akina downhill could not help but feel a trace of longing. Then, everyone began to discuss what to do if the wizard world did not have the evil eye. Then what would the future era be like? They were worried and could not help but feel a little worried. But there was no way to understand the situation inside. The times were changing, and they already had deep feelings for that world. They could only wait for 100 years for the Book of Light to awaken and see what the world would be like after the final war. Or perhaps, the glorious era of the wizards could only be remembered in the wizard community that was about to open beta. In fact, humans were very strange creatures. Some people lived for countless years and were still very naive, ignorant, and had a lot of problems in dealing with people. It was not that time did not make them mature, but some people were just like that when they matured. Some people were smart to begin with, and after experiencing many things and being honed, they became so meticulous that it was admirable. Chen Wenshan, the speed of Mount Akina, belonged to this category. Although he was still a cheerful idiot, he was extremely smart, the kind of genius that God gave him a chance to eat. Even Xianxia, who was later scared off the mountain, also left behind a backup plan to help him. Suji could not help but laugh, it's mainly because this idiot is 2F** king arrogant. For 200 years, he only cared about seeking death everywhere. If he didn't become smart, he would have been beaten to death long ago, and there is another kind of person who lived for a long time, but did not become smart. They only became strong in a certain field, such as the alchemy emperor. This kind belonged to the technical geeks. They were researchers for hundreds of years, and they stayed in the alchemy lab to climb the technology tree. Naturally, they did not become that sinister. At this time, the voice of the insect nest subbrain came, "Wizard community, do you want to start the open beta?" Suji thought for a while, put down the beer, and put away the notebook. "Start it. At 6:30 tomorrow morning, the wizard community will officially start the open beta. Let them train. Everyone is so energetic, it's time to experience the loneliness of being a wizard. Let's see how they play after the open beta." And this big sand table of the first world has been developed to a very mature stage. It does not need my interference, it can develop and operate on its own. It's time to start the construction of the new world of the second big sand table. Suji raised his eyebrows. The second world, the second human race, it's almost time to start the creation. Speaking of the human race, the players in the central evolutionary sand table land of myriad worlds, land of origin of life, were really disappointing. After waiting for so long, there were all kinds of strange creatures, but there was not a single humanoid intelligent species, but they could not be blamed. For intelligent creatures, the biological structure of an intelligent brain cannot be deduced simply by the theory of species evolution. It is a unique miracle in the evolution of life. It is even a coincidence that intelligent species like us were born on Earth. Looks like I'll have to create an intelligent species like the insect apes to be the main character of the new world. Suji thought for a while. Last time, it was a gorilla with a strong physique. This time, get a monkey with a small physique. Suji had a serious expression on his face. He had no intention of tampering with human genes at all. After all, it was quite disgusting, and he felt a little uncomfortable. He silently measured the geographical location of the New World sand table. It's not impossible to contract another piece of land. It's just that it will be homogenized with the current big sand table. What I want is a different world form. Everyone had 50 years, 50 years, 50 nights. This kind of environment was too monotonous. He wanted a completely different and exciting world so that a completely different transcendent civilization could appear. But how can I avoid this? Suji raised his eyebrows. 100 years a day. This is the maximum flow of time that a biological civilization can produce intelligence and thinking. It is not easy to adjust. Under this flow of time, as long as it was accelerated on the surface, there would be a situation of 50 years of day and 50 years of night. An idea suddenly came to Suji's mind. Then, what if it is not on the surface, but underground? He looked at the bottom of the 100-acre sand table. If it was made into a Lu character, one on the surface and the other underground, perhaps it would work. Suji's mind opened wide, and he became excited. He picked up a pen and paper and began to organize it. He sprinkled ink on a brand new piece of white paper, creating a new world. A vast and majestic underground world with 100 acres of land? A brand new rule, an unprecedented view of the world. Suji raised his pen and thought about whether this was the best choice he could make with his current strength. In fact, an underwater world where the entire world was underwater was actually not bad. But that was too difficult. In reality, the workload would be huge. Perhaps this world was the best solution at the moment. But it's pitch black underground. How can we provide light? What should I do without the sun? Suji thought about it and suddenly laughed. He thought of a certain phoenix that was beaten up badly. Isn't there a ready-made sun here? Imitation golden crow, sun god. Suji felt that this idea was very feasible. And if the world's framework is set, what about the human race? What creature should I use to fuse with the monkey's blood? Last time, he casually chose a beetle to fuse with the gorilla's blood. This time, the choice of the insect race was a problem. With the previous example, I can't just casually find another beetle to fuse with. This species should have its own first genetic innate ability. For example, it was very difficult to fuse with the insect ape. Every part of their body had to be fused with the evil eye gene to be able to cultivate and obtain the first gene. Suji thought about this new human being. He was born with the first gene and didn't need to fuse with it. But the starting point was fixed. The insect ape didn't have the first gene. Its starting point was ever-changing. The first gene could fuse with the evil eye or slime at will. As for the second gene, not everyone could ignite the divine fire. And this life form was born with the first gene. Its starting point was fixed. But what should I choose for the first gene? Suji felt a headache. He felt that these players had been too engrossed in the Magus world recently and had completely forgotten about their original profession. After thinking for a long time, how about fusing with the magic cube? He felt that other than the evil eye gene, the magic cube seemed to have the most potential now. I've decided, the magic cube it is. Suji had a serious look on his face. Previously, he randomly picked up a beetle plus gorilla equals insect ape. This time, the magic cube plus monkey equals? Maybe the magic cube is indeed the best choice. Suji raised his eyebrows. Innate talents have their own internal space. If they can open up a path different from the Magi's cultivation path and become stronger, they can expand their innate talents' internal space. Then, after the extinction of all living beings, each of their corpses has an internal space. I can harvest their small spaces and fuse them into a larger space. In the future, my divine world and the myriad worlds will have a starting point. Not bad. This race is the space creation machine. It will be the foundation for me to build the myriad worlds. Suji propped his chin on his hand and hurriedly recorded this idea down. He was very satisfied with it. It had great potential. Look at the bug nest queen. She was a technological type queen. She had used countless resources and energy to create a large space using spatial folding technology. But what about me, human space creation machine? Environmental protection, cleanliness, energy saving, non-polluting. At this point, the advantage of transcendent life forms had already been revealed. Suji mocked himself. He continued to write and draw on the paper, completing the foundation in this area. He wrote a total of 3 to 4 pages. He did not dare to borrow someone else's help for the creation thesis. Then, he went to the zoo and asked the previous caretaker. He spent $3,000 and got the blood of a strong monkey. When the other places were more or less done with their work, Suji stood up and walked into the sand table world again. Since the extinction of all living beings, there are very few people. They are all concentrated in the sand table in the middle. I will sneak in and capture the phoenix. After all, it is the sun of our new world. Slow down their time flow, 1 to 1. With that, Suji put on the blue lab shoes and slowly walked into the sand table. Many years had passed since Gilgamesh's last visit, and he had once again returned to this land. Ta-ta-ta, the ground trembled slightly. Trees were trampled, huge footprints were left in the valleys, and countless beasts fled in a frenzy. On the other side of Oceanos, in the land of darkness, the sea rippled slightly. Medusa slowly opened her calm eyes. She swayed her snake tail and slowly emerged from the water. Countless colorful energies flashed in her beautiful petrified eyes. She murmured softly, "Creator." In an instant, she could sense the arrival of the god of creation. It was not because her mental strength had reached its peak, allowing her to sense every inch of the world at any time, but, our entire world, is accelerating. Medusa was dumbfounded. She stuttered, unable to speak. Our world is moving forward at an extremely terrifying speed. Ermin was also trembling. Even though she was hiding in the divine realm, she could sense the changes in the entire world. I can already feel that our world's membrane has been penetrated. Something has descended. It should be this time's great extinction. The god of creation has chosen to personally descend upon our barren world. Just by coming to this land, the world trembles and the timeline begins to distort. This was beyond all common sense and understanding. Now, during the 50 years of daylight, the white clouds in the sky were moving at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if they were going to finish their journey in a short period of time. They were about to step into the night. Unbelievable, our 100 years are going to be condensed into a single day. The sun was also setting at an accelerated speed. The entire world seemed to be in a crazily accelerating slideshow. In the real world, this speed was the normal speed of a day. But for them, they were used to 100 years a day, 50 years of night, and 50 years of day. The world was already so fast that it made their hair stand on end, and they began to feel unfamiliar. How sharp were the senses of a magus? Back then, in the era of Gilgamesh, things were too crude. Although the Hero King's brute force was strong, he was not a magus. At that time, he was shocked by the towering intelligent behemoth that descended into the world and did not notice any of this. As for Magi, they had always been a group of people who pursued knowledge and had strong mental strength. Naturally, they would feel the phenomenon in an instant. It was said that during the era of the three witches, such a situation also happened, but it was only for a short moment. But at that time everything could no longer be verified. Suddenly, Medusa vaguely remembered a certain blind and foolish god, who had boasted to her, he was born at the beginning of nothingness, the beginning of the world's chaos. He transcends matter, time, space, ethics, cognition, and the law of cause and effect. All human knowledge in the past, present, and future cannot understand his existence. He is infinite, eternal, and indestructible. He is the abstract entity of chaos in the entire multiverse. At that time, she only smiled. But now, when the terrifying power to manipulate time appeared in front of her, facts spoke louder than words. Time, dimension, space, world, and life were all personally created by him. Medusa lowered his head with a complicated expression and smiled. An indescribable fear began to deeply engrave itself in his heart, one that he would never forget. Great existences like the evil gods are indescribably terrifying. Their voices cannot be heard, and their bodies cannot be looked at. Compared to the God of creation, they are simply laughable. Wherever the God of creation descends, the timeline of the world will begin to passively distort indescribably. It was unimaginable. Medusa was in a daze, looking as if his soul had left his body. Ermin, tell me, is this ancient supreme life that symbolizes chaos something that humans can defeat? Medusa. What do you want? Ermin growled. I can't defeat him, but we wizards are a group of people who pursue the truth. Medusa slowly stood up. Her huge body straightened up from her half-crouching posture, and the head of the long snake began to emerge from the surface of the sea. She walked out of the vast ocean step by step, her body dripping with water. Her eyes became calm and straight. I have the blood of eternal life, the bloodline of the Creator. Such a great life, I want to take a look. If I don't go, I will regret eternal life. Medusa had been unswervingly moving forward in pursuit of her powerful ideals. But when she saw such a terrifying power, it completely shattered her understanding, and she felt extremely overwhelmed. This power, does it really exist? You will die. Ermin roared loudly. Medusa gently put down Ermin's space magic box and strode forward. I will die. I will probably die. From the moment I went to challenge the evil god Cthulhu, I knew I would die, but I still went. Death has never been the thing I fear the most. What I fear the most is my own weakness and ignorance. Ermin stared blankly at Medusa. God of creation, Medusa walked firmly on the mountains and rivers, like a traveler who was about to leave home and never return. O great creator, you were able to answer Gilgamesh's 3 questions. Now, can you answer my request to fight? When she came to a swamp, she saw the towering god of creation. A 10,000 feet tall giant, tall and slender, with a sacred white glow all over his body. His face could not be seen clearly, and he was standing at the edge of the mountain range. Medusa had vaguely felt the aura of the phoenix. It was in the swamp mud. So, the great supreme god of heaven and earth came to this world to find the phoenix? Now, the phoenix wrapped itself in the mud and turned into a statue. It sank into the mud and was buried. It seemed to be used to this way of life. Level 4, Wizard. Medusa silently sensed the god of creation not far away. His eyes were burning, and there was a vague inconceivable impulse rising in him. Only level 4. This is just the weakest avatar of the god of creation in the countless dimensions? It was not that she had never heard of the information about the god of creation. The god of creation lived in a multidimensional world and was the embodiment of chaos. He scattered his consciousness in various worlds, creating one world after another, creating dimensions, time, space. At that time, I guessed that a single clone of the god of creation might not be that strong, but I never thought it would be this weak. Medusa whispered. Suji also turned his head to look. He also saw the Medusa snake-haired Medusa, who was similar to him in size and had her body parts completely restored. She was a very beautiful and peerless woman. With the tail of a snake and the body of a human, her long hair fluttered in the air like vines and snakes, giving people a sense of beauty and danger. A mechanical voice sounded in his ear. The current environment is dangerous. Do you want to activate the Queen's authority? Suji thought for a moment. Yes. The authority of the Queen was actually very simple. It was some kind of passive warning function. If the Zerg showed any signs of harming the Queen, it would immediately adjust the genetic chain and destroy the creature's genes. After all, the Zerg were their fundamental life form, the spore structure of the Queen's life. No matter how strong they were, they could not escape their own structure. Life was given by the Queen, so naturally, it could also be ended. But this was the last resort. Suji had the power to decide the life and death of these insectoids. He could control their innate talent, super rapid cell division, and kill them instantly. Therefore, he never worried about the issue of safety. God of creation. I have a question. Medusa approached step by step and slowly whispered. What do you want to do? Suji chuckled. I want to. Medusa's eyes flashed with sparks. Do I really want to die? But this was the great supreme god. Even if it was just a clone, it was still because of the great extinction that he had descended. If he lost this opportunity, he would never come into contact with the greatest supreme existence in the world again. That's right, Medusa smiled foolishly. When I first stepped into the sorcerer path, didn't I want to see the world's greatest scenery? So what if I lose this eternal life, as the world's supreme god, the world's most powerful existence that could even distort time, space, and dimensions? What kind of life form was he? What kind of power did he possess? She stepped forward, her eyes burning, completely boiling, and said the words that she had been longing for a long time. Oh great creator! Can I have a match with you? I want to see what kind of power the legendary supreme god has, even if I have to pay with my life. What a crazy woman. Suji's eyes flashed as he sighed with emotion. In the entire sorcerer era, perhaps only Monarch Medusa could be considered as a true seeker of truth and knowledge. Without any distractions, she thoroughly implemented the sorcerer's philosophy. It was precisely because of her pursuit of the purity of knowledge that her aptitude was not the most outstanding. But because of this, she walked to the end of the era and even survived the great extinction, achieving great achievements that even geniuses stronger than her could not reach. Suji smiled gently. We can't fight because in your words, I'm only a level 4. A flash of disappointment appeared in Medusa's eyes. Suji changed the topic and looked at the beautiful Medusa. However, power is not absolute. Even if you're a level 4, as long as you grasp the rules, you can kill everything. We can't fight because in an instant, you will die, which is meaningless. In an instant, I can't see anything and I will die? Medusa whispered, what are rules? Rules exist between heaven and earth. Look. Suji raised his hand and pointed to the blue sky. Medusa's face instantly froze, and a look of disbelief appeared in her eyes. She saw a scene that she would never forget. The two stood on the ground, and the time of the world around them suddenly changed. It was as if they were standing in the void, overlooking the rise and fall of the entire world, standing in the highest dimension, surpassing all things in the world. Boom, the speed of the world changed rapidly. The dark clouds in the sky, the sun, the air, the sunlight, and the wind, all became slow and almost static. She clearly felt that she had returned to the primitive world of one day in 100 years. The next second. Rumble, the clouds in the sky, the sun, and the wind accelerated again. Everything was like a storm. The dust on the ground became faster, and the clouds slowly moved in the sky. The entire world's 100 years were condensed into one day. The sun was about to set and the moon was about to rise. Suji slowly embraced Medusa in his arms and pointed to a lush rose in the distance. Look at this. 10,000 times acceleration. Voila, the rose quickly bloomed, and the extremely beautiful flowers withered and returned to the earth. Then, the cycle of life began. Within the withered black soil, sprouts emerged one after another. Branches grew out and flower buds emerged, blooming once again. In just a short period of time, those plants actually multiplied for countless generations, vaguely beginning to differentiate, and completely different plants appeared. Some became as huge as a tree, some became colorful, and some grew spikes. A plant is actually starting to differentiate into different forms. Medusa's entire body trembled, and she almost collapsed into the arms of the god of creation. She looked at the scene in front of her in shock. This was too beautiful, and she was almost intoxicated. This was an unbelievable scene, and it was the realm of truth that she had yearned for even in her dreams. It turns out that I am such a joke. It's not a battle of brute force, so we can't fight at all. We're not from the same dimension. No matter how weak we are, as long as we can grasp the power of the natural order, no one can defeat it. In the face of such a vast existence, I actually still have such bold thoughts. We can't understand such an existence at all. Medusa's entire body trembled. Suji's arms were soft, like a living person. It was as if he was really hugging a 1.6-meter-tall goddess, Medusa. He could not help but admire Medusa. She had already walked out of her own Cthulhu evil god and was now a true giant evil god life form. Seeing Medusa in a daze, he took the opportunity to rub Medusa's hair in his arms and secretly asked the subbrain to take a few screenshots. He took the opportunity to hug Medusa. Of course, it was not for anything else, but to test the evil god's current completion rate and progress. It turned out that after hundreds of years of reproduction, the evil god was already like a living person. Its skin and flesh had perfectly fused together, and there was no way to tell that it was a composite life form. If it did not enter that combat form, it would still look like a normal creature. Great god of creation. Medusa's entire body trembled, and she spoke incoherently. She had already lost her mind in panic. We are all your people, the world. Suji laughed and slowly interrupted her words. Everything in the world is my people. To be able to reach this step in this barren world, it has not been easy for all of you. Voila. Suji stretched out his hand. A weak mental force floated. In that flower field, one of the largest roses, comparable to a large tree, gently fell into his palm. It was as thick as a chopstick, and Suji inserted it into her head like a hairpin. It was beautiful and aesthetically pleasing. This flower is my gift to you. The birth and death of life will all unfold from here. Suji did not stop the 10,000 times acceleration of this rose. Instead, he handed this rose to Medusa's hand. This could be considered as a spur of the moment. After all, even the idiotic players in the sand table could take advantage of this 10,000 times flow rate and use spores to produce all kinds of potential species. If Suji gave Medusa a flower that was constantly evolving, it might bring him a nice surprise. Of course, 10,000 times the flow of time was not unlimited. When a species with potential appeared, Suji felt that it was about time to stop the flow of evolution. After all, this was the power of the Zerg Queen, and he was only temporarily borrowing her power to deduce a species of life. After a long time, Medusa recovered from the strange and dazzling world. She silently stroked the flowers on her head, revealing a touch of excitement. All the confusion in her heart about the road ahead suddenly seemed to open up. She was about to say something when she found that the god of creation was standing in the mountain range again, saying, "Phoenix, come out with me, I will take you to another space-time." Voila! The phoenix soared into the sky. It was hiding in the mud, so how could it not see this terrifying scene, this terrifying existence? Just by descending into this world, the rules of the world have changed. The god of creation, the phoenix, seems to have seen it before. Thousands of years ago, it seemed to be born in a hot world. When it opened its eyes, it saw this incomparably vast giant. At that time, it seemed to have been taken out of a strange tray. The phoenix quickly flew out and hid in front of him, shivering. Suji said, "Restrain your aura and the flames all over your body." The phoenix did as he was told. "It's still too hot." Suji thought for a moment and felt that it was too hot, so he lightly touched it with his finger. Voila, under Medusa's dull and numb gaze. The demigod phoenix quickly grew up, past its prime, aged, and finally died. Reborn from the flames, it once again became a bright red phoenix egg. The inside of the egg glowed with a fiery red light, as if it was breathing a powerful life. Suji took out the can of beer from the pocket of his black slacks and put the phoenix egg inside. He turned around and strode away. It's finally done. Artificial intelligence, restore the flow of time. When Suji walked out of the sand table, the time in the sand table behind him returned to normal. Boom, the world became faster, turning into a series of afterimages. In our world, time is actually, on the ground. The remaining wizards were cleaning up the ruins. They looked up in a daze. Some wizards with keen mental power clearly felt this. They vaguely sensed that something had descended, and the time of the world had changed. Then, it left. This was the wizard era with a mature system, not the simple ancient city-state era of Gilgamesh. Naturally, they could clearly sense everything. Something incredible had happened. Whoosh. Ripples spread across the sea. The god of creation has left. The distorted time and space of our world has been restored. Medusa stroked the bright red flower on her head, revealing a bright smile. She strode forward again and sank into the deep sea. Her huge and majestic body slowly hugged her knees and bowed her head. She was like a newborn fetus curled up in the depths of the sea. But she was too huge. Her height had even surpassed the depth of the sea. Just by standing straight, half of her head would appear on the surface of the sea. The entire vast sea was already a small pond for her. Medusa, Ermin's voice was trembling. She had been secretly watching from afar. She did not expect this scene at all. She thought that facing such an invitation to compete would be a kind of provocation and blasphemy to the god of creation. She did not expect him to be so tolerant. Or perhaps, she should have thought of this earlier. In the ancient era, when the world was just created, the god of creation still satisfied Gilgamesh's 3 questions. He is too gentle, too kind. We are all his people. Ermin suddenly smiled. Ermin was very envious of Medusa. She saw the truth beside the god of creation. She risked her life to obtain opportunities. It was natural. If it had been Ermin, she would not have had the guts to go over. Not just anyone, but someone as crazy as Medusa. Creator. A trace of gentleness flashed across Medusa's eyes. She chose to place the rose on her head into Ermin's underworld. Reproduce inside. This is the flower of origin of life. It is also the first creature in this underworld. The small space in the underworld earth was filled with a lot of soil and air. There were also countless skeletons on the ground, mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Even the soil was dyed red, causing the soil to turn dark red. A rose was planted on the bright red ground. Soon, it grew at a visible speed, scattering pollen, reproducing, and rapidly withering. Gradually, the flowers bloomed all over the underworld. The mountains and plains were filled with beautiful flowers. Ermin felt like she was in a sea of flowers. Her eyes moved as she was intoxicated by this world. She praised loudly, "Ah! What a wonderful world! Can I say that the Creator is adding a touch of color to our empty underworld? It is our merit that has been recognized by the great Creator, just like Gilgamesh in the past." Medusa saw this scene and slowly closed her eyes. "Flower of death, this is your gift to me. O great Creator! Medusa wants to see you again. Can I descend into your world?" In a small space with no outsiders. Ermin was like a naive and romantic little girl, running around in a sea of bright red roses. Day after day, she seemed to have gradually forgotten that she used to be the wizard monarch emperor. She no longer needed to maintain her dignity in front of anyone. She could be herself again. She could clearly feel that this flower was growing rapidly. Metamorphosis, death, at an extremely terrifying rate of life, reproduced generation after generation. Gradually, they completely adapted to this special land, turning into the unique netherworld plants of this land. An incredible flower, containing the truth of life in the world, has unlimited growth possibilities. Ermin revealed a pure smile. She gently broke a rose in the field and observed it carefully. This is a place where large swaths of blood-red roses are planted. It contains endless truth. Let's call it the truth field. But how can there be no water in a world? She suddenly stretched out her white arm and pulled, opening a gap in the space, letting the snow-white fountain-like seawater rush in. Ermin floated in the sky and gently drew a line. There must be a river. Boom, the power of the god flowed, the colorful light flashed, and the whole small world shook. On the ground at the entrance, there was actually a huge river channel. Countless amounts of seawater rushed into the river, carrying all kinds of fish that were jumping around in joy. Death is the sea of bitterness of life, death is the ultimate pain. My world can let mortals get rid of pain, but those who believe in me, worship me, after death, will enter the underworld, cross the sea of bitterness, and welcome a new life. This river is filled with countless dead souls from the wizard era who sacrificed their lives for the truth. The underworld river filled with the pain of death and hope for a new life is called Kakutas. Kakutas, in the language of the Aborigines of the otherworld, meant, the cry from afar, the river of pain. After the dead souls enter the underworld and cross the river of pain, they will reach the other side of the world of death, the field of truth. There were large patches of bright red roses planted here, brilliant and beautiful, like a village at the end of the tunnel, letting people see the beauty and purity of this world of death. There must be good and evil. A clear and majestic rumbling sound reverberated throughout the entire world. After the field of truth, it should be divided into two sides. People should be rewarded and punished for their actions in life. As a wizard monarch emperor, Ermin naturally had the experience of governing the world. She gently waved her hand. I say, after the field of truth, is the Erebus of the fork in life, the dead will be divided into good and evil here, walking to the two sides. Those who are kind, humble, and harmonious, will walk to the Elysium of happiness. Those who are tyrannical, arrogant, and evil, will walk to the Tartarus of pain. Crack, suddenly, a huge rose that was as large as a giant tree flew from the sky and fell to the ground. The beautiful rose quickly turned into sawdust, turning into a simple gray wooden sign, full of delicate rose patterns, exuding a quaint Western charm. It was erected at the fork in the road, with the words Erebus written on it, leading to two completely different paths. After the river Styx, was the field of truth, the fork in life, the place of happiness, and the place of pain. The whole underworld is like a person's life. Ermin thought for a moment, and laughed. The sea of bitterness is like wandering in the mother's belly, the garden of truth is like the birth of a new life, seeing the beauty of the world, and then people will meet the Erebus of the fork in life, walking to the two sides of fate. At this moment, the basic style of the entire underworld was completely formed. Although it was only 200 cubic meters, as a level 8 god, with the help of the space magic box to meditate and expand the inner space, the magic box would soon reach the epic realm, coming to an environment of 2,000 cubic meters. By the time he was done, it was already dark. Suji walked into the house and took off the blue shoe covers that were covered in mud. He tossed them into the trash can and stretched lazily. Then, he placed the can containing the phoenix egg in the living room. The phoenix has already turned back into an egg. It will take a long time for it to hatch. Suji was not afraid that it would run away. At this normal flow rate, the eggshell would not break for at least 10 days. Moreover, it was still in the embryonic stage, so it could not sense what was happening outside. In fact, after the phoenix was reborn, it became a phoenix egg and was extremely fragile for 10 days. Therefore, it had to hide in an extremely secret place before it could be reborn. After a busy day, I went to the zoo, went to the sand table to pick up the phoenix egg, and even chatted with Medusa about life's ideals. Every extinction of life is exhausting, and the sky is already dark. As for the rest of the things, I'll leave it for tomorrow to open up a new world. Suji's life was quite regulated. As the creator, he worked at sunrise and rested at sunset. He had already picked up the phoenix and obtained the monkey's blood. He had all the basic materials for creating a new world, so he was not in a hurry. Let's go take a shower. He quickly began to look for a change of clothes. After a day of exhaustion, he felt refreshed after taking a shower in the bathroom. Taking a shower really eliminates fatigue and refreshes my spirit. Suji only wore a pair of shorts. He went to the kitchen and directly picked up the can containing the phoenix egg. He turned on the tap and poured some water over the flame of the gas stove. I'll also help you take a shower. You've been soaking in the mud for hundreds of years. It's really not easy to take a comfortable hot bath. Moreover, the hot water will also speed up your incubation. After saying that, he threw a few tea leaves into the water. After a while, Suji took a sip of the phoenix's bathwater with satisfaction. The sweet and delicious taste flowed into his throat from the can. It was simply wonderful. After a day of tiring work, drinking a sip of hot tea was simply one of life's greatest blessings. This is probably a 1,000-year-old phoenix spirit tea. It's full of spiritual energy, a rare occurrence in 1,000 years. As a foodie, Suji especially liked to drink tea. Although he knew this was not good, he still could not help but feel restless. After all, this was a rare opportunity. It would be a pity if he did not take the opportunity to turn it into an egg and taste its taste. From the taste of your bathwater, your body odor is still very strong. If I want to thoroughly wash you, I'll have to soak it overnight. Suji could not help but take out a huge pot that he had not used for a long time from his storage room. He placed the phoenix egg in the pot and covered it with a lid. He planned to simmer it over a low flame for the entire night in accordance with the Cantonese style. With such a big pot, I can probably drink it for a long time if I store it. Suji felt that his life was quite blissful. He went straight back to his room. It's so warm. The phoenix's consciousness was blurry. It felt as if it was wandering in a warm ocean outside. This warm feeling vaguely reminded him of the time when he was hiding in the mud and saw the god of creation slowly embracing Medusa. Pointing to the sky, the world stopped, and Medusa learned the truth of the world. That scene was really too beautiful, being embraced by the god of creation, being told the truth of the world by the high god. I believe that no matter which creature in the world, they will be extremely envious and looking forward to it, right? The phoenix's consciousness gradually became hazy. It felt like it was immersed in a warm ocean, as if it had returned to the scorching red environment where it was born. Its crisp and pure voice was suddenly full of happiness. Now, I am in the warm embrace of the god of creation like Medusa. Can I feel the embrace of God? The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. What a good sleep. Suji got up to brush his teeth and wash his face. He walked out of the bathroom and went to the kitchen. He scooped out the phoenix egg that had been stewing in the pot for the whole night with a steel spoon and put it in a can next to him. Then, he put the big pot of tea and the mineral water bottles that he had not lost over the past few days into the fridge. He planned to drink it slowly in the future. Phoenix spirit tea was in the fridge. Just thinking about it made him happy. After he finished dealing with other things, he went to the living room to consult the subbrain and asked about the situation in the sorcerer world. Another 50 years had passed in the sorcerer world. It seemed that it had gradually eased from the great extinction and began to reignite its vitality. However, the world still changed, and the sorcerers of the sorcerer world were about to go extinct. After all, the remaining sorcerers were basically level 1 or level 2 sorcerers. Their qualifications were not high, and they could not live for long. There was no new generation of sorcerers, so it was natural. Suji looked at the photo of himself and Medusa, and his voice became calm. Cthulhu's polymerized biological system has been developed very well. In the future, this big stupid bird in my orchard will gradually become a real creature. As for making this hybrid creature give birth to overall intelligence, it would be a bit difficult. After all, Medusa's appearance was very coincidental, so Suji paid great attention to it. And that flower. How can the new world not have new creatures? I still have to push it forward, and the environment of the underworld will be completely formed. Suji was still looking forward to the appearance of the underworld. After all, a high-energy extraordinary world, separated from the barren environment on Earth, was the most valuable treasure. After looking at the sorcerer world that was about to go extinct, Suji no longer cared about it. Did the subbrain of wisdom, the sorcerer community, open at 6:30 this morning? A mechanical voice came. It has opened. Look at what they have developed. Suji's eyes flashed, looked at the land, and could not help but be shocked. These animals, how long has it been? Buildings rose from the ground, square, arena, summoner's canyon, everything that should be there. They also established their own community system, a community committee, which was held by 100 people. As for the method of screening, the management committee, online PK, the strongest 100 people, simple and crude to the extreme. These 100 people were responsible for the planning, security, and development of the ultra-small sorcerer community city. The streets were already full of modern atmosphere, and even mud shops had appeared, with billboards and embedded advertisements, which read XX Treasure of Kidney. Everyone said it was good after using it. Now sell 3 bottles and get 1 free. All kinds of advertisements. Among them, there was also a movie poster. My Mediterranean Sea can't be so bald on the cover of the big poster. Monarch Ermine was signing ermine on the smooth head of a bald bird. This movie comes from the growth of the magical beast Mediterranean ahoy bird, Emperor Ermine, the Church of Light, the evil god Cthulhu. What kind of sparks will there be? On July 13th, all the major cinemas in the country at the same time. The real epic light and shadow special effects, not to be missed. Suji? This little bitch, how long has it been? 2 days. What had happened in the outside world? This idiot player actually had such a plot long ago, and secretly kept taking screenshots, planning to make a big movie after it came out. Although the 100 years of life were condensed into more than an hour of playing time, only part of the life could be recorded. Who knew how many screenshots would be needed to make a smooth picture? I'm afraid that when the time comes, it will be a twitching picture, and I'll have to blink to redo the frame. In fact, Suji was not very optimistic, but this creative idea could be considered as a free promotional video for him, attracting more players to join in. But he was still a little dissatisfied. It's just that the name of this movie is not very good. As a promotional video, it will expose the truth of the game. He didn't care too much about it. He looked around and found many shops on the Ant Street. Beauty meditation training consultation room. Werewolf killing game room. Happy landlord. China mahjong. Go room. Blind date corner. The entertainment value was off the charts. As long as there was creativity, there would be endless possibilities. These animals even thought the place was too small and dug holes underground. Basement 1, Basement 2, they were completely shameless. Luckily, Suji had limited the area underground like the other sand tables. Otherwise, with the excitement of these animals, with the help of the wizard's body, and the mining style of Minecraft, they could easily dig magma out of the ground. To be honest, the planning of the environment was very complete. There might even be professional architects working on it. It was only open for one morning, and everyone was already working on it. Of course, it was also because of the time flow. It's fine if you guys set up a game room and a shop, but you're also taking on advertisements to make money. Suji thought these animals were too lawless. How dare they take advantage of him? I'll have to warn them. Suji thought it was time to teach these lawless people a lesson. They opened a meditation sandbox and didn't think about meditation all day long, only about making money. However, he continued to look at the forum and realized that the money the neighborhood committee received from advertising was all used for activities, competitions, enrichment of the community, and publicity. For example, they were planning to hold the first Wizard Challenge tournament and use the advertising money as the prize money. They're even holding a fighting competition? Summoner's Canyon ranking tournament? Forget it, let them entertain themselves. Since it's a competition, they need to cultivate and meditate crazily. I just need to meditate. Suji thought for a moment, then scrolled through the forums to see what they were doing. He found that they were planning to make their own currency. The branch under Spore Evolution was the newly opened Wizard Community Forum. Ha ha ha. There's so much freedom. Game GM, map design, NPC patrolling, we players have to do it ourselves. It's like a small society, but we can't do it without money. Let's make coins. Happy, how? There's only sand here. Wait for the fire magus to appear. Everyone, hurry up and train. Once you become a rank 3 magus, you'll be able to melt sand and create currency. Then, what is money called? Since it's made of sand, let's call them sand coins. Alright. Everyone nodded and exclaimed that this idea was feasible. After all, it was impossible to live in a community without currency. Then, someone in the forum couldn't help but complain. We are wizards, and they only give us meditation? No weapons, robes, or staffs? Summoner's Canyon was a fighting arena. Without personal equipment, how could one play the game? The fun is greatly reduced. That's right. It's fine if you don't have anything else, but you don't even have the core weapon, the magic staff. Yes, I don't even have the materials to make alchemy weapons. I want to make a staff. Tears streaming down his face, Suji only took a glance. Sure enough, when the public beta opened, he found many problems. Yes, we have to create a virtual currency. He thought for a moment, and a notice appeared in the wizard community. Currency system will be activated in this game. Currency exchange can be seen in the player stats window. For every hour of meditation, you will receive 1 meditation coin. Meditation coins can be used to exchange for alchemy materials. This notice instantly caused an uproar. You can only get money by meditating? 1 hour, and only 1 coin? Countless people had tears streaming down their faces. It seemed like this game really didn't care about anything else. It was only for the sake of their health. Suji felt that it was fine. 1 meditation coin for 1 hour of meditation. They would definitely meditate to earn money. There might even be some people who would meditate crazily and then sell it. This currency system could also be used by their own chess rooms and various shops to make a profit. They could also buy alchemy materials from Suji and make their own equipment. What were the materials for wizards? They were the bones of some plants and giant beasts. As long as Suji opened the gene bank, he could use the spores of these creatures to reproduce and provide food. Soon, he would have a large amount of materials. It was a business with no capital. With the equipment system and currency exchange, they will probably be even more excited. Suji quietly made arrangements for them. This way, the matter of the new sand table wizard community was settled in a simple manner. He did not place much importance on this sand table to begin with. He only managed them when it was activated, but he did not bother with them after that. As long as they were responsible for helping Suji with his hack cultivation and silently raising the realm of the Rubik's Cube, it would be fine. Now, let's get down to business. I need to open a new world sand table and solve the problem of creation. Suji thought for a moment, and as usual, he came to the door of the courtyard and sat down on a chair. Damn, the god of creation is here. Watching the god of creation online. The life of the god of creation is so rich. This time, other than eating fruits, he even brought a cup of tea. Is there a hidden plot? Everyone, stop fooling around. We just came out from the body of the evil god, and there are many things to do. We're going to enter the sorcerer world and see what the post-apocalyptic era is like. In the evolution sand table, another group of strange creatures whispered to each other. However, Xue by Xue, Chiche of Mount Akina, and the others were not in the sand table. After all, they had lived in there for 100 or 200 years. It was impossible not to adjust their breath and change their mood. It was estimated that they would need to rest for about a month or 2 to recover. After all, as soon as they came back, they immediately evolved. No one could stand it. Of course, now, those people were not idle. Chiche of Mount Akina and the others now occasionally went to the wizard community for leisure, health, and relaxation. After all, the sand table was indeed relatively relaxing. Suji was too lazy to pay attention to these guys on the ground. He began to get down to business. He silently picked up the can and poured out the phoenix egg inside. It was crystal clear, and there was light flowing around it. The phoenix had already become an egg, but it did not burn his hand. There was also a strong fragrance of tea. Suji also did not intend to communicate with the phoenix in a modern room. After all, it was too revealing. After thinking about it, it was better to meet the phoenix in this spore evolution sand table. After all, this sand table was only 30 square meters. Although it was on a flat ground in front of the house, the sand table's range stopped at the chair in front of the door. The room behind the door could not be entered, so this place was just right. Not far away, a group of players began to chatter. What is he doing? I took out an egg. It looks so cool. It's golden and shiny. It's a food ingredient that can shine. Great appetite, is he going to eat tea egg? Funny, shoo. Hidden plot, I think we triggered the interlude animation. Sneak over. Suji looked down at the phoenix egg, and the cell division accelerated. In an instant, the entire phoenix egg hatched. A beautiful, fist-sized phoenix bathed in bright red flames soared into the sky. A group of little fellows quietly approached and instantly started shouting. F***CK. It's King Phoenix. It's the phoenix in the wizard world. I'm afraid the god of creation personally came to the wizard world and brought the phoenix out. Brought to the god of creation's dimensional yard, the main plot has been triggered. Take a screenshot. Go to the forum. Retract the flames, Suji said. God of creation. The phoenix stuttered in the wizard's native language. It was very nervous. When it thought that it might be in the arms of the god of creation yesterday, it felt very uneasy. I'm here to send you to another world and let you open a new world. Suji directly stated his goal. Let me open a new world? This generation of newborn phoenix trembled. The first day of the sorcerer community's open beta was already bustling with activity. Everyone was chatting and discussing, but now, there was a terrifying piece of news. A post title appeared: Frowny face not good. Phoenix of the sorcerer world has appeared in our dimensional court and is talking to the god of creation. The post content: today, the diplomatic ambassador of the sorcerer world, Phoenix, met the god of creation in the dimensional court. Both sides had a friendly meeting. Our reporter Haruko Loves Learning will be broadcasting live. This meeting was conducted in a cordial and friendly atmosphere. Phoenix expressed that the Cthulhu evil god has seriously invaded our world's territory and strongly condemned it. She also requested that the Cthulhu evil god's murderers be handed over to appease the common people. Regarding the Cthulhu evil god's atrocities, the god of creation expressed deep sympathy during the meeting and agreed to hand over the Cthulhu evil god's red-named players to maintain friendly relations between both sides. During this period, the god of creation deeply apologizes to the people of the sorcerer world for the disaster and says that the sorcerer world's territory is sacred and inviolable. Haruko Loves Learning: in short, you guys are dead. Phoenix had come to complain to her parents. Red players of the Cthulhu evil god, your accounts are gone. Who asked you to destroy the sorcerer world civilization? Dripping blood knife, everyone was shocked. The sorcerer civilization was destroyed, and they were quite sad. Did the master come to find them? We didn't do it, we're allies. Of course, everyone started to feel that something was wrong. Why do I feel like you're talking nonsense? Originally, at this time, many people had not logged into the sand table world, but with this, they all went online. You want me to open a new world? In the 30 square meter sand table, Phoenix fell into a daze. It did not expect the god of creation to take it away from its original world for this reason. It was simply unimaginable. But, is it possible for me to open a new world? Phoenix trembled all over, her mind blank. She could not help but start to inspect the surrounding environment. This was not a large space. Countless primitive life forms, plants, and animals were multiplying on the ground. On the ground, there was also a group of small, oddly shaped life forms, watching its arrival in groups of 2s and 3s. The phoenix had never seen such strange life forms. Black mud with 8 tentacles and walking trees. Moreover, from their discussions and whispers, it could be seen that they possessed intelligence. Brothers! Everyone line up properly, don't push. F***CK. I was eating when I suddenly got online. Aren't you going to say it? Be civilized. Quickly sit down and watch. Don't embarrass us. It is very likely that the two leaders will have a discussion about the Cthulhu incident. It's not about that. I just heard a part of it. It seems that the god of creation is going to create a new world and wants the phoenix to go to that new world. What? Their expressions quickly turned serious, and they chopped wood on the spot to create chairs. In an instant, it was like an open-air theater. Countless chairs were set up, and strange creatures sat on the small chairs. Everyone, stop fooling around. Those who understand the native language of the Magi, please translate the animation for everyone. Thank you. They sat in rows in an orderly manner as if they were watching a movie. They planned to use this more comfortable way to watch the CG animation of the main plot. Phoenix? What a strange creature. Phoenix felt that it was inconceivable, and suddenly discovered an even more terrifying point. The life in this world was deducing and evolving at an extremely incredible speed. It looked at the seawater not far away. Extremely curious marine creatures were slowly crawling out of the sea. In a short period of time, they had achieved the evolution of marine animals to land animals. As they crawled to land, their mouths were full of incomprehensible language. Brothers, don't dawdle. Quickly go ashore. I heard that the phoenix is coming. The main plot has begun. Let's grab a seat. Together. I want to watch from the front row. Phoenix naturally could not understand these words. It just felt a little familiar. It looked at a forest again. It was a strange longworm creature. It slowly began to grow wings and flew into the sky with difficulty. Fortunately, we finally caught up. It's not as good as looking down from above. Phoenix could not help but be shocked. What a terrible world this is. All life is evolving and advancing crazily, just like the flower that was handed to Medusa. Suji looked at them. This group of little bitches, they still know how to sit in rows and watch the plot. Do you think that if you pretend to be honest, I won't do anything to you? Suji let them appear only to let Phoenix see the evolution here. After showing his face, of course, he did not need them. Suji waved his hand. The fluctuation of witchcraft came, and a wind quickly blew. Boom. The wind swept, and these little ants were instantly swept away with the chairs. Of course, the witchcraft that Suji mastered was not proficient. He just casually blew away the ants. The real way to deal with them was still simple. The Great Drop Spell. Boom, the player's vision instantly turned black. F***ck. Blown away, it's a black screen again. I told you Civilization to watch the interlude animation of the main plot and obediently sit on the bench. In the end, all of you are messing around. Can't you just be a quiet handsome man for a while? It's not us. It's a bastard. I saw it wanted to take the opportunity to sneak up and pull the phoenix's feathers. It's definitely not me. It must be the one who secretly took the opportunity to climb the god of creation's thigh. Innocent little eyes, damn, this game is too realistic. If the god of creation is angered, even the main plot can be dropped. Then, what exactly happened? Suji felt that his ears were a lot quieter. He lowered his head and laughed softly. He said calmly, this is the origin of all things. In the interlayer between dimensions, all life evolved rapidly here. Life in various worlds began here. Phoenix was in disbelief. This was the supreme place of all things, the origin of all worlds. It felt that it had come into contact with the supreme rules, the cause of the world. Phoenix could not help but tremble. I was also born from here? Yes, no life is an exception. You are the same. Suji smiled and took a sip of tea. You were born in the 280-degree oven here. I want you to guide the birth of a new world. Suji sat calmly on the chair and looked at the motionless phoenix under his feet. It's a space full of soil. I need you to burn the entire world, melt it, and forge it into a vast and boundless world of soil. That will be your world. My world? Phoenix trembled. The god of creation saw that I was too pitiful and gave me a world. It suddenly felt wrapped in great happiness, just like how it felt in the warm ocean last night. Yes, it's a gift for you. How do you dig 100 acres of land underground? Suji could not use excavators. Of course, he could only melt it with high temperature to make a space underground. And the only one who could do all this was the phoenix. However, burning 100 acres of underground space seemed a little big. Suji said again, you will become the god of sun of that world, giving sunlight to all things. God of the sun, am I comparable to the sun in the sky? At this moment, the phoenix was completely wrapped in happiness. It had suffered an extremely miserable life in the wizard world. Those terrible guys not only drove it out of the desert, left the parasol tree where it lived, but also hunted it everywhere. What did it do wrong? It had always lived in the desert and had never hurt humans. But it hid in the mud, at the bottom of the ocean, in caves, and could not escape. In that world, it had no place to stay. In its not-so-smart intelligence, it did not understand the reason at all. But now, the god of creation saw that it was pitiful. Not only did he bring it away from the land of disaster, but he also wanted to give it a whole world. Suji's body emitted a light that was difficult to see clearly. His voice was vast and distant. Phoenix, you were originally a god. Born in endless flames, born holy, but fell into the mortal world. After 1,000 years, 7 trials of death and suffering. But you also deserve this trial. Suji said softly, today, I will bring you back and let you become the god of the sun of that world. When you nourish all things and have great merit for all things in the world, it will be the time for you to become a god. The phoenix respectfully crawled under the chair of the god of creation. Listening to the voice of the god of creation, it suddenly revealed an incredible surprise. Become a god, just like Ermin, he wanted to become a great and terrifying god. There was no creature that did not want to become such a vast life. In fact, it yearned for it more than any other life. All the pain I have suffered, were they all experiences in the mortal world? It was gifted. Every time it died and was reborn, its strength would change qualitatively. A long time ago, at the end of the alchemy era, it was already a demigod, but it had been stuck there. Later, it watched helplessly as humans broke through to demigod, surpassed it, and came to hurt it. There were even people who broke through to demigod and became gods. Great God of creation, I am willing. I am willing. I am willing to become the sun of a world. To shine on all things and nourish the entire earth. The phoenix's voice was crisp and sweet, like the sound of nature. It was originally extremely gentle, but now it was almost trembling with excitement. Suji sat on the chair and looked at the phoenix crawling below. He was not lying. After all, if it was given a huge underground world, it would indeed have the opportunity to become a god. The birth of a new world would often go through countless extinctions of species, and Suji could only absorb 30% of the energy of death, the remaining 70% would dissipate into the world. The Zerg had a pyramid system. The various Zerg heroes and upper echelons of the Zerg could naturally absorb the powers of the lower echelons. It was up to them how much they could convert. In the new world, there was the energy to extinguish all life forms, as well as the intelligent humans that created the inner space. The opportunity was right there, whether or not it could succeed depended on itself. In fact, what Suji was most interested in now were Medusa and the Phoenix. Right now, Medusa's potential was the highest. After all, she had seized the body of the evil god Cthulhu and possessed 4 heaven-defying genes. As for the Phoenix, although it had 3 ordinary fire genetic talents and only 1 heaven-defying genetic talent, it was still a quadruple gene. They didn't have any barriers between realms. Even if they were in the 2 unknown realms after deity, they didn't have to worry about igniting the 2nd and 3rd divine flames. As for Ermin, she was originally a 1-gene life form. After igniting the divine flame and fusing the 2nd gene, she became a god. Now, she was only a 2-gene life form even though she had already become a soul. Ermin had broken through to a 3-gene life form? Would she be able to walk out of the next unprecedented realm? This was still a distant unknown. Phoenix, I will send you to another world. Suji looked at the phoenix and lightly tapped it. There is no need to be too anxious. Slowly open up everything and nurture all things. As an immortal life form, you have endless time. Suji extended his hand and tapped it. Voila, as the phoenix trembled, its cells rapidly divided and rapidly transformed into a bright red phoenix egg. Suji took out a can and put the phoenix inside. He then turned and left. Finally done. Let those fellows come online. Bang, all of a sudden, the players on the forum came online and saw that the chairs were empty. Everyone had question marks on their faces. F***ck. The meeting between the Phoenix and the god of creation had ended. What agreement had they reached? What friendly negotiation? We actually missed the main plot. Another new world in the universe. One by one, they beat their chests and stomped their feet. The second largest sand table world, Suji's budget, was located directly under the 100-acre sand table. The predetermined environment was also 100-acre. In order to prevent the huge underground world from collapsing, the 2 worlds had to be separated by a distance of 10 meters of soil. It was a loose-shaped structure. But where was the entrance? Suji planned to create a diagonal entrance. Under his storage room, there was a cellar that was originally used to store lychees. The cellar was dug into an underground warehouse tunnel that could lead to the door to the other world. From the storage room cellar, I'll come to the bottom of the big wizard's sand table. That's just right. Suji rolled up his sleeves, picked up a shovel, and slowly began to dig. He had improved too quickly, advancing 2 realms in one go. His current level of level 4 sorcery had not kept up, and he did not dare to use the war air hammer. After all, it would cause a huge commotion and could easily collapse the house. There's still a long way to go. I'm a dignified level 4 magus, and yet I'm digging a hole with a shovel. Shovel after shovel, he dug out a tunnel. Then, he took pieces of wooden planks and placed them above his head, and used wooden sticks to support the planks to prevent the sand from collapsing. This tunnel was extremely simple, but when he became stronger, he could use fire spells to forge the entire underground tunnel into stone walls. After 2 hours, Suji finally dug out a tunnel that was 10 meters deep. After digging for a while, he fiercely stuffed the phoenix egg into the soil and buried it again. Then, he turned around and left. A new world is about to open from the chaos and darkness. Hua. In the next second, the cell division sped up, and the entire phoenix egg hatched. Where am I? This egg seemed to be wrapped in endless darkness. The entire egg seemed to be nurturing chaos, possessing a powerful energy. Slowly, the eggshell cracked. The phoenix opened its eyes, and all it saw was darkness. There was no sunlight in this world, and it was surrounded by endless darkness and chaos. Xianxia. It let out a loud and clear phoenix cry. Suddenly, endless bright red light blossomed, and a blurry figure of the divine bird appeared in the rolling flames, blooming the first ray of light for this dark world that had yet to be opened. Boom, the world was created. Accompanied by bright yellow flames, the world was torn apart from the darkness. The surroundings began to melt slowly, turning red, and even began to turn into boiling lava. The sky and the ground were being melted, inch by inch, as if the world was being forcibly opened. This moment was imprinted into eternity, and people thousands of years later would record this scene in myths and legends. Ancient gods recorded, in the dark, the world was as chaotic as a chicken's egg. The sun god was born in the egg, and after experiencing the 7 tribulations of mixed elements, he was ordered to descend into this world to open the sky. With a roar of anger, he divided the world, burned the sky, and burned the earth. The sky was 10 feet high, and the earth was 10 feet thick. Digging chicken, it's activated. Suji sat at the top of the soil at the entrance of the tunnel like a supervisor. He wore a pair of black goggles used for welding to prevent himself from being blinded by the light. He lowered his head and looked at everything silently. Dig out the whole world, dig out a great spacetime, and dig out a vast future. It's all up to you. The environment of this space was like the shape of a crater. The phoenix was near the top of the sand table, so it could only dig down. Suji sat outside the sand table, which was the edge of the tunnel entrance, and looked down at everything. Moreover, the phoenix's range of activity was 100 acres. Just like the sand table before, it could not go out of the range limit. It can't melt anymore when it reaches the border. It can only continue to melt the soil in another direction. Suji thought about it. The walls of such a high-temperature casting space must be very strong. This piece of land was 100 acres high. It was still 6 meters up and down in the sorcerer world, which was 12 meters high. The shape of the underground was equivalent to a huge flat plate. And a phoenix the size of a fist melting 100 acres was destined to be a long work, but at the speed of 100 years a day, it would still make rapid progress. Open up a world. At this moment, the phoenix was still burning the surrounding space, and the surroundings gradually melted. Although the world's height was set at 12 meters, giving enough space, the reality was very harsh. As the soil on both sides continued to melt, it gradually became solid, and the density increased. However, when it melted to a height of more than 3 meters, it began to become difficult to expand. This height was equivalent to the height of 2 giants that were tens of thousands of meters tall. The phoenix took a deep breath, and said in a crisp voice, "Too short. Splitting heaven and earth, just the height of the sky and earth, is it so difficult?" In a short time, it gave up on expanding the height of the sky and began to melt in all directions. Soon, a short hour passed, equivalent to 4 years in the phoenix's world. It had melted an acre of space, and gradually slowed down to rest. Seeing this scene, Suji sat on a high place, put down his phone that was browsing the forum, and frowned. The phoenix is exhausted. Although it is a demigod, the workload is still too much. This kind of melting soil needs to be maintained at a temperature of at least 1,200 degrees Celsius. I need to replenish my energy with food. Suji stood at the entrance of the underground tunnel. He picked up a bag of rice and scattered it on the ground. Whoosh! The rice fell to the ground. An hour had passed, and the ground closest to the entrance had gradually solidified. However, the rice grains were still easily cooked, and the fragrance of rice wafted through the air. God's food, the phoenix immediately smelled it and quickly rushed over. Suji thought about it. Rice alone was not enough. It was not nutritious enough. He threw down a lot of dog food prepared for the Rubik's Cube and sprinkled it. It was instantly cooked by the remaining heat, exuding a strong fragrance of dog food. After the phoenix finished eating, Suji picked up the water pipe that he had prepared for a long time, turned on the faucet, and sprayed the water over that acre of land. Rumble, huge white flour fragments slowly covered the entire underground space. The solidification of the scorched ground made it so that there was almost no leakage. After a while, an underground pool was formed. This time, Suji was much more familiar. He directly took out the seawater element that he had bought and threw it down. Then, he turned on the faucet and turned the water into an ocean. Then, he ordered the nest subbrain. Throw in the spores. Accelerate the reproduction by 10,000 times. Boom, the phoenix looked at the earth-shattering splash and saw a scene that she would never forget in her entire life. In an instant, the phoenix melted a nest on the stone wall. It stood on the wall and looked at the water that filled the sky. A great flood descended from the sky. The formation of the ocean was actually done in an instant. And now, in this seawater, there seems to be all kinds of primordial life that are rapidly growing. Genesis, the phoenix murmured. It looked at the sky as if it wanted to look through the stone wall and see the existence of the God of creation. Is this the creation of the world? I have witnessed the true meaning of the world with my own eyes. One dimension after another, the heavens and the earth, the oceans, life, and land were all formed in an instant. Suji stood up and looked down. It has been thrown down. Now, we just need to wait for the ocean to slowly give birth to life, for the unique animals and plants of the underground world to appear. As for the remaining space, the phoenix, as the god of the sun, will also slowly expand the land. Although it was only an acre now, the phoenix would expand. Suji looked at the phoenix perched on the wall and slowly illuminated the ocean. He said calmly, with the phoenix providing light and heat as the sun, it will take at least a few days for marine animals and other life forms to appear. When all things grow and there are beasts on the ground, then the intelligent race of this world, the new humans, will be thrown in. After doing all this, Suji put aside this matter and let the phoenix develop on its own. After all, this was a rough world embryo. However, Suji did not expect that the sunlight provided by the phoenix would cause such a rapid evolution process. In just a day, plankton and simple marine plants appeared. This was because there was no day or night in this land. There was only the eternal warmth of the sun in the sky, nourishing all things. The phoenix's motherly love instantly overflowed. It had been guarding this ocean curiously, as if it was guarding a group of hatched babies. At this moment, the time flow of the phoenix was 1 day in 100 years in a normal wizard's sand table, but the time flow of the spores was 1 day in 10,000 years. The phoenix had always been indifferent and aloof. Even in the wizard world, it never destroyed anything. It only wanted to wait quietly. But now, how it wished that there was someone it could talk to. It was quite excited at first, but this monotonous life as the sun had already passed for 100 years. Is this the loneliness of the sun god? In the eternal darkness of the sky, the dead sea, the empty and dark world. Every day, the phoenix would patrol along the ocean. After a week, it would be embedded in the stone wall in the sky, quietly watching the ocean on the ground as the sun. For countless years, it would frequently expand the land, and it had already expanded to 20 acres. Every time it expanded to a certain extent, a great flood would appear in the sky, replenishing and expanding the entire ocean. And when it ran to the open world next to it, the ocean still had a faint light shining. After all, this was almost a completely enclosed small space, and light and heat would be slowly refracted on the wall. The structure of this world is indeed different from our world. There are strange hard objects? It's somewhat similar to the legendary holy sword material. Gradually, it discovered that after it smelted the soil, there were actually some crystal-clear granular hard lumps. These hard particles emitted a metallic light, extremely beautiful. 10 meters underground was already considered relatively deep. Although it was not a mineral vein, under smelting, some metal pieces would still appear, not to mention such a large area of indiscriminate smelting. Soon, these particles were smelted by the bored phoenix, and the impurities were removed, turning into beautiful metal beads, decorating the sky. So beautiful. The phoenix looked at the bright and colorful beads in the sky, emitting a beautiful luster, and was immediately satisfied. This is the unique starry sky of our world. I am the sun. It laughed like a happy little girl and rose into the air, quickly embedding itself in the wall of the sky, in the center of these beautiful stars as the sun. And the spores were still evolving crazily. 100 years of Phoenix's time was already 10,000 years for them. On this day, the entire ocean suddenly changed from a turbid plankton species to a rotten one, ushering in a qualitative change. There began to be colorful marine plants, turning into an ocean of life. In the sky, there was a golden sun, and the sky was inlaid with colorful rainbows and stars. Below, there was the sea, which was bathed in golden light. Extremely flourishing plants grew on the surface of the sea and slowly floated about. What a beautiful world! When the phoenix rose as the sun, it was a fiery red sun, and in the middle of the flames, there was a hazy golden divine bird flickering. It began to fly across the vast ocean, and the golden tail behind it was like a comet, and the endless fine dust of the flames shone in the sky. Finally born, life. It looked down at the ocean, and patches of plants slowly rose, multiplied, and died. That was the ultimate beauty of life. Is this the myriad things that I nourish? My children. The phoenix exclaimed from the sky, and couldn't help but slowly descend, affectionately loving these cute little lives, its eyes flowing with endless love, as if it was about to be intoxicated. It stood aloof from worldly affairs, and perhaps this was the life that it wanted. The Creator had given it everything that it had dreamed of, and it began to feel that its boring life of waiting for 100 years had been rewarded, and it was also intoxicated by such brilliant and beautiful life. As the sun, it had endless life on earth to love, and how wonderful it was. Little cuties, let me look at you. It had been alone for 100 years, and now it couldn't suppress the excitement in its heart. This sun in the sky finally couldn't help but approach the ocean of life, and it wanted to carefully observe the little lives in the ocean. The moment it descended and approached, the fiery red sun seemed to sink into the bottom of the sea, boom. Because of the scorching heat, the seawater instantly rippled, boiling, and evaporating. A large number of lives withered, turned gray, and finally burned. The species in the entire ocean were close to extinction. Because of its mistake and urgency, this world's first species extinction was born. I destroyed them. Woo-woo. The phoenix was actually sobbing, choking with sobs. It quickly flapped its wings and soared into the sky. I gave them life, but I can't be intimate with them. My flames will destroy the world. I can't extinguish the flames either. When I extinguish the flames and the light, the world will welcome the darkness and destruction. Loneliness and loneliness flashed in its heart, and it slowly flew away desolately. There's a life that survived? It suddenly felt some kind of fluctuation, and revealed a hint of joy, looking towards the dead ocean that was being burned. Countless lives were heading towards destruction, and a green lotus, which had survived the burning ocean, this great extinction of life, had shown an extremely terrifying resistance to fire, and it slowly took root in the burning hot soil, releasing a faint light. The only living thing that can get close to me. The phoenix was so excited that it carefully used its mental power to wrap up the green lotus flower. Then, it left the ocean with the green lotus flower. Very quickly, it discovered that this flower was different. The green lotus was extremely resistant to heat and could even survive on dry soil. It could not help but silently plant it in its sun palace and treat it as its pet. It talked and chatted with it every day. Phoenix, you're the Empyrean sun god. Suji saw this and did not know whether to laugh or cry. But after 100 years of boredom in that dead world, it's only natural for me to be happy that there's finally a living thing that can get close to me. The phoenix was simply too docile. It had inherited its ancestors' memories and personality. Generation after generation, it stood aloof from worldly affairs and did not have a murderous aura. It was completely unlike its ancestor, who wanted to send off the gods all day long. This sand table world is experiencing its first mass extinction. It's unexpected that it's happening so quickly. Suji pondered for a moment, but after experiencing the creation of the world once, he was used to it. After this mass extinction, the species in the ocean have withered, and it will take a day or two for them to recover. After the ocean recovered, the marine plants would have to climb onto land for all kinds of living things to appear. It'll take a few more days. Suji was not in a hurry. Even if the species went extinct a few more times, it did not matter. Species always had to be eliminated. After all, the phoenix was already a part of that world's natural environment. It was already the sun and could not withstand the changes of the sun. Naturally, it would go extinct. I've been busy for so long. After tricking the phoenix into creating a new sand table, I'm finally done. It's been a few days since I've seen the progress of the sorcerer world after the apocalypse. Suji could not help but return to the chair at the entrance of the courtyard. He took out the phoenix spirit tea from the fridge and drank a mouthful of it happily. It was even more refreshing after being chilled. In the 2 days that Suji was busy creating the new sand table, the sorcerer world had already slowly recovered from the apocalypse. The entire forum was bustling with activity once again amidst the mournful wails of the people who had ditched the main plot. After 200 years, the Book of Light of the Magus world had awakened. Xiao now scampered down the mountain. A certain animal insisted on lying to me, saying that he would only wake up after 100 years, and what happened in the end? 200 years. The cute girl wants to evolve into a dragon, endorsing a legendary web-based game. Someone already wants to become a chicken and cook it for the god of creation, confirmed. Akina Yamaguchi was also confused. Something's wrong. Medusa's research should have taken 7 or 8 years, with 100 years in between. Innocent little eyes, however, facts speak louder than words. Indeed, Medusa had spent 200 years to complete the research on the species that scared Cerebellum down the mountain. Suji took a sip of the phoenix spirit tea. It's because I entered the sand table and chatted with Medusa about life. I also adjusted the speed, causing her to spend a lot of time. After chatting with her, she immediately passed the 5 years of awakening and began to sleep. However, no matter what, it had been 2 days since Xiao now left the mountain, and he could finally enter the sand table again. The entire Spore Evolution Forum was filled with excitement. They wanted to see the world after the war. The appearance of the entire sorcerer world had indeed changed greatly. New Celestial Calendar Year 203. The world had returned from the supernatural to the ordinary, and people had gradually forgotten that incredible era. Currently, the two kingdoms were opposing each other. The Vidicmian kingdom and the Nefertus half-beastman kingdom. The two kingdoms were separated by the ancient Balzac mountain range of magical beasts, which was filled with danger and where countless magical beasts thrived. The old site of the Cthulhu Sorcerer Federation. Here, the mountains had collapsed, and the ground was full of cracks and ruins. Trees and moss grew tenaciously and crookedly, forming a strange crooked forest landscape. 200 years later, this fragmented land was no longer suitable for living. However, such a unique landscape still attracted countless tourists. Not far away was a small European-style dilapidated town with a medieval architectural style. There were many windmills spinning slowly on the farmhouse lawn, attracting many tourists every year. At this time, there was a tour guide leading a group of tourists sightseeing in the woods. She had smooth and white skin, bright and beautiful eyes, and blonde hair. She was wearing a blue noble girl's evening dress with a black noble long sword hanging on her waist. She looked valiant and heroic, which was also the reason why countless tourists signed up to see her. They passed through the landscape with difficulty and came to a monument in the center. The beautiful tour guide holding a small flag showed everyone around the cracked land. Back then, the great monarchs of the 3 great sorcerer kingdoms gathered the power of the world's sorcerers to fight against the evil god Cthulhu who came to our world. The entire land was destroyed. The capital collapsed. In the end, we built the underworld formation and opened the truth of the world, the gate to the underworld. We won a bitter victory. Even after 200 years, this land is still. They walked all the way with the tour guide's serious voice. In the incomparably huge monument, the names of thousands of sorcerer heroes were recorded, as well as their biographies. On the monument, only the sorcerers above level 5 from the 3 great kingdoms could be named. Many more. Unknown sorcerers had sacrificed their lives before they could remember their names. That catastrophe brought peace to our world today. But our civilization was also lost. The beautiful tour guide's voice was solemn as she walked step by step. He 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 he. A noble young man who was watching from the side laughed. How can a woman have such great power? Hundreds of years ago, a group of sorcerers used to rule our world in the Sorcerer Tower, schools, and academies? Yes, let's not talk about other things. Alchemy airships were often seen in the sky in that era. There was also the legendary Hanging Garden of Babylon, a huge flying city that could meet the gods in the sky. It was too exaggerated. What was even more exaggerated was the evil god Cthulhu. Countless human sorcerers built a city on his body? This kind of myth is too exaggerated. As long as you are a normal person, you will not believe that it really exists. The surrounding people were discussing and whispering. What's even funnier is that in the ancient Babylonian myth, orcs were the alchemy products of those evil witches on the mountain top. Oh my god. A little fat man with freckles made an extremely exaggerated movement, twisting his waist and looking very coquettish. Is this possible? Half-beastmen are clearly intelligent life forms just like us humans. They are even stronger and more perfect than us, combining the common advantages of humans and giant beasts. A soldier who had retired from the border couldn't help but say, half-beastmen have been harassing our human borders. Their appetite is huge and they have been robbing our border towns. A single half-beastman can destroy our houses. They can also communicate with giant beasts. Those terrifying giant beasts, as giant beasts of war, invade our country. The border is guarded by arrow towers, and many church knights with knight swords are there to resist the invasion. The surrounding people looked at each other. Everyone knew that the front line was in a critical situation. Also, the royal family of orcs, harpies, have terrifying venom. They are born to poison any life in the world. If it weren't for the fact that the royal family of orcs is rare and the two kingdoms are separated by the forest of magic beasts, we humans would have been extinct long ago. Within the crowd, there was a handsome, golden-haired nobleman with two knights beside him. His status was not simple at all, and he spoke in a gentle and calm voice. I've cultivated according to those sorcerer books. They're all fake and completely useless. On the contrary, the bard stories from that era are very interesting, but most of them have been lost. Only Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows are left. The stories before and after are all gone. There was a nobleman with a small beard, leaning on a black mahogany walking stick. He was very knowledgeable. But it is undeniable that it was an era that was developed to the point of being rotten. I heard that the brewing techniques of that era were very mature, and there were also tabletop games like Gwent. At that time, the popular phrase in the pubs was, "Don't say anything, let's play a round of Gwent." This made the pub culture at that time very passionate, but it has been lost. I have read the Travels of the Bards, it is very good. Some of the copies that have been passed down are made of unknown materials, and they are a little scary. But I already feel that the wizards in Harry Potter are very strong. Our wizards are so many times stronger than them? Impossible. A girl was even more intoxicated by the stories of that world. It is just a myth. Ancient Sumer's myth, ancient Babylon's myth, which one of them is not a myth? They could not help but talk about it, and there was a lot of discussion. As an ancient fairy tale, it was indeed marvelous. But in the crowd, there were also people who retorted with red faces. In this land, the wizards who pursued the truth in ancient times should have really existed, but it might not be so exaggerated. The power of the wizards could not be comparable to the gods. After all, it was too blasphemous to the gods in heaven. How could weak humans defeat the gods in heaven? They might just have some kind of special power. After all, many alchemy airships had been unearthed in the old site of the capital of the Three Kingdoms. Although they were all damaged, their huge size was not something that could be made by humans today. After everyone finished their discussion, they went to the next location. There were many statues and monuments of great people. The Three Witches. Ermin. Medusa. There was also the first Pope of Light, holding a book in his hand. The Church of Light was not famous in that era of wizards, but in the current Viticimia kingdom, the monarchical power was given by God. The Church of Light occupied a large part of the power, and even had the power to abolish the king, so naturally, the Pope was also one of the great people. Everyone, the history that the tour guide told us is real. A young man among the tourists couldn't help but say, wizards are a group of people who pursue the truth. They are very admirable. They give me endless knowledge and can move the whole world. They indeed have power comparable to the gods. What proof do you have? Blasphemer, don't say this in front of the clergy of the Church of Light. You will be burned to death by the Church of Light. The people laughed. I have proof. The young man pointed at the statue of the Pope of Light and said very seriously, because I am him. Ha ha ha. You dare say that you are the first Pope? That is a legendary figure. In the myth, he led the suffering people of that time to fight against the evil gods in a land full of disasters. Mercury, the goddess of wisdom. If the clergy of the Church of Light were here, you would be sent to the stake. The tourists, strong men, and nobles around couldn't help but say. Who said I am the Pope? Look carefully. The young man pointed again very seriously. I am the book in his hand. The Pope is actually a fool. He always says that Emperor Ermin is his wife, and he is almost beaten to death by us. Everyone, many people shook their heads. This was probably a madman. He even dared to spread rumors about the great Pope of Light. He was the legendary hero who founded the entire Church of Light and lived in epics. How could he be a pervert? Everyone laughed at him. On the other hand, the beautiful tour guide was shocked and looked at the young man blankly. Everyone thought that the Church of Light was as sacred and inviolable as the legends said. Only she knew how indecent it was. The Book of the Church of Light was actually a weird book full of filthy language. The Pope of Light hid in the basement all day and was a slovenly otaku. He studied the evil giant and always said that Emperor Ermin was his wife. The most ridiculous one was the chief judge of the magistrate. He almost never stayed in the Church of Light. He was hunted all day and rarely came back. He was holding a short staff and shouted that he was an idiot. Only the Saintess of Light was more serious. She cleaned up the mess of these troublemakers. The golden-haired tour guide sighed. However, it was these idiots who gathered in a small underground room and talked about it all day long. In the end, they saved the entire sorcerer world. After touring and visiting a few scenic spots, they excitedly formed groups and set off in the direction of the old farm, Windmill Town. They planned to check out the bars in the town. After all, the ale here was famous. It was said that it had a mellow flavor from the ancient Babylon era. After the enthusiastic tourists left, the young man who was talking nonsense quietly came to the tour guide. When we all became ancient history, the first Saintess of Light began to be a tour guide here and began to talk about our past. Linda's eyes trembled. You are. Linda's voice became hoarse. Her eyes were wet. The low-level sorcerers of the church who survived and followed her to clean up the mess had left one by one. After the decline of the sorcerer era, many of them made great achievements and even established new human kingdoms. They played an important role in history and made great achievements. Then, they left this world in front of their children and grandchildren. Linda's talent was not strong. She spent countless resources to become a level 5 sorcerer. She also used the blood of the phoenix to ignite the godly fire to live to this day. There was a lot of the blood of the phoenix back then. Most people used it. However, 200 years had passed. Although she still looked young and beautiful, she had less than 3 years to live. Her mind power had also completely aged and was only at the level of a level 2 sorcerer. She did not have much time left. But she still waited. It was only because of the page left behind at that time, wait for my return. 200 years, she still could not forget the rain of blood and the scene of the gigantic and majestic underworld gate towering in the sky. That book had once said that it would record everything, but in the end, it turned out that an entire era had changed with a single turn. Or perhaps, she had already gradually forgotten the promise she had made back then. In fact, she had long since known that it would not come true, but she still waited, because she did not know what to do. Everyone else had left this world, and only she was still alive. It's me. The youth had a complicated look in his eyes. After 200 years, I'm back. Linda's expression gradually became complicated. She looked at him quietly and choked with sobs, unable to speak. As the price for losing the evil god's body, Medusa has helped me take over a human's body. This is a surprise gift for me. He looked at the girl in front of him, walked forward, and gently half knelt down to kiss the back of her hand. Do you still want to take screenshots? Linda suddenly asked. All of a sudden, he was completely stunned. It really is you. Linda smiled softly and couldn't help but hold the young man in her arms. I just want to see if it's the real person. Every time you encounter something happy, you'll suddenly say that it's a screenshot, a screenshot. Linda's voice suddenly became extremely hoarse and trembled slightly. They don't believe it. They don't believe in our era. I don't know what to do. I feel like I'm the last person in this world. You're gone, the others are gone, and soon, I'll die too. I'll become the last dust in history, and no one will remember anything about us. All the familiarity is leaving us. Xianxia looked at the familiar statues and monuments. Those familiar names, their lives, voices, and appearances appeared in his mind one by one. Before they died, they cried, hesitated, and broke down, but they still jumped onto the altar without hesitation. He had become a hero in an ancient myth. Was it great? Was it pride, perhaps? But more than that, it was complicated. He also felt the greatness and cruelty of time. The countless heroes of that era, the tragic lives that they led without regard for their own safety, were all about to be buried in the past. In 200 years, the wizards had long gone extinct. For a human's lifespan of 30 to 40 years, 5 generations of rise and fall had passed. The long time was enough to erase all history. The wizards who pursued the truth were buried in the gears of history and were about to be crushed to pieces. Behind them, the young aristocrat suddenly rushed over with 2 night guards. He gently bowed and performed a knight's salute. You too, can I treat you to a drink? I'm very interested in your identities. Hundreds of years had passed. Linda had degenerated into a weak level 2 wizard, and Xianxia had even become an ordinary person. He did not notice the few young people hiding in the bushes nearby. Aren't you afraid that I'm a liar? I said it. We are characters who live in ancient myths and history. The young man laughed and said to Linda next to him, let's go. Linda waved her hand and used her spiritual power to shield them. A gentle breeze flashed past. The 2 slowly disappeared without a trace. It's a wizard. A legendary wizard. The first saintess. The legendary Book of Light in the hands of the first Pope of Light. The young aristocrat stood there in a daze and trembled all over. Ha 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 ha. He began to laugh, which gradually became louder and louder. Finally, it turned into a hearty laugh that echoed throughout the ancient ruins. I found it. I finally found it. In that ancient era, the legendary wizards that existed in history really did exist. We mortals can also possess earth-shattering power. The civilians did not understand. Only they believed in the terrifying traces left behind by the wizards. Everyone thought that the expensive metals used to make weapons were made from the hard bones of giant beasts and made using special technology from the central underground forging furnace. The forging technology of metals was the highest secret of the entire country. But when he was 8 years old, when Albert was still a child, dressed in the extravagant attire of a noble's palace, he saw the truth of the world that he would never be able to forget for the rest of his life. It was a terrifying and bizarre scene of neatly stacked black metal bricks and rows of sharp teeth, waiting to eat food and grow up. At that moment, he heard the words of the most powerful and majestic king in the world. My child, there was originally no metal in the world. It was the great creation of the ancient alchemy wizards. This is the truth of the world. Creating metals. Creating orcs, the ancient alchemy wizards were a group of people who pursued truth and knowledge. They were unbelievably powerful and mysterious. It had long been Albert's dream to become a wizard of the ancient civilization. A confidant next to him slowly stepped forward. Third Prince Albert, do you want to inform Earl Mitchell of this territory and then report to His Majesty? No need. Albert was silent for a moment. He picked up a red handkerchief and wiped his eyes. His voice slowly became calm. Inform the members of the Gwent Card Club. Let them all think of a way to come here. This is the illegitimate child of us high-ranking nobles, the biggest hope to rise. The world was becoming unfamiliar. After learning more, they realized that this land was not only home to the Church of the Goddess of Light, but also the Church of the Evernight Goddess. The Church of Light believed in the Goddess of Wisdom and Light Mercury, while the Church of the Evernight believed in the Dark Goddess of Death, Ermin. The founder of the Church of the Evernight was a group of remnant low-level wizards. Although the Church of the Evernight was not as powerful as the Church of Light, it still had a considerable influence in the dark. You mean, after all these years, no one has been able to fuse with the first bloodline? Xianxia was shocked when he heard this. The dozens of potions developed by the mature alchemy system to increase the probability of genetic bloodline fusion have completely disappeared? Without the bloodline compatibility potion to reduce the rejection, it meant that it was almost impossible to fuse the slime gene and harpies, unless a large number of lives were sacrificed as a foundation, like the 3 witches back then. It was already difficult for humans to become beastmen. This also meant that half-beastmen and humans had completely become 2 different races. Then in this world, half-beastmen have the physical advantage and become the rulers, and on this land, the dead who have just died will still receive Ermin's dead summon and head to the underworld in a daze. Now, the underworld is already inhabited by many dead souls. After a moment of silence, Xianxia no longer cared about this. He slowly knelt down and kissed the back of Linda's palm. The last witch in the world. Are you willing to become an evil witch for me and marry me? We no longer need to abide by the 3 ironclad laws of wizards. Okay. Linda's face was covered in tears. Linda only had 3 years left to live. The moment she died, Xianxia would also completely leave this time and be buried with her, ending his life. 3 days later, in a small town at the edge of the forest ruins, a windmill sat on the lawn. The sky was blue, and flocks of birds slowly flew past. In a somewhat old, tidy 2-story white building, a simple wedding was being held. Apart from the 2 of them, there were no other guests. After all, Linda had been in seclusion for so long that no one knew of her existence. This was a simple and plain wedding, with no spectators. Xianxia went down the mountain wearing a black dress, while Linda wore a white wedding gown, smiling brightly. The 2 of them looked at the auditorium quietly. The seats were empty, but it seemed to be filled with distinguished guests. Every seat was filled with many familiar names and portraits. The heroes of the past era, their relatives and friends were all here. There were even black and white portraits of Mt. Akina Speed, Xue Bai Xue, Xianxia Hand, and other people on the empty seats. Welcome to our wedding. The newlyweds held hands, smiled brightly, and raised their wine cups. Everyone who opened the gate to the underworld and entered the underworld to form the formation, thank you for coming. Our sorcerer era is coming to an end. They took turns toasting one table after another. Finally, the 2 of them looked at each other. Linda, tell me, eggplant. Screenshots. The netizens were all very emotional. Looking at the exquisite wedding photos, they couldn't help but feel restless and emotional. The sorcerers who pursued the truth had already become history. The last 2 people of that era had finally reunited in this strange land and were about to spend the rest of their lives together. Blessings. Blessings. 1-inch blessings. Peace and beauty. 2-inch Haruko loves to learn, the alchemist emperor didn't really get married. You're the first guy to marry a beautiful witch. You've reached the peak of your life, but you deserve it. Envy, learning medicine to save the world, it's a perfect ending, laugh. Xianxia Hand, wait. Why can't you let me give my blessings outside? Black question mark. JPG, times were changing, but the 2 of them were still together in the end. After the 2 got married, they planned to live a peaceful life. In less than 3 days, the young nobleman came again with a group of people. They were basically the illegitimate children of various counts and lords. They were all wearing armor and holding black longswords. They knelt on the ground in unison. Greetings to the first Saintess of Light from 200 years ago and the legendary Book of Light. You are. Xianxia said calmly. 2 great heroes in the legends. Please accept us as disciples. Teach us the path of the rise of mankind, lead us to the path of the ancient sorcerers who pursue the truth. They were extremely respectful, and their voices were loud and clear. Teacher, we want to learn witchcraft. Xianxia cursed in his heart, F*ck off. I want to learn witchcraft too. Can't you see that I'm just an ordinary person, standing at the door? Xianxia lowered his eyes. Do you know the price of pursuing the truth? The surrounding people replied, is it life? Teacher, we are not afraid of death. Xianxia's expression changed slightly, but his voice became calm again. Do you know what kind of torture you have to endure? The surrounding people replied, is it loneliness? Teacher, we are not afraid of loneliness. Xianxia was completely speechless. Why were these people so stubborn? He calmly waved his hand. Sorcerers are a group of people who pursued the ultimate truth in ancient times. They have already disappeared in history. It is impossible for you to follow the footsteps of the ancient times. You must cherish what you have now. Go back. Bang. Xianxia slammed the door. The ground outside the hut was scorching hot. The illegitimate children of the aristocrats, led by Albert, knelt on the ground and could not help but look at each other. Let's go back. Someone could not help but smile bitterly. Don't get up. There must be a deeper meaning behind this. This is a test for us. Without being burned by the sun, how can we become a sorcerer? At this time, Albert solemnly said to the crowd, if it was any other ancient hero, what they said would be the truth. But according to the records of the Church of Light, the Book of Light conveys the will of the God of Wisdom. It is profound and obscure, it never speaks directly. This must be a test for us. So that's how it is? The crowd suddenly understood. On the side, a female knight wearing armor calmly said in a cold voice, the words of the Book of Light are indeed very obscure. After all, it conveys the will of God. I have naturally seen the sayings of the God of Wisdom, Mercury. Article 121, the great Mercury once said to mortals, don't lower your head, the crown will fall. Don't cry, men will laugh. Hee hee. A strong knight sneered, as if to oppose her. Article 72, Hermes said to mortals, women are not the king of the world. I am a man you will never be able to control. They openly recited the teachings of the Church of Light and the Bible outside. Each of them had a determined expression as they knelt on the ground. Xianxia scares down the mountain closed the door and shook his head. I'm clearly telling the truth. What's wrong with this world? He ignored them and called Linda. Let's continue playing chess. Half a day later, Xianxia scares down the mountain walked out. They were still kneeling on the ground. He could not help but be stunned for a moment, then turned around and left. In less than half a month, he found that his life in the other world had been seriously affected. For example, when he went to buy vegetables on the street, in front of an old lady selling vegetables, there would be a tall and burly knight carrying a giant sword slowly walking over. While buying vegetables from the stall, he picked up a beast egg. Old lady selling vegetables, look at this egg. It's big and round. If you break it from the outside, Xianxia scares down the mountain? But at this time, the old lady selling vegetables smiled happily. So you are also a believer of the Church of Light. Recently, I have been going to the church every weekend to pray for the Lord to forgive my sins. That's right. The burly knight could not help but say, God said that everyone is guilty. The important thing is to repent. The 187 is a metaphor. The God of Wisdom once said, I had no choice in the past, but now I want to be a good person. The two of them discussed the teachings of the Church of Light and recited the language of God. While the burly knight chatted with the old lady selling vegetables, he would occasionally sneak glances at Xianxia, winking as if asking him how he was doing and if he passed the test. Let's change places. That night, he said to Linda. But when the nobles noticed that they had disappeared, they began to speculate. The test, it must be a new round of tests. So, they used their connections to search for the two of them. Half a month later, they respectfully knelt at the door again. Linda, I'll cook something delicious for you tonight. Xianxia scares down opened the door, only to see a group of people kneeling on the ground. After a few seconds, he calmly closed the door. Ah. He showed an expression of complete madness. I'm on my F***king honeymoon with my wife, Linda. He could not take it anymore and went on the forum. Dear Big Shots. A group of new generation nobles are crying and begging me to become their disciple. What should I do? How can I kill them without anyone knowing? I'm in a hurry. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Originally, when Xiao went down the mountain, 3 years was equivalent to almost an hour in the real world. It was the last part of his life, and it was about to come to an end. Everyone took a nap. Then, the few of them put their arms around each other's shoulders and spore evolution. A bunch of strange species started to have fun again. Who knew that this would suddenly happen? He could not even have a good last honeymoon. As screenshots of being harassed were posted, everyone was shocked, and a large number of netizens were discussing. Seglita's gaze, these people are bad, they won't give you two ancient wizards peace, this is the incompetent rage of a single dog. Silent like, my whole body alloy liver, buddy above, don't go too far, you're still gloating. Silent like, Kira Yoshihide, hee. As someone who also has a girlfriend, I'm very angry at you single dogs gloating. Brother, let me help you. I have watched more than 1,000 episodes of Detective Conan, proficient in more than 800 killing methods, and know more than 700 alibis. I can definitely make them disappear without anyone knowing. Death stare. JPG, Meng Mei begged, don't believe his beautiful words. I know him, a golden bachelor who has been single for 33 years. His girlfriend has always been his left hand, and he hates couples more than anyone else. He breaks up every couple he sees, and all day he says he is very normal. When he is about to kill someone, he will leave an opening to kill you. You must be careful. Xiao went down the mountain? What the hell? How could there be such a sinister single dog? His face darkened at once. Pack of scoundrels. What a bunch of scoundrels. And some of them did not say a word, just silently liked it. In the blink of an eye, the number of likes on this post went straight to tens of thousands. In fact, it was not that everyone did not want to help. They would definitely help if they could. After all, it was not easy for you, right? But the path of wizards was severed. Without the evil eye and the foundation of mental power, how could they teach witchcraft? There was no way they could teach. No one was like the 3 witches who could open up a brand new path. There was no way, so, since I can't help you, I can only use your unhappy things to make everyone happy. But at this point, everyone's imagination started to run wild, and they came up with ideas. Learning medicine to save the alternate world, ahem. Everyone, please listen to me. Actually, I have an idea. Let's ask the great alchemist emperor to come out and recite the lost potion from memory. After that, we'll have Xiao go down the mountain and relay the message back to the humans. We'll have them remake the bloodline compatibility potion and fuse the genes of the slime and final chicken to become orcs again. Then, we'll use the orcs to fight against the orc empire. This is the only way. That was a good idea. When everyone heard this, they felt that it was very reasonable. Finally, there was a reliable normal person who spoke up. But on the forums, there were people who objected. The risk was too great. Becoming a beastman was already a different race, equivalent to the beastman faction. Were you sure they would protect the humans instead? Assimilating the strongest human soldiers and knights into half-blood beastmen to protect oneself was a huge security risk in itself. It was equivalent to completely exposing oneself to the half-blood beastmen. It was already difficult for the human kingdoms to resist. Now, it was very likely that the human kingdoms would fall, so, what could they do? Everyone shook their heads. This era had already become like this, and there was no way to teach witchcraft. Shui by Shui, I have a suggestion. After all, we have a great responsibility for destroying civilization. Why don't we crowdfund again and open a new path for this world? Let us become the next 3 witches to open up a new era and lead the entire era? When everyone heard this, they could not help but get excited. Open a new path for the world, this idea was ruthless. It was exciting enough. Just thinking about it made them feel good. It was not that they did not have a solution. The sorcerer community was not to be trifled with. As the sorcerers, if they did not meditate and blindly practiced by themselves, they might really be able to open up a new path of cultivation. Makes sense. For the sake of Xiaonao's happy married life, for the sake of this pair of ancient Babylonian mythological era newlyweds to live out their twilight years in peace, everyone has to work hard. This is our first community activity. Come, recite after me. We, the sorcerer community, never shrink from a battle. We, the sorcerer community, never shrink from a battle. We, the sorcerer community, never shrink from a battle. For the revival of mankind, sacrifice our hearts, hairlines. The thousands of people who studied medicine before had worked together to develop the second bloodline potion. It was not impossible for them. All of them were extremely excited. They even thought of the sorcerer community's research and felt that they were the children of destiny. They would definitely be able to open up a shocking new path and open up a new era for mankind. Personally, I think it's up to us who practice martial arts to pass our inner qigong into it and gradually evolve it into battle aura. A high-energy wuxia world. Stupid. We're clearly going to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, gather the essence of the sun and moon, and walk the path of Xianxia. Become a god through faith and collect the faith of all living beings. What do you think? On the internet, a group of people began to discuss enthusiastically. Gradually, they diverted from the incident of Xiao now going down the mountain. Shui by shui, red names, you guys are hiding in the dark. Do you have any objections? I know that you've collected information about the entire sorcerer world and must still be crazily researching. If there's anyone who has the most ideas, it's definitely you guys. You guys will rebuild the civilization that you destroyed. Do you have any objections? At this moment, several underground research institutes in the real world were also hesitant. They immediately began an emergency meeting to discuss the corresponding actions to be taken in response to this Xiao now going down the mountain incident. A large group of scientists in white coats discussed in front of the big screen, solemn and dignified. In the end, they came to a conclusion. This time, they could help. After all, there were only benefits and no harm. Rebuilding civilization and a glorious alternate world was what they wanted. Nameless Dragon, then, I'll come out and help. Let's get down to business. Right now, Xiao now going down the mountain won't last more than a few years. The alternate world is about to enter an unknown era that we can't control. And it's almost impossible to open up a brand new path in a short period of time. However, as muscle players, we already have our own embryonic path, the cultivation path of the heretic gene. We'll use this gene to build our own flesh butchers, great tombstone storm army. Now that the former evil eye gene sorcerer path has been abandoned, it's not impossible to walk our heretic gene and become an extraordinary creature. And this heretic gene path, I want to call it the potion cultivation system. Potion system, allowing people to fuse with evil god genes. Everyone was shocked. Their first reaction was, that's impossible. Right, evil god Cthulhu is formed from 173 species. Which one do you want to fuse with? Nameless Dragon said, in fact, when an evil god develops to its later stages, it's already considered a complete creature. It's equivalent to a creature with 173 different body parts. As for humans fusing with more than 100 evil god genes, it's equivalent to fusing with various body parts of a creature. It's considered the same evil eye gene bloodline and won't be counted separately. Of course, to fuse with 173 evil eye gene fragments at the same time, a weak human won't be able to withstand it. After all, it's not a massive life form. If anyone can really fuse with 173 body parts, they'll completely transform into the terrifying evil god Cthulhu. In essence, humans are individual creatures. They should only be able to withstand 7 evil god gene fragments. When these 7 are combined together, it will form a complete special evil god gene. In other words, you can choose 7 of the 173 gene fragments and fuse them into your body as you wish. It will become a complete evil god gene that belongs to you. I named the 173 types of body tissues as the 173 types of potions. I chose 7 of them to form a complete diabolic gene. By combining them at will, it will form a powerful job with limitless possibilities. Every realm can fuse with a gene fragment. Choose a sequence 1 potion, and after fusing with it, you'll become a level 1 magus. Then, cultivate and fuse with a sequence 2 potion to become a level 2 magus. Every sequence potion is equivalent to a small genetic talent. It has a certain ability and is equivalent to choosing a special talent for that realm. When you fuse with a sequence 7, you'll complete the entire evil god gene, which is equivalent to the realm of a level 7 epic magus. After that, you can fuse with other second gene bloodlines, ignite the divine fire, and become a god. When everyone heard this, they broke out in a cold sweat. This kind of thinking was simply wild and imaginative. It was even possible that a brand new, vast era had opened up, everyone knew that a single small gene fragment was definitely very weak. But when gathered together, if there were 7, it wouldn't be weaker than a single evil eye gene. It might even be stronger. Gather 7 gene fragments to summon the divine dragon? Laughing emoji, red name player, impressive. The netizens were very excited. Nameless Dragon continued, this potential path is definitely not inferior to the evil eye gene. After all, how can an evil eye that lives in the swamp be as strong as an evil god? The two were not on the same order of magnitude. As for the evil god, it was humanoid to begin with. After fusing with the evil god gene, the humanoid creature's appearance wouldn't change too much. It would probably change its fur, skin color, pupils, height, and physique. Of course, the evil gods were tyrannical and evil in the first place. The 173 potions were all very dangerous. After the potion is assimilated into the body, it should make people with weak willpower go crazy, or even demonize, lose their rationality, and become a humanoid magical beast. After everyone heard this, they could not help but sigh at the strength of red names. These red name muscular players had indeed thoroughly studied their evil god's body structure. They immediately came up with a plan. Since the evil eye gene was gone, they could fuse these humans with the evil god gene and turn them into tiny Cthulhu evil gods that were tens of thousands of times weaker. After all, he had some experience in the previous civilization. This path was unexpected, but it was as natural as water flowing when the conditions were right. At this time, little brain scaring down the mountain could not help but speak up. I have a question. To obtain the initial potion, we can go to the magical beast forest to hunt the magical beasts. After all, after hundreds of years, there are still some scattered body parts, like parasites and moss living in symbiosis with the giant beasts. However, there won't be too many types. I estimate that a dozen or so would be the limit. Everyone reacted. That's right, the number was not enough. Now that Medusa had collected all the body parts, how could the humans inside obtain them? They couldn't just cut Medusa's flesh, right? Medusa was asleep most of the time, but the evil god could not be looked at directly or heard. Just getting close to it would mean death. Nameless Dragon said, there is a solution here. As long as you become a first-rank extraordinaire and step into the realm of a level 1 magus, you will become a part of the evil god. You will be able to faintly sense and communicate with the evil god Medusa who guarded the gate to the underworld. Medusa will also be able to sense and summon a part of his body. Drawing an alchemy array and using Medusa's specialty, the summoning of the dead, you will probably be able to communicate with the evil god Medusa, allowing Medusa to separate a part of the growing body parts and bestow the potion for mortals to cultivate. And Medusa will also be happy to bestow power to the mortals on the surface. When you become stronger, you will once again restore the extraordinary world. After death, your souls will also become stronger. More strong people will become fertile soil, and the underworld will expand. When the underworld is strong, Medusa will have a chance to become a god. Of course, after listening to this, I believe you can also understand that what I am providing is a path for mortals to pray for power from the evil god of terror. Everyone could not help but break out in a cold sweat. It was indeed terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he had sorted out a rough prototype of the preliminary system and figured out how the people inside could obtain the evil god's genes, as well as obtain the subsequent evil god's genes. This reasoning post was quickly reposted on the internet. Shocking. The red-named player Nameless Dragon has appeared. The reasoning emperor of the generation personally took action and opened up a new era of cultivation system, creating a miracle. Many netizens liked to read reasoning posts. They liked to see layers of meticulous logic, deductions, and conjectures, turning the impossible into reality, creating miracles. This post was even more so, and it very quickly became popular. Nameless Dragon, lastly, I will just casually mention this. Let me provide a path for my echelon. Everyone knows about my evil god's body. I can split rocks with a single palm strike. Back then, I wasn't considered a level 6 legendary magus. Just based on pure physical strength, I had already reached the level of a level 6 legendary magus. Now, I am simplifying my body structure from before. I will provide 7 types of genes to form a combination. They are 5 types of muscle genes, 1 type of bone gene, and 1 type of skin gene. These 5 types of muscle genes are used to temper one's chi and blood. They are the foundation. As for bone gene, it can temper the periosteum, strengthening the skeleton. Skin gene, it can temper the epidermis, making the skin as tough as a gigantic beast. Below are the population codes for these 5 types of gene potions. Number 1, 3, 7, 8, 12, 5 types of core muscle gene. Number 134 epidermis gene. Number 76 bone gene. Among the 7 genes, which gene is fused into first will naturally greatly affect one's combat strength. The best sequence for fusing the potion is, Sequence 1 Level 1 Magus should fuse with muscle gene number 3. Sequence 2 should fuse with bone gene number 76. As for this path of fusing the potion step by step and raising one's strength to 7 levels, it purely relies on one's combat strength. I would like to call it the martial fighter's path to godhood. F***ck, everyone was excited. 173 types of potions. Unlimited combinations, ever-changing, it was terrifying to the extreme. Wombing Dragon continued, the 7 types of genetic potions I've chosen are very compatible with each other, allowing one's body to possess great potential. Back then, after Gilgamesh consumed the power blood, his body's potential surpassed that of an ordinary human's. After that, he continued to develop it, and through the tempering of his muscles and bones, he managed to reach the 7th level of the violent physical arts. It might not be impossible for us, because the muscle man I created was built using the ancient martial arts muscles, chi, blood, bones, and skin. Everyone could not react. Next, Wombing Dragon sent out a diabolic anatomy map, which showed the composition and distribution of the 173 species. The diabolic god was also a huge humanoid creature. From the anatomy map, he chose 7 parts of the diabolic god's body, disassembled them, and installed them on the human body. This strengthened his muscles, skin, and bones. This teacher's theory is very clear. I understand now. The bodies of magi are very weak. After all, they train their minds, so they do not develop the potential of their flesh and bones. Now that they have such strong muscles, they might be able to take the purely physical path of the violent physical style. Hardcore, this is really hardcore knowledge. I have to give a thumbs up for this analysis. This boss proves that knowledge can change the world. Everyone was immersed in this huge shock. This game was too scary, too realistic. As long as one had strong knowledge, they could have all the potential. They actually used the existing knowledge to create a path. Just as everyone was getting excited, another red-named player appeared, pushing the atmosphere to its peak. One sword turtle breath, then, let me join in the fun. Everyone knows what I'm capable of. I hide in the dark and use my spiritual force to control a large area of my muscles, using my muscles to control the dead. My undead army explosion has also simplified the structure. The 7 potions to be fused, in the following order. I will call it the Necromancer Path to Godhood. This red-named player indicated that the diabolic god was originally an evil creature with violent spiritual force, similar to the Evil Eye's mental gene. The ones he chose were those with bodies that were especially violent. After merging with them, they should be able to replace the spiritual ability of the Evil Eye gene and undergo meditation again. Although the effect would definitely not be as good as the Evil Eye, it would still be enough to allow him to meditate. This was a mage potion sequence path. Although their spiritual power was far inferior to that of traditional sorcerers, they were originally walking the path of necromancers. They used their muscles to control the corpses of the dead. Their combat power might not be weaker than sorcerers of the same level. Moreover, he was wretched and could hide in the dark. F***ck. Summoning style. An immoral profession that digs up ancestral graves. Today, you bullied me, humiliated me, scolded me, and beat me. I can't beat you. Just watch me dig up your ancestors' graves in the future. I'll get your father to come out and beat you up. An old father will beat his son up. I'll teach him a lesson 1 slap at a time. Everyone cried out, feeling that this was too immoral. One could imagine how unscrupulous this profession would be in the future for the sake of obtaining a decent corpse. Their reputation would definitely be ruined. At this time, another red name appeared. Bell, who was at the top of the food chain, coughed. Since Brother Nameless Dragon and One Sword Tortoise Breath have already repented, I'll also help. I'm ashamed to say it. I've been reflecting on my painful experiences and have been repenting. I've been a vegetarian recently. I'm repentant. Everyone's faces turned green. What kind of a vegetarian are you? Who would believe you? When you ate us, you didn't even spit out the bones. Originally, these red names had been hidden and did not appear. But after this explosion, they all came out and even posted on the forum. Everyone was very curious about these people. Belle, who was at the top of the food chain, said, "Back to business, I've also made a preliminary plan based on my butcher characteristics. I've simplified the fusion of the 7 potion sequences. As you all know, I use my chain hook as my main weapon to pull the opponent over. Then, together with a certain amount of mental curse sorcery, I corrode the opponent. I use both brute force and sorcery. In your words, I'm walking the path of magic and martial arts. I'll call it the demon swordsman path. After all, my meat hook can be replaced with a weapon like a longsword. The 7 potion formulas are as follows. In order not to affect my combat power, the best fusion sequence is this. The first sequence is fusion. This is a path between physical violence and mental meditation. It can be considered a combination of the abilities of both, but neither is outstanding. Gradually, the embryonic form was completely completed. Everyone was shocked. These 3 red names had studied the evil god extremely thoroughly and had even developed all kinds of applications. They were simply the 3 witches of the current generation. The 3 witches back then had created the 3 basic sorcery of war, life, and curses. Now, the 3 red names had used the evil god as a foundation to create 173 potion combinations, and thus created the 3 basic potion paths of warriors, mages, and magical creatures. Shocking. Sexy red names, online crowdfunding the extraordinary path, scary. Ha 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 ha. It's so cool. It's very likely that we've opened up a whole new path and ushered in a brand new era. Can you believe it? Speaking of which, I'm so cool. This methodical analysis has instantly opened the door to a new world for us. It's so comfortable listening to it that my pores have opened up. Alright, since the path has been paved, the last 2 magi of the Babylonian mythological era are going to hand over the hope of civilization to the later generations. The old grandpa's plot has begun. He can act cool and teach disciples. Happy. I've already seen the screenshots. There are a few noble youths in there. They have blonde hair, blue eyes, and delicate features. Since they've disturbed your honeymoon, you should make them kneel down and offer themselves to you, younger sisters and the like. Their genes are definitely not bad. Sudden change in style. I thought you were going to force yourself on them. Bad review. This is clearly the only way to test if they are fanatics in pursuit of the truth. Disappointed. These were just a few combinations of the 173 potions. If they continued to dig, there would be almost unlimited career possibilities. Moreover, the people of the other world were not stupid. There were many amazing geniuses. They were just duckweed without roots, without a foundation to rise. Now, if they were given a starting point, there would be unlimited possibilities. What are you guys doing? Do you dare to make more noise? Suji saw this and was stunned for a moment. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. These netizens had actually crowdfunded the cultivation system. All of them were geniuses, but now, their creativity was all mine. And these fellows from the research institute, they still haven't given up. They probably still want to go in? Want to make arrangements in advance and set up their forces? But this is also good, it more or less advances the era. According to their deductions, it seemed to be countless times more mature than the monotonous spiritual force path of magi. The development was diverse and had unlimited possibilities. In the future, people will pray and implore the great evil god to bestow power to the mortals on the surface, and thus form the 173 extraordinary potions system? Suji laughed. Everyone will cultivate into a small evil god Cthulhu. However, if the evil god's body was scattered on the ground again, the Magus world would become completely strange. Moving pages, bright red rotting corpses that walked, a hog that took root on the body of a giant beast, the strange and gloomy grey fog. But if that's the case, it's not bad. Suji laughed. After all, Medusa was at most the king of the evil god Cthulhu. Others could use the evil god's genes to become a small evil god Cthulhu and embark on the path of the extraordinary. In the bright white building. At this time, Xiao came down the mountain and opened his eyes to find Linda looking at him with concern. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." He took a deep breath and was also stunned. "Are we really going to hand over the potion system discussed by the netizens to the nobles?" It was not that demonic beasts could not be hunted. Although demonic beasts were extremely powerful to ordinary humans, with their background forces, a large number of knights and soldiers could still overwhelm them. In this era, according to people's understanding, the bodies of demonic beasts generally had body appendages called extraordinary organs, which made them so strange. What they said is just a guess, whether it will succeed or not is still unknown. Xiao thought for a while and said, "Forget it, I don't care. I have to let these people prepare the alchemy materials. I will use the summoning of the dead to communicate with Empress Ermin of the underworld. She should agree with this idea. After all, the era of our wizards has completely passed, and we can't stop moving forward. Even when Medusa is asleep, Ermin can cut off his flesh piece by piece and give it to the mortals on the ground." As for how to give the potion to mortals, the easiest way was to use the soul gatherers of the underworld, the death gods. They were the ghosts of the necromancers who were cultivating in the underworld. The soul gatherers' death gods were used to deal with unexpected situations. Because the weak souls would naturally be passively drawn to the underworld, but the souls of some powerful ones might resist and not enter the underworld. At this time, the death gods would go and reap the souls. The dead could not stay in the world of the living and should come to live in the world of the dead. Before Xiao left the underworld, he suggested that as the soul gatherers of the underworld, the death gods, they should have a sense of mystery, wear a black cloak, and carry a scythe. Elman the Great agreed with this idea. After all, court wizards also had court wizard robes, but she still put a beautiful red flower of the underworld on the head of the black-cloaked Grim Reaper with the scythe as a symbol. Xiao was silent for a moment and thought about it. "Now, we can let the death gods open up a side business as couriers, accepting the summons of the undead alchemy array and delivering potions. Of course, it's not a free service. The summoning alchemy array needs to have enough precious cultivation materials, all kinds of energy, and resources that can help the death gods cultivate. Otherwise, the Grim Reaper will devour the mortal who summoned him." Xiao scurried down the mountain and opened the door. He looked at the people kneeling on the ground with his hands behind his back. His voice was like that of an old man. "Young people, you have successfully moved me. Since you want to follow in the footsteps of the ancient sorcerers, then come in." Everyone was extremely excited. It was indeed a test. After entering the house, Xiao looked at them and could not help but advise, "You are all nobles, you have no worries about food or clothing, you have good wine and beautiful women to accompany you. Do you really want to embark on this path to pursue the ancient truth? Most of you here will not have a good ending, you will die miserably on the path of the truth. This path, in our brilliant era, only one person reached the end." He pointed at the birds circling in the sky outside the window. "Do you see those vultures? You may become their food, and not even your bones will be left. The more power you gain, the heavier your burden will be. Power has never been the path to happiness, satisfaction is." They could only see indifference in his eyes. They suddenly shuddered. Only then did they remember that this was a mythical hero of the ancient Babylonian era, one of the founders of the Church of Light. He had experienced the mountains of corpses and seas of blood in ancient times, as well as the tragic dark age of the evil god. It was not something they could imagine. "Teacher, we are here to pursue the truth." They trembled and steeled their hearts. When they first established Gwent, it was not only because they worshipped the ancient Babylonian mythical pub culture, but also because they longed for the power of the ancient wizards. They only understood the truth of history when they were in high positions. It was also because they were illegitimate children that they were not treated with respect and did not decay along with the luxurious life. They still had their dream, to save the human kingdom, which was why they established Gwent. With the reality right in front of them, there was no reason to hesitate. If that's the case. Xiao was silent for a moment. "If you want to obtain power, you must first hunt the beasts in the forest. This is a test of your strength. Also, find these alchemy materials, please follow your heart and choose what you want." He took out a piece of paper. On it were clearly the paths of Grandmaster of Combat, Necromancer, and Magic Swordsman, as well as the required alchemy materials and the secret recipe of the ancient bloodline compatibility potion. After all, to fuse with the first bloodline of Cthulhu, compatibility potion was indispensable. However, it was originally a gene fragment, not a complete gene. Even if it was split into 7 parts and fused, the side effects would not be too strong. Perhaps the success rate of a bottle of bloodline fusion potion would not be low. Half a month later, they did not use their own connections to cheat. Instead, they used the soldiers and knights who followed them, causing them to be riddled with scars and even losing a few of their men. Only then did they return with the corpses of the demons. Xianxia could not help but think highly of this group of people. He had thought that they would definitely cheat. Albert took a deep breath and looked at the dozen bottles of bloodline compatibility potion in front of him. Grandmaster of Combat Path. The Sequence 1 potion musicologist was placed in front of him. The 173 potions each had their own characteristics. The name of the potion musicologist also referred to the characteristics of this potion, the talent that would be obtained, and it was also the starting potion for the profession Grandmaster of Combat. Albert's eyes were burning as he raised the crystal blue liquid in the test tube. This day has finally come. The great wizard of the ancient mythical era, I will obtain the power to protect our entire country. The power to resist the orcs. He began to use the potion. After a moment of pain, he felt that the strength in his body was different. His muscles contained terrifying explosive power. Am I already a musicologist? David, give it a try. He looked at a burly knight beside him and suddenly charged forward with a long sword. Bam, the burly knight was sent flying. Albert's voice was trembling, but he could no longer control himself. His entire body was trembling. That was David. The powerful David, the brute force knight, who was the strongest among them, had been training his body and muscles since he was young. He was considered a very powerful human among the youths. According to this Grandmaster of Combat Path, this is only the starting potion for the first sequence, musicologist. Strengthening muscles is that terrifying. If I break through and use the sequence 2 potion, bone-burying man, I will be able to strengthen my bones and begin hammering my periosteum. I will definitely be countless times stronger. When I advance to sequence 3, I will use skin chrysalis and begin strengthening my periosteum. Albert's chest heaved up and down violently. His eyes were burning as he looked at the female knight, Shirley. Do you want to spar with me? Shirley was the strongest existence among them. Although men had an advantage over women in terms of strength, human strength was insignificant in the face of the terrifying strength of a half-orc. Instead, it was technique that gave them the advantage. As for Shirley, she was the knight with the strongest technique. It was said that she once made use of the terrain to her advantage on the battlefield. She possessed terrifying battle intelligence that was rarely seen in 100 years. In a one-on-one battle, she could toy with a powerful half-orc to death. Just nice, let me see this power. Shirley had a tall and slender figure. She had a pair of perfect, straight, and round legs. They were wrapped tightly in black high-heeled boots and she wore a knight's armor. She looked especially valiant. However, the look in her eyes gave people a kind of cold feeling. Albert laughed out loud and threw down his longsword. He waved his vein-covered fist and walked forward step by step. He. We are such a cute and beautiful lady. She will probably cry for a long time after being punched, right? Beside him, Xianxia frowned. She was indeed affected by the tyranny of an evil god. If she doesn't adjust her body and mind, she might lose herself and become a complete demon. The potion system was still too dangerous. After teaching them the potion system, Xianxia no longer cared about them, letting them grow and spend their last years with Linda. On this day, Linda left the world. Xianxia went down the mountain and looked at the grave quietly, a group of young people standing behind him. I'm going to leave this world too. He calmed down. The two of us, the last wizards of the old era, have left this world one after another. The glory of the wizards has come to an end. It's your time now. Teacher, the group of young people behind him choked. The starting path had been given to these young people, and they would open up the glorious era in the future. In fact, he could also cultivate. It was still feasible to walk the potion system, but it was too tiring. After Linda left, he also lost his soul and wanted to rest for a while. Bury me and Linda together. The era began to advance. Year 207 of the new celestial calendar. In a bright study, a young man in his 20s was sitting next to a black desk, holding a white feather pen. From time to time, he would dip it in ink and write on expensive animal skin paper. Year 207 of the new celestial calendar, year 11 of the sunshine year, 20th of September. I beg my father again to strengthen the army at the border. The Beastman kingdom is ready to move, but my father has already fallen into the gentle embrace of a woman. Wesley let out a long sigh, not knowing what to do. Prince Wesley, Prince Albert has come to discuss something. The soft voice of a maid came from outside the door. Albert? Hasn't he been looking for ancient ruins all over the world? Let him in. In the room, the sun shone down. Albert looked at his brother Wesley and handed over the path he had obtained. These are the two main potion systems. He did not hand over the power of the potion system to his father. His father was already declining, and Wesley was the true hero of the generation. Albert was clear about his own ability. He was a general who charged into the battlefield, but he was not a king who could govern the world. His brother Wesley was wise, brave, and decisive. He did not hand over the necromancer's path formula. Because that kind of power was too evil, he did not want this kind of power to appear in this world. The last two magi from ancient times, the legendary heroes, the first saintess of light, the book of light. They left this world at the same time. Hearing his brother's words, Wesley's first thought was that he had gone mad. It was only after Albert displayed his power that he was convinced of everything in his shock. He looked in the direction of the palace. It seems that the seat will have to be changed. New God Calendar Year 208. The King of Birmingham died of illness and Emperor Wesley ascended to the throne. The whole country celebrated. A Grandmaster of Combat Path of the Magic Potion System was quietly released, starting a frenzy of cultivation among the people. From a certain point of view, Emperor Wesley was indeed a great strategist. He was willing to hand over his terrifying power to the people instead of monopolizing it and only giving it to his trusted subordinates and troops to cultivate. Of course, he still hid the path of a magic swordsman. The people were only allowed to practice the Grandmaster of Combat Magic Potion path. The people could only walk the path of pure violence. New God Calendar Year 212. The Orc Kingdom had stolen the secret path of the Grandmaster of Combat Magic Potion that was circulating among the people of the human kingdom. The orcs had actually succeeded in cultivating it. In fact, the orcs all had the first gene, so it was basically impossible to integrate the second gene. Without the expansion gene position, it would definitely be stuck. However, what if the second gene was integrated bit by bit? Perhaps it was like breaking through the germination of the soil. A complete gene could not be integrated into the body, but divided into 7 parts and squeezed in inch by inch, it might be possible to break through the position of the second gene. Back then, Medusa had created his own way to become God and used his own method to expand the second gene position. Perhaps this was another way to break through the second gene. In short, the Orc Kingdom could also practice the magic potion system. However, the formation of the magic potion system ultimately had more advantages than disadvantages. The humans still had the power to resist the orcs. New God Calendar Year 213. Albert and the members of the Gwent Church were sent by Emperor Wesley to the Balzac Mountain of Magic Beasts to guard the border. This mountain of magic beasts blocked a large part of the border between the two kingdoms. Not only were there frequent harassment by the orc cavalry, but there were also terrifying waves of magic beasts. It was an extremely dangerous territory. If he did not exile me and let me stay by his side, I would not be worthy of being a hero of the generation. I would only be worthy of being a brother. After all, I am now a grade 3 Grandmaster of Combat. My muscles have been tempered, my bones have been tempered, and my skin has been tempered. I have the power to easily kill him at any time. He should have developed his own trusted combat power before he would let me go. Albert came to this secluded town in a carriage and looked at the members of the Gwent Card Club. We will become the masters of this land and guard the border, the forest of magic beasts. New God Calendar Year 218. The structure of the world once again ushered in a drastic change. The orcs invaded the kingdom, bypassing the forest of magic beasts that Albert was stationed in. The troops entered the country and headed straight for the capital, inside the throne room. Ridiculous. A mere behemoth orc elite troop of less than 1,000 actually dared to enter the heart of our kingdom. And it is even the king of the orcs, Hellscream Bloom, who is personally leading the expedition. A minister found out the news and could not help but laugh. Behemoth, a 2-meter-tall giant orc with tentacles on its head. The origin of Behemoth was said to be the great alchemy emperor. He sat in the throne room and saw these orcs, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. These orcs, with their hair on their heads, are they trying to see who is cuter? Then let's call them Behemoth. Hence the name. And now, the king of the orcs, Bloom, had led an army of only 1,000 deep into the heart of the human kingdom to launch a surprise attack on the capital. No matter how you looked at it, it was suicide, a minister who was pro-war kept shouting. King Wesley, we will take the initiative to attack. Just 1,000 orcs. 8,000 elite troops will be enough to encircle and annihilate them perfectly. They will not even suffer heavy casualties. As long as their king of the orcs dies, we humans will definitely counterattack the orc kingdom. This is a huge mistake in their strategy. Wesley lowered his gaze. Is Brom crazy? I don't think so, I know him too well. But why would he seek his own death? Invading our country with an army of 1,000? I can't understand it. Send 1,000 cavalrymen to probe. 2 days later, a group of 1,000 cavalrymen arrived at Ian Town. The whole town was in a mess. There was a thick smell of blood, corpses were everywhere, collapsed houses were goo worms, and broken walls were everywhere. There were human corpses everywhere, as well as over 300 orc corpses. This is hell. The cavalryman looked at this scene and his expression turned to one of sorrow. This is a war between races. Those orcs are all damned executioners. But at the next second, he felt a faint uneasiness. But why are there over 300 orc corpses in this town? According to the information, there were 1,000 orcs invading. How could 300 orcs die here? After all, Ian Town was at the center of the kingdom. It was a commoner town without any defense. How could the commoners here kill 300 orcs? There was another strange place. The entire town was filled with empty test tubes of medicine. It was like the orcs did some experiments here. Mother! A heavily armored cavalryman from Ian Town got off his horse and ran back to his house. He found a huge orc corpse that smashed half of his house. The house was empty. There was no living person in it. Damn beastmen! Orc! The cavalryman roared. He waved his long sword and stabbed at the green orc corpse. His eyes were burning with hatred. Puff! Puff! But when he pierced the orc's body full of holes and was gasping for breath from exhaustion, he discovered that this orc was actually an old female orc. Her tall body had crushed half of the house, and her old face was wrinkled, but he could vaguely see the outline of her face, twisted. Pain. Collapse. This half-beastman looked like his mother. Who is this? The young soldier's hair stood on end. He stumbled back and fiercely hit the wall behind him. His legs immediately went soft on the ground. How could this green-skinned half-orc look like my mother? A strange atmosphere spread, and everyone looked at each other. Let's move forward. The cavalry captain roared. They continued to move forward. There were no human corpses in every ruined town. There were only orc corpses everywhere. And these orc corpses added up to more than 1,000. Moreover, there were empty reagent bottles on the ground of every small town. Fear spread among the soldiers. Who can tell me what happened? Oh my God! Where are the human corpses? Why are there orc corpses in the human towns? There are so many orcs. Panic filled Manyan. Finally, when they continued forward and saw the main force of the demi-human army, they discovered that the army had expanded to 8,000 strong. The tall and mighty king of the demi-humans, Brahm, was staring at them coldly. Use the potion on them. After a long time, the human soldiers slowly stood up, looking at their companions in disbelief. Everyone had already turned into orcs. Brum rode on the giant beast, calmly saying, "Join us, or die?" "Impossible." The orcs growled. A short and stooped orc gnome strategist laughed sinisterly, as expected of an army. Most of the ordinary people who saw that they had turned into orcs, and under the pressure of death, most of them submitted. Another moment passed. A few more orc corpses were added to the ground. And the human knight captain, with a few surrendered subordinates, followed the orc army as orcs, looking at the corpses of the orcs who would rather die than submit. You must know your place. As long as there is a potion, they will be able to expand their army as they pass by the human towns. We humans will definitely lose. Follow the main force. A dignified voice sounded, "You are already an orc race, never humans. Even if you hold the mentality of hibernation, it is useless. When humans see you, they will naturally want to kill you. You should know what to do, and thoroughly become a soldier of our kingdom." At this moment, the dignified voice of the orc king Brum gradually faded away. "You should know that in this war, the human race will be exterminated. They will disappear in history, and the world will belong to the glory of the orc kingdom." 7 days later. An army of tens of thousands of orcs was about to invade the capital. Countless ministers finally panicked. What the hell is going on? In the blink of an eye, there are tens of thousands of orcs. How did they get here? King, let's escape. A minister beside him could not help but say, "Let's go to Balzac mountain range, find Albert, and make a comeback." It's useless, our human kingdom is already finished. Emperor Wesley smiled bitterly, slowly standing up, "Gather all the troops, and fight to the death." Fortunately, I banished Albert to the border. Balzac mountain range of magic beasts. Albert's hair stood on end as he carefully analyzed everything. It must be the bloodline compatibility potion. It was lost in the past, but now, in order to fuse with the potion, we have restored this forbidden potion from ancient times. The beastmen have already discovered the method to use it, and are constantly turning us humans into beastmen to join their army. They were like a natural disaster, constantly transforming into humans. Those who didn't want to join, those who would rather die than submit, all died in the town. This was the truth behind so many beastman corpses. Are we humans going to perish? David couldn't help but growl. Albert stood up and said in a calm voice, "We're going to support the capital. We're going to live and die with the entire human kingdom, for the glory of knights." Knight, don't cower. 3 days later, the capital was covered in blood. Albert returned to the capital and fought his way into the battlefield. At the last moment, he saved Emperor Wesley and fought his way out of the encirclement. Emperor Wesley was so angry that he vomited blood. "Why did you come back? The honor of a knight does not allow me to retreat," Albert roared. He led a group of trusted subordinates and an elite army of more than 1,000 people, fighting a bloody battle. Finally, they were gradually surrounded by the army of tens of thousands of beastmen. When Suji got the news, he was eating an apple in the yard. He planned to go watch the blockbuster movie My Mediterranean Can't Be So Bald to support the original version. Then, he would come back and test the new race, Magic Cube monkeys. In the end, he was stunned on the spot. Uncle. Not far away, the Magic Cube monkeys had just been bred. They were constantly roaring at the sky, making strange instinctive sounds. They were very easy to breed. After all, they had the insect monkeys from back then. They were just copying them. Now, they were being bred in a small sand table, thinking about when to release them. "Albert, this guy, doesn't he know how to swallow his anger?" Suji couldn't quite react. "At that time, I thought you were the main character of the next era, leading humanity to glory. In the end, you took the last hope of humanity and committed suicide?" Suji made a speechless expression. According to a normal person's way of thinking, in such a situation, humans are constantly being transformed into giants. Shouldn't they take the remaining people and run to some deserted island to hide, build high walls to protect themselves, resist the giants, and recuperate, waiting for the rise? Humanity was going to be wiped out in an instant. This was something he had never expected. The beastmen and humans could weaken, but they couldn't go extinct. After all, there had to be diversity. A world with only one intelligent species left was too monotonous. They might even walk toward self-destruction because they had no natural enemies, just like the age of Sumer. Suji stood up and paced back and forth in the living room. At this time, if he were to do what he did before and put in a savior like Li Jiangjiang, he wouldn't be able to keep up with the time. The last army of humanity was already surrounded in the mountains, besieged on all sides. Suji raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, he thought of something. He looked at the group of magic cube monkeys that were still being bred and kept calling out, "Uncle, uncle. How about I use the body of the magic cube monkeys to reincarnate and personally go to the world of the big sand table to test the abilities of the magic cube monkeys?" The magic cube monkeys were evolved by Suji. Naturally, Suji could control the king of the magic cube monkeys through the channel of players and enter the sand table. Of course, he didn't need to bring the entire group with him. He could go in alone. Previously, other players had lived inside for their entire lives, so Suji wasn't interested. After all, these players were all strange creatures that hunted for novelty. Slime, a hogue, skin, but now, there was a humanoid creature that Suji could enter, so he was a little interested. But using the channel of players to enter will only be extremely weak. I won't be able to develop in a short period of time and won't be able to change the situation of the battle. I can only use the soul snatch method to seize the body of the magic cube monkeys and enter it. This way, I can retain most of my current rank 4 sorcerer cultivation. This soul snatch was developed by Medusa. It had to be said that Medusa was especially good at hiding. Self-death resurrection, soul snatch. She spent all day thinking about how to come back to life after death. Of course, she didn't use her full strength when she helped Xianxia seize the body of a person. Xianxia's sorcerer cultivation was not held back. The complete version of this spell was that after a strong person seized the body, they would retain a large part of their cultivation and be reborn in the shell. Otherwise, after Medusa seized the muscular body of the Akina mountain speed, she would have lost her cultivation and become an ordinary person. Using this method, with my enormous rank 4 sorcerer spiritual force, I should be able to retain most of my strength after seizing the body of the magic cube monkeys. It's equivalent to a reincarnation of a powerful being. Moreover, my soul is extremely large. Only a small part of my soul is separated and attached to the ant. If I die, I will suffer some losses, but I won't affect the overall situation. However, there are also many flaws. A powerful sorcerer's spiritual force attached to this ordinary body can't be meditated and is like rootless duckweed. I can only go in to save the situation. I estimate that after a dozen or so war air hammers, I will lose all my strength and become an ordinary person. Suji constantly pondered over the feasibility, forcefully reversing the skewed trajectory of the world. Why do I feel that it's getting worse? Previously, I was able to throw down a savior of Product X, but now I can only do it myself. Suji picked up the cup and took a sip of the Phoenix Spirit tea. His expression was unexpectedly calm. No matter what, since things have developed to this point, it's my turn to go down the sand table and make a trip there. There wasn't much time left. Albert and his army were struggling to survive in the mountains, and they were probably going to die soon. Suji immediately came to the experimental field and picked out the healthiest and most majestic male Rubik's Cube monkey. You're the one. The soul snatch technique created by Medusa was instantly activated. Suji's huge spiritual force began to flow into the Rubik's Cube monkey's mind. However, as the spiritual force flowed in, Suji discovered something strange. After the soul snatch, the soul seemed to enter a small space. The soul of a normal creature is in the mind, but the soul of this species is born in a small space within the body? Suji raised his eyebrows. Is this the special characteristic of the Rubik's Cube monkey? Using the small space as their own brain to store their consciousness and soul, so what are their brains for? Are they used to hold water? Suji silently cursed. What was this space of consciousness, sea of consciousness? Spiritual platform, divine treasure? Dantian, many questions erupted in his mind. He had never noticed the special characteristics of the Rubik's Cube monkey before. This creature was much stranger than ordinary insects and apes. It was born with the foundation of extraordinary creatures. Wait. If the soul of this creature is hiding in the spiritual space, then I'm afraid it can store a lot of spiritual force, and it won't dissipate easily. Suji was excited and immediately poured a large amount of spiritual force into his brain. Suji, this giant wizard, was probably tens of thousands of times more spiritual force than an ant wizard of the same rank. Boom, all of a sudden, more than 10 small portions of spiritual force rushed in. The small space, under the injection of huge amounts of spiritual force, gradually condensed into a thick, semi-liquid fog, and could no longer be stored. And Suji only used a little bit of spiritual force, and his brain was filled to the brim. This kind of life is simply the best carrier for a soul to possess. It's simply too ridiculous. Suji laughed, charging the brain to the max. Although it'll be gone after using it, this reserve should be able to be used as an anti-aircraft cannon. It shouldn't be a problem to shoot 100 rounds of small war air hammers. Then let us begin our descent. Suji thought about it and made a small parachute out of a red plastic bag. Then, he sat on the sofa and took a short nap. His mind wandered and his consciousness gradually fell into the body of the Rubik's Cube monkey. Crash! All of a sudden, the little pet of the orchard flapped its wings and entered the room. The Rubik's Cube monkey jumped onto the bird's back and flew out of the room to the vast sky, flying above the entire land. After a while, let's land on this mountain range. I've already seen Albert and the other human knights. Let's enter this mystical era of potions from here. The strange bird stopped and slowly circled in the sky. Whoosh, Suji jumped lightly and landed on the ground quickly. He could hear the howling of the wind. After falling for a while, he slowly opened his parachute. Hua! La, the speed of their descent quickly slowed down. He used his spiritual force to maintain the shape of the parachute and looked down at the vast land that was engulfed in war. The reason I'm here is to resolve the crisis of the human kingdom in Vidasimia. My main goal is to make use of the time difference here and familiarize myself with the power of a rank 4 magus in this era of potions. However, I probably won't stay here for too long. In the sky, Suji looked up at the sun and slowly sorted out his thoughts. He had already made use of the time difference in the sand table to familiarize himself with the power of a rank 4 magus. After all, his foundation was still lacking and he did not have enough time. Power alone was not enough. After all, magi were a group of people who pursued truth and knowledge. He did not have enough knowledge to be called a magus. He was not even a rank 1 magus and only knew the war or a hammer. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk in the sky, a light red transparent parachute slowly fell. The parachute was wrapped in spiritual force and emitted a hazy light. Through the sun in the sky, it looked strange and light red. What's that? The tall and mighty knight David shouted. Everyone was stunned. In the mountains, the rest of the human army was covered in broken armor and blood. They looked up in shock. In the clear blue sky, a huge translucent red mushroom umbrella appeared. Under the umbrella was a humanoid creature. It was covered in dark brown fur and had a slender body. It looked a little skinny. It looked like a half-orc that no one had seen before. But he was more like those ancient humans in the Gilgamesh mythological era, when they were still full of hair. A human from an ancient tribe? Everyone stared blankly at the sky, not knowing what to do. Be careful, it might be a new kind of half-orc. Shirley raised her head and murmured while leaning on a long, black demonic sword. The half-beastman kingdom had already erupted with many unimaginable abilities. Although it was unknown how long the humans could last under the siege, this humanoid furry creature that descended from the sky might be one of the half-beastman's trump cards. Don't let him get close. Kill him. Shirley's expression turned serious. She was a magic swordsman. She quickly put down her magic sword and took down the longbow on her back. She knocked a black arrow and slowly pulled it back. A ray of light slowly gathered. After taking aim, she shot it into the sky. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the light red arrow pierced through the air and flew into the sky. Suji looked at the arrow that was aimed at his forehead. This was his first wizard fight. He could not help but think of a strategy. I can't use the war aura now. As Demetrius' famous spell, it can be used by all ranks. It's powerful, but it consumes too much. It can drain a fifth of a wizard's spiritual force. Now, I should use the simplest wind element spell to deflect this arrow, so as to reduce the consumption of my mental strength in this world. After all, the more I use, the less I have. Right now, the small stormy round shield is the best choice. Suji was silent for a moment. After he simulated a countermeasure in his mind, he said softly, War Aura. Boom. Boom, in the sky, the wind howled and the clouds rolled. The huge hammer slowly appeared. Countless transparent airwaves gathered and condensed. It was as if there was an inexplicable whistling sound. Everyone stared at the sky blankly. The originally cloudless sky was now filled with more and more clouds. How big was the difference of one rank? There had never been a rank 4 in this era. The strongest among them was only a rank 3 Grandmaster of Combat. Moreover, the current potion system had become quite complicated. It was no longer pure. Even in the same rank, the pure violence of the wizards and spellcasters had far more destructive power than the training system of this era. Boom, the storm rolled down. The huge hammer fell hard, easily shattering the arrow that was shot into the sky. It sank into the ground. Rumble, the trees were shaking. The ground was shaking. All the knights were shaking. A hole the size of a house suddenly appeared on the ground. Suji looked at the group of human knights on the ground, who were in shock. He grabbed the parachute tightly and continued to fall slowly. A smile appeared on his face. Here, we don't have to be restrained anymore. We can practice our spells without worry. We don't have to worry about people digging sand in our village. Thud. Suji leapt down lightly. Looking at the fearful armored knights and swordsmen, he turned his head slightly. Albert, David, Shirley, and the rest were all staring at him. Suji thought for a moment and broke the tense atmosphere. Where's your king, Wesley? Who are you? Albert looked as if he was facing a great enemy. At this moment, the heavily injured Emperor Wesley slowly walked out of the tent behind him, his body wrapped in black animal hide bandages. He walked over with the help of his servants. May I know what business this brave warrior has with me? He walked over step by step, neither servile nor overbearing. Your Majesty, Wesley. Don't come out. Albert shouted anxiously, hurriedly standing in front of his brother. Wesley, however, waved his hand. His expression was calm, elegant, and gentle. He knew very well that if this monster before him wanted to kill him, no one here could stop him. Can I come in for a chat? Wesley pondered for a moment and made a gesture of invitation. Suji did not refuse and followed him into the tent. Inside the tent, King Wesley sat calmly. The hot-tempered David and Albert were asked to wait outside, with only Shirley by his side. Shirley did not wear her heavy armor. She wore a dark brown tight-fitting hunting suit, her snow-white hair tied up behind her back. Her figure was perfect and curvaceous. She held a magic sword in her hand and carried a black longbow and quiver on her back. She wore a vigilant expression. This is the special ale of our kingdom. King Wesley handed a burgundy wooden cup to Joshua. Suji took a sip of the ale. It was mellow and had a unique fragrance mixed with the rich taste of cream. It was unique like never before. King Wesley looked at him quietly. I'm here to save the humans from this disaster. Suji looked at the sunlight outside the tent. King Wesley could not help but ask, You're a super ancient human? Suji could not deny it. Wesley was overjoyed and suddenly laughed. The heavens have not forsaken our human kingdom. With your powerful battle prowess, we will definitely be able to fight our way out of this and rise again. Suji shook his head. No, I'm not here to save you people. I just want you to come with me to meet the king of beastmen, Brahm. Wesley was silent for a moment before saying, Are you crazy? You want to assassinate the beastman king? His whole body trembled, and he suppressed his emotions. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I'm willing to give up my throne and become an advisor to help you ascend the throne. For the sake of humanity's rise, we should think of a way to fight our way out of this encirclement. Suji was stunned for a moment, then he simply said, I don't want the throne. What? Wesley stood up in shock. The man in front of him had so easily rejected the most powerful person in the world, the throne that countless people dreamed of. Suji did not have time to waste here. He had come here to help develop the civilization, and he had other things to do. Right now, he was here to prevent humanity from going extinct. War can. It didn't matter if he was weakened or bullied. But they must not go extinct. Not only humans, but the beastmen as well. It was rare to have two intelligent races, and they were eager to have more. How could they be allowed to self-destruct? This land could not be left with just one intelligent race. As a high-level transcendent world, having only one sapient race was not befitting of its status. Furthermore, if there was no competition or natural enemies in a land, a single race would reproduce crazily without birth control, heading towards prosperity, arrogance, and destruction. That was how it was in Gilgamesh's era. Wesley, come with me. He looked at Shirley beside him. I want to borrow an Ala beast as a mount. I'm going to meet the other king of beastmen. I'm going to rule over 2 kingdoms, become the next monarch, and rule over this world. Shirley was stunned for a moment, then she gritted her teeth and nodded. She did not know what was going to happen, but if she did not listen to him, they might all die. Let's go. Then, Suji and Wesley got on the Ala beast and ran towards the palace. Boom, atop the Ala beast, the wind howled. Suji's idea was simple and violent. How would he have the time to help the humans rise? No time. How the humans rose was their business. Without pressure, they would not be able to break through. And to solve the war, the simplest way was to gather the kings of the 2 kingdoms and beat them up. Then, they would become the monarch above the 2 kings and rule over the world. That would be it. Behind him, Wesley looked at the furry apes in front of him. His face instantly turned pale. Crazy. All of them. How could the fate of the human kingdoms be in the hands of these people? Albert did not care about the big picture. And this ape warrior who seemed to be the last hope was the same. He did not want the throne, or did he want to be the emperor? That was insane. The human kingdoms cannot be ended in my hands. They are all crazy, but I am not. Wesley's body trembled in fear. He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid of something more terrifying than death. Why are you all doing this? Can't you all listen to my suggestion? This King Wesley, who was the most talented and resourceful man of this era, suddenly roared and exploded. Why do you have to be so arrogant? You all only have martial power. The world is not something you can change. You all have no communication skills. No calculation skills. No political skills. No knowledge of the art of an emperor. You haven't even read the way of governance written by the past human kings. He was hysterical. You are still arrogant. Want to be the next monarch? Ridiculous. How ridiculous. Your knowledge is too shallow. You have no ability to weigh the big picture. Why don't you listen to my advice? At the end, he could not help but wail. Albert was like this, a reckless man who did not care about the big picture and insisted on coming back to save him. And this madman in front of him was even more reckless. Since he was young, he had received the elite education to become the next emperor. He was also the rare talent to become an emperor in this land for hundreds of years. He was talented, wise, and good at scheming. But in front of him, he was ruined by a group of boorish people. Are you done? Suji calmed down and suddenly looked at the sky with some emotion. Has this era fallen to such an extent? In my opinion, your brother Albert is 10,000 times more suitable to be a king than you. His knowledge is much richer than yours. Wesley was completely enraged. That reckless man? He has never learned the knowledge of governing the world. He is just a stupid martial artist. He did not lead the remaining humans to escape, but instead barged into the capital to save me, destroying the last hope of humanity. Is this what you call a king? Suji said, he is stupid and does not know how to endure. But you should know that the previous monarchs and emperors were all martial artists and reckless men. But you are not. Wesley suddenly trembled. Do you want me to give an example? Suji paused and suddenly laughed. The knowledge you speak of, what is it? The ability to play tricks? The ability to control the world? The wisdom of great talents? These have never been knowledge. Wesley was furious and could not help but argue. I have studied the First King's Amic Codex, read the unique books of the Church of Light, and studied the history and books of the Beastman Kingdom. I am even proficient in the most profound knowledge in the world, the knowledge of monarchs to rule a country. There is no one more knowledgeable than me in the human world, and you say that this is not knowledge? Then what is knowledge? Are you really proficient in the knowledge of monarchs? Suji said calmly, the ancient monarchs and emperors, what is their knowledge of monarchs? Wesley was stunned and fell into a daze again. Suji suddenly laughed, their knowledge is different from yours. Their knowledge is the truth. And knowledge is indeed the only standard to become a monarch and emperor since ancient times. It is undeniable that every generation of monarchs and emperors are extremely knowledgeable, surpassing all mortals. Suji's voice was distant, like an ancient sage warning the future generations, like the god of wisdom teaching the mortals on earth the truth. My dear human king, Wesley, charity has never been the proof to become a monarch and emperor. Gilgamesh's tyranny, still no one in the world dared to rebel. Good governance of the world is also not the proof to become a monarch and emperor. When the alchemy emperor ruled the world, he did not attend court for 100 years. Regardless of national affairs, he immersed himself in the alchemy room for more than half a year, and closed himself for dozens of spring and autumn. He let the witches under him rule the world. Who in the world dared to rebel? During the prime of his life, it was still peaceful. Suji's eyes were shining, and his voice was powerful. The standard to become a monarch and emperor is the only truth. Every ancient emperor had the power to suppress the world. As long as they were alive, they would rule over an era. When they fall, it is the end of an era. Emperor Wesley's mind was suddenly shaken. Suji said leisurely, he. Insignificant existences like ants, mocking the great truth-seekers who set the gods as their goal, mocking the past monarchs and emperors for their lack of knowledge, for being boorish men and warriors. Wesley, the real pitiful ones are you people of this era. Wesley's mind was blank, as if a magnificent ancient curtain had been lifted, and the ancient monarchs and emperors who stood at the top of the world came into view. Rumble, as they spoke, they gradually left the mountain range and entered the encirclement. Countless beastmen rushed forward, holding spears, long sticks, and some even uprooted trees. Their roars shook the sky. War air hammer. Suddenly, the air suddenly condensed, and a war air hammer quickly condensed, and fiercely rushed forward. Whoosh, amidst the overwhelming beast tide, the warhammer seemed to have plowed a huge ditch in the ground. Countless beastmen were sent flying, vomiting blood as they were sent flying. This is? Emperor Wesley looked at this almost mythical scene, and his eyes widened. For the first time, he completely lost his composure. It was as if his entire philosophy since he was young had been subverted, and his heart trembled violently, as if something had sprouted. This is the true knowledge needed to become a monarch and emperor who can suppress the world? Yes, this is my truth, the only truth. Suji said calmly, watch carefully, war air hammer. Rumble, another huge road was blasted open. Along the huge ditch on the ground, the beastmen in the way were all sent flying, straight towards the Vidakimia palace. Suji rode on a giant beast and led the human king forward in the midst of the army. He looked like he was taking a leisurely stroll. His voice came from afar. I came to this land to wake up another king who thinks that he can rule the world by relying on his intelligence. Rumble. After half an hour, Suji had smashed more than 20 war air hammers, flattening the ground along the way. Looking down from the sky, the ground looked like it had been pushed out by a train, leaving behind a wide and huge dirt road. Thud thud. The era behemoth stopped at the palace gates. The orcs on both sides were no longer attacking, but stood calmly on both sides as if the gates were wide open. Brom didn't flee? Suji jumped off the era behemoth in surprise, and led King Wesley forward step by step. On both sides were teams of elite orcs, clad in black leather armor and wielding weapons, looking straight ahead. They're all elite orcs who can take on 10 at once, King Wesley reminded in a low voice. Suji strode into the palace of the human kingdom. The atmosphere was solemn. On both sides were the demi-human ministers and the leaders of the various beastman tribes. On an exquisitely carved black throne sat a tall and mighty demi-human. He had a pair of grey wings and sharp nails. He was the king of the demi-humans, Brahm. Warrior, good martial prowess. Brahm sat on the throne and applauded loudly. I see that you're covered in fur, and you look more like an orc than a human. You have no interest in the human race, so why are you fighting for them? Why don't you come under me, and I'll name you the #1 orc warrior? Brahm's gaze burned. I'm about to rule the world. There will be no more humans in the world, only us beast men. Power and beauties will be yours to enjoy. You brought Emperor Wesley here for the reward, haven't you? Emperor Wesley trembled slightly. Looking at the ministers on both sides, he could not help but stand behind Suji. Suji was taken aback, and could not help but laugh. Brahm, who let you sit on the throne? Come down, I brought Wesley here to make the two kingdoms submit, and I will become the monarch of this era. Brahm's expression froze. An orc Confucian strategist beside him could not help but stand up and berate, our king respects you and calls you a warrior. If we don't respect you, who do you think you are? Around them, the tall and mighty orc warriors were also laughing coldly. Just because you're a mere level 4, you dare to attack us? I wonder if our half-orc royal family, a bird-bodied transvestite, can poison ancient level 4 wizards to death? It wasn't that they didn't cultivate. The strongest among them was already at level 3. Even if they were at level 4, how much physical strength would they have left after killing all the way here? Victory was in their grasp. Suji looked around and couldn't help but laugh. War Air Hammer. Boom, in that instant, energy surged. A hole was fiercely torn open in the great earth. The entire king's palace was fiercely pierced through, a large half of it shattered. Suji took a step forward. War Air Hammer. Boom, countless half-beast men were sent flying, and the entire hall was instantly riddled with holes. Suji took another step and approached Brahm's throne. Insolent assassin. Two shadow guards hiding in the dark made their move. The harpy ladyboy was actually a level 3 grandmaster of combat. They clenched their incomparably terrifying sharp claws and pounced forward. Warhammer. Boom, two of the strongest personal guards spat out mouthfuls of blood in an instant, and were sent flying. Suji finally arrived before the king of half-beast men, Brahm's throne. War Air Hammer. War Air Hammer. Waves of huge invisible air hammers condensed. His spiritual energy seemed endless. 30 war air hammers were unleashed at the same time. Countless air waves enveloped Suji's entire body. His long black hair fluttered as if it was burning. Formless flames gathered behind him, like a cloak of air waves. The huge warhammer covered the entire great hall. This vast and boundless power, is he really human? All the half-beast men were pale as a sheet. They were dazed. That destructive aura not only shattered the entire king's palace in an instant, it also deeply shocked everyone. Brahm's entire body trembled as he looked at the 30 war air hammers within reach. They overlapped, and the terrifying wind waves actually scraped a series of razor-sharp scratches on his face. In that instant, countless schemes and thoughts flashed through his mind, but they were of no use in the face of such a huge disparity in power. Half-beast men, I choose to submit. Finally, he slowly bent his back and knelt on the ground. The moment Brahm knelt, the surrounding beastmen were silent, their hearts filled with countless complex emotions and bitterness. They had clearly been one step away from the glory of the half-beast men, but they had been buried in a flash. At this moment, all the beastmen understood that Brahm, who held the highest authority in the half-beast men kingdom, had submitted. This meant that the half-beast men kingdom would be subservient to this terrifying being for a long time to come. King Wesley, who was at the side, also looked at the figure standing in the king's palace in shock. One person subduing two kingdoms. Wesley had read many books, and had naturally read about ancient myths and legends. This should not be a rank 4 spell, or he would have been exhausted long ago. According to Shirley's secret communication with him, this aura was not strong, and was only a rank 4 spell. However, 60 war air hammers were something that even a rank 5 could not achieve. It could only be a rank 6 legend. Even at the peak of the ancient civilizations, a rank 7 epic was a monarch emperor, and a rank 6 legend could suppress a kingdom. It was an extremely powerful force. Now, the strongest among them was only a rank 3. Suji looked at his surroundings, his expression incomparably calm. My name is Messiah. From today onwards, I shall be a monarch emperor, suppressing the world, and the two kingdoms shall respect me. With that, Suji turned around, intending to leave. Everyone was stunned on the spot, not having expected this scene. He had come to subdue two kingdoms and become a monarch emperor. He was not going to ascend the throne, establish a palace, and rule the world. Instead, he turned around and left. Monarch Emperor Messiah, why are you leaving? Where are you going? Brahm was trembling all over, despondent. Someone had already fulfilled his lifelong dream, but he did not cherish it, and turned to leave. I'm going to seek the truth, Suji replied softly. The truth? Brahm suddenly exclaimed, and the surrounding beastmen ministers fell into a daze. Suji waved his hand behind him, and his slender figure gradually disappeared at the door. As long as I'm alive, it will be the era of the Monarch Emperor Messiah. I will still subdue the two kingdoms, but don't be presumptuous. Simple and crude. Surrounded by lush and quiet trees, Suji rode the Allah beast forward slowly, reaching out to pluck a pink wild fruit from the tree, and took a big bite. It doesn't matter if I have diarrhea. It's rare that I'm in this world. Whether it's poisonous or not, I'll eat it once. Anyway, it won't kill me. I'll soon start learning witchcraft. First, I'll learn the spring witch's spring bath to recover my body. As a foodie, Suji had practically discovered a new continent. The taste of the species in this world had developed to this day was rather unique. As long as I become a monarch emperor and subdue the two kingdoms, they won't dare to make too big of a move. From Suji's point of view, the war that the beastmen waged against the humans was simply laughable. If it was a low-level world, it would be acceptable to use schemes and large numbers of troops to plot against each other to invade the other's kingdom. But this was already a high-level transcendent world. What was the use of having more soldiers and troops? Since ancient times, it had always been one person who could suppress the world. Even Medusa went to the kingdom of Babylon alone and stood on the throne of Babylon, suppressing the entire kingdom. But unexpectedly, after 200 years of decline, they actually began to use ridiculous schemes to transform the beastmen, and relying on human wave tactics, began to invade other countries. The world was reduced to mediocrity. It's not good to go astray. Since the potion system has been developed, I should take the path of individual bravery. Suji calmly lowered his head and plucked a bright red, multicolored mushroom. He stuffed it into his mouth and chewed it slowly. Then, he murmured, after this battle, we should be able to develop our individual strength again. The two great kingdoms should have top-notch unparalleled experts, and even the next generation of monarchs and emperors. Perhaps, this would be the germination of a bright era. Now that the conflict had been resolved, Suji felt much more relaxed. He calmly rode the Allah beast forward. Now that I've come to this world, I'll start working on my main task, which is to train as a wizard. I'll solidify my foundation and become a wizard through and through. He came to this land because he was tired and wanted to travel, relax his body and mind, make up for his incomplete knowledge, and become a complete level 4 wizard. This was the main reason. Otherwise, Suji would not dare to continue to increase the realm of wizard. A castle in the air was too weak. Let's go to the National Library and read there. I'll fill my foundation with level 1 to level 4 alchemy books and witchcraft books. He rode the Allah beast, stretched, and quietly moved forward as if he was carefree between heaven and earth. By the way, I'll travel along the way and taste the delicacies of the other world. 4 days later, in the Vidasimia library, there was a mysterious strange man in a cloak. The mysterious man had been reading here, arriving at 7 o'clock in the morning and leaving at 6 o'clock in the morning. This continued for several years. In this long history, the Messiah was known as the most mysterious monarch emperor in the whole of history. He suppressed the world, but almost never showed his face in front of the people. He wandered around the world freely, loved delicious food, and liked to eat fruits and wine the most. His footprints could be found from time to time. There were even rumors among the people that if one met the Messiah emperor and offered him wine and food, he would receive a gift, an incomparable adventure, and could dominate the world. But no matter how the unofficial history described it, the official history could not lie. The new celestial calendar recorded frowny face 219, the Orc kingdom invaded, and the humans were on the verge of extinction. The world called the Messiah monarch emperor, who was in charge of gardens and wine, appeared out of nowhere, suppressed the two kingdoms, and left. Dang dang dang, the stone bell of the central spire rang through the sky. Suji opened his eyes in bed. He used the cup to brush his teeth, stood up, and walked to the window. He put on his black trench coat and covered himself with a cape. After he went downstairs for breakfast, he headed to the library. Murdoch City was one of the three major cities of the human kingdom. It was famous for its food and had the largest ancient library, which had a complete collection of ancient sorcerer books. Although alchemy and potions were almost lost, there were still some records of alchemy weapons, and few sorcerer training books were lost. But in this era, these books were useless, and no one could train with them. After 10 minutes, there was a corner at the end of the street. There was a library with a round arch door. There were exquisite black embossed pillars on both sides of the door. An old man sat on the front desk of the yellow bookshelf, studying an ancient black microscope. "Little Green, are you still studying this microscope?" Suji walked into the room with small steps. The technology of the microscope was not something that could be made now. The lens needed to be extracted from resin, but the alchemy equipment was extremely precise. Without a sorcerer's powerful and precise mind power, there was no way to replicate it. This thing was already a treasure. The year he came here, Green was still very young. But day after day, he was still very young. Day after day, the young boy gradually aged, married and had children, and became the old Grimm of today. Suji picked up a thick book from the Ouroboros school and went to the table to read. The Ouroboros school was a famous secret school of sorcerers during the era of the Alchemy Emperor. Because all the books of the sorcerer world were gathered here, all kinds of secrets and rare books could be easily found here. The library in this world did not have a rule that people could not talk. Instead, it became a gathering place for people to communicate and chat. "I'm going to the old street in the north of the city, Burdenhan. There's a newly opened potion shop there with second-rank potions for Grandmaster of Combat. I'll check it out later." A few men were discussing. "No, wait, I still have to go to the Vulture School's combat training ground," another man said with some regret. "Unfortunately, I want to become a magic swordsman, but I have to join the country's patrol team. All these years, Messiah the Great is still traveling, but I heard that 7 years ago, she went to 2 kingdoms and suppressed all discordant voices. Messiah Monarch Emperor." The youths all looked forward to the most mysterious sovereign martial emperor of legend. Instead of ruling over the world, he would walk through the land in a carefree manner. "I heard that the 2 kingdoms are still engaged in a small-scale war at the front lines, and the fighting is fierce. Albert, who is known as the Shield Knight of Justice and the strongest Grandmaster of Combat among the humans, has already broken through to level 4 Grandmaster of Combat, but was still heavily injured by Brahm. There was a large hole in his chest, and he was poisoned. Everyone thought he was dead for sure, but who knew that he would actually come back to life and become a Death Knight?" There was a heated discussion all around. This was a brand new class, Death Knight. After all, it wasn't that no one had tried to create a new profession over the years. However, there were 173 types of potions, and they had to choose 7 of them to match, and they had to follow a certain order, which resulted in countless possibilities. There was not a single person who did not dream of forming a powerful hidden class by themselves and walking towards the peak. Over the years, they had formed potionology. Potionologists explored the truth of this aspect, and after thousands of failed combinations, they could be considered to have developed a few new professions. However, without exception, they all had their flaws, and were not as mature and powerful as the Grandmaster of Combat. Now, there was a new hidden class, Death Knight, that was said to be many times stronger than the Grandmaster of Combat. Everyone was amazed. "I really want the Death Knight potion formula. If I can get it, I'll definitely reach the heavens in a single step." I heard that Albert already had an even more mysterious profession formula, Necromancer. It said that it involves death, and according to the combination of Grandmaster of Combat and Necromancer, this new profession appeared and came back to life. Necromancer? I'm really looking forward to it, just like those powerful ancient wizards from the Babylonian era. Shoo. It said that Brahm, the king of the orcs, attacked Albert to obtain the Necromancer profession formula. It said that the strongest Grandmaster of Combat, Albert, was also attacked. It's not just the orcs, it said that we humans too. Suji's expression was still calm as he silently studied the book in front of him. It's been more than 20 years, and I've almost completely understood all the major systems of the sorcerers. My foundation has caught up, and I've even reached the level of a normal legend. The sorcerer civilization had once reached its peak, but it was now extinct. Now that he had entered, it was to learn the mature system of the sorcerers, and absorb all the essence they had accumulated over 1,000 years. Now, he was almost there. He had only used more than 20 years. His spiritual energy was strong, and he was the hero of the insectoids. As an ultimate life form, he naturally understood quickly. Moreover, other sorcerers had to cultivate, but he had not meditated for more than 20 years. He had always been learning knowledge and practicing sorcery. He could endure the loneliness and settle his heart. After all, he was very clear that power needed endless knowledge to accumulate. Without enough foundation, it was destined that he would not be able to go far. Of course, time passed very quickly when he was immersed in the sea of books. Researching the truth was indeed addictive. It made people drunk and obsessed, and it was very enjoyable. Time passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, he found that he had overused his brain, and a lot of the hair on his body had gone bald. Of course, the main reason for this was that as he continued to grow stronger, it was as if he was actively evolving. He gradually shed his hair, revealing the characteristics of black hair and black eyes. As for money, every few years, he would go to the palaces of the two kingdoms to practice sorcery and ask for funds. Another reason for the rapid progress of his sorcerer knowledge was that other than reading in the library, he was also practicing sorcery. It was equivalent to a Gatling sorcerer with unlimited energy. Every time he ran out of energy, he would go to the edge of the world and let his main body recharge. I've been charging for more than 20 years. My main body's spiritual force is equivalent to that of a giant magus's, which is equivalent to nearly 10,000 ordinary level 4 magis, and I've almost emptied it. One can only imagine how crazy this is. With my current level of knowledge, I am already a level 6 legendary sorcerer. However, compared to people like Medusa, the Alchemy Emperor, and Ermin, my foundation is definitely far from that. He flipped through the pages and silently muttered, "This can be considered as completing the sorcerer's foundation, and I can continue to increase my realm without worry." Before level 7 sorcerers, they were not afraid of unstable realms, but they were already able to open up new sorcery and realms. What about me? Not to mention the peak of the sorcerer, level 7 legendary sorcerers, many level 6 legendary sorcerers were already the head of their respective sorcerer sects and academies. Their foundation of knowledge had already reached the level where they could open up new sorcery. Suji thought for a while, then, I will start to open up a prototype path for this Rubik's Cube monkey. It can be considered as a satisfactory answer sheet for my trip to take the closed-door entrance examination. It's time to leave. He went to the top floor of the library and looked down at the entire human city. It was the year of darkness, and countless light yellow resin lamps were like stars in the sky, gathering under the entire street. A month later, Suji moved to another place to die. In the cellar, the borrowed Rubik's cubes from the forging furnaces of the human kingdoms had already begun to multiply. They lined up into a black brick wall, opened their bloody mouths, and looked very ferocious. I really look like a sorcerer hiding in a high tower. Suka continued to write down some of his experimental notes on the paper. Opening up a new path isn't that easy. Back then, the three witches suffered so much studying the evil-eye creatures. Now, I want to open up the path of the Rubik's Cube monkey, and I have to restudy the characteristics of the Rubik's Cube. Another 3 years passed. Suji completely began his hardcore research. During this period, he found that the hair on his body had grown bald again. At this time, in front of Suji, there was a human-shaped doll. On it were all kinds of muscles and blood vessels, all of which were drawn. How can a human's body cultivate and expand its internal space? It's not that no one tried to fuse with the first gene Rubik's Cube, but it was useless. There was no way to continuously expand its internal space. Logically speaking, the space magic box has special magic patterns carved on it. Only then can it expand its internal space. Humans can only use magic patterns to carve on their bodies, turning them into a human-shaped Rubik's Cube to expand it. Suji's eyes gradually brightened. Perhaps, by modifying the magic patterns on the human body, it can form a special energy circulation route in the body, and then expand the internal space. Another 5 years passed. Suji's knowledge became more and more profound, and it was already comparable to the level of an ordinary epic. Finally, he studied the patterns of the space magic box on the human body, modified it, and was able to operate it successfully. This route in the body can expand the internal space. It's called the meridian circulation method. The circulation route of the meridian will eventually converge and enter the sea of consciousness, expanding it. Suji began to perform the meridian circulation. He found that not only could it expand the internal space, but it could also strengthen one's spiritual force. But this creature's speed of expanding the internal space is fine, but the speed of cultivating spiritual force is too slow. It's too biased. Suji quickly discovered this point. Compared to the speed of a sorcerer's spiritual force, it's too far off. The evil eye was a spiritual talent, and the Rubik's Cube was no match for the speed of cultivation. Since sorcerers cultivate their own bodies and produce their own spiritual force, why can't it cultivate the external world? After all, with an internal space, it can absorb the spiritual energy of the world outside. Sorcerers cultivated their own bodies, while the Rubik's Cube monkeys cultivated the world. One cultivated the internal, while the other cultivated the external. Suji thought about it and continued to make deductions. But the spiritual energy of the world is thin, and without death, it can't be cultivated. This is not a high-energy world, and there is no spiritual energy for cultivators. Suji silently closed his eyes to feel. Does this system have to kill people? Another few days passed. On this day, Suji suddenly closed his eyes. In the darkness, he realized that because his body had a space, he was unusually sensitive to the external world of this world. The souls of the grandmasters of combat who passed by on the streets could be clearly seen. Their souls were actually emitting emotions of happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. In the darkness, they were like bowls of walking hot noodles, emitting steam. Suji tried to absorb the steam of those emotions. Although it's weak, it is indeed a form of spiritual energy. It's only 1,000th of the energy of a complete soul, but it can be continuously regenerated without killing people. If it accumulates, it might not be slower than the speed of a sorcerer's spiritual force cultivation. He sat cross-legged and performed a circulatory cycle revolution. His thoughts drifted further and further, sensing the world. He continuously absorbed the spiritual energy of the people on the streets, the various living creatures, and even the mounts. Gradually, it spread to half of the people in the city, and he could feel their laughter. Suji's eyes became brighter and brighter. Life is like bowls of hot noodles, constantly emitting steam. And like burning candles, constantly emitting incense. The embryonic form of a system is formed. After years of painstaking research, he wrote a satisfactory sorcerer graduation paper for himself. Then, he found a coffin for his messiah body, and buried it in case of emergencies. Using the method developed by the alchemy emperor, he created an alchemy hibernation cabin. Splash! On the other side, Suji opened his eyes and looked up at the clock on the wall. He came in the afternoon, and it was exactly 9 o'clock at night. It's like a hardcore holiday. He stood up, feeling a little dry in his throat. He got a glass of water and turned on the lights in the room. Since the outbreak of the sorcerer world had been solved, and the initial system of the Rubik's Cube monkeys had been perfected, it was time to pay attention to the other side and launch the new underground world. The launch of the Rubik's Cube monkeys. There are even more new species being released. Suji stood up and looked at the evolution sandbox. I haven't paid attention for a long time. Let me see what kind of potential species these mutated players have created. Now, Suji did not have to worry about his realm being unstable before he reached level 7, and he no longer only knew the Warhammer spell. He was much more knowledgeable than level 4 wizards of the same realm. Secondly, the hidden danger of the sorcerer world had been resolved. The advancement of the sorcerer world has temporarily come to an end and is on the right track. We can even ignore it for a while. It's time to focus on opening up a new underground world. Suji came to the chair. Intelligent subbrain, what potential species are there in the sand table now? 7 potential species. 6 have reached the release standard, and 1 has reached the strong potential standard, the intelligent subbrain replied. Suji was not surprised that there were 7 potential species. After all, it had been a long time. Other than the few people in the Akina Mountain Speed who were in the lead, the others were not stupid. These days, they had gradually perfected their own biological structure, and there was a biological explosion, period. Moreover, there was a species that had great potential. This was already a very high evaluation. One had to know that only the Rubik's Cube and the man-made god could receive such an evaluation. However, Suji did not expect that the seeds sown in the sorcerer world could only be harvested in the underground world. They could only be released in large quantities in this new underground world. However, at this time, the intelligent subbrain said in a mechanical voice, "We are going offline now. Do you want to extend the game time?" Suji was stunned for a moment, only to realize that it was almost 10 o'clock, which was the time limit for the sand table to shut down. "Then we'll see tomorrow." Suji did not force it. He was a very easygoing person. He felt that this was a very positive game, and they would definitely not stay up late. After all, staying up late was inefficient, and they would go bald quickly. He had to use his hairline where it should be used. The next morning, Suji got up to brush his teeth and wash his face. Then, he picked up a piece of bread, opened the fridge, and took out the Phoenix Spirit tea. He went to the yard to eat breakfast, ready to watch the evolution sand table. Right, how is the phoenix? Suji suddenly remembered that before releasing species, there had to be a suitable environment. Logically speaking, a suitable environment should have been formed. After all, quite a few days had passed since the last mass extinction. According to the progress of the phoenix's love for the ocean, the creatures should have already climbed ashore. At present, it hasn't reached the environment where it can be dropped. The AI's voice sounded. I've already planned to release species there, but no ecosphere has evolved. Could it be that something unexpected has happened? Suji came to the cellar and went all the way to the underground space. In the end, he discovered that the entire underground world had changed drastically. Over the past few days, the phoenix continued to smelt the ground. It found that when it reached 5 meters, the ground became more and more solid. It could not be smelted any further. Thus, it decided to smash open a small pit on its own initiative. It crossed over this piece of solid ground and came to an underground environment where the soil was loose and continued to melt. Thus, 2 layers of space appeared. In the middle of the mezzanine, there was a large hole that served as a passage. Moreover, it had smelted 9 huge smelted stone pillars that supported the sky of the 2 worlds. Voila, the light was bright, and the phoenix soared in the sky. Its voice was crisp and clear, resounding through the entire sky. This world should be divided into 2 levels. The top is heaven, the bottom is the mortal world, and the middle is the 9 pillars that support the heaven and earth. Now, not only was the top wall of the upper level filled with stars, but the sky of the lower level was also decorated with stars. It could be said that it had the heart of a young girl, and the entire world was like its own bedroom, beautifully decorated. It also led the seawater into the lower level, and countless lives wandered in it. Quickly, be born. Cute new lives. Oh right, I wonder what kind of life will appear if I let these primitive life forms that are crazily evolving in the ocean fuse with a drop of my blood. On this day, the phoenix wandered in the sky and looked at the species in the ocean that were crazily reproducing and evolving at a terrifying speed. Suddenly, it became interested and tried it out. During the creation period, Suji used the Rubik's Cube and the insect ape to fuse creatures, and it actually had the same idea in this new world's ocean during the reproduction period of creation. Its blood fused with it, and another great extinction of life began. In the end, countless life forms were wiped out in the entire land. Only 9 creatures survived the extinction of the species, withstanding the phoenix's blood. The 9 of them were like a miniature version of the phoenix. Although they did not have powerful abilities, they inherited the phoenix's heat. 9 sons. It was instantly ecstatic. A green lotus was planted on the phoenix's head, and it even looked a little cute. It flew in the sky and could not help but let out a soft cry. This way, I don't have to be so tired. As long as they grow up, they can patrol the world for me. As the 9 sons, they can bathe this land and protect all the creatures in this land. With its first time, the phoenix completely began to experiment. If my blood can fuse with it, then what about my feathers? What about my claws, bones, teeth, and flesh? The phoenix was too lonely. Its race only had one descendant, and it inherited the memories of its ancestors. It did not have its own brothers and sisters, and now it could not help but create intelligent creatures to accompany it. One great extinction of life after another began. The phoenix divided the entire ocean into several areas, separated them by molten magma, and put in its own bones, feathers, and teeth. It used its own feathers to fuse, and in the end, only 2 species survived, 2 oviparous birds with red and purple feathers. The 2 of you become the clouds between heaven and earth, drifting with the sun, adding color to this beautiful world. Another great extinction. The ocean of bones fused into a soft and bright light exoskeleton of a pale yellow bird. Pale yellow, you are the first moon in this world. The phoenix chuckled and held it high. You are the leader of the stars, inlaid on the wall of the sky, responsible for tidying up and repairing the stars of the entire world. Another day, in the ocean of the great extinction of life, another giant life walked out. A giant feather creature could cause the air in the entire world to flow rapidly with a flap of its wings. Yes, you are the wind, the phoenix murmured innocently. One by one, creatures were creating. Thousands of years later, people recorded this scene in myths and legends. After the heaven-opening chapter, the creation chapter of the ancient gods recorded when the world was first born, yin and yang were separated. The yang god created the world. Because there were no living creatures in the world, his blood, bones, and skin were scattered on the earth, turning into the sun, moon, stars, clouds, wind, and countless ancient gods of heaven and earth. Suji was dumbfounded. So it was still a great extinction of life. He had not seen it for a long time, and it had already turned the world upside down. At this moment, the various flying creatures that had fused with the phoenix's bloodline began to live in the sky and were giving birth to spiritual intelligence. And the ocean on the ground was still slowly evolving into spores. The phoenix once again returned to its homebody life. It curled up in the sky and slept. Every day, it let its subordinates patrol the clouds, the sun, and the moon. It had completely become a hands-off boss. However, with the various ravages of the phoenix, this area of seawater was close to drying up after experiencing several great extinctions. At this moment, the phoenix lay on the wall in the sky in a daze. Every day, it would murmur pitifully. Great Creator! I don't dare. I don't dare to anymore. Please send down a large amount of seawater again. I am willing to give everything I have. I am a devout servant of God. Great Creator, the phoenix is your people. I am willing to serve by your side forever. Suji? This phoenix, why is it so dramatic? Has it become stupid after being buried in the ground for hundreds of years? He thought of a saying, when God closes a door for you, he will also squeeze your head. No, it might really be my problem. After I opened the door to a new world for it, I also secretly boiled its bathwater for an entire night. It's a different approach to achieving the same result. Suji felt that it might be his fault. He suddenly had no intention of writing down a small note for the phoenix. He pulled up the water pipe again, mixed seawater, and then washed it down. Walla, a large amount of seawater surged down, and the marine creatures multiplied. This time, the light was even softer, enveloping the entire ocean in warmth. It seemed that the spores were evolving faster. At this rate, in less than a day or two, marine plankton will reappear. Suji coughed twice and sorted out his thoughts. It's just that this world is not on the surface. The phoenix created the clouds, the sun, the moon, and the stars according to the environment of the stars, sun, and moon that it once lived on the surface. They revolved in this world. What kind of vast world would be formed in the future? He stood up, turned his head, and left the underground. When he came to the surface, he began to filter the creatures. The phoenix is so troublesome. The intelligent subbrain, is there any creature with potential? Suji sat on a chair and drank his tea. The intelligent subbrain's mechanical voice came, the species with the strongest potential is estimated to be comparable to the Rubik's Cube or the man-made god. It is a powerful plant type extraordinary, a fruit-bearing plant. Suji was stunned for a moment. Following the intelligent subbrain's hint, he searched the forum for a long time and finally found a very lively post-frowny face coming. Everything is ready. The cute girl is about to turn into a cute and tender little sweetheart and be eaten by my Adonis, shy, In the post was, "Cute girl wants to evolve into a dragon," endorsing a legendary web-based game. Most of the players in the sandbox were male. Cute girl was the most famous and powerful female. She was also very charming, extremely smart, and knew 3 languages. Everyone guessed that she had returned from studying abroad. She was definitely a super fair, rich, and beautiful girl. She was the object of love for all the male players in the game. She never had any powerful species because she had a dream long ago. She wanted to evolve into a cute little sweetheart and let the creator's Prince Charming eat her. Delicious, with 8 times more protein than beef, in the post. Cute girl wants to evolve into a dragon. Hello everyone, after such a long time, I guess a lot of people know who I am, cute girl. The others often reveal their species, only I am unknown. Today, it's finally my turn to appear. I will now officially announce something. I am cute girl, and I am about to transform into a cute little sweetheart. I will offer it to my husband and eat it personally. As soon as he said that, countless female fans went berserk. Get lost. Shameless, the Prince Charming is mine. Angry, little bitch. Give me some face. Don't be a bitch, humph. Bitch, your behavior is filthy. You have a dark heart, and you want the creator to eat you. Blood-dripping knife. JPG, everyone was shocked when they heard it. Many straight men expressed that they couldn't understand. Everything was fine, so why did the girls start fighting? They couldn't afford to offend them. Cute girl wants to evolve into a dragon, hee hee, a bunch of bitches. You can't come in if you don't have enough brains. Come bite me. I love my husband. Don't argue. Disdainful, everyone, ignore the bitches outside. Listen to me analyze the species. As everyone knows, I'm a beautiful and talented woman. I pursue perfection. How can the food I prepare for the creator be ordinary? I must offer up my perfect self. Peel off the thin skin, delicious and juicy. I'll eat it in one bite. Shy, everyone, don't underestimate this beautiful girl's determination. Struggle, to be honest, I've been stuck at a certain point and abandoned many versions. But after entering the sorcerer world, I've been studying the local plants, extraordinary species, and witchcraft. Everyone was stunned. So the reason why the cute girl died so quickly was because she wasn't seriously hiding from her pursuers. Instead, she was always observing the plants in the Magus world. The cute girl wants to evolve into a dragon. Now, after a trip to the sorcerer world and studying sorcery, I already have extraordinary knowledge and can evolve an extraordinary plant. First of all, the plant had to be large. Otherwise, how could he enjoy the rice grain-sized fruits? So, I referred to the artificial god setting. Of course, as a plant, I was fundamentally different. My plant population was made up of spiraling vines that twisted together to form a large tree. Every time a descendant was born, the spiral vine would take root in the original tree, absorb nutrients, and grow taller and taller, constantly stacking on the tree. In theory, there was no height or width limit. This tree could grow infinitely. It wasn't just the trunk. The roots below were also made up of spiraling vines that could expand endlessly. This resulted in an extremely developed root system that could transport large amounts of nutrients. What was the most powerful thing about this plant? Each vine had a natural magic pattern, which was a reference to a certain sorcery in the sorcerer world. It could absorb energy, which was equivalent to an innate talent. In other words, this tree didn't eat living things, but it could absorb souls, flesh, corpses, and photosynthesize all the remaining energy it could find. Then, it would be transported along the pipe vines all the way to the crown of the tree, where it would bear energy fruits. This kind of fruit contains rich energy and is incomparably delicious. It's like the treasures of heaven and earth in those novels. That's why my husband can eat it. Everyone was stunned. What was a true love fan? This was a true love fan. It turned out that this hidden big boss had been keeping a low profile all this while. He had even revised the plan for the evolution of the species many times just for this moment, to offer the best ingredients to the great god of creation. Isn't it just a knee? I'll give it to you. Neil, as expected, the fanaticism of fangirls is much stronger than us male fans. A real fan eating a fan, funny, countless people expressed their shock. At this moment, on the ground, a tall and strange plant the size of a forearm stood tall. There was almost no life around it. All the barren yellow soil had been sucked dry. That tree was the one that the cute girl wanted to evolve into a dragon. For the sake of her idol, she had gradually forgotten her original intention of joining the game and was passionate about being a plant. At the side, a group of strange creatures were whispering to each other. "Cute girl, are you not done yet? Shoo! Don't be too loud. It won't be good if the god of creation finds out about this surprise." Whisper, "Ha ha ha, will there be a hidden reward if I offer a tribute?" Then, a group of strange-looking creatures actually let their own kind commit suicide. Yes, they committed suicide to offer nourishment. In their opinion, it was not a big deal that their goddess had an idol. After all, it was not a real person, right? It was just a spiritual sustenance. They took the opportunity to seriously suck up to their goddess and walk to the peak of life. That was the right path. Look at how the little brain was scared off the mountain. How could he get Goddess Linda if he didn't know a few golden sentences? As the players led a large number of species to die, they fell to the ground. Wah, they were like martyrs who would never return. They were extremely heroic. "Goddess, I will sacrifice my life for you. I will not hesitate. Isn't it just a life? Millions of lives, I will do it." A large amount of blood covered the ground. The entire ground turned into flowing blood and slowly gathered under the roots of the tree. "You are all incomplete species that have evolved and are ready to start over. Now you are reusing trash. Why are you so dramatic? You even want to take the opportunity to woo me?" The cute girl was speechless. These bastards were too shameless. A fruit that emitted a faint glow and rich energy slowly formed. "Carry me and send me over," the cute girl could not help but say. The other players carried the tree and struggled to come in front of Suji. Suji was stunned. He sat on the chair and bent down to pick up the tree. The crystal-clear fruit was only the size of a lychee. The cute girl seemed to be intoxicated by her Adonis's embrace. She looked nervous and said incoherently, "Great. Great Creator, my Adonis, to be visited by you is my biggest dream. Please, please eat this little sweetheart of mine." Screenshots, screenshots, this was to be used as wallpaper in the future, she thought happily. She was so satisfied. She felt that her maiden heart was about to melt. She had searched hard for information and finally realized her dream today. Suddenly, the roars of other players came from below. They were full of heroic spirit. "Hurry, hurry, hurry. Cute girl, help everyone see if the god of creation has any cavities." The cute girl was confused. Cavities, she looked up instinctively and reacted in the next second. "These idiots, I'm going to beat you to death." The cute girl roared from above and madly danced the green leaves. Suji was speechless. He grabbed her tree trunk and gently plucked the fruit on her head while she was still bashful. He put it in his mouth and gently sipped it. An extremely rich energy instantly exploded in every taste bud. It was delicious and sweet. The extremely dense energy it nurtured actually caused Suji's cultivation level to rise slightly. In an instant, Suji instinctively said to the subbrain of the worm nest, "Bring out its genetic talent." The attributes were as follows: University tall tree genetic characteristics, unlimited growth, energy absorption. The sweetness lingered in his mouth. The Phoenix Spirit tea that Suji had tasted did not have such a delicious taste. Over the past few days, he gradually understood that only creatures or ingredients with extraordinary energy could be called delicious. This tree, Suji took a deep breath and secretly measured its potential. It can absorb the energy of heaven and earth and grow infinitely. Perhaps it will be the cornerstone of a new world. It can be put into the new world. Suji confirmed it in an instant. However, the passage between the two worlds had not been completed. Moreover, the new underground world on the other side had not reached the minimum standard for putting species. There were not even a few creatures, so it could not form an ecosystem. Even if it was put in, it would go extinct due to a lack of food. At least tomorrow, when plants appear in the sea. Suji thought for a while. It's fine as long as there are plants. We don't have to wait for animals to appear. After all, it can be vegetarian. Put in humans tomorrow, and the university tree the day after tomorrow. Although it was the day after tomorrow, the announcement still had to be made. An announcement sounded in the sand table game. Frowny face announcement. Congratulations to player Cute Girl for evolving into a dragon and endorsing the legendary web-based game. The evolved species university tree has great potential. Achievement reward obtained. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, licking the creator can create a future. In the end, you will have everything you want. 666. Everyone was so excited that they danced with joy. University tree, this name is very suitable. University is one of the 4 ancient books. It symbolizes high knowledge, and every part of this tree requires high evolutionary knowledge. It's a tree of knowledge. University tree, tree of knowledge, in name only. Licking, in fact, university is a tall tree with a lot of people hanging on it. Silently exposing, nonsense. This is not an ancient tree of life that can give birth to elves. How can there be people hanging on it? Added, boss, you're so good at licking. If you're good at it, I won't have to worry about not having a girlfriend. Learn. It was noisy all around. Cute Girl was still intoxicated by the moment when she was grabbed by the creator. After a long time, she slowly came to her senses and looked at the achievement reward in front of her. How to choose? Everyone quickly gathered around. Cute Girl was not stupid. She looked at the 3 options in front of her without hesitation and chose, Start My Second Life. Soon, a notification popped up in front of her. Please enter the following location in 3 days to transmigrate to the World Passage. Holy shit, the crowd was in an uproar. What the hell? Why was it completely different this time? There was even a delay? Or 3 days, but in the next second, notice, this sandbox is about to enter version maintenance. In 1 minute, everyone will go offline. Please be prepared. This system maintenance will last for 2 days. Moreover, the 4th closed beta test was initiated. Spore Evolution Beta version 0. 4 is officially released. 1. Another 30 closed beta testers will be released. The maximum number of online players will be 210. 2. The internal testing quota will still be reviewed in the form of a biological thesis. 3. Implement the elimination system. In this 4th beta testing, 80 of the 180 closed beta players will be eliminated. The number of eliminated players is, in this 3rd beta test, 80 people would be eliminated and 30 more would be added. Everyone was stunned. Everyone was happy with the start of the 4th beta test as they had gained many new companions. However, what did they mean by eliminating 80 players? This is clearly a prank. Isn't the lousy game? Producers going to give us an explanation? The forum was in an uproar as countless closed beta players voiced their complaints. What? I'm eliminated? I'm actually eliminated. I'm smashing my keyboard. We only have a total of 180 players. Why did they suddenly increase the number of eliminated players by 80? That's almost half. Angry, however, there were only a few closed beta players on the forum who were against it. Most of them were cheering, agreeing, and praising the game's developers for being so kind. After all, there would be more slots for the closed beta players. How could they not be happy? I think it's fair. After all of you have been in there for so long and even had fun. In the other world, at least half a month is enough for you to have no regrets. Why don't you let others experience it while we wait outside? I don't think there's anything wrong with it. It's already the 4th beta test, and the number of players is increasing every time. Therefore, the number of eliminated players should also increase. Ha ha ha. I've been preparing my thesis for a long time. I can't wait to read it. I'm sure I'll have a part in it. The forum was in an uproar. Cute Girl came to her senses. So the delay in my entry is due to the version update and the system maintenance? Suji was indifferent. After all, he had released it casually. He wanted to update the game while he could not enter the new world. Furthermore, he had squeezed out the players who had yet to produce any results. He no longer needed them. Previously, the main force of the evolution, such as Mount Akina Suzuka, Primeval Thunderclap Hand, and the others, had been in there for hundreds of years. Now that their livers had stopped working, they had to adjust to the time difference. They would need to rest for at least a month before they could adjust. How long was a month? 3,000 years. By the time they recovered, half of China's history would have passed. The best solution was to replace more than half of the 180 players with new blood. There were many talents in this world, but they had not unearthed their potential and talents. Beep, in an instant, all the players' screens turned black as they were forced offline. They could not help but wail. Under the warm sunlight, the entire courtyard was filled with lush greenery. All of a sudden, it became unprecedentedly quiet. It's been a long time since the last update. It's time to maintain this 30 square meter sand table. Suji picked up the fertilizer he had bought. Replenish the fertility of the soil and make it more fertile. In fact, it was necessary to maintain the sand table again. The creatures here flowed 10,000 times faster than normal, growing and reproducing crazily. It had only been 10 or so days since the start of the game, and it was already barren. It would not do if they did not replenish some fertilizer. But thinking about it this way, it seemed like it had been a long time since the start of the game, but in fact, only 10 or so days had passed. He was already a level 4 wizard. Moreover, he had deduced the transcendent realm from level 1 to level 8, and there was even a god. Moreover, the second new world was about to open. That was crazy to the extreme. Even the development of the worm nest technology might not be as fast. This is all the credit of some idiotic players. I will remember your good deeds. Be good and be buried. I will fertilize you. As a farmer, Suji thought as he fertilized the ground. The sand table is only 100 times faster than normal, and the land is very large. It can achieve a self-recycling ecosystem. After the creatures die, they will become fertilizer to nourish the growth of the plants. The energy loss is not too serious. After fertilizing, Suji breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the plants on the land. Without the players' control, they were in a state of free growth. They were madly absorbing the fertility of the land and rapidly multiplying. After all, the environment had changed. From barren land to fertile soil, they began to adapt to the environment. They began to twist and grow, forming a completely different biological form and rapidly multiplying. Suji was shocked. How could this be? He quickly took out the tall tree, afraid that it would become another species. But, the next time they come online, they will probably find that the creature they control and evolve is completely different. Suji was stunned. Forget it. New version, new look. Then, there was the second thing. On the small sand table, he made a second path to the new world. Now that Suji was a real level 4 wizard, it was naturally very light. With a slight surge of spiritual power, the soil between the small sand table and the big sand table of the sorcerer world separated, revealing a white water pipe. Soon, Suji took out pliers, a water pipe, and connected a new section of water pipe. He made a branch channel on the foundation of the world passage. The shape was very simple. After doing all this, it was already dark, so he went to sleep. At noon the next day, Suji came to the underground world and saw that life had begun to appear in the ocean again. It's time to put in the humans of this world and let them develop. But when a large number of plants and animals appear, humans appear first? Suji thought about it and felt that it was unbelievable. It did not conform to evolution at all, but he was speechless. What was so unbelievable about it? It did not conform to evolution, but it did conform to mythology. In ancient mythology, God created the world, then created the gods, then created the human race, and then created all kinds of animals. In the order of creation, humans always belong to the second echelon. Is it a coincidence? Or is it all predestined? It's like a reenactment of a legend. Suji came to the bottom of the sea and looked at the ocean. This time, he was already familiar with it. He easily reached out and pointed. Insect nest subbrain, bring out the genetic sequence of the magic square monkey and use the spores in the ocean to reproduce. Splash. The ocean seemed to be boiling, and some kind of life was being born. In the shallow water, hairy apes slowly walked on the ground. Up in the sky, an ignorant golden bird was patrolling when it suddenly cried out. What happened? Phoenix heard the cry and stood on the wall in the sky. She could not help but poke her head out and look at the turbid ocean bathed in faint light. She suddenly said in shock. It's God, creating humans. Miracle of life, the phoenix could not help but pass through the hole in the heavenly realm and land in the mortal world. It fluttered its wings and soared in the sky, looking at the vast ocean. In the ocean, many hairy black apes slowly walked out of the ocean, bringing with them a savage aura. It was as if they had turned into human form in an instant and left the ocean. It was a spectacular scene. Boom! A meteor fell from the sky and landed on the ground. It was a huge black stone tablet. On the black stone tablet, there was a diagram of a human body. There were dense and fine lines on it, as if it was some kind of energy circulation method. It contained endless principles. What is this? The phoenix could not help but stop, its eyes shining. 10 years passed. The apes on the ground learned to speak. Their bodies were black and hairy, and they began to communicate with each other. One moment they were serious, the next moment they were winking at each other. Even they did not know what the other was saying. At this time, the species in the ocean had become extremely prosperous. They gradually climbed onto the land and became land animals. At this time, as the first batch of large-scale creatures to appear on this continent, humans were the undisputed overlords of the continent. They began their own civilization. Digging black caves to live in. Like the most ancient cavemen, they gradually began to learn to use tools, stone spears, stone chisels, and search for food in the damp stone caves. However, they did not master the fire seed and lived a caveman life of eating raw meat and drinking blood. However, in less than 30 years, they were surpassed. The world was madly accelerated. Every life was evolving crazily, but they did not. All kinds of savage beasts began to be born and completely walked out of the land. They were tall and mighty, some were even comparable to giant trees, and could trample them to death with one foot. Hoo-ha! Muda, muda, muda. The apes roared and roared, desperately raising their stone spears to fight back. However, they gradually became food for the giant beasts. What an interesting energy path. In the sky, the phoenix lay on the sun palace, immersed in the heaven-descending god monument. Finally, it could not help but descend to the mortal world. It communicated with the group of black-haired apes for a long time, saying that it would protect them and let them start to cultivate the path on the monument. At first, they did not believe it, until the phoenix easily burned a terrifying armored giant beast to death. You are so weak. This is the flame of civilization, I will give it to you. A flame separated from the phoenix's body and ignited a nearby tree. The phoenix then flew away. Huff. Huff. The group of cave dwellers knelt down one after another, surrounding the phoenix that flew away in the sky and shouting loudly. They prayed in gratitude, revering it as if it was a deity. They spoke in an incomprehensible language, cheerful and excited. Wah. Wah wah ka ka. On this day, the cave dwellers, dressed in tree bark, danced around a huge bonfire and ate barbecued food. At this point, the cave dwellers had entered the era of the Pyro tribe. Another 10 years passed. A purple cloud covered the sky all year round, protecting the entire tribe. The apes of the ancient tribes began to develop their own language and civilization in a peaceful environment, changing with each passing day. The phoenixes would come once every 10 years to check on the progress. It was a new decade. Very soon, the apes' cultivation progress was uneven. They began to sense a shortcut. They absorbed the aura of the powerful ancient god purple cloud in the sky and constantly cultivated. When they were happy cultivating, they would point one hand to the sky and the other to the ground, constantly calling out hoo-ha, su-sha, and oh-la. They would be solemn one moment and serious the next. Their expressions would change several times, making it difficult to understand what they were thinking. Among them, 3 apes cultivated the fastest. A super small dimension actually appeared in their bodies, increasing their strength and allowing them to leap onto trees. They had already reached the realm of a rank 2 magus. Gradually, they began to beat their chests towards the sky, showing off their strength. They went to challenge the weak giant beasts, and they actually succeeded. They dragged the giant beast's corpse back, and the entire tribe cheered, throwing the warriors high into the air. On this day, they began to gather around a huge bonfire and roast the giant beast's corpse. They constantly called out hoo-ha and waved their hands high in the air, as if they were performing some strange ceremony. Unbelievable, simply unbelievable, the phoenix marveled at the terror of this power. The ancient apes of this tribe were clearly innately weak, fragile, and easily destroyed, but they could constantly grow as if they had endless potential. They could even grow to the point where they could rival a natural-born god like the phoenix. Could it be that this kind of body, this human form, is the main character of this world? The phoenix trembled all over, feeling incomparable envy. With deep fear, she looked at the apes in the tribe who were hoo-ha and slipping, beating their chests and shouting at the sky. In the future, will these beings also surpass me? The god of creation has a human form, and these beings also have a human form. They are clearly such weak beings, but because they have the life form of the god of creation, they seem to conform to some kind of rule of heaven and earth, and thus have infinite possibilities. It suddenly remembered the suffering it had suffered in that world. Perhaps it would be repeated in this world. It would still be surpassed by these weak beings, and then it would be hunted down again, struggling in the mud. No. It's different now. It's completely different. It was high up in the sky, overlooking this primitive ape tribe, recalling the memories of generations of ancestors, and its voice gradually became cold. Instead of waiting to be surpassed, it is better for me to surpass myself first and become a god. I want to become a god, the first god in this world. It never thought about fighting for anything. It longed for an incomparably free and happy life, but it was never allowed. I want freedom, and first of all, I must have power above all. If I can become such a humanoid creature, I will be loved by the world, and favored by the god of creation. The phoenix spread its wings and flew, emitting strong flames, overlooking the whole land. It had never had ambition, but for the first time it had a goal in life, to become a god. It ignited the same feelings as Medusa, to pursue the ultimate path, to pursue the truth, but it was not for the sake of being strong like Medusa, but for the sake of living freely. I want to pursue the path of freedom, I want to have freedom in this world. I am not a seeker of truth in the sorcerer world, but a seeker of the Tao. To seek the Tao, to seek freedom, to seek vast and rotten freedom. Another 10 years passed. The phoenix was already studying its own way to become a god, and from that stone tablet, it found a possible route to become a god. The gods in the sky gradually gave birth to wisdom. The clouds, wind, sun, and moon communicated with the apes of the tribes, Ya and Yeo, promoting the germination of wisdom together. At the same time, the ancient gods of heaven and earth, most of the time, shrouded a human tribe on the ground. They favored these weak creatures, benefiting these lowly lives. Among them, there were even a few humans with powerful aptitudes, who showed extremely terrifying cultivation speed. Because their cultivation was to absorb the life of the world, to absorb the aura emitted by all things. And the phoenix, as well as various powerful ancient gods of heaven and earth, took the initiative to surround their tribe, letting them absorb the powerful energy emitted by their bodies to cultivate. Another 10 years passed. After eliminating a few apes with poor aptitudes, only a woman was left, and she was appointed as the leader of the tribe. And only one person was left, and she was asked to come see the phoenix. In a black house made of stone, the fireplace was blazing, and the fireplace emitted waves of heat. Sitting in the fireplace was a huge flame-divine bird. A slender female ape was slowly kneeling on the ground, her eyes filled with incomparable reverence. Hoo-ha, words ta, the words coming out of her mouth probably meant worship, admiration, and supreme glory. You ancient humans are really the favorites of heaven and earth. The phoenix's voice was crisp, and she could clearly feel the power of the woman in front of her. Her sea of consciousness now had a lot of space, and she had reached the realm of a level 4 sorcerer. The phoenix sighed, looked at the leader of the ape tribe in front of her, and sighed. Do you know how much I envy your bodies? The leader of the human tribe trembled. As if he didn't understand what she meant, he continued to shout, as if he was extremely worshipping her. Many years ago, I thought. The phoenix couldn't help but murmur, since humans are the protagonists of heaven and earth, can we, the alien races, transform into human forms, transform into the best bodies to live in heaven and earth, and only show our original forms when necessary? Today, let me test it out. Whoosh, the phoenix fiercely rushed into her sea of consciousness, and instantly blew away the consciousness in her sea of consciousness. A phoenix slowly entrenched in her sea of consciousness, curling up. At the level 4 level, there is only a small space of 5 meters, but when curled up, I can still stay. I have now become a primordial spirit, and this ape, the primordial spirit in the sea of consciousness. Whoosh. The hairy ape woman stood up. She bathed in the sacred flames, and the luxuriant hair on her body quickly faded, revealing a perfect and beautiful body. Her skin was crystal clear, and her body was curvaceous. Her legs were straight and slender, and she looked like the most beautiful woman in the world. And in the sea of consciousness, a phoenix slowly sat down, transforming the body into the primordial spirit, transforming the will into a body, and a Tao fruit in the void. This is the technique of transforming into a god. In the future, my phoenix body will become a god in her sea of consciousness. The body of my phoenix god is the Tao fruit, and I live in the void, while this real body walks in the mortal world. This form of becoming a god is much better than Ermin being trapped in another time and space, and not being able to descend to the mortal world. The peerless woman gently waved her hand, and put on the animal skin clothes on the chair beside her, and strode out. From now on, no life in the world will know my real body. The flames are red, and I am the sun god. At this moment, Suji saw this scene and could not help but sigh. After being beaten up for so long, this guy has finally matured and accepted his responsibility to govern the world. After all, he was the most powerful being other than Cthulhu, a quadruple gene transcendent being. He was just too relaxed. Now that he was serious, he would not lose to Medusa, Ermin, and the others. It was just that his dark history might be a little embarrassing to dig out. But since this is the case and humans have been released, it's time to release that tree. Suji came to the small sand table, sat on a chair, and looked at the entire yard. 2 days passed. The players had just come online, and they all stared blankly at the species they had evolved. It was already beyond recognition, and they were on the verge of collapse. Hardcore, too hardcore. When we were not around, they could not be controlled, and they would evolve randomly? Only the university tall tree maintained its shape from 2 days ago. Of course, Suji had reduced the rate of its evolution. After all, it was already a mature species, and there was no need for further evolution. Cute girl said, "Everyone wait, I'm going through the world passage." She came to the designated location and sent a message. This life form is too powerful to pass through the world barrier. I expected it. Cute girl laughed and rubbed her palms. Fortunately, I was prepared. If a tree can't dismember itself and can't walk, what kind of plant is it? Whoosh. In an instant, the whole tree fell apart. 3 or 4 vines wriggled and reformed into a small vine dragon with 2 long legs. 666. Cute girl has learned the essence of us plant players, and she has evolved a pair of legs. F***ckme, cute girl is awesome. Isn't this a dragon? Vine dragon. She really evolved into a dragon. Much better than Chinkuan, who forgot his original intention and evolved mixed elements thunderclap hand. Lick, ha ha ha, of course. Do you really think I've forgotten my dream of evolving into a dragon? Cute girl was very proud. She twisted the vine dragon's body and stood in an S shape, walking with 2 long legs. Cool, right? She controlled her species to swim along the world passage and laughed secretly. World, I'm here again. I'm here to find more delicious food to offer to my god. Transforming the body into the primordial spirit, transforming the will into a body, leaving a Tao fruit in the void heaven. At this moment, the phoenix was muttering to herself. This was the path to godhood that she had concluded. The first half of the sentence was naturally about taking human form. His main body would enter a person's sea of consciousness and become their primordial spirit, parasitizing the person's sea of consciousness and controlling the person's cultivation. As for the sea of consciousness, it was essentially a small space. Just like Ermin's underworld, it was naturally able to gather the energy of the world and increase the density of energy, allowing one to become a god in a high-energy world. Once its main body became a god, it would be a level 8 mythical creature. It would reside in the mind void and naturally become a Tao fruit. The prototype that she had developed was more convenient than Ermin's underworld system. she did not need to be trapped in the divine realm. However, the level 8 mythical body could not easily descend to the mortal world and unleash the terrifying power of God. Another 30 years had passed. With the advancement of the ancient gods and humans, their own civilization and language began to appear. The sun god, the most ancient existence in the world, was respected by the world, the emperor. At this time, the entire earth began to be shaped by the intelligent gods in the sky, forming mountains and rivers, and rationally planning the world. The human tribes on the earth also continued to develop and reproduce. They were doted on by the gods in the sky and continued to grow stronger. The tribes gradually worshipped various major gods, and powerful tribes such as the Fufeng clan and the Yuzhong clan appeared. The phoenix could not reproduce. Back then, the 13 ancient gods that the phoenix had shed blood and flesh could not be reproduced. They were all unique ancient existences born at the beginning of the world. After all, they had already passed the ocean period where spores evolved extremely quickly, and now they could no longer fuse genes. However, the 13 ancient gods of heaven and earth were considered a powerful bird with part of the phoenix's bloodline. They could reproduce and gave birth to many hybrids that occupied the sky. Their descendants became the ancient gods. Most of them were in the form of birds and gradually developed into all kinds of strange creatures. And they were colorful. They were responsible for casting clouds and summoning rain, acting as the stars in the sky, and all kinds of divine duties, adding brilliance to the world. The world was being completely perfected and became orderly. As for the human tribe on the ground, their hair was still thick and black, and their posture was rough like apes. They began to worship the ancient gods of heaven and earth, visualizing the ancient gods patrolling in the sky and absorbing the emotions they emitted for cultivation. Life was like a candle, constantly emitting incense. The more powerful the life, the greater the emotions emitted. The sky was full of ancient gods patrolling, so the emotions emitted by the sky were naturally incomparably strong. Moreover, there were also the surrounding trees and plants, the aura emitted by giant animals, and the emotions emitted by souls. It was like the heat emitted by living things, and it would not hurt the foundation. Although it was very little, it was still good to accumulate. However, that black stone tablet was ultimately only the starting point of a cultivation system. Back then, with the help of the phoenix, the human tribe cultivated to the fourth realm, which was equivalent to a level 4 wizard, and there was no way forward. Until today, 200 years had passed, and the strongest person among the tribe's leaders was only at the fourth realm. Green Lotus, you actually developed intelligence? Another 10 years passed. The phoenix looked at the sea of knowledge in her inner space. In the small space that was rich in spiritual chi, the green lotus actually flashed a trace of consciousness, and could not help but feel a little surprised. So, when the spiritual energy in a space is rich to a certain extent, the life that lives here over time will transform and develop their own intelligence? Then, this type of intelligent life, let's call it a demon. A piece of news resounded throughout the world. The emperor created a new race, and this race was named demon. The demon race was a species of animals and plants of heaven and earth. They were born in an environment rich in spiritual chi and developed intelligence. Currently, the demon race was led by a green lotus. It did not even have a fellow race, and it had not taken over a human body to take human form. The primitive civilization had gradually developed in the 200 years since the creation of the world. After 5 or 6 generations, the human race had formed a mature tribal structure. The ancient gods were also more than 200 years old and had become smarter. Both sides had begun to have language and order. Only later generations would understand the corruption and terror of this ancient era. This most ancient era was a great era where the ancients, ancient gods, and ancient demons interacted with each other and created the world, the majestic and magnificent Ling Tian Palace. Ling Tian meant that it was above the heavens, above all things in the world, and above the sky. It was embedded in the stone walls of the heaven realm. Amidst the thousands of stars, it shone brilliantly. A beautiful, holy, and dignified woman was sitting calmly on the throne. Her appearance was flawless, and she was holding her cheek with one hand. Her eyes were closed, and she was deep in thought. Her entire body subconsciously exuded a grand and vast aura. A ball of golden light suddenly surged into the palace. It was a golden sun that emitted a dazzling golden light. The light was round and illuminated the world. The outline of a golden divine bird could be vaguely seen in the middle. It suddenly landed on the ground. Emperor. Wind, stars, sun, moon, the ancient gods have arrived and are sitting on the heaven realm. Open 2 more praying mats. I will be preaching this time. All living beings in the world can come if they are fated. The human race and the demon race are also the children of the world. They will each have a seat. A faint voice sounded. Yes, Emperor. The golden crow stood up and turned to leave. The golden crow suddenly fell silent. It turned its head and looked back with fanatical worship. The emperor was a mighty existence. In the dark chaos, he had propped up the world, created the gods, forged the sun, moon, and stars. He had evolved into the human race and the demon race. He had created all living beings in the world. Now, he was going to preach to the world and establish his orthodoxy and cultivation realm. Countless years ago, before he gained sentience, he could still vaguely remember that terrifying scene. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was an extremely terrifying scene. Living beings were created in the ocean and crawled out of it. Even humans crawled out of the ocean slowly. This ancient and vast existence surpassed life, space-time, fate, and karma. She sat there as if she represented eternity. Her black hair draped over her shoulders, and her beauty was unparalleled. Her figure was like a monument that could not be surpassed by the world. Because she was the one who created the entire world, however, the golden crow was still slightly dissatisfied. The human race and the demon race were too weak. They had only reached the 4th realm. It had been 200 years since the world was created, and they could not even fly up to the sky. Moreover, all these years, the ancient gods had to provide cultivation for the human race. They had also served them for more than 200 years, generations of children and grandchildren. The emperor is preaching the Tao for us, the Khanate ancient gods who were born since the world was created. Yet, he wants to provide 2 seats for them? Ants on the ground, are they even worthy? The golden crow walked out of the Ling Tian palace with a gloomy expression. As he walked, he suddenly looked up at the sky and revealed a rare hint of gentleness. There, his favorite moon goddess was arranging the stars in the sky with a gentle expression on her face, decorating the world with a myriad of colors. In less than half a month, the entire heaven realm was full. Everyone was solemn and respectful. 9 suns, moons, winds, and purple and green clouds. When this world was born, the most ancient 13 Khanate existences had all come. Hazy mist lingered and rays of divine light shone, changing and changing. Other than the ancient gods, the human ancestor, Su Yonyan, was also sitting among them. A green lotus. Boom, a distant immortal voice seemed to come from heaven and earth, ancient and long. It has been more than 200 years since I created the world and evolved all living things. This time I will preach and teach all living things, laying the foundation for all living things in the world. The realms will be divided into 8 sessions for a total of 3 years. All gods will control the divine power of heaven and earth and order all living things. You can leave halfway and take charge of your own duties. The faint voice was like a spring breeze. Sitting on the praying mats woven from the sun's feathers, the most powerful ancient beings born since the creation of the world could not help but feel excited. They had waited for this moment for far too long. Although they were powerful, it was difficult for them to cultivate and could only occupy human bodies to cultivate. However, they had stopped at the 4th realm. Now, to show their respect to the emperor, they revealed their true bodies. Then, the first sermon began. The voice sounded, the 1st realm, solidify the foundation. This realm is the foundation of cultivation, since the sea of consciousness. Everyone present was very familiar with this realm, but no one was willing to leave. Instead, they listened attentively, as if they were intoxicated. It was like the sound of nature, containing endless truths and even all kinds of new understandings. After all, this world was too primitive and the realms had just been established. The phoenix was born in the sorcerer world that researched the truth, so it had a relatively complete system and research philosophy, allowing it to thoroughly understand a realm. 3 months later, I will preach again. There was no more sound in Lingtian Palace. Surprisingly, no one left. Instead, they sat on the praying mats and immersed themselves, silently comprehending and improving their foundations. They were all extremely intelligent beings and knew that this was a precious opportunity. The Tao Lord who created the world and all living things was going to preach personally. This would definitely be recorded in history. It was an indescribable blessing for them to be able to participate. The ancient gods recorded, before the Western era, the three races, ancient gods, ancient demons, and ancients were born. The Tao Lord preached 8 times in Lingtian Palace. For a total of 3 years, opening the gate of immortality for all living things. Another March passed. The second sermon came from Lingtian Palace, the second realm, spirit concentration. This realm condenses the sea of consciousness. The gods quickly listened carefully, afraid to miss a word. Then, they still carefully comprehended. Only the gods who needed to control the world stood up and left to fulfill their responsibilities. Another March passed. The third realm, divine treasure. This realm can completely hide the divine soul within. The fourth realm, violet kingdom. This realm has a place and can contain a mountain. After the fourth realm lecture, everyone held their breath and didn't want to get up for a long time. In this era, everyone had only cultivated to the fourth realm. The realms after that were unknown. The next lecture should be the fifth realm, which was the realm that they had always been yearning for. It was March again. The fifth level, Tao Palace. Once you reach this level, you will have the power to shatter rocks and split rivers. You will be able to open up a space the size of a house within your body. So the fifth realm was called Tao Palace. Everyone's eyes burned and their breathing quickened as they listened attentively. Another 3 months passed. The sixth level, Grotto Heaven, able to contain a world, another March. The seventh realm, insightful emptiness. Set up a sect, and a small world in your body. Everyone was mesmerized by what they heard. It turned out that there were still 3 major realms after their fourth realm, the Holy Ji Palace, Grotto Heaven, and finally, the seventh Paradise realm, where they could open up a small world. It was simply unimaginable. Wasn't that infinitesimally close to the Tao Lord level of power, the creation of heaven and earth, the evolution of all living beings? Opening up a small world, is this the limit of life forms like us? Possessing power close to that of a Tao Lord, they couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. This was already the limit of what they could imagine. After all, they were life forms created by the Tao Lord. According to common sense, it was impossible to surpass their creator no matter what. The power of the Tao Lord was immeasurable. This seventh realm insightful emptiness lecture lasted for a full 7 days and 7 nights. All the living beings were intoxicated, as if they had opened up a bright path. Originally, they were stuck at the fourth realm, but now, they had suddenly opened up to the fifth, sixth, and seventh realms. This was a feeling of extreme satisfaction and intoxication. They suddenly had a feeling that they would die without regrets at this moment. Knowing the Tao in the morning, one can die in the evening without regrets. Finally, after the seventh realm was finished, the Khanate ancient gods couldn't help but tremble. They stood up and planned to leave to go back and think about it. But in the next second, a faint voice sounded. 3 months later, the eighth realm, whoosh, the entire world suddenly fell silent. For us living beings, the seventh realm is not the limit. There is an eighth realm. The seventh realm is already opening up a small world. Could it be that the eighth realm is where the Tao Lord is? They couldn't help but have an incredible thought in their minds. Could it be that we, the postnatal living beings, have reached the level of the Tao Lord? All the ancient gods' breathing quickened. 3 months later. Now, everyone thought that the Tao Lord was at the eighth realm. After all, she had opened up a world. In fact, she had only reached the sixth realm, Grotto Heaven, which was equivalent to a level 6 legendary wizard in the sorcerer world. She was only 2 levels higher than them. She just deduced the next 2 realms. After finishing the lecture on the seventh realm, insightful emptiness, in the Ling Tian Palace, the Phoenix sighed. The eighth realm I want to talk about, mixed origin, corresponds to the level 8 mythical wizards in the sorcerer world. I have just deduced the path, and the theory has been perfected. Opening up a path for the world is also opening up a path for myself. After all, countless corpses of powerful beings are needed to give birth to a god. She suddenly remembered the destruction of the sorcerer civilization. Ermin became a god, but it was also the death of countless powerful beings. She stood on the corpses of countless sorcerers to create such a great life. she slowly whispered, God. It's my turn soon. I have the merit of opening up heaven and earth for this world. It's not too much to want to cause a catastrophe for the lives of this world's civilization, right? She slowly felt her sea of consciousness. This was also an inner space. Her phoenix body had always been living in it, just like the environment Ermin had in the past. The power of a god is really something to look forward to. She sat on the emperor's throne, like an unchanging statue, looking into the distance. For more than 200 years since the creation of this world, the ancient gods, the barbarian tribes, the human race, and the two races have accumulated hatred for a long time. I have been suppressing it. When this world grows to a certain extent, the accumulated hatred will definitely erupt, and the world will welcome a bloody disaster. I have done enough. Now, I have to take the opportunity to transcend, break through the demigod level, and become a god. There is a saying that one creation and one destruction is a disaster. This upcoming disaster is called disaster. The great disaster of the world. Another 3 extremely unbearable months passed. The ancient gods finally gathered below Ling Tian Palace again, sitting on the ground on the praying mats. One by one, the gods from the beginning of the world, the sun, the stars, the wind, the clouds, the moon, as well as a green lotus, the ancestor of the human race, gathered below. Colorful auras intersected, creating a spectacular and beautiful scene. The 8th realm, mixed element. Boom. Just as the voice fell, it was like the first clap of thunder in the world, shocking the entire world. The so-called mixed element is the beginning of the great Tao, all-encompassing. The mixed element is one, and it is also one of all things. It can give birth to the 4 directions of heaven and earth, place the fruit of Tao on the virtual sky, and endure thousands of tribulations without being destroyed. Whoosh, suddenly, in the next second, the voice of Ling Tian Palace suddenly fell silent, and the Tao Lord no longer spoke. The surrounding gods also sensed something and looked at each other. Finally, a sun stood up and reached out to grab the air. It was extremely angry, and its voice resounded throughout the world. What scoundrel! How dare you come to the heavenly realm and eavesdrop on our Tao Lord's Tao preaching? Whoosh! A bunch of twisted vines were grabbed out of thin air. Cute girl? What happened? Why did you capture me? Cute girl was suddenly a little confused. She had just passed through the world tunnel, and it was as if she had been thrown from the sky and landed right here. Isn't this the sorcerer world? She was stunned, and could not help but look around. High up in the sky, there was a magnificent, simple, and grand palace, and an ancient existence sitting on a futon. Although the 9 suns had restrained their strong light, a beautiful golden crow could be vaguely seen in the center of the bright and round fireball. What's going on, Grandpa 9 Suns, is there a meeting? She laughed dryly, and then turned her head. Could it be the moon? What the F***ck? It was one thing for the suns to sit on the futons, but the moon was also meditating? Did it not burn her butt? She continued to look, and on the futons were strange and terrifying existences, a green lotus, a primitive tribesman dressed in animal skin, and all kinds of strange things. This was the Heaven Palace? This posture, could it be that they were giving a sermon? What kind of world was this? Damn it. There were even 9 suns sitting obediently on the futons. So what kind of terrifying existence was the one who was giving them a sermon? She instantly had goosebumps all over her body. Everyone, I've walked into the wrong door. Can you pretend that you didn't see me? You guys continue, you guys continue. She laughed dryly, feeling extremely awkward. As she slowly retreated, she looked at the terrifying suns and moon sitting on the futons, staring at her. Their eyes revealed extreme anger after being disturbed, and they were so angry that they almost spat out flames. Oh my God! I won't act cool anymore. She could not take it anymore, and her legs went soft. She immediately secretly took screenshots and frantically went online to ask for help. The vine fainted at once. That was terrifying. Gu Liang thought that it was better to die in her sleep than to be killed right in front of her eyes. She immediately ran out to post for help. Help! Ah! What the F***ck? What did I see the moment I entered? The moment I entered, I saw a Taoist hall that was preaching the Tao. There were suns and moons everywhere. What should I do? Everyone was dumbfounded. The new batch of 4th beta gamers had just logged in, and they were quite active. Everyone was evolving spores and chatting leisurely. They were discussing the sorcerer world, and the sorcerer era was history. Would the potion era develop? Or would it decline after it sprouted? After all, this was a system created by a group of netizens. It was like their own child. Would it develop? Everyone was worried. Now that the cute girl entered and posted, it was in line with the flow of time. But, what the hell is with this screenshot? The classical sky palace was like a Taoist hall. It was filled with colorful lights, and it was grand and majestic like a fairyland. There were suns, moons, and all sorts of strange ancient gods sitting on cattail hassocks. Their eyes were drooping, and from time to time, radiance flashed across their eyes. A needle, what about the China-style mythological scene? It seems like we didn't enter the sorcerer world this time? Lost emoji, 7 livers, it looks like. Hongjuan's Taoist preaching? That's right. Even the 9 suns were sitting on the ground obediently. The Taoist preaching must be terrifying. I'll bet a bag of spicy gluten. The Taoist preaching must be Hongjun, who represents the heavenly Tao. He must be an ancient being who existed before the creation of the world. Haruko loves learning. Cute girl, you're already dead. Don't go in. You won't be able to enter. Cute girl begged, everyone, let's go. Don't join in the fun. Being a transmigrator is indeed a profession with a high mortality rate. Who knows what we'll encounter after transmigrating? Laughing emoji, though the palaces were magnificent and looked like scenes from ancient myths, they were very crude and primitive. However, it was extremely crude and primitive. Judging from its appearance, it was definitely created not too long ago. Right now, no one knew what was going on. There was too little information, but if the cute little girl rushed in, she would definitely be in big trouble. If someone were to preach the Tao, they would definitely be extremely serious. If you barged in, you would definitely pierce through the heavens of that world. It would be impossible not to kill you. And Meng Mei herself was not stupid. Although she had only posted for a few minutes, a few days had passed in the thread. She was definitely dead. She didn't have much hope anyway. However, she was feeling very uncomfortable and depressed. After all, it was a newly evolved species that had endured for so long to succeed. In the end, it was gone as soon as it entered. It was probably the most unfortunate and miserable species in history. As she thought about it, she clung on to her last hope and tried to log in again. I'm not dead, she was overjoyed. When she opened her eyes, she found herself sprawled on the ground. Sure enough, playing dead is the only way to save myself. Have I been thrown into the trash can? She shuddered and sat up. She quickly turned her head and looked around. There was a majestic palace in the sky and a vast starry sky with twinkling stars. This is the dojo of the Tao Lord. Don't make a racket. On the platform, figures emitting a vast aura were sitting cross-legged on praying mats. Chaotic aura surrounded them and flames flickered. They stared at her, their voices rumbling and full of majesty. What kind of creature are you? Why did you only wake up now? The cute little girl's face instantly darkened. All of them stared at me for a few days. She suddenly felt that the scariest thing was not being killed, but being surrounded by a group of ancient existences from all directions, staring at her and studying her. They stared at her for a few days. My pure maiden body, I've only been touched by my male god. Could it be that they're studying me all over? She was devastated. Dream, I must be dreaming. She twitched and fainted from fright again. Colorful rays of light lingered in the sky. At the side, a sun looked at the fainted vine and couldn't help but stand up. Its voice was vast and majestic. Tao Lord, what kind of cowardly creature is this? She fainted again. Why didn't you kill the scoundrel who entered the heaven realm and eavesdropped on the preaching? A mere mortal creature wants to obtain such a great opportunity? The young god Tao Lord in Ling Tian Palace was deep in thought. That was because the language of the vine seemed familiar. Back then, the creature that led Ermin to chase him everywhere and constantly laughed foolishly used this language. She would never forget the days when the laughing foolish god chased after her crazily. She hid in the mud, even in the sea, in the cave, but she couldn't escape. This deep hatred was unforgettable for the rest of her life. The language is very similar. I have to test it. the cold and tall figure of the Tao Lord stood in Ling Tian Palace and suddenly revealed a faint and gentle smile. At this moment, the cute little girl experienced the most bizarre thing in her life and fainted again. She went out and told everyone that she was fine. Instantly, everyone was shocked. What kind of development was this? Everyone felt their hair stand on end. In the entire dojo, when they were not preaching, a group of Grandpa Sun and Sister Moon actually stared at this vine for several days. Is it going to be dissected and studied? Maybe it's going to be roasted. Eat my true sun fire. Add more cumin. Everyone could not help but discuss. Whoosh. The cute little girl woke up again and realized that everyone around her was still staring at her in a daze. And she was actually placed on a praying mat, sitting together with the gods. Praying mat? Her mind was completely muddled. She could not help but grab the praying mat on her butt and jump up and spin on the spot. Suddenly, she looked at a golden crow and giggled. F***ck. What do you think this praying mat is made of? It looks so beautiful. She had completely given up on herself and was no longer afraid of death. At this moment, from the sky, came a choppy Huaxiao language. Praying mat? Look at this praying mat, it's big and round. The cute little girl completely recovered from her pretense of being stupid. F***ck, what kind of world did I come to? The supreme being who was preaching suddenly said something that was not authentic Huaxiao language. After so many twists and turns, she felt that she had been completely played by this group of Grandpa Sun and Sister Moon. Her face tilted and she fell to the ground. This time, she really fainted from fright. He, this kind of reaction, as expected? In the palace, the Tao Lord revealed a cold smile. She recalled the foolish god who chased after her while laughing, and her expression gradually calmed down. This is the language they used to describe egg back then. Although I don't know the specific meaning, I can still understand it when I used it to describe praying mat. As expected, they are creatures from the same place. Thinking of this, her smile became even more strange. Sitting in the Ling Tian Palace above the dojo, countless Khanate gods surrounded them and slowly sized up the fainted vine. At this time, Meng Mei went out again. She felt like she was about to collapse and was about to be broken. She silently revealed the matter to the outside world. After hearing this, everyone was stunned. That supreme being who is preaching can actually speak our language? Meng Mei immediately said, it's very non-standard and stiff, but he can. My guess is that he should be similar to Hong Jun ancestor from that world. Even though sons listen to him, and he knows our language. Maybe he has come to our earth before. It seems like he is an ancient existence that has visited countless heavens. Suns, moons, and an ancient being who can speak our earth's language. After all, the God of creation created the heavens and worlds. In each world, there would always be some super powerful beings who could break through their own universe and travel around the vast world. Everyone could not help but speculate. It seemed that the level of extraordinary beings in this world was much higher than that of the sorcerer world. The sorcerer world was relatively weak at the beginning. It was only after the alchemy emperor entered that the glorious sorcerer era began, leading the development of the entire civilization. And this world looked terrifying at first glance. This being can speak our language. According to this setting, he has probably been to our earth before. This setting is quite awesome. Maybe this being can interact with us players and have a breakthrough. The game designers are very innovative. And he can speak our earth's language. It's very intimate. Damn. This is not a bad thing. It's a great opportunity. This being transcends all things, but he didn't kill Meng Mei. He can even speak our language and put a futon on her butt. Is this what he means by letting her listen to his preaching? Ha ha ha. The world is created, the first awakening of the wisdom of all living beings, and Hongjuan's preaching is divided into saints. All the Khanate ancient beings in the world have come, and all the saints of the future have gathered here. I, the great alpine tree, will also have a share. There should be a futon for me, and I should be one of the saints in the future. Lofty sentiments, everyone was extremely excited. They all sensed it. Looking at the scene now, there were 15 futons, which meant that only 15 people could listen to the preaching. 13 Khanate gods, that green lotus, and that tribesman. These should be the 15 strongest existences in this world. Now that Meng Mei appeared in the dojo, and that unknown ancient being gave her a futon, becoming the 16th person to listen to the preaching, it was a great opportunity. Moreover, it was unimaginably large. Let's not talk about this opportunity to preach the Tao. Even if you sit side by side with these big shots, you'll know the sun, the moon, the beast skin tribe, and that green lotus. In the future, you'll be a crab that can do whatever you want in this world. Little sister Meng is so awesome. She's the first vine to achieve Tao since the creation of the world. The 16th ancient existence that could sit on the praying mat. Even if he didn't become a saint, he could brag to others in the future. Back then, he was also shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Envy, on the other side. Researchers from all over the country quickly rushed through the white corridor. The situation was extremely urgent. The other players and most of the netizens still treated it as a game. Perhaps a small number of players had already noticed the abnormality. And the people who paid the most attention to it were the researchers. During the short period when they ruled the sorcerer world, they had obtained a lot of information and data. Through continuous research, they knew more than ordinary people about the truth, which made them even more horrified. At first, they were only skeptical, so they set up a research institute and sent people to infiltrate that strange sorcerer world to investigate with a skeptical attitude. But now, several of their research institutes had obtained most of the information and alchemy books from the sorcerer world and were already studying it. The preliminary results were very surprising. The witchcraft information and alchemy skills of these sorcerers were completely reasonable and logical in the real world and on Earth. In other words, this kind of sorcerer system could be practiced on Earth. When they came to a conclusion, these scientists went completely crazy, and they were so excited that they couldn't sleep. It should be known that the scientific research and development of Earth had actually only developed for a short period of 200 years. And the extraordinary civilization of the sorcerers had developed for thousands of years. A mature extraordinary world system that could be used on Earth was a great temptation to them. They stole all the information and results of this civilization, so naturally, they were very excited. However, they didn't have the core foundation, the evil eye. This was the biggest obstacle. If they had the evil eye gene, the entire Earth would probably become a new sorcerer world. All the major countries on Earth would become the sorcerer kingdom that pursued the truth. It would truly open up the heavens and the 10,000 worlds to outer space. The blood of the evil eye, we have already obtained a large number of life molecular blueprints. Modern technology can clone living things, but it has not been able to create something from nothing. Creating a new living thing according to its structure already involves the knowledge of creation. We will need at least a few hundred years before we have this kind of technology. In a research institute, the person in charge had a serious expression and took a deep breath. There was obviously an extremely glorious wealth in front of them, but they were missing the key to the evil eye, and the sorcerer world itself also lost its civilization because of the evil eye, and the sorcerers who pursued the truth were buried in history. After this incident, they completely believed in this game. As long as they researched carefully and invested a lot of effort, they might be able to obtain some kind of amazing opportunity that would promote the development of the entire Earth's science and technology, and even the emergence of superhumans. Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. This unknown new world actually has the sun, the golden crow, the moon, and these Khanate gods that were born at the same time as the heavens and earth? And this Khanate god that was born when the heavens and earth were created, the ancient unknown existence that preached the Tao, actually knows our Earth's language? They started to analyze, and preliminary reports were being written. According to the logical deduction, I'm afraid that this is a powerful ancient existence that can rule over many worlds. Perhaps it is indeed traveling between the various worlds, and it is very likely that it has come to our Earth before, preaching the Tao. It actually gave this player the opportunity to preach the Tao, and even gave him the opportunity to communicate with the sun and the various Khanate ancient gods instead of our research institute. Otherwise, our research institute would be able to communicate with those Khanate ancient gods and obtain more information, and even become one of the Khanate ancient gods and saints in that world. We can't find out his true identity. This player is very vigilant like the other players, and he only posts in this game forum. We can't break into this forum and the technology of the game, so we can't find out his true identity in the real world. The surrounding researchers were silent. This ancient existence in the screenshot is too unbelievable. The person in charge was trembling all over. Could it be that he's really from the myriad worlds? Our Earth is one of them. Did that existence really come to our Earth? Even though they didn't believe it, now, they had no choice but to believe it. Quick! Speed up the evolution of their species. The person in charge's face trembled, and he loudly ordered. Their species with the potential of evolution was about to evolve. After all, they entered with the help of Cthulhu's body, and their own species' evolution was about to be completed. We've missed the opportunity to preach the Tao, but we can try to enter and communicate with that ancient unknown existence. This existence is very likely to have the ability to cross dimensional worlds, and even understands the Huaxiao language. He may have come to our Earth and lived for a period of time. When they thought of this, they felt their scalps tingle. It turned out that there was such a terrifying alien creature hidden among the people on Earth. Perhaps they looked down on the low-level civilization on Earth, but this was an opportunity for them. This time, we must be careful. If we anger him, he may have the ability to cross worlds and personally come to our Earth. Communication is necessary, but we must be extremely vigilant, or we will be the sinners of Earth's destruction. There's another possibility. The one who knows the Huaxiao language, and this preaching, is very likely to be our ancestor from Earth, our ancient ancestor. The ancient myths in various places are very likely the traces he left on Earth. The more they thought about it, the more logical it seemed. The blood of the god of creation was somewhat similar to that of humans on Earth. And this ancient existence that could cross worlds was preaching the Tao, and he even knew the Huaxiao language. Perhaps he had come to Earth in ancient times, and left behind all kinds of myths and legends. It seems that we are the descendants of the gods from beyond the heavens. This is completely indisputable. The situation this time far exceeds that of the sorcerer world. We must get ahead of the other countries. In the various research institutes, high-ranking scientists from various countries were silent. This person is very likely to be our ancient ancestor from Earth, the root of our rise. We cannot let other countries get in touch with him first. In the real world, when the various research institutes saw that something like this had suddenly happened, they all wanted their red-named players to make contact with that Tao Lord. After all, that person might be their ancestor, on the other side. The cute girl shivered. Everyone reminded her and she understood the possibility. I'm rich? She hurriedly went online. In the vast palace around her, the ancient existences turned to look at her again. Why did you only wake up now? Her eyes lit up. She didn't know how to communicate, but she immediately sat on the praying mat with a serious expression and cupped her fists to apologize to everyone. She had the attitude of a humble disciple. The heavenly gods beside her were slightly annoyed, but seeing that she had settled down, they didn't say anything. On the contrary, the sky was silent for a while. Seeing that everyone was ready, the Tao Lord spoke again. Primordial chaos cultivators gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in one place and can condense the Tao fruit. The ancient existences sitting on the praying mats listened carefully. They were intoxicated and wanted to prick up their ears. Only the cute girl was distracted because she couldn't understand it at all. The cute girl was on the verge of breaking down. She muttered to herself, another new language. It's hardcore. It seems that I have to learn many languages to play this game. She didn't know how long this sermon would take. Would it really be like those ancient myths where a sermon would last for hundreds or thousands of years? Her heart went numb. I won't die of old age in front of these big shots, right? She couldn't help but silently imagine that she had turned into a pile of withered bones and vines, and these big shots around her were still listening with great interest. Perhaps, when they got excited, they would grab her withered corpse and pick their teeth. Oh my God, this is too scary. She couldn't stand it anymore, but she could only sit cross-legged and meditate. She secretly squinted her eyes and looked around. There's really nothing else to do. I can only be a fan of the scenery. Screenshots. 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 Soon, a large number of screenshots of the 15 ancient existences were sent outside. Received the information of 15 NPCs. The intelligence department is operating. The crowdfunding cheat is starting. All psychologists and physiognomists are analyzing quickly. The group of people began to analyze to see who could get close and who was a good person. The driver of Mount Akina probably heard the news and came out to join in the fun. He, I personally think that the 9 sons will be eliminated first. Don't ever talk to them. Everyone, look, even though the divine bird is covered in golden light, we can still see that these golden crows have big penises. They must be debauched. In order to protect herself, Meng Meng must not be compared to them. Everyone was dumbfounded. That's the sun. Can you think normally? His eyesight wasn't that good normally, but now his eyes were suddenly so sharp. Where are you looking at? Even the divine bird and the fireball could be seen so clearly. Everyone began to discuss. It seemed that the 13 ancient gods of heaven and earth were not to be trifled with. Only the moon seemed to have a gentle personality. Perhaps they could strike up a conversation after the lecture. Of course, the easiest one to strike up a conversation with was that green lotus. After all, they were from the same clan. As for that furry human, it was hard to strike up a conversation with him. After all, he was a vine right now. One must always guard against others. After everyone analyzed, Meng Meng didn't know whether what they said was true or not. Anyway, everyone seemed to have a point. It could be considered as killing time during the lecture. She didn't have much life experience. She was only a young lady in her early 20s. She had only studied botany for a month in the sorcerer world before being kicked out. She was a little afraid of scheming against these ancient beings who seemed to be old foxes. Why does it feel like those female novels? A naive and sweet girl transmigrated to a Xianxia world and then came out as a domineering CEO. The first thing he said was, "This woman should be damned sweet." Then, he crazily protected the female lead and rebelled against the heavenly court. She shook her head and looked at the big shots around her. Looking at the one who looked like a domineering CEO, her mind was in a daze. After an unknown period of time, the Tao Lord in the sky finished his lecture and began to disperse. They all stood up. Green Lotus, take care of your fellow clansmen and teach her the language. A faint voice came from the Ling Tian Palace. After the voice finished speaking, there was no more sound. Green Lotus grabbed Meng Mei, carried her on his shoulder and brought her away. Meng Mei was very surprised. She couldn't help but murmur, "This brother also has legs. The way his roots walk doesn't recognize anyone. He really has the demeanor of us proper plants." 3 months passed. Meng Mei was a talented student after all. She was proficient in a few languages and learned most of the commonly used languages. Green Lotus also successfully transformed and occupied the body of a young man. He had black hair and black eyes. His long black hair draped over his shoulders. He was very good-looking. He asked, "What is your name?" Meng Mei thought for a moment and said, "I should have my own name. From today onwards, I will be called Green Vine. My nickname is Tall Tree." Green Lotus was a very rigid plant. After occupying a human body, he sat cross-legged in the courtyard of the heavenly realm. He looked at the colorful gods flying in the sky from time to time and began to cultivate. Green Lotus said calmly, "I don't know how you gained intelligence, but you are the only demon race other than me. You should also cultivate. For us demons to cultivate, we first have to occupy a human body. Our main body is hidden in the sea of consciousness. As we cultivate, the space in the sea of consciousness will become denser. This will nourish our main body and make it stronger." This is transformation? Meng Mei was a little surprised. After another half a month, she familiarized herself with the language of this world. Tao Lord ordered her to come to Ling Tian Palace. In Ling Tian Palace, a hazy and slender figure of a woman slowly sat on the throne. Phoenix Tao Lord asked calmly, "Since you have learned the language of this world, I have something to ask you. What abilities do you have?" Meng Mei was stunned. Facing this unprecedented ancient existence who knew that she was the one who created the world and these ancient gods, she didn't hide anything. After all, he gave her the praying mat. It should be with good intentions, thus, she told the truth. "So that's how it is?" Phoenix Tao Lord was silent. Suddenly, an inexplicable emotion expanded in her heart. "I have always been thinking about how I should gather the energy of heaven and earth. I am not Ermin. I have alchemy formations all over the world and Medusa's summoning of the dead. I am unable to gather the energy of heaven and earth. But this tree. Now, the last link has been completely completed. This tree could not only absorb the energy of heaven and earth and bear fruit. It could also let her experience the miserable state of being buried alive and unable to move. Phoenix pondered for a while and said, when heaven and earth were first created, all the gods in the world had a duty to nourish the entire mortal world. You should also have a divine duty. Mengmei was stunned. Phoenix stood up and waved her hand. Her voice echoed throughout the entire heaven realm. From today onwards, ancient god Green Vine is Mother Earth. She shall be in charge of the earth's spring plowing. She shall be a tree that stands between heaven and earth. This tree connects heaven and earth, connecting heaven and earth to the mortal world. It is the bridge between humans and gods. This tree absorbs the souls of the dead and absorbs the energy of heaven and earth to bear the Tao fruit of heaven and earth. Mengmei was stunned. She couldn't help but whisper, if you let me stand between heaven and earth, can I walk? Your roots cover the entire mortal world, and your body supports the entire heaven and earth. You absorb the energy of the dead in the mortal world, bear fruit in the heaven realm, and operate this world, Phoenix Emperor said calmly. You can't move. You can't leave your duty without permission. She gently pointed at Mengmei's body, and a strange flame mark was formed. This is a godly mark. If you go against it, the flame will burn you, and your soul will scatter. Is this the life-death talisman? Mengmei's face began to stiffen. Why don't the other ancient gods have this thing on their foreheads, but not me? I'm so honest. Why don't you believe me? 3 months later, she watched herself grow. New vines took root in her body one by one, twisting and circling together. Gradually, they became thicker and could grow taller. She was expressionless. She even went out for dinner. Another 10 years passed. She found herself growing continuously. Gradually, she reached the height of the mortal world and began to fill the hole in the entire sky. Her face became calmer. She went out to watch dramas and even opened the fridge to get a drink. Another 50 years passed. She went online again. She was indomitable and grew to the heaven realm. Countless ancient gods were playing on her body. Colorful clouds surrounded her vast and endless body. It was magnificent. She began to log off, take a shower, turn off the lights, and sleep. The 100th year. She opened her eyes again and found that her huge tree crown supported the sky at the top of the heaven realm. Her roots were rooted in the ground at the bottom. Her body was vast, piercing through the 2 worlds. She stood in the sky and covered every inch of land. At this time, her entire body could no longer move. Her body had even become a spiral passage, piercing through the 2 worlds. People were constantly going up and down the tree trunk. Well done. Qinglian sat cross-legged on her tree trunk, cultivating with a serious expression. Green Vine, you are the most important ancient god in the world other than the sun god. How can a plant that can't move be considered a proper plant? At this moment, she finally burst into tears. She looked at the humans on her body walking up and down the circular stairs. So many men are on me. I'm no longer pure, the ancient gods recorded. Before the Western era, there was a tree that covered the heaven and earth. It supported the heavens and did not fall. It absorbed the spirits of all living things and condensed it into the Tao fruit of heaven and earth. Its leaves were like silk, and its wood was like silk. Its name was Jianmu. In this era, when the world had just been born, all order and cycles had to be rebuilt. After all, it was not a complete world. It was pitch black and opened up in the soil. There was no natural sun, moon, rain, or rivers. Without establishing a godhood, it would be difficult to form an internal cycle. Therefore, after creating the world, the Tao Lord appointed various godhoods and began to establish the order of this world. He asked the Khanate ancient gods to plan the distribution of mountains and earth, creating rivers, swamps, mountains, forests. This was the time when the rules of the world were established. It was called before the Western era by the later generations. It was also called the primitive era. There were many primordial Khanate existences that were beyond the imagination of the later generations. The world tree, the tree of heaven, was one of them. Now, once the world tree was formed, it was as if there was a stabilizing force in this primordial world, completely perfecting the system of the world of gods. This world was divided into 2 layers, and there were 9 pillars supporting the world to prevent the world from returning to chaos. In the center of the 9 pillars, there was the world tree. The world tree connected heaven and earth, and its roots spread throughout the entire mortal world. The world tree absorbed the living beings of the entire earth as nutrients. As long as a living being died in the entire earth, its soul would be sucked up by the nearby roots and gathered in the world tree, surging all the way to the top of the heaven realm and condensing into fruits. Another 50 years passed. It had been a long time since the preaching. The entire world began to have creatures in the grotto heaven realm. Another 10 years passed. The 15 existences that had preached on the praying mat had all reached the grotto heaven realm. The era began to enter its heyday. On the other side, the cute girl was browsing the forum. Hey, why are you all so diligent? I woke up and found that all of you have been working all night. Are you starting to evolve species? Shocked, F*ck. The big boss has appeared. Cute girl, why do you have time to come out? Shouldn't you be aiming for the highest position after obtaining such a great opportunity? Scary, we are all evolving species now. Of course, we want to work harder and get a piece of the pie. That's right. Back then, the great alchemist emperor took advantage of a very early period when the natives were not yet civilized. He took advantage of the right time, the right place, and the right people, and relied on his advanced knowledge to become the great alchemist emperor. Now, of course, we have to take advantage of the time when the heavens and the earth have just been created, when the gods are dividing their duties and establishing the principles of the heavens and the earth. The cute girl was stunned for a moment before she reacted. She had wanted to remind everyone to be careful, but reality wasn't as perfect as it seemed. The Tao Lords inside weren't very friendly. However, when she looked at the sand table, she realized that the 6 species that were about to evolve were all red names. Ha 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 ha. These red names, she smiled brightly and couldn't help but post. Indeed, everyone should take the opportunity to come in now. This is an uncivilized period. As soon as I came in, I obtained a great fortune. Let me tell everyone about my current situation. First of all, I obtained the praying mat and became the 16th person in the world who had the great opportunity to listen to the Tao. Secondly, I was appointed as one of the innate ancient gods, the green vine earth mother, the mother of the earth, in charge of the spring plowing of all living things, the place where life returns to. Earth Mother, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Now that more than 100 years had passed, Sister Meng was already a connate ancient god. She had become one of the oldest existences in that world. Mother Earth, in charge of spring plowing of all living things? Tao is the peak. Everyone was extremely envious. It was the beginning of the world, and there was gold everywhere. In the past, which one of them didn't start from scratch miserably, these evil gods were dismembered the moment they came in. Even if they were near the end, they didn't have a good time, and the great alchemist emperor, who had the best time, also had a miserable start. As a slime with a terrifying dark history, he only rose up after a long time. Screenshots. Screenshots. Soon, pictures were sent out one by one. It was an indomitable ancient tree. It was grand and magnificent, with countless colorful clouds surrounding the tree trunk. It was beautiful, as if it was the only existence in the world of legends. Sister Meng, there are pictures and evidence. Look at me, holding up heaven and earth as the only passage between the mortal and god worlds. I am already one of the 2 pillar gods of the primordial world. People call me Heaven Duke Sun, Mother Earth Green Vine. I am Mother Earth. But there are only 9 suns and only one of me. I am the strongest ancient god under the Tao monarch who created the world. What the heck, Heaven Duke Sun, Mother Earth Green Vine. Sister Meng was so awesome that she could stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Everyone was green with envy. Even their breathing quickened. Compared to the great alchemist emperor, who had worked hard his whole life, this sister had surpassed him. In an instant, they felt so good. To be able to be a great existence of the ancient era, to be in charge of the divine power of heaven and earth, this was like a second life. Sister Meng continued, as one of the strongest existences in the world, I don't have to work at all. No one dares to make me work. I occasionally come out to brag to you netizens and flirt with handsome guys. Now, I have a harem full of men and have reached the peak of my life. Shy, if you want to come in, hurry up. I reckon that once the era of creation is over, all the godhoods will have their positions. Even the Tao monarch has plans to wait for the rules of heaven and earth to be perfected before establishing the ancient heavenly court. At that time, there will be no place for you. Hearing this, not only the netizens were green with envy, but even the faces of the major research institutes were red. They clenched their fists tightly, and their ears turned red. They had to be ahead of the ancient heavenly court. Otherwise, they wouldn't be the ancient existence that created the world. We have to be fast. We have to be ahead of the other research institutes. For a moment, the entire research institute was filled with researchers in white clothes. They held report boards in their hands, and their faces were tense and solemn. Like a rapidly spinning gear, they began to work quickly. Originally, they had already finished their research in the past 2 days. Now, they began the final sprint. In less than 7 or 8 hours, a message was first heard in the sand table. Announcement: Congratulations to player 1 Sword Turtle Breath for evolving the species Sound Wave Cube. It has great potential and has obtained achievement reward. F*CK, the second to enter was a red-named player? The entire sand table exploded. The netizens were dumbfounded, and the other red-named players were instantly anxious. 1 Sword Turtle Breath, ha 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 ha. Everyone, I won this time. I'm 1 step ahead. You must want to know what the ability of my species is, right? I won't tell you. He was hiding the information of his species. This was his trump card. He was not stupid. Why would he expose it? In fact, creatures of his species were born with mageweths. The internal structure was made by imitating the music box. It had a very powerful throat tremor organ, and it could launch innate attacks similar to sound wave witchcraft. He had previously entered the sorcerer world and gained a lot. They combined certain witchcraft principles from the sorcerer world and carefully comprehended them. When evolving into species, the innate Tao pattern in their bodies was equivalent to carrying only one kind of witchcraft talent. This was already beyond the scope of evolution of ordinary creatures, evolving into an innate transcendent. However, the difficulty was countless times greater than evolving ordinary creatures. The precision required was too high. It was like the skin stripes of creatures. If you evolved a black bear into the stripes of a panda, you would have to constantly filter and eliminate them, leaving only those that developed in that direction. After countless generations of reproduction and natural selection, the population would uniformly have black and white skin stripes. This transcendent also had skin stripes similar to the panda, but the stripes were finer and more precise. Furthermore, there was a serious flaw. The required precision of the mageweth was too high. One mistake would instantly destroy it. However, the stripes of a creature could only be roughly the same. How could it be completely the same? Without any deviation, most of these creatures had fine and distorted stripes. Therefore, most of the creatures in his species were useless. Not even 1 out of 100 were born with the talent of sound wave. Everyone, I'll make a move first. It hasn't been long since the Tao Lord created the world. The ancient gods in the sky are planning the land and fabricating the mountains and rivers. They've done great merit for the world. I should have a merit position. With that, he entered the world passage. Within the towering palace, a strangely shaped creature was crawling along with a few other races with talents. On the emperor's throne in the towering palace, the Phoenix Tao Lord was frowning slightly. Another one has come, and this one is very special. This fellow's aura and behavior are a little familiar. I instinctively loathe him. Her expression was calm for a moment, and she revealed a smile. Suddenly, she said, "Tell me your talent." Yamada knelt respectfully on the ground and immediately got into character. My talent is to make a loud rumble. It can make a huge tremor, and it can shock the soul and mind. It can even destroy the souls of the weak. Good talent. The Phoenix Tao Lord clapped and smiled. He closed his eyes and muttered to himself, as if thinking of a position to assign to him. A moment later, the Phoenix Tao Lord said, "Since your roar can shake the heavens, I'll appoint you as the Khanate Thunder God. Before the rain god, Shuizhe, summons the rain, you'll be in charge of sounding thunder to warn the mortal world that there will be rain." A ball of flame fell and branded itself deeply on his body. Yamada was shocked. My responsibility is the thunder god, before the rain god summons the rain, I'll be in charge of sounding thunder to warn the mortal world, he secretly pondered. The responsibility was not big, but it was an indispensable part. Was he the thunder god of this world? He felt that it was enough and he could slowly climb up. Suddenly, the Phoenix Tao Lord's voice sounded throughout the heavenly realm. Sipu, come here. A moment later, a thunder god with a sharp beak and black wings came to the towering palace and knelt down respectfully. Sipu, you are the son of the Khanate ancient god Ziyun. You are extremely talented and extremely powerful among postnatal ancient gods. I order you to share the position of the thunder god with this god. Yamada's heart sank. I'll share the same position with this guy with a sharp mouth? It was a little lacking, but it was still acceptable. Half a year later. Rumble, rumble, Yamada completely realized that this was a tough job. His throat was hoarse from shouting. Sipu was in charge of flying him in the sky, and he was in charge of shouting. In the beginning, he was quite happy. He hummed, sang, and even shouted at the DJ. But later on, he could not take it anymore. His subordinates were all exhausted from shouting. All these years, he kept producing descendants, but their mageways were all crooked. Only a few of them had the talent of sound waves. He could not make ends meet, so he had to do it himself. Whoosh, at that moment, Sipu flapped his black wings and soared in the sky, holding a black cube in his hand. I can't shout anymore. Yamada's voice was hoarse. The rain god, Shuize, is waiting for rain. If you don't make the sound of thunder, you will delay the rain in the southern mountains, and I will have to use other methods. Sipu was the most extreme of the ancient gods. He was violent and irritable, and he did not like these detestable demons. The green vine had already ascended to become the Mother Earth Builder tree. How could he let a square demon take over the throne? Now that the humans were rising, they had a grudge with the innate ancient gods. After all, the ancient gods kept taking human bodies and transforming. Previously, the humans were too weak to say anything, but now, they naturally had a grudge. The humans were gradually becoming stronger, and there were already signs of resistance. They could not let the demons rise again. The laws of the world were gradually being perfected, and when the laws of the world were established, the heavenly court would be established. At that time, the Tao Lords who created the world would retire. Then, who would be the ruler of the heavenly court in this world? Which race would be the main character of this world? The Golden Crow Prince secretly reminded him to make trouble for this demon, and he naturally would not forget it. If you don't say anything and carry out your duties as the Thunder God, don't blame me for being merciless. Sipu sneered and took out a black rope and a short stick. He tied the music box cube to the short stick, making it into the shape of a hammer. Yamada? Why did he tie me up? A bad premonition flashed through his heart. I heard that in the human tribes in the mortal world, if their children are disobedient, they will be spanked. Thunder God Sipu took out a black hammer and slowly aimed it at the back of the music box cube. Clang, he struck it hard. The tip of the nail-shaped hammer collided with the tightly bound black square hammer. Woo, ah. Yamada's face turned red as if his but was struck by lightning. He couldn't help but let out a heart-wrenching roar. Rumble. The monkey-faced thunder god flapped his black wings and soared in the sky. Every time his two hammers collided, a muffled clap of thunder resounded in the world. The roar reverberated through the world, and the sound waves dispersed the clouds. Crack! A bolt of lightning suddenly flashed across the sky. On the ground, all the people in the tribe raised their heads in shock. The originally clear and boundless sky was now rapidly gathering large amounts of clouds and mist. Thunder, it's going to rain. The thunder this time is unexpectedly loud. On the ground, apes dressed in animal skins came to the racks to collect clothes. In the mountains and rivers, the hunters, farmers, and fruit-gathering women all returned to the tribe and hid in their houses. A moment later. Sipu's thunder hammer has sounded. It has sounded 13 times, and the rain today is 7 feet and 3 inches. The rain god's water swamp was a cloud bird that emitted a black light. He led a group of colorful clouds under his command and opened his ocean of consciousness in the cloudy sky. The water stored in the ocean of consciousness poured down and was quickly dispersed in the sky. Splash! Fine raindrops fell from the sky, but no one knew that the rain was mixed with heart-wrenching tears. According to the ancient god before the Western era, the Taoist lord established the principles of heaven and earth. He said that there would be thunder in the world before the rain. He ordered thunder god Sipu to use the thunder god hammer to resound between heaven and earth before the rain falls. After that day, Yamada found out that he was given special treatment due to his identity as a demon. He was reduced to a hammer, and he could not help but cry. He felt like a toy screaming chicken that could not help but scream when it was pinched. But this was even scarier than being pinched. It was being tied up and smashed on the butt with a hammer. Dang dang dang. It was as if he could hear Sipu's devilish laughter echoing in his ears. Go on and scream, go on and scream. Even if you scream until your throat breaks, no one will save you. It was too tragic to be described in this world. I am a top special forces soldier who has lived for 200 years. I am knowledgeable and cunning. Yamada's expression was ghastly. He was in Sipu's lightning god palace and had been placed on a weapon rack by Njing. His buttocks were swollen from being smashed, and both of them were bleeding. The intense pain prevented him from running. He could not help but take a deep breath. I have lived for more than 200 years, and now I have fallen into the hands of a little girl. None of these players can be trusted. They are all evil. They never speak the truth. He could not help but exclaim that he had become an ancient legend. This would become a popular ancient myth in this world. Every time it rained, a thunder god with a protruding mouth, monkey cheeks, and black wings would fly in the sky and strike his thunder hammer, and he was that thunder hammer. He was devastated, but he was locked here, unable to move. He could only wait for the green vine mother to come and mock him. But no matter how long he waited, she did not come to mock him. Another few days passed. He secretly asked Sipu about it, and realized that the legendary strongest ancient god, the Green Vine Mother, was like him, unable to move. She could only quietly be a quiet beautiful woman. Hee hee, you have countless men on you every day. Hee hee, you get smashed on the butt every day. They couldn't even see each other. They could only silently mock each other when the thunder god cast clouds and rain and passed by the world tree. In less than a few hours, while the other major research institutions were feeling frustrated, the famous red name player, One Sword Turtle Breath, came out and spoke. One sword of tortoise breath, ha 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 ha. Good. It was really refreshing. As expected, there are many rules that have not been set since the beginning of the world. The operation of the world is extremely lacking in manpower. The moment I entered, I was appointed as the thunder god. Blow up, everyone quivered. Holy shit, this famous red name player had actually become one of the ancient gods that controlled everything in the world, thunder god. The surrounding netizens and players were envious. All of them knew that the future of this world was extremely terrifying. Even at the beginning of the world's chaos, the world's structure and fundamental principles were much more promising than the sorcerer world. It was similar to the prehistoric mythological world, and it was an era where gold was everywhere. No matter who it was that entered, they would be able to pick up salted fish. It was very likely that they would possess the ability to aspire for supremacy. The cute sister was an example. Once she entered, she was appointed as Mother Earth, an ancient existence that was on par with the sun. But now, this red name player had picked it up and turned it into the thunder god, F***ck, my species. Come out quickly. Struggle, I want to sacrifice my hairline. Struggle. Not only did the players in the sand table go crazy, but the research institutes also felt a huge pressure on their heads. They knew very well that if they were one step ahead, they would always be ahead. The side that occupied the home advantage first would be instantly killed if the latter entered. Screenshots, One Sword Turtle Breath. Everyone, do you see the hazy figure in the vast 5-colored clouds in the screenshot? That vast thunder swept through the entire cloud and resounded throughout the world. In an instant, it started to rain heavily. That is the thunder god, carefree between heaven and earth. If I become the thunder god in the future, I will control the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth. I am now in charge of sending down thunder and lightning. When the world is perfected in the future, I will probably control the thunder and lightning tribulations. In the future, if the ancient heavenly court is established and you immortals want to ascend or pass the thunder and lightning tribulations, you will have to go through me. I will secretly make things difficult for you. Once I explode, you will all die. Just that overbearing. JPG, F***ck, this damned red name player. Are we going to have to listen to him when we go to the heavenly court in the future? Everyone was even more miserable. It was as if fate had grabbed them by the throat. The cute sister, I will prove that it is true. It is very diligent in striking thunder. The thunder it makes is very loud, and the whole world can hear it. The cute sister continued, every time I hear the thunder and rain, it is as if I am hearing the roar of the thunder god. I can't help but compose a poem, when two hammers collide, where the red flowers bloom, standing on the top of the 5 colors, playing the sound of thunder. One sword turtle breath, thank you for the compliment. Shake hands. Kind little eyes, the cute sister wants to evolve into a dragon, you are welcome. Shake hands. Kind little eyes, this time everyone was anxious. These two seemed to have joined forces and formed a force inside. They had the geographical advantage, and the people who came later were likely to be targeted by them. Suddenly, it brought more pressure to the major research institutes, and they crazily evolved species. Soon, under the heavy pressure, there was bound to be a breakthrough. In less than 3 hours, another message came. Announcement: congratulations to the player top of the food chain Bell for evolving the species undead. It has great potential and has obtained achievement reward. After the evil god, these players successfully perfected their own species, and the sand table completely entered the era of species explosion. All of them planned to crazily enter this prehistoric era where there was gold everywhere. They wanted to become one of the ancient gods of heaven and earth and rule over a region. What? The red-named player Bell also completed it. Damn it. Everyone shouted and guessed what his potential species was. According to the name, it seemed to be a creature with great vitality. In fact, the research institute that Bell was in was very powerful. The reason why he was not the first to enter was naturally because the species he evolved was extremely terrifying, so it took him a lot of time. This was a kind of aggregated life form that was similar to a cockroach's life structure. It was a small giant, and its vitality was extremely strong and tenacious. It could even live unscathed after its head was chopped off. Moreover, its body not only had strong vitality, but it was also an extremely powerful spiritual medicine that could heal wounds. Its effect was very strong, and its vitality potential was endless. Soon, Bell stepped into the world passage. As an ancient demon that had just gained sentience in this chaotic world, he came here and learned the language for a few months. Then, he strode to Ling Tian Palace. With such a strong body, I am looking forward to what kind of innate godhood they will give me. Ling Tian Palace. It was located on the wall in the sky, surrounded by stars. Occasionally, rosy cloud god would fly across the sky, surrounded by wisps of immortal radiance. Inside the great hall, Tao Lord Phoenix looked down at the living being and muttered to himself, here comes another one. It's also somewhat familiar yet instinctively disgusting. Greetings, Tao Lord. I am Tian Tuesday. Bale came here and had a new name, Tian Tu war god. Tian Tu was a tall and strong man, his muscular body was full of solid muscles. He stood in the middle of the hall and said in a low, muffled voice, I am a lump of flesh and blood since the beginning of the world. Coincidentally, I gained intelligence, and I am here to pay my respects to the Tao Lord. Tao Lord was silent for a moment and said calmly, tell me about your talent. Tian Tu took a bold step forward and knelt on the ground. He said proudly, Tao Lord. My talent is immortality and combat strength. I can be said to be an immortal war god. Also, my flesh and blood can heal injuries. Good talent. Phoenix Tao Lord clapped and smiled. He pondered for a while. After a long time, the ancient existence on the throne said slowly, I order you to serve the moon god, Wu Yun, moon god. Baal was overjoyed when he heard this. The moon god was one of the strongest Khanate ancient gods. There were only 13 Khanate ancient gods in this world. The other ancient god races were the descendants of the 13 Khanate ancient gods. The 13 ancient gods each had their own duties. The wind god led his descendants and stirred the winds of heaven and earth to form air currents. The 9 suns rotated around the sky in shifts every day to benefit and nourish all living beings. The purple and green clouds were in charge of all the clouds in the world. They were in charge of rain and thunder and listening to the prayers of mortals. As for the moon god, she did not fly in the sky like the suns. She was embedded in the background of the sky with the stars. As the background of the sky, she lived in a faint golden moon palace and emitted a gentle and bright light. The mortals on the ground looked up. They would see a full moon. They could vaguely see a magnificent palace, a river, a pavilion, a courtyard. Being in charge of tidying up the stars in the sky was an idle job. The moon goddess' personality was very cold and aloof, and she did not have many subordinates. She took the initiative to be in charge of the heavenly court's food and drink. After all, she loved making delicious food. Baal's heart turned heavy and he thought, the moon god is one of the 13 oldest innate ancient gods. She doesn't have many subordinates and yet, I'm able to become her confidant in such a short time. She had a weak personality and would be easy to control. I could even think of a way to marry her. After all, I had countless people behind me. Conquering a pure goddess who didn't understand the ways of the world would be a piece of cake. After marrying her, I'll pull her into my faction and use her name to fight for power in this new era. I'll be fighting at the front lines as a fighting force, and I'll also be giving advice from the back. After all, I have a research institute behind me. He kept planning in his mind, and a word emerged, dream opening. In the words of modern netizens, marry a beautiful CEO, walk to the peak of life. Thank you, Lord. Tian Tu was overjoyed and quickly lowered his head. Crash. A bright red spark burned on Baal's forehead. The Tao Lord said, since your body has such characteristics, you should be in charge of the heavenly realm's god's food and drink together with the moon god. You can call it spirit cuisine. Spirit cuisine. Tian Tu did not react. Suddenly, the Phoenix Tao Lord's voice resounded in the heavenly realm. Guard, come here. A moment later, an ancient god in human form with a huge axe in his hand came to Heaven Palace and knelt down respectfully. The Tao Lord's voice sounded, you often prepare food for the moon god. Bring this god to the moon palace. His body is full of spirit herbs and can be used as the heavenly court's connate spirit herbs to nourish the ancient gods and increase their cultivation. Tian Tu was startled and suddenly understood. He was enraged and roared, I shouldn't have this godhood. On the throne, the Tao Lord lowered his eyes and said calmly, then, which godhood do you think you should be qualified for? You dare to look down on me. Tian Tu was enraged and cut off his own hands. Crash, patches of granulation slowly wriggled, and arms grew out from the opening. In the blink of an eye, he turned into the 8-armed giant spiritual god's combat form. He waved his 8 arms and his body surged with flames as he glared at Tian Tuesday. Although I love food and like to eat it right away. I'm not food. My ability is immortality and I'm good at killing. I have 8 arms and 100 arms. I can fight against thousands of enemies and I should be the first war god since the creation of the world. I have the strongest combat strength and I will fight for the heavenly realm. Baal took another step forward. He brandished his 8 arms into fists and brandished them. His movements were vigorous and forceful, resounding and resonating. I'm medicine all over my body. Not only can I heal myself, I can also save the soldiers under me. If I become Tian Tu's war god in the future, I will lead the soldiers of the heavenly realm and turn them into an immortal army that kills without hesitation. His voice was heroic and filled with boundless confidence. Oh? The Phoenix Tao Lord pondered for a moment and suddenly laughed. Since you're immortal, what's the use of your head? You're always chattering. Even if you have a headless body, you can still be qualified for the godhood in the moon palace. Baal's hair stood on end. Whoosh, a calm and cold light flashed and the head fell. A moment later, in the moon palace, the gentle and kind moon goddess sat on a stone pavilion and looked at the corpse that was sent over. She could not help but shake her head. Tian Tu? War god? You actually dare to argue with the Tao Lord about the godhood? The ancient god recorded, before the Western era, Tian Tu and the Arch fought for godhood. The Arch severed his head and buried Xianxia. The Arch took his body and turned it into osmanthus. The mortal world. The moon and the sun hung in the sky. According to the ancient legends, during the primordial era, the sun and the moon shone together. The world was silent and the trees were green. A vast mountain was moved over by the mighty miracle god. There was a head in the dungeon of the mountain. The head was suppressed under the mountain. Over time, flowers and plants grew on its head. He even stuck out his tongue and licked the ants that passed by and ate them. Raise my head to look at the bright moon, lower my head to think about my body. He looked up at the moon in the sky through the palm-sized window. The moon was hazy and there was an osmanthus tree on the gorgeous palace. That osmanthus tree was quite strange. Without the control of its master's consciousness, it began to grow on its own, as if its genes had collapsed. Its torso was constantly wriggling with granulation, like a flesh coral, growing out in clumps. The branches were like countless white jade arms, delicate, and moist. Upon closer inspection, there was a strong man holding a huge axe in the moon. He was chopping down the osmanthus tree from time to time, chopping off the branches and leaves that were growing out. What a beautiful scenery, Wu Gang chopping osmanthus, he sighed ruefully. He had actually become an ancient myth and legend, but he had freaking become that osmanthus tree that could never be chopped down. I really made a mistake. That little slut Yamada and that little lass that pretended to be pure harmed me. Full of evil ideas. I came in too late. One of them is the Thunder God, and the other is Mother Earth. They definitely had the home field advantage and said bad things about me in front of the Tao Lord. In the end, I was framed to such an extent. He muttered, and as he spoke, his voice became softer and softer. He was already over 200 years old, and he couldn't control his tears anymore. He cried like a 300-pound child. Boo-hoo. This is really karma. In my current situation, I can eat it just by removing the head. The protein is still 8 times that of beef. The more he thought about it, the more he crumbled. He didn't expect himself to blend into the ancient myths and legends of this prehistoric world in such a way. Day after day. He waited alone, waiting for those two to come and mock him. In the end, after waiting for a long time, no one came. One morning. He was imprisoned in the mountains, so he couldn't help but sing loudly. His voice was very rhythmic. Tian-Tu and Didi fought for the gods. Didi feared his might and cut off his head. He buried Xianxia, using his hands to make soup and his legs to make porridge. Didi often slashed with his kitchen knife to prevent his immortal body from escaping. Whoosh, the loud voice reverberated through the mountains and rivers. At this moment, a woodcutter in the mortal world heard the song and couldn't help but come over. The young woodcutter saw a living head being suppressed under the mountain and a golden token of suppression from the heavens. He couldn't help but panic. There's actually an ancient god that offended the laws of heaven and was suppressed here. What crime did you commit in the heavens? How dare you fight with Didi for the gods? The young woodcutter held a stone axe and couldn't help but sit down. His body was still trembling. You know the Thunder God? Mother Earth? From the woodcutter's words, he gradually understood the situation of the other two. They couldn't move at all like him. After a few more days, the sky was covered in dark clouds, and there were thunder formations. A thunder god with a sharp beak and a pair of black wings wielded the thunder god chisel. He flew above the 5-colored clouds and sent down lightning. Boom! When he passed by Mount Changyang, his head looked at the sky and laughed coldly. He he he. So in the screenshot, the thunder god was very majestic. You were just a hammer in his hand that got smashed in the butt. After a few more months, the woodcutter often brought him food. Ancient god, can you teach us spells? On this day, the woodcutter came over again and looked at the head that was pressed under the mountain. Outside our tribe, there's a tyrannical river god. He's the son of an ancient god that has more power in the heavens. He acts like a tyrant in the mortal world and wants us to offer young boys and girls every year. He's very powerful and our tribe can't survive anymore. I want to defeat him. Tian-Tu suddenly laughed. Sure. You just have to continue bringing me food. That's right, what do you want to learn? I'll teach you how to secretly cultivate and kill it. Woodcutter said, I want to learn the wondrous technique of great freedom, to let this heaven and earth and the gods in the heavens maintain order, to serve humans and not treat humans as slaves. You want to learn the great freedom art? The human race is free and unfettered in this world, unfettered? Tian-Tu laughed. Why did you choose such a difficult path? This path is destined to be arduous and almost impossible. Even so, do you still want to learn? Learn. Woodcutter was very resolute. The ancient god clan relies on the rules of the world to bully the human race. I want to protect our race. Tian-tu was stunned for a moment. He suddenly thought of the sorcerer world, those sorcerers who committed suicide in order to defeat the evil god. Another day passed. Woodcutter brought the warriors and males of the tribe, all of them dressed in rags as they stood in front of him. I'm a god-defying person. Those who learn from me will die. Are you sure you want to learn? Tian-tu said, even if you became a non-human race in order to obtain power, you still want to protect the human race? Everyone in the tribe nodded. Tian-tu laughed. Then, come. Cut off my flesh. My eyes, ears, mouth, nose, any part of me that you like. Then, mix my flesh with your blood. If you can survive, you'll be called. He pondered for a moment, then suddenly picked up a piece of wood and wrote a large Chinese character on the soil. Shaman. This character, the top bar represents heaven, the bottom bar represents earth, and in the middle is the Jianmu. There are two people in it, meaning male and female. The meaning of the character shaman is that heaven and earth are cages, and humans are trapped in them. Humans are creatures trapped in cages, trapped by heaven, bound by earth. A human must learn to defy the heavens. Those who don't defy the heavens are not human. Baal laughed coldly and said meaningfully, listen to me, demons, monsters, Buddhas, immortals, and gods, destroy the character shaman to become a human. To defy the heavens, to be considered a human, the surrounding tribesmen's blood boiled. You will be the gods' rebel clan, cursed by my undying blood generation after generation. You will be called the Shaman clan. Tian-tu laughed coldly, gritting his teeth as if he had a deep hatred. One day, you will destroy the sky, tear down the god of thunder, destroy the chisel, chop off the Jianmu on the ground, and cut off the connection between heaven and earth. Then, you will come back to save me. He had a fiery temper, and he was completely enraged. Of these two, one would at most get a spanking on the butt, and the other would at most become a bridge. But he was the most miserable. His body would be hung in the sky, and when he raised his head, the whole world could see him being dismembered every day. Such humiliation! Even if he was trapped here, he had to think of a way to kill them. After a few hours, the famous red-named player Baal also appeared. His post in the forum caused a huge sensation. Baal, the top of the food chain, ha 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 ha. I indeed got a position, and I'm much more powerful than the god of thunder. Once I entered, I became the trusted subordinate of the ancient god Moon God. As expected, the universe has just been formed, and the operation of the universe is extremely lacking in manpower. Everyone's eyes instantly turned red. Even this red-named player Baal got an ancient position? Taking charge of the rules of the universe, however, this player also felt that just talking about it wasn't enough. He also crazily sent out screenshots, showing off his beautiful life in the universe. Screenshots. 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 Baal, the top of the food chain, everyone, look, do you see the beautiful moon in the sky? I can vaguely see a tree, and beside it, there's a majestic giant chopping it. That's me. Everyone can see that there's a gentle and kind moon god beside him, wiping his sweat from time to time. I'm at the peak of my life. To be honest, I never thought that there would be such a scene. You have to know that that's the moon god. One of the 13 ancient existences actually wiping the sweat of her little brother who's chopping down the tree. You can see how kind and gentle the moon god is. Working under her, you'll definitely have a bright future. Everyone became even more envious. Just thinking about it made them feel extremely happy. This damned red-named player was clearly showing off. Once he entered, he joined the moon god, and the moon god even helped him wipe his sweat. Baal, the top of the food chain, let me say my job again. I'm in charge of the meals of all the gods in the heaven realm. Yes. The meals of all the ancient gods. It's as if I control the lifeline of all the gods in the heaven realm. Whoever I don't like, I can secretly poison them to death. In the future, when you come in, you have to be careful. I'll poison your meals. It's that domineering. JPG, damn it, you still want to poison us. Everyone's scalp went numb. This was simply too disgusting. As for the major research institutes, when they saw this message, they felt as if there was a knife hanging over their heads. The pressure multiplied. This was clearly a show of force. They immediately sped up the pace of their research. Damn it, another ancient existence that has become the one who operates the rules of heaven and earth. Envy, in the future, when I go up to heaven, I have to undergo a lightning tribulation to prevent the thunder god from making things difficult for me. When I go up to heaven, I still have to be on tenterhooks to prevent myself from being secretly poisoned to death. This is simply impossible. Scary, for a moment, the entire forum was boiling. After all, the change in this situation was unexpected. Cute girl wants to evolve into a dragon, I'll prove it. The whole world can see the scene on the moon. It's really feeding the whole world with dog food. Detestable, one sword turtle's breath, I've eaten the food before. It's very good and very precious. However, it's not something that ordinary ancient gods can eat. I only managed to eat a bite because of my work injury a while ago. It's simply delicious, the best in the world. Like, everyone was getting anxious. From the looks of it, the important godly power of heaven and earth were quickly being filled. After a while, the period where the Tao monarch had just split the heavens and earth would be over. Once the heavenly court was established, there would be no more opportunities for such positions. Time was of the essence. The research institutes also understood this point. After a few hours, another player received an achievement. Announcement: congratulations to player Nameless Dragon for evolving into a slaughterer with great potential. Achievement reward obtained. Everyone was stunned again. Nameless Dragon, everyone, it's time to enter. This one was very concise. With that, he also strode into the world passage. While Bale was carrying out his own path, he was also carrying out his previous path of single-target power. Right now, he was a special life form. His exoskeleton was hard, and his body was as slender as metal. He even had blades that could devour the resentment and flesh of his enemies to become stronger. In other words, as long as he killed, he could become stronger. I originally thought that the research institutes behind them would help them evolve into powerful life forms with great potential. In the end, to this extent, one's ability became the god of thunder, and the other the god of cookery. Nameless Dragon was a little surprised and could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Using battle to nurture battle. I can absorb the resentment and souls of the dead to grow. I'm like the terrifying slaughterer from ancient myths. What kind of position will I be given? I'm looking forward to it. In the desolate land, there were unknown ancient green plants everywhere. He landed on the ground. His body was strange to begin with, so he was quickly discovered by the flying ancient god Cloud and brought into the heavenly court. After learning the language, Nameless Dragon strode toward the Ling Tian Palace. Within the Ling Tian Palace, a strangely shaped life form with sharp blades led his tribe and knelt on the ground. Tao Monarch, I am the first life form bone in the world. By chance, I gained intelligence. I'm here to pay my respects to Tao Monarch. My talent is, after listening, Phoenix Tao Monarch clapped his hands and laughed. This is your talent? Using killing to nurture killing. In that case, in recent years, the ancient god clan has done many evil things. They have abused their power in the mortal world and caused great suffering. What we lack is a heavenly god to rule over good and evil. You can rule over the law of heaven. Nameless Dragon trembled slightly and his eyes lit up. I'll be in charge of the law of heaven. This position didn't look very high, and it couldn't be compared to the majestic ancient existences like Mother Earth and Sun, but its power was astonishing. Indeed, there is gold everywhere. Long Wuming couldn't help but feel a fire burning in his heart. This was much more powerful than the divine authority of a certain thunder god or a certain chef god. In the future, he would find a chance to frame them and kill them both. He couldn't help but think of a plan. Thank you, Tao Lord. Wuming Dragon lowered his head in excitement. Crash. A bright red spark burned down from his forehead. Suddenly, Tao Lord Phoenix's voice resounded throughout the heavenly realm. Suwentu, come here. A moment later, a tall and burly human respectfully came to Ling Tian Palace and knelt down. Suwentu, you are the son of the human ancestor, Su Yonyan. You have great talent. I order you to be in charge of punishment together with this god. He is in charge of the law of heaven and can kill the ancient gods of the heaven realm and the human emperors of the mortal world. Suwentu was shocked. The ancient gods in the sky had been neglecting their duties for the past few years, especially the few suns. They enjoyed themselves in the sky and didn't care about the mortal world. As for the ancient gods on the ground, they had started to make things difficult for the humans on the ground. As long as he was in charge of this responsibility, he could keep the ancient gods in check. The situation of the humans being weak could be slightly changed. On the other side, Nameless Dragon's heart sank as he looked at the human beside him. Sharing a position, he seemed to have been swept into the whirlpool of a power struggle. What did Dowlord mean by this? It was hard to fathom, but the risk was high and the power was high, so he could reluctantly accept it. Half a month later. Wombing Dragon was tied up by a string of chains. His legs were dangling, and his head was facing down. He hung on a door-shaped god execution stage. His biological form made him look like an old, knife-edged piece of cured meat hanging from a door beam. Goo. Goo goo, the black chains rolled slowly, and he was put down. He instinctively opened his arms with blades. Kacha. Cold light flashed, and the head of an ancient god that was blaspheming was beheaded. Fresh blood splattered on the entire god execution stage. This decapitated head was pulled up again. He was like a black bat hanging upside down on the door. He was expressionless, so this is the powerful position that I am in charge of beheading gods that violate the laws of heaven. As expected, you didn't lie to me. Ha ha ha, it is indeed a Xianxia treasure. Suwanta looked at the sharp human-shaped giant axe that was hung in the air by chains. The more gods I kill, the stronger the evil aura, and the sharper it is. In the end, it can break all laws and slash through everything. It can even slay Xiantian ancient gods. To hell with it, I am not a decapitation platform, I am a killing god that fights on the battlefield, and the more I kill, the stronger I become. Wombing Dragon's heart was like dead ashes. However, on the god execution stage, he was still hanging by his legs. He was weathered by the wind and rain, and it slowly became the symbolic building of Heaven Realm's southern heavenly gate. Another day, Thunder God Sipu passed by the god execution stage. He was holding a thunder hammer, and his buttocks were red. He was being fed a piece of white meat immortality medicine to preserve his life. Sipu was like a grumpy old brother. His voice was loud, and he held 2 hammers in his hands. Shout louder next time. If you don't break your throat, break your buttocks. This Xiantian spirit medicine is not bad. Stuff some into your buttocks later. The god execution stage that was hanging by the side? Thunderhammer, they looked at each other affectionately. It was as if there were thousands of languages in that instant. The 2 terrifying evil gods that were powerful in the past actually ended up like this. They could not help but turn their heads and pretend that they did not see each other in Heaven Realm. One of us is the god of justice that controls the laws of heaven, and the other is Thunder God. I must have seen wrongly. Recorded, the forum was very tense. Another red-named player who had just entered appeared in the forum. Screenshot. Screenshot. The picture was filled with clouds and mist. In front of the god execution stage, there was a man with a dignified figure. He had the aura of a true dragon and was extremely domineering. Nameless Dragon, do you see that? This is me. I actually became the god of punishment. I control the laws of heaven and can slay anyone who goes against the laws of heaven. I am that domineering. JPG, everyone heard this. This person controlled the laws of heaven. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Wouldn't their future path be even more difficult? After surviving the lightning tribulation and the food of the heavenly court, they still had to worry about being pinned on them and being captured to be executed on the god execution stage. Damn it. We need to hurry up. This is simply privatizing that world. All the research institutes were extremely anxious. They increased their speed crazily and were making their final dash. After a few hours, an announcement sounded. Another red-named player from Russia had entered. This was a creature that looked like an electric eel, and he had an audience with Ling Tian Palace. My talent is the ability to emit lightning, and it has terrifying destructive power. Half a year later, Mother of Lightning held a whip and flew in the sky before it started raining. Whip, greetings, fellow Taoist. Hammer, greetings, fellow Taoist. Before the Western epoch, the Xiantian treasure, God Execution Whip, was born. With Mother of Lightning holding the whip, she temporarily shared duties with lightning and shone before the rain. Everywhere in the world, the concept of connate numinous treasures appearing one after another gradually spread in this ancient world. They began to believe the excuses of those beings. At the beginning of the world, there was primordial violet chi that attached itself to the treasures, giving birth to connate treasures. Innate spiritual treasures were born when the world was first created. They were incomparably powerful, possessing all types of strange powers. For example, the first vine, the first piece of flesh, the first piece of bone, connate numinous treasures are probably as powerful as connate ancient gods. They couldn't help but ponder. I can't let them go to the Ling Tian Palace. Once the Tao Lord distributes them to the ancient gods, I might not get a share of the numinous treasures. Once the connate numinous treasures appear, I must go and plunder them. The treasures of the world belong to the virtuous. A few hours passed in the real world. Ha ha ha. A gourd-shaped being entered. It was also a red-named player. I'm finally here. I told them that I'm the first gourd in the world. What kind of position will they give me if I go and meet the Tao Lord? It saw the ancient gods flying around in the sky and couldn't help but shout at the sky. After all, according to experience, they would bring it to the heavenly realm to learn the language and meet the Tao Lord. Ha ha ha, the heavens are on my side. Another connate numinous treasure has appeared. We can't send it to meet the Tao Lord. The being's eyes turned red and they began to fight over the treasures. Boom, in an instant, they were locked in a fierce battle. Colorful rays of light covered the sky and covered the earth. The most exaggerated one was a Taoist. He stood in front of an ancient mountain, grabbed a string of rainbow gourds, and ran. I'd divined with my fingers. This connate numinous treasure is fated with me. The gourd shook in his hand, and it was in a mess in the wind. What's going on? There's still consciousness? This heavenly material and earthly treasure has developed its own intelligence? The Taoist priest was astonished. The screen instantly turned black. The gourd. He opened his eyes and looked at the researchers around him with dumbfounded expressions. The other researchers also broke down. Gone, the entire research institute had spent countless resources and manpower on this treasure, and it was gone just like that? We can't just let ourselves suffer like this. Therefore, these researchers in white coats pushed up their glasses and posted on the internet. Following that, none of the red-named players were spared. In fact, the last few, starting from the gourd, died instantly without even seeing the Tao monarch's face. He didn't even have a chance to hide. At the very least, the previous 4 could still struggle at death's door in pain, locked up, unable to move, and in this world, along with the creation of heaven and earth, not only were the 13 connate ancient gods born, but there were also 8 connate spiritual treasures born. They were the supreme sky tree, the heavenly lightning hammer, the undying Xianxia tree, the god-slaying stage, the god-striking whip, the chaos origin gourd, the yin-yang diagram, the soul-summoning banner. As the 8 heavenly materials and earthly treasures appeared one after another and fell into the hands of the ancient gods in charge of the various departments, the principles and rules of heaven and earth were gradually perfected. On that day, Taoist Yang God, who had created the world, announced to the world, the matter of establishing the heavens and earth has been settled. In the future, the heavens and earth can operate on their own. I will go into seclusion and enter the Tao. I will not care about external affairs. You can rule the world and build your own heavenly court. Suji was stunned when he saw all the species with great potential enter. I know that the fruit of the supreme sky tree is delicious, but is that Xianxia tree really that fragrant? He couldn't help but mutter. He felt that he could find a time to try the flavor. However, in the spore evolution sand table, the species that had accumulated for so long had all entered the new world. A supreme sky tree and 7 red players, those that could enter in a short period of time, had all entered. Although they were all wiped out. However, this world can be considered to have completely taken shape. There are all kinds of connate spiritual treasures and spirit plants. Suji was very looking forward to this second new world and had high hopes for it. The first sand table world was only casually established back then, and there was a lot of experience. Moreover, the transcendent species that the sorcerer world had put in at that time were also extremely few. There were only a few back and forth. Evil eyes, slime, funeral chickens. But now, this sand table had 8 transcendent species in the beginning. Just the number of species that had been put in instantly surpassed the sorcerer world. Moreover, these 8 species were all of extremely high quality. The cute girl's supreme sky tree was the species that the 7 red players had spent a lot of effort to study. I don't think I'll be disappointed. Suji raised his eyebrows, sat on the chair, and took a sip of tea. Now that the beginning of the world's creation has passed, it's already on the right track of evolution. First, the phoenix has begun to live in seclusion, and there will definitely be disputes and dangers. Suji calmed down. It was indeed time for the phoenix to become a god. Before the Western era, the Tao Lord created the world and established the principles for the world. The 13 Khanate ancient gods maintained order, and the 8 great Khanate spiritual treasures were born one after another. Supreme Sky Tree, Osmanthus Tree, God-Slaying Stage, Thunderhammer. After several years of chaos, the rules of the world gradually stabilized, and the Tao Lord retired. Another 3 years later, the human race was suppressed, and gradually, the 9 Sun Supremes had the intention to establish the Archean Heavenly Court. They also said that if there was any disobedience, the 9 suns in the sky would burn the earth and destroy the 7 major human tribes. The next year, the human ancestor Su Yonyan ascended to heaven. He had a head of white hair and an ordinary face. He sat in front of the sun god temple alone, challenging the 9 sun ancient gods and blocking the door. Only one sun can go out at a time. How dare you? Human ancestor, on account of the time when you sat with us and listened to the Tao, as long as you submitted to our rule, we wouldn't destroy the human race. How dare you be so presumptuous? You want to stop the 9 of us alone? Boom. Su Yonyan's terrifying aura spread out in the heavenly realm. The 6th level of the grotto heaven actually exploded with a terrifying aura. At this moment, Suji was so shocked that he drank a mouthful of phoenix spirit tea. How is this possible? He is only at the 6th level of the grotto heaven. In the same realm, he is only equivalent to a level 6 legendary sorcerer in the sorcerer world. But his aura now is comparable to a level 7 epic sorcerer? He is not even a normal epic sorcerer, he is close to the limit of the human demigods. He was a level 6 legendary sorcerer, but he had the combat power of an entire level 7 epic sorcerer, close to a demigod. It was too terrifying. Suji took a deep breath. His current level of knowledge was not low. This should be the advantage of this system. Sorcerers cultivate their mental strength. They don't need to borrow the power of heaven and earth. Their strength is fixed there, not a bit more or less. Sorcerers, on the other hand, cultivate their inner world and sea of consciousness. They can borrow external objects, causing their strength to be very flexible. I'm afraid that in Su Yonyan's body, the entire human race's inner world is stored in his sea of knowledge. He alone is enough to represent the entire race. The price was huge. The others would lose their cultivation, and his sea of knowledge might not be able to withstand so much power. Boom. A terrifying aura spread out, and a terrifying power circulated. It was as if a wisp of emperors might have appeared in the world. That aura actually made the golden crows tremble in fear. How is this possible? The expressions of the 9 golden crows and the ancient gods changed. They felt that there was a living god in front of them, as if it was a level 7 abyss great emperor who had broken free from the shackles and crushed them by an entire realm. I'm here on behalf of the entire race. Su Yonyan walked forward step by step, his voice calm and ancient. We humans do not want to fight for anything, but we are not willing to be bullied. We are not as strong as the ancient gods, but there are many of us. I alone represent the entire race. The large number of humans represented the great potential of the human race. We don't believe it. It's impossible for you to withstand the power of so many human cultivators. You're just holding on. The 9 golden crows were burning with flames. Whoosh! 5-colored light bloomed, and the flames burned. On this day, Su Yonyan charged into the heaven realm alone and subdued the 9 ancient sun gods. The entire sun palace was covered in blood. Golden and red blood mixed together. Su Yonyan's white robes were stained with blood as he calmly guarded the sun god palace. Madman. Inside the sun palace, the 9 suns shrank back. They looked at the human ancestor sitting at the door and began to tremble. They could clearly sense that Su Yonyan was just bluffing and that he was about to die. However, none of them dared to go out together, afraid that he would go crazy and try to drag one or two of them down with him before he died. For an entire month, only one son went out on duty at a time. Another month passed. Su Yonyan walked down to the mortal domain. The heaven realm promised to maintain its rule and did not mention establishing the immemorial heavenly court again. No one knew how much pressure the human ancestor had endured when he charged into the heavenly court alone for the sake of the entire human race. He had to face the 9 ancient sun gods alone, and what price he had to pay. His body was starting to crack, and his entire sea of consciousness was showing signs of shattering. Su Yonyan sat in the tribe, coughing up blood continuously. He looked at the leaders of the various tribes and said calmly, "I've opened up a sea of consciousness cultivation technique above the various realms and condensed my own soul. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to absorb such a huge amount of your psyche and concentrate it in my sea of consciousness." Su Yonyan slowly opened up his sea of consciousness. A nearly shattered space was revealed in front of everyone. Within the sea of consciousness that was surrounded by white fog, a golden pill that was about to shatter floated. This condensation technique of mine is called core condensation. Forming a core. The humans looked at each other. Within the tribe, Su Yonyan explained to everyone, the Daelord's legacy is a path to open up an inner space for living beings. As for the human consciousness that resides within this inner space, it cannot be condensed. It will only grow stronger as the living space expands. This is a quantitative change. The quantity is increasing, but it is not a qualitative change. Therefore, he came up with such an idea. Since the demon clan could develop their spiritual wisdom in such a dense sea of consciousness, could humans use this high-density sea of consciousness to compress their energy and soul and transform their souls? That might be the true use of the spiritual sea. Therefore, he tried to turn the dense spiritual sea into a whirlpool. In the end, the energy gathered on his soul and gradually turned into a golden energy core. The surrounding humans were shocked. This is the method of forming a core for the soul? Someone couldn't help but ask, then, can the human ancestor move this golden core into the spiritual sea of others and take over their bodies? Just like the transformation of the monsters? After all, the human ancestor's body was on the verge of collapse. He carried all the cultivation of the human cultivators, and the spiritual sea was almost crushed. Su Yonyan kept coughing blood, but he shook his head and said, "That's impossible. The demons can occupy a person's sea of consciousness because they have a physical body. My golden core is an energy soul body. It is incompatible with other people's sea of consciousness and cannot exist." Another 3 years passed. The human race gradually returned to peace, but the damage they suffered could not be erased. Back then, the power of the ancient cultivators of the human race gathered on the human ancestor's body and his cultivation was destroyed. He soon became old and died of old age. The human ancestor's spiritual sea could not withstand that much power. After that battle, he almost died. He coughed blood every day and needed help to walk. The human race was already at the end of its strength. Another 10 years passed. In the 30 to 40 years of the human race's lifespan, the ancient cultivators of that era had all lost their cultivation and died of old age. Only Su Yonyan stayed in the human tribe alone. The 9 heavenly sun gods in the sky were still calm and continued to blame themselves. They looked at the land from time to time, waiting for Su Yonyan to die. Why is the human ancestor not dead yet? His aura is so weak that it's on the verge of dissipating. He's holding his breath, but what's the use? Let's see how long he can hold it in. The ancient gods in the sky laughed coldly. But another 5 years passed. The mountain range was a stretch of emerald green, and an extremely joyful voice came from Mount Changyang. "Ha ha ha, success, success at last." The woodcutter who went up the mountain every day to cut firewood had aged quite a bit over the years. "Have we finally succeeded?" "Yeah." Tiantu laughed out loud. His head had been trimmed beautifully by the axe, with a buzz cut. "I have developed the immortal elixir. You can all fuse into my body now." He murmured to himself, the life forms in this world have their first gene. It's not easy to develop a second gene. Over the years, I've been asking them to collect medicinal herbs for me to research. Only then did I manage to create it. In fact, it would have been very difficult to create a second gene potion in just 10 years. The only reason it could appear now was because this gene potion was created based on the potion created by the great alchemy emperor. Because the most crucial substitute for phoenix blood had actually been found, many of the ancient gods here seemed to be weakened versions of the phoenix blood that could be easily refined and purified. Several grotesquely shaped humans stood in front of him. Some had 6 legs and 4 wings, some were covered in black scales, some had human heads and beast bodies, and had 2 azure snakes in their ears. Tiantu looked at the group of people before him. All of you from the sorcerer tribe have inherited my power. Your bodies are strong, your regenerative abilities are strong, and you are almost immortal. However, you will need to hide and train, and let the humans attract our attention. The surroundings were somewhat uneasy. Tiantu laughed, encouraging them. Come, recite after me. The history of humanity is a history of fighting against nature, a song of courage. Defeat evil, defeat the ancient gods. Death cannot crush our backs or destroy our torsos. Another 15 years passed. The 9 ancient sun gods in the sky were beginning to show signs of impatience. There's some movement in the sky again. I'll go up again. Su Yonyan had already transformed into a white-haired old man. He trembled as he struggled to support his body. Father. On the side, several of Su Wentu's descendants wanted to say something but hesitated. After the Tao Lord retired, the heaven realm was gradually taken over, and Su Wentu's godhood in charge of the laws of heaven was taken down. Father, please bring our cultivation. They hesitated for a moment, then opened their seas of consciousness. Su Yonyan's old body sat on a beast hide, calmly looking at his children. The new generation of tribal elites appeared in front of him. Please bring us. The old Su Yonyan calmly looked at them. Every one of them was a genius, and some of them were even as talented as him. But time was too short. Old man, you're here again. A faint sigh came from the world tree. She had never imagined that the strong human who had sat on the prayer mat with her and listened to the Tao would reach this day. Mother Earth fine. Su Yonyan's old body slowly walked up to the heaven realm. Step by step, he sighed. You are the only one different from the other ancient gods. The world tree was silent for a moment. Suddenly, a catkin landed on him. Go back. You shouldn't have died so quickly. Take a part of my body with you. It will help you find a way to become stronger. Su Yonyan was startled. He accepted the catkin, then turned around and left. Another 3 years passed. Su Yonyan had a breakthrough and once again went up to the sky. His thick white hair danced in the wind as he sat in front of the sun god palace. I'll sit here for a month, and I'm only allowed to go out on duty for 1 sun. How dare you? A mere human dares to offend a connate ancient god. Human ancestor Su Yonyan, you're too impudent. You even absorbed the power of the entire human race. Golden Crow Crown Prince Long Hong sneered and stared at the old figure in front of him. The withered old man was shrouded in mist, and his eyes were empty and lifeless. He looked like a corpse. According to their speculations, Su Yonyan should have died 10 years ago. His Psyche C absorbed the entire human race's cultivation, causing the Psyche C space to shatter. It was unknown what kind of willpower he used to hold on until today, and now, he even absorbed it a second time. You're completely done for. You can't stop us from using the humans as slaves to build the ancient heavens. The 9 golden crows pounced forward, bursting with endless light and fire. The entire heavens trembled. Kaboom! After a moment, the entire sun god palace was covered in blood. Su Yonyan continued to return from the sky, coughing out large amounts of blood. He sat in the tribe and calmed the people around him. Human ancestor, Su Yonyan was silent for a moment, then he looked around calmly. The reason I can return is because the World Tree Mother gave me a hint. I've taken another step after core formation. I've opened up another realm for the human race. Su Yonyan slowly opened up his Psyche C, and the golden pellet that was about to shatter disappeared. In its place was a world tree that stood in the sea of consciousness that was filled with mist. It seemed to be able to split heaven and earth apart, supporting the entire universe. This is the primordial spirit. The primordial spirit can have thousands of forms. Mine is the primordial spirit of the world tree. The surroundings trembled. A condensed golden core turned into a primordial spirit. Someone couldn't help but ask, then why is the primordial spirit in the shape of the world tree? I discovered that consciousness can't be a rootless duckweed, it has to have something to rely on. Thus, my soul golden core parasitized a branch of the world tree, using the world tree as the primordial spirit. I hid it in my psyche sea and tempered it daily. This primordial spirit can increase the cultivation of the soul, and it can also be used as a natal postnatal treasure to attack others. Primordial spirit, natal postnatal treasure, the minds of the surrounding people trembled. Su Yonyan said calmly, I once thought that since the ancient gods took human form, using humans as their bodies and their main bodies as their primordial spirits, why can't we humans do the same? Use them as our primordial spirits? The surroundings shook violently, as if a new world had opened up. Therefore, I chose the world tree. Su Yonyan said, the ancient gods erased the consciousness of humans and took over their bodies, using themselves as their primordial spirits in their psyche seas. In that case, we can erase the consciousness of the ancient gods and take them into our psyche seas as our primordial spirits. Humans can kill ancient gods and turn them into primordial spirits? The surrounding people felt as if a clap of thunder had sounded in their minds. This was no longer a matter of humans being hunted by ancient gods. Instead, humans and ancient gods could hunt each other. Humans had bodies and lacked primordial spirits. Ancient gods had primordial spirits and lacked bodies. Su Yonyan said calmly, in that case, we can kill the various ancient gods, the god of thunder, the mother of lightning, and even the 9 suns as our primordial spirits. I'll use the world tree as my primordial spirit and create a scroll called the World Tree Heaven Opening Scripture. When cultivated to the highest level, I can turn it into a world tree that can devour the spirit chi of heaven and earth. At this point, Su Yonyan opened up an ancient scroll made of beast hide and handed it to everyone. He could not help but raise his head slowly. Our psyche seas can contain the ancient gods of heaven and earth. As long as we kill the suns and erase their consciousness, we can fuse the golden core into them and form a sun primordial spirit. We can refine it as our natal dharma treasure and take over the position of the sun god. We can even kill the suns and replace the connate god position. The surrounding people trembled as incredulous thoughts sprouted in their minds. Su Yonyan said calmly, at this point, I've established a Tao for the human race. The human race has the core formation realm and the primordial spirit Tao. The human race should also have the great Sun Sutra of the overflowing heaven. There are 9 suns in the world, and only 9 people can be killed to cultivate. These words were like a bolt of lightning on a sunny day, in the moon deity palace. The moon deity was cooking an osmanthus tree in the pavilion. The golden crow crown prince, Long Hong, was sitting cross-legged. He suddenly opened his eyes. What? The moon deity was shocked. Long Hong stood up and paced back and forth. Humans want to destroy the heavens and replace the position of the ancient gods. The ancient god tribulation is coming. Another 10 years had passed since the human ancestors' Tao lecture. The human race was still lacking in new talent. After the previous time, the human ancestor had once again absorbed the cultivation of various human cultivators and entered a chasm again. This was like an endless cycle. There could never be new blood rising up, and it was nearing the end. That was because Su Yonyan could no longer hold on with his heavily injured body. He stood up and looked around. I'm going to make one last trip. Su Yonyan, at this moment, the tribesmen walked out one after another. Strong men in animal skins and women carrying children gradually looked bitter. Another group of young people slowly stood up and said, bring our cultivation, even though we have only cultivated for a dozen years. Su Yonyan looked around and calmed down again. On this day, an ordinary-looking white-haired old man ascended into the sky. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and heart-wrenching noises could be heard. The light cast down from the world tree was accompanied by fine blood. Human ancestor, the tribesmen of the entire land wailed. For hundreds of years, Su Yonyan had been the protector of the entire land, protecting the generations of human tribes. Everyone stared at the sky for a long time, but this time, the human ancestor did not return from the sky. The human ancestor, Su Yonyan, ended his life. This was the most difficult period for the tribesmen of this ancient land. The human ancestor had been under too much pressure. In his 200 years of life, he had been fighting from birth until his old age. When he was young, he had led the tribe to fight against various huge beasts. When he was middle-aged, he was fortunate enough to go to the sky and listen to the Tao Lord's Tao lecture. In his old age, he ushered in the most miserable and lonely period of his life. All the cultivators of his generation and even his descendants handed their cultivation to him. He fought against the 9 ancient sun gods in the sky until he was old and weak. In the future, there were very few records of this period of creation before the epic. It was hard to imagine what kind of desperate situation he had encountered back then. However, his achievements could not be erased in the future. The Void Arch was indeed the first and most ancient human arch. Even though in the eyes of the future people, he was only at the level 7 void interpretation realm, he had listened to the Tao Lord's Tao lecture, stood alone in front of the Sun God Hall, and fought for his entire life without anyone to accompany him. He had also opened up the core formation realm and the essence soul realm. Originally, his achievements could have been even higher, and he might even have reached primordial chaos Tao. Unfortunately, he was born at the wrong time. The 9 golden crows were severely injured. Even after recuperating for a long time, they still felt a lingering fear. Xianxia is indeed difficult to deal with. The potential of the human race is too terrifying. There are too many of them, and they aren't afraid of death. They can gather the cultivation and lives of their entire race into a single person. He's just a human. We innate ancient gods are born with the heaven and earth. If it wasn't for the fact that we don't want to fight to the death with him, we would have killed him long ago. This result isn't too bad either. Before he died, he wasn't able to kill us. It's just that he dragged it out for a few decades. This is acceptable. In that case, the ancient god's celestial court shall be established. On this day, the ancient god's celestial court was established. The 9 ancient sun gods were the 9 celestial emperors, each in charge of a region. The 9 sons were also the strongest, and the 9 brothers were like brothers. The other 4 ancient gods could only submit to them. It was the beginning of the era where the ancient gods ruled the world. Because of Xianxia's exhaustion of the human race, there was not a single expert in the entire tribe. Everyone was an ordinary tribesman. The gods in the sky were angry, but they had no place to vent their anger. In the following period of time, although the ancient gods had poor reproductive abilities, their descendants gradually ruled the entire land. River gods, earth gods, and mountain gods were everywhere. They tyrannically ruled over the major tribes. If they wanted rain and sunlight, they had to be filial to young boys and girls regularly. The human race was reduced to meat. Moreover, the human race became the new generation of ancient gods. They seized bodies and used them to cultivate. As for the Golden Crow Crown Prince, Long Hong, he suppressed the world and was the only ruler. He had the strongest battle prowess and shocking talent in the world. If it wasn't for Xianxia, who used unconventional methods to gather the aura of the entire human race, he would have been far from being Long Hong's match. This celestial emperor was known as the Supreme True Golden Sun Long Hong Great Emperor, and he lived in the Sun God Hall. Another 30 years passed. A group of deformed humans gradually emerged from the ground. They had human heads, snake bodies, and fleshy wings on their backs. At first, some ancient gods suspected their identities. However, they released their ancient god bodies in their sea of consciousness to prove that they were ancient gods. Another 50 years passed. This type of ancient god gradually expanded their power and occupied various major positions. It's time to begin. Tian Tu chuckled and looked at the woodcutter. Woodcutter, you, call me Di Chi. The woodcutter who had sat on Mount Changyang had turned from a young man to the most powerful leader of the witch tribe. In the sea of consciousness of these witch tribe members, there were ancient gods that had been secretly killed. There were strange birds, divine sparrows. As their own primordial spirits, they had used their fake identities as ancient gods to take charge of certain duties in the heavenly court. They were in charge of the order of heaven and earth. The spy has infiltrated the heavenly court and is even trying to steal the position of God. Tian Tu laughed again. Celestial Emperor of the 9 Suns, it's about time to begin. Prepare to shoot the sun. The woodcutter nodded. He was no longer the weak human from before. His goal today was to shoot the sun and steal the position of the sun god. He would turn an ancient innate sun god into his primordial spirit, the golden crow primordial spirit. When the sky is murderous, the stars will move. When the earth is murderous, the dragons and snakes will rise. Woodcutter Dichi looked at the sky and suddenly fell into a daze. After countless years of suffering, it was about to begin here. He couldn't help but murmur, devils, monsters, Buddhas, immortals, and gods, destroy the witch character to become a human. He looked around, and the surrounding witch tribe members all laughed. They had waited for this day for far too long. The human race had protected them from the front, and it was precisely because of this inhuman form that they had the chance to rise. But in the end, we are no longer humans. His voice was tinged with bitterness as he led the witch tribe away from the mountain range. Human ancestor Su Yonyan, I promise you that the era of the Khanate ancient gods will be far away. A calamity was quickly brewing. The 12 strongest witch tribe members had already reached the 7th void transformation realm. Moreover, over the years, the cultivators of the human tribe and the shaman tribe had placed their cultivation bases on the bodies of the 12 shaman tribes. The 12 of them had gathered all the providence of the two races and the power of the world. Ancient God Shiryun, you dare to rebel? True sovereign Rosy Cloud, you. The 9 solar Khanate ancient emperors were all assassinated. On this day, people saw an unforgettable sight in the sky. 9 suns danced in the sky. Terrifying ancestral sorcerers chased after them, holding giant axes and sharp blades in their hands as they chased after the suns. The Yao race, together with the human race and witch tribe, will expel the Khanate ancient gods. The world is evil, and all living beings will attack it. Green Lotus strode forward and soared into the sky. The ancient god recorded, before the Western epoch, 300 years after the world was created, the Tao Lord established the laws of the world and then went into seclusion. The ancient gods established the celestial court. Less than 100 years later, the calamity of the ancient gods began, and all living beings were wiped out. This battle had been going on for far too long. The witch tribe carried the power of the two races, and each of them fought for the providence of the 13 Khanate ancient gods. This was a battle between the Khanate ancient gods and the living beings of the later world. No god could remain high and mighty forever. After another 100 years, all living beings were wiped out. The 9 solar Khanate ancient gods fell one after another, and the remaining 3 ancient gods could no longer sit still and entered the fray. Only the moon god remained indifferent and ignored the dispute. After a long time, the earth was stained with blood, and only 1/10 of the living beings in the world were left. The 9 solar Khanate ancient gods died completely, and the 3 ancient gods were also killed. Their divine consciousnesses were erased, and only their bodies were left. In ancient times, the 12 Khanate existences of the world were completely annihilated, except for the moon god. They were merged into the 12 most powerful witch tribe members as their primordial spirits, and later generations called them the 12 witch ancestors. They replaced the 12 Khanate ancient gods and took charge of the godhood. The woodcutter in the mountains was now called Dicky, and he was the leader of the witch ancestors. We finally won. The world was dark. Dicky stood in the blood and looked at the witch tribe warriors who were bathed in blood. From today onwards, we will use our primordial spirits to operate the order of the world and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Dicky took out the sun primordial spirit in his consciousness. Whoosh, a blazing sun hung in the sky, and its light shone on his determined face and the faces of the witch tribe warriors. It was as if it had been branded into the most ancient legend. He cultivated the great sun primordial scripture and used the sun as his primordial spirit. At this moment, an ancestral witch beside him couldn't help but say, "Your Majesty, should we destroy the thunder god hammer and cut down the world tree to save our witch ancestor, the heavenly map war god?" Dicky shook his head. Witchcraft is against the gods. People have to break the cage to be free. If we let an old ancient god stay above us, we will go against the original intention. Let him continue to be suppressed under the mountain and eat and drink every day. The surrounding witch tribe members nodded in agreement. The land of the heavenly realm was covered in blood, and countless corpses of humans, witch tribe, and ancient gods were soaked in blood. The group of them walked toward the sun god temple in a pool of blood. An ancestral witch looked at the land and suddenly said, "Your Majesty, I suddenly have a terrifying thought. Today, we will overthrow the old ruler of the Khanate ancient gods and take control of the heavenly court. Then, in the future, we might be the next Khanate ancient gods who will be overthrown by the new gods." Dicky was slightly stunned. The powerful ancestral witches beside him didn't say anything and waited quietly for Dicky. After half a day, Dicky opened his eyes. "Your words have indeed made me think about the future thousands of years later. In the future, we might be rotting. Today, we will fight for the well-being of the human race and the post-celestial beings in the world, shed our blood and lives to overthrow the rule of the Khanate ancient gods. But what about in the future? We will become the next batch of Khanate ancient gods." Dicky's expression was cold. Suddenly, he chuckled and mocked himself. "Yes, then, should we kill ourselves?" The surrounding people looked at each other. "No. This is a new era, an era that belongs to us witch tribe." Dicky gradually turned into arrogant laughter. "What's there to be afraid of in the future? I will take great strides forward. If one day, we are rotting in the future and do not think about the living beings in the world, and become the true ancient Khanate beings, there will naturally be descendants who will rise again and overthrow us old gods," he said loudly. "I was not born for the throne, so why should I be afraid of being pushed into the mortal world?" This scene was recorded for eternity. The last page of the ancient gods recorded before the Western era, the ancient heavenly court was destroyed, and the era of the Khanate ancient gods ended. The witch tribe established the Kaiyuan witch court. The witch tribe became the protagonist of the world, and the Western era began. The scars on the earth were gradually healed by time. Dicky and the 12 witches took over the responsibilities of the 12 Khanate ancient gods. The last moon god was aloof from worldly affairs and avoided the fate of death. She still lived in the moon palace and held the position of the moon god. Another year, Dicky ascended the throne. History called him Kaitian Mingwu Tianqi Great Emperor. On the day of his ascension, he married the most beautiful woman in the world, the moon god, in the sun god temple. He was also the only surviving Khanate ancient god from the old era. After going through a series of complicated rituals, the entire heaven realm outside was still noisy. Lanterns were decorated, red lanterns were hung everywhere, and there were drunk great magi everywhere. In the wedding room, Dicky slowly walked over and lifted the bride's curtain, revealing the beautiful face of the moon god. "Do you know how long I have waited for this moment?" Dicky smiled. Moon god Muyun trembled, and her heart became extremely complicated. She was originally the empress of the Golden Crow Crown Prince Long Hong after the establishment of the ancient heavenly court. She did not expect that the ancient heavenly court would be overthrown not long after it was established. She was actually married to a human witch tribe. Dicky suddenly sat beside the wedding bed and chuckled. "Muyuner, don't be afraid, it's me," the moon god trembled. This tone of voice was that of a dead Khanate ancient being. "You're not Dicky, you're Golden Crow Long Hong." She stumbled back in fear. Looking at the new heavenly emperor of the witch tribe in front of her, she could not help but tremble. A terrifying thought quickly grew in her mind. Who said I'm not Dicky? I have a clean background. I'm the witch tribe's Dicky of the human race. Dicky kissed her lips gently and smiled in her ear. "Darling, I'm that woodcutter, the first witch in the world." Thunder suddenly exploded in moon god Muyun's mind. This was a terrifying plot that started hundreds of years ago. During the era when the Tao Lords distributed the godhoods, no one knew that the Golden Crow Crown Prince had already snuck into the mortal world and turned into a woodcutter to meet the recently suppressed heavenly map war god. Not only was he fighting for the ancient god's rule, but he also left behind a backup plan. Whether the Khanate ancient gods won or the humans won, he was the only winner. He originally had a backup plan for both sides, but when he saw the world's power gradually falling and Su Yonyan opening the Yuanshan cultivation path, he understood that the Khanate ancient gods were no longer the only Khanate lifeforms that could not be replaced. The ancient god tribulation was coming. From that moment on, he completely became a member of the witch tribe. As the woodcutter, he became the leader of the witch tribe. He put in all his effort and became the enemy of the Khanate ancient gods. Furthermore, how could the high and mighty Khanate ancient gods be overthrown so easily? He was overthrowing his own old rule with his own hands. Dicky smiled. My younger brothers are too stupid. For hundreds of years, they became arrogant and thought that they were the sun ancient gods. The world must have a sun, and no one would dare to kill them. Unless the world is destroyed, they won't die. They didn't leave a way out for themselves. As for the other ancient connate existences, the purple-green twin clouds and wind are extremely smart. Perhaps they also sensed the great terror of the tribulation after me and descended to the mortal world to become a member of the witch tribe. They left behind a backup plan to avoid the ancient god tribulation. Even now, these ancient existences have mixed in with the 12 witches. Even I don't know who they are. Moon God was sweating all over. The newly established Kaiyuan witch court had 12 witches, but no one knew how many old connate existences were hidden. Has the era of the ancient gods really been overthrown? Moon God was terrified as she thought about it. She looked at the witch tribe man who had changed his face, but his Yuan Shen was still a sun golden crow. All the efforts of the witch tribe, the human tribe, the monster tribe, and even the human ancestor Su Yonyan had been taken in by him. I've made you worry and scared. Dichi smiled with deep love on his face. He pointed at the beautiful moon palace and said, Yan Yun, no matter how the world changes, no matter how the world is destroyed, as long as I can live, I will take you with me. I will build the most beautiful palace for you and let you live happily. He suddenly remembered that he was the young woodcutter with a stone axe in his hand. He looked at the head suppressed under the mountain and the young man's hot-blooded words. I want to learn the great freedom technique. I want to overthrow the rule of the connate ancient gods. I want the gods to maintain order in this world. They will serve the people and not make them slaves. He. What a bold statement. Su Yonyan, that terrifying person, Dickie's expression was calm. His lifelong rival flashed in his eyes. He suddenly murmured with a smile, yes, as you can see, you succeeded. I overthrew myself. On the day of the wedding, heaven and earth rejoiced, and the sun and moon shone together. In the heavenly realm, within the colorful flowing light, there were stars that filled the sky, 8 golden suns in the sky, and all kinds of strange phenomena. This lasted for a full 3 months. This year, Dichi the Great married the moon god and ascended to the throne as the celestial emperor. He established the heavenly court and established the rule and order of the Western Yuan era. Completely different from the tyrannical ancient god celestial court, after this celestial emperor of the Wu tribe ascended to the throne, he attended court every day in the celestial court, summoned hundreds of gods and officials, and governed the mountains and rivers together. He was even meticulous about the amount of rainfall in each place every day. He worked hard to build a country with great talent and strategy for the benefit of all living beings in the world. Later generations also had a high evaluation of him. After overthrowing the tyrannical innate ancient gods, he stepped into the eternal era of the postnate living beings, becoming the first postnate living beings monarch, founding Heavenly Court, year 12. The human ancestor has done a great favor to the post-celestial beings. We should compile a primordial spirit true scripture to commemorate his achievements. On the throne, the celestial emperor's voice was calm. The Arch ordered people to spend 30 years writing the Sunyan primordial chaos treasure scroll to pay tribute to the human ancestor, Su Yonyan. This scroll was a tribute to the human ancestor, opening the path of cultivation for the postnatal living beings in the world. It contained all the cultivation methods of the ancestral shamans and great shamans in the world, and it was made available for everyone to read without reservation. Among them was the supreme 12 heavenly scriptures of chaos. The 12 primordial spirits of heaven and earth could only be cultivated by one person in the world at the same time. At this moment, the 12 ancestors of sorcery had merged with the heavenly Tao and were the only great sages in the world, complementing the laws of the world. Furthermore, there was also the 36 yin-yang earth meridians. They were responsible for the important and powerful positions in the world, and they were held by the important figures of the heavenly courts. Founding Heavenly Court, year 21. The world gradually recovered from the chaos of war and regained its vitality. A booming voice came from the emperor's throne again. The entire land is divided into 4 corners, and the 4 races live there. Each of them recuperates and flourishes. During the reign of the Magi race's celestial emperor, all living beings in the world were equal. The demon race, the human race, the sorcerer race, and even the ancient race were allowed to reproduce. The descendants of the ancient gods were known as the ancient races. After all, other than the 13 innate ancient gods, the rest were all postmate living beings. The ancient gods could also be considered as a postmate race. 31st year of the Kai Yuan Heavenly Court. On the throne, the voice of the great emperor of the shaman tribe resounded throughout the world once again. The Heavenly Court only controls the Heavenly Tao, circulating the rules of the Heavenly Tao, maintaining the order of the world, and transcending above all living beings. Do not interfere with the Tao of the mortal world, and all the races in the world can reproduce on their own. The celestial court knew that there was no killing in the world, and that mutual harmony was unrealistic. Suppressing hatred and grudges for a long time would definitely lead to a great disaster, so they allowed killing each other and even enslaving each other's races. There were races that flourished, and there were races that declined. This was a world of great competition, but they couldn't completely wipe out a race and kill them all. In fact, humans and magi had inner spaces, which could be used as the ancient demons and demons' bodies. As the primordial spirits of the ancient and demon clans, they were also the targets of humans and magi. Only by hunting each other could they embark on the path of cultivation. Although the witch tribe was the main character of the world, the celestial emperor did not rule over the world alone. He gave the races of the mortal world a chance to rise. As the first great emperor of the post-celestial beings, he could be said to have an earth-shattering breadth of mind. Even the ancient race could take up a position in the heavens again. One emperor suppressed 4 clans. Diqi's boldness was inclusive of the world. His talent and strategy were unprecedented. In fact, his identity as a post-celestial life form had subdued the ancient Khanate ancient god. The moon god was convinced. This Khanate ancient god, who was born with the creation of the world, was willing to marry a post-celestial life form. It was difficult to describe his great achievements with words. Establishing a heart for the world, overthrowing the rule of the ancient gods of the world. Post-celestial life forms would control the order of the world. Establishing a life for the people, establishing the celestial courts to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Continuing the ultimate technique of the past, in memory of the human ancestor, Su Yonyan, he opened the Su Yonyan Chaos Treasure Scroll. Establishing peace for all ages, the heavens only protected the order. The various races on the earth were free. Everyone could fight for the current world. In the middle of the land, colorful clouds shrouded. Magi, a voice sounded from within the creation tree. She looked at the creature lying on her body. It was actually a group of ants that were coming and going. I just went out to watch a movie for a while. After a day or two, I washed my face, brushed my teeth, and slept. Have I become the oldest existence in this world? Her face was bewildered. The era of the ancient gods that created the world had passed. At the top of the creation tree, in the void, Tao Lord Phoenix opened her eyes slightly. There was a colorful light flowing in her eyes. Destruction becomes a tribulation. Once the world is destroyed, it's time for me to achieve the Tao. Whoosh, she reached out and plucked a Tao fruit from the top of the creation tree. She had already isolated the creation tree's body from her divine senses. Even the creation tree could not sense what was above her head. After all, the creation tree's main body had been wrapped in layers and could not move. Its body was too huge, and it could not even sense the situation of its entire body. Over the years, the creation tree had long been controlled by her as a huge array diagram that took root in the world. Whoosh. She placed the Tao fruit into her spiritual sea, and her inner world shook. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, wisps of pure energy turned purple and filled the space, as if it had returned to chaos. In the entire space of the sea of consciousness, all the dead souls in this world had gathered in this narrow space. When the conditions are right, success will follow. Her phoenix body suddenly opened her eyes, and an ancient aura came. What I lacked was originally just energy. Now, I've naturally broken through. Is this the Tao validation primordial chaos? The phoenix felt her body surging with an indescribable power. All those below the primordial chaos were ants. It was no wonder that Ermin could kill the evil god in one move. She seemed to let out a crisp cry. A level 8 mythical creature, I've finally become a god. Outside the spiritual sea, a beautiful woman whispered, "This state still has the power of a demigod, but if you pay a certain price, you can make the Tao fruit in the void sky attack and unleash the power of the primordial chaos realm." She jumped gently and landed in the mortal world. She chuckled and said, "I've done what I should do in this world. It's time for me to completely live in seclusion and continue exploring the path after level 8. There was nothing in this world that was worth her tying down. Power, glory, none of them were worth nostalgia. Her mission had been completed. She was an outsider and had no ties to this world. To her, this world she had created was already a cage of heaven and earth. She looked up at the sky and sighed softly. "Ermin, you must be looking for a higher path, right? Level 8 is a myth, one of the strongest in a world, but it's still limited. Then, what about level 9, what kind of beautiful scenery would that be? Would she be able to break through the shackles of this world, travel all the major heavens, and become an eagle that toured the myriad worlds? Perhaps that was the freedom she really wanted. If she could travel through worlds and travel between heaven and earth, she could even find the origin of the world and return to the side of the god of creation." At this level, the phoenix felt that there was nothing to pursue. But in her heart, she would never forget that day. She was also embraced by the god of creation, wandering in that warm environment. She had never felt warmth before. Only at that moment, she felt the meaning of her existence. "Great God of creation, I want to break through level 9, find that path, and come to your side." The Tao Lord who created heaven and earth had an unprecedentedly gentle expression. When she thought of the warmth of that day and the conversation with the great God of creation, she could not help but be filled with happiness. But the next second, her expression gradually calmed down. "I want to completely live in seclusion and explore the path to the next level in my own inner world, so that I can leave this world. But there are still some things that I have to do. It's been 300 or 400 years. You've all suffered enough." As she murmured, her figure gradually disappeared into the earth. "Since I'm no longer in the mortal world, it's time to liberate you." She gently waved her hand, and the flames that sealed the great primordial spiritual treasures gradually dissipated. Pung pung pung, heavenly court, mortal world, the 5 primordial treasures suddenly felt something binding their hearts shatter. When they looked closely, they realized that the flames on their foreheads had disappeared. "What the heck, we are free." After the Tao Lord established the world, he had now completely left this world, or did he hide and not care about us? They couldn't help but speculate. However, no matter what the truth was, they were free. Thunderhammer laughed maniacally in the sky. "Ha ha ha, the Tao Lord who created the world has left. No one in this world can be high and mighty anymore. I can roam freely in this world. This heavenly court, mortal world, will be ruled by me. The era that belongs to me is coming." Pung, a hammer ruthlessly. In the sky, a great wizard dropped his hammer and smashed his butt. His face turned red and he let out a heart-wrenching roar. Rumble, an earth-shattering thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. "He he he." Thunderhammer could not help but turn his head to look at the newly appointed thunder god of the heavenly courts. He sneered and remembered his face. In the future, when he rose to power, he would give him the title of the heavenly court's mount, the horse protector. On the other side, a thunder whip was also muttering to himself, "The era is changing, the primordial ancient gods and the postnatal living beings are fighting for the fate of heaven and earth." The primordial ancient gods were all defeated and killed. In the future, the postnatal living beings will be the main characters of the world, but we are still getting beaten up. Who asked us to be the 8 great primordial treasures? We are said to be on par with the 13 primordial ancient gods, born at the beginning of heaven and earth. We will defeat us prenatally born corrupted classes. Thunderwhip was silent, but the ancient era of creation has passed and the first era of the heavenly court has begun. We can't stay here any longer. I have to think of a way to turn things around. Southern Heavenly Gate, God Execution Stage. Recently, I have controlled the heavenly law and killed many ancient gods. My strength has increased greatly. Wu Ming's legs were hung upside down on the door. He was expressionless. "Do you dare to let me down? I want to bathe the heavenly court in blood." Rumble, a sun streaked across the sky. In the sky, a shaman emperor sat in the sun god chariot and released his primordial spirit. Golden crows pulled the chariot and flew above the clouds. The scene was so magnificent that people couldn't help but sigh. When the sun passed by Mount Xianxia, the carriage was suddenly empty, but the golden crow was still flying in the sky. A strong and powerful being with a great stature had unknowingly arrived at the bottom of Mount Xiangyang, hiding in the dark and whispering. Sorcerer ancestor, he looked at the suppressed head and couldn't help but say with a trembling voice, all these years in the heavenly court, I feel that there are terrifying old existences among us 12 witches. Our human ancestor, Su Yuiwe, opened up the path to slaying the gods for all living beings in the world. Replacing him means that the ancient gods must die. But the ancient celestial court was overthrown too easily, as if they had taken the initiative to be overthrown. Perhaps there are ancient existences among us who have already descended to the mortal world and are hiding among us. This is also the reason why Great Emperor Dicky did not dare to save the sorcerer ancestor so easily. Tian too was suppressed at the foot of the mountain. He clenched his teeth. The 12 grand shamans must have infiltrated the 12 grand shamans and stolen our results. They are still sitting high above the heavens, and there might be more than one of them. Even Dicky can't be trusted. What? Great Emperor Dicky is. The powerful being exclaimed. Tian too was silent for a moment, his voice dry and hoarse. He. I can't rule out the possibility that some ancient existence descended to the mortal world as a woodcutter and became the first shaman in the world. He used me to overthrow his own rule. The being in the shadow suddenly trembled. If that was the case, it was simply too shocking. What kind of scheming and shrewdness did he have to be able to achieve this? Can we really win against such an opponent? On the other side of the world tree, a gloomy voice came. Eh? The flame on the head is gone. Has the Tao Lord completely left this world? Ha 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 ha. I'm free. I can sneak out. After a while. Damn it, who can help me cut down the tree and dig me out? It's too blocked. All the primordial spiritual treasures were everywhere in the heavenly realm and the mortal world. They complained and had their own plans. The others were holding back, but Meng Mei was more carefree. She could not bear it anymore and posted on the internet, an era has passed. Let's not harm each other anymore. Please be human. Players like us are about to be beaten to death by the natives. Come out and make peace. Everyone on the forum was stunned when they heard this. Kill each other, get beaten to death. Aren't these 4 big shots living a luxurious life of debauchery? Mother Earth who controls the earth, Thunder God who controls lightning, God of cookery, Mother of lightning, God of justice, One sword turtle breath, he. Everyone look at the screenshot she posted. The so-called Mother Earth can't be moved at all. It's equivalent to confinement. She's the bridge that connects heaven and earth. Everyone? Everyone's faces turned red from laughing. So Meng Mei was just trying to look impressive. However, it was understandable that a girl wanted to save her face. Meng Mei wants to evolve into a dragon, he. Everyone look at the screenshot she posted of Thunder God. In that picture, he's actually Thunder God's thunder hammer. Do you see that hammer? His butt gets hammered every day, and he's in charge of. Everyone looked at the screenshot. The sharp hammer in his hand was very sharp. On closer inspection, it was covered in blood. And that rectangular thunder hammer's back end was very red and swollen. It was so red that it looked a little black. Everyone thought it was the shape of this weapon. Could it be his butt? Everyone spat out their mouths of rice. In an instant, everyone's stomachs were in unbearable pain. Someone was on a date with his girlfriend and secretly looked at his phone. In an instant, he spat out his food onto his girlfriend's face. He couldn't help but shout, "We have no enmity, why do you want to harm me?" Everyone was delighted to see this. These people were simply killing each other. One pit after another, a series of pits. One sword turtle breath, he. Everyone look at the screenshot of the god execution stage. Actually, his true identity is that hanging axe, nameless dragon. Everyone look at the screenshot of that handsome Wu Gang who is chopping trees. His true identity is that cinnamon that was chopped. In an instant, everyone self-destructed. And at this moment, the other red-named players who had their consciousnesses wiped out and the players from the calabash also started to mock and scold them. The entire internet was instantly in an uproar. This was too explosive. Oh my god, this was simply too crazy. This was even more exciting than the annual trending gossip. Mixed elements thunderclap hand, shocking, a large-scale pit scene. Dumbfounded, Mount Akina, damn. Even the alchemy emperor who had been lurking for more than 10 days was blown up by you guys. You guys are really amazing, to be in such a miserable state and still boast about it on the forum? Scary, Xiao now scares down the mountain, the human heart is not what it used to be. Scary, Haruko loves to learn, we players could have unified the primordial world in an era where gold was everywhere. At the very least, we could have been a small god in the heavenly court, but you guys ended up hurting each other and fighting amongst yourselves. Peeing laughing, cute girl begged, die of mutual destruction. Everyone laughed like crazy, these people lived a glamorous life outside, but they were actually just tools inside. Cute girl wants to evolve into a dragon, cough cough cough. Anyway, I'm not the most pitiful one, but if we continue to pit each other like this, it definitely won't work. If we continue like this, we will definitely die. The first true heavenly court, the witch race's heavenly court, has been established. Stop hurting each other, let's work together and prepare to kill our way to the heavens. Pierce through the heavens and let them understand the power of the fourth calamity players. The cute girl was still straightforward. In fact, the other 4 red names had the same idea, but they didn't want to talk about it. They had their own plans. Akina Mountain, you're so miserable. It's a pity that I just came out and haven't started evolving my new species. Otherwise, I would have gone in to save you. Sky. JPG, however, I looked at the cultivation system when I was bored. It's so crude, after all, the world was created not long ago. Since the power system is trash, you could have improved the system and stood in a higher dimension to beat these natives. Then, you could have broken through the heavenly palace and crushed the celestial emperor. What's our background? We're all top students in the sorcerer world, we graduated from the sorcerer world in pursuit of knowledge and truth. Don't tell me you haven't been secretly researching all these years. You must have been secretly waiting for an opportunity to cause trouble, right? Everyone felt that it made sense. The previous sorcerer world was a group of sorcerers who pursued knowledge and truth. After more than 200 years, each of them was a top researcher. Su Yonyan was a peerless genius, but these guys had been hiding for so long. With how wretched the red names were, they probably had secretly achieved as much as Su Yonyan. The cute girl evolved into a dragon. He, even a weakling like me has researched many things and reminded Su Yonyan. You old foxes must be more sinister. Come on, don't hide anymore. Let's all tell each other. The Heaven Flipping Alliance is officially established. I'm now in the Grotto Heaven realm and have very little research results. I've already reminded Su Yonyan. Grotto Heaven realm, everyone was speechless. The cute girl had obviously been stuffing her own pockets all these years. She had secretly absorbed a lot of spiritual energy in the world and cultivated to the 6th level. Her cultivation speed was only average. If it were those red-named players who had cultivated once, it would be equivalent to cultivating again. They would probably be at the 7th realm, the profound emptiness great emperor or even a demigod. The 12 ancestors of sorcerers were only in the Grotto Heaven realm, which was equivalent to the level 7 epic sorcerer realm. At the moment, no celestial emperor had reached the half-saint level. After all, half-saints and demigods all needed a certain amount of luck. The number of powerhouses in this world had already surpassed the previous sorcerer world. The reason why it was so fast was because the starting point was very high. There was a phoenix from another world civilization who deduced a level 1 to level 7 system for them. They were equivalent to building on the foundation of the sorcerer world civilization. They didn't need to deduce generations after generations, skipping over the 3 witches, the Dark Age, the Alchemy Emperor, these hundreds of years of historical deductions. Now, in the past 200 to 300 years, those with exceptional talent and large amounts of resources could cultivate to the 7th level. However, the entire system was still too crude. One sort of turtle breath said, "Everyone, report your cultivation first." Thunderhammer, currently at the 3rd realm of divine treasure, grits teeth. Everyone was very calm when they heard this. It was equivalent to a rank 3 magus. It was already not bad that he was able to survive to this stage despite being hit on the buttocks all day. Hammer Bear as a pet, Deity Whipping Whip, currently at the 2nd realm, Spirit Focus, Tears, this was even worse, a rank 2 magus, at the top of the food chain, Bell, the first realm is foundation consolidation. If it weren't for the tenacious vitality of this species and the activation of the second gene medicine, it would have died of old age, indifferent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was this a competition to see who was more miserable? How could they form the sky-flipping alliance with these people? Wreak havoc in the heavenly palace? Fight to the heavens, long wooming, the seventh realm, insightful void, calm. The seventh realm? Everyone was completely stunned. A great emperor insightful void appeared out of nowhere. In this world, only the 12 ancestors of witches could reach this realm. Long wooming, I killed many top experts who violated the laws of heaven. I hid it so well that no one knew. Don't ask me why I didn't rebel. The god execution stage is near the heavenly palace. The 12 ancestors of witches live there. At the top of the food chain, Bell, cough, cough, cough. Since we have all reported our cultivation levels, let's reveal our research results. My research results are the Dantian breathing technique. Now, the witch race is walking the path of human sorcerers. How embarrassing! How can my witch race be sorcerers and cultivate the primordial spirit? My witch race doesn't cultivate the primordial spirit. We only cultivate the physical body. My race has always been walking the path of physical strength. Otherwise, what's the use of having such a strong body? He sent everyone a screenshot of the human meridians. In the picture, the human body was full of meridians. All rivers flowed together and gathered in the sea of consciousness in the mind. This is the current meridian route of humans. The energy flows through the meridians and gathers in the mind. The space in the mind is called the sea of consciousness. It is used to cultivate heaven and earth and to execute Tao techniques. As the ancestor of witches, it's not that I didn't have a trick up my sleeve to prevent them from messing with me. The cultivation system of the witch race is another kind of meridian route of the body. The end of the route is set in the abdomen. I call this space in the abdomen the Dantian. He posted another screenshot. It was a brand new meridian map. The space was not in the head but in the abdomen. Everyone was stunned. Humans opened the space in the head and called it the sea of consciousness. The witch race opened the space in the abdomen and called it the Dantian. This person was indeed sinister. How was this a trick up his sleeve? He was leaving a whole person behind. At the top of the food chain, Bell, ha ha ha, the current witch race and heavenly court have gone astray. They need me, the ancestor of witches, to come out and set things right. The abdomen is the Dantian. It is also the center of the human body. It is the core hub of the arms, waist, and legs. It is the nuclear power furnace. My system can transfer the energy in the Dantian space to all parts of the body through the meridians. It is terrifying explosive power and super fast recovery. This is the true body cultivator of the great witch race. This person had been suppressed under Mount Changyang for hundreds of years. His achievements were not inferior to the ancestor of humans, Su Yonyan. He had also created his own race's cultivation method. One sword turtle breath, awesome. You are indeed sinister. Then, let me talk about the results of my research for the past hundreds of years. I, Thunderhammer, have secretly formed an alliance with Lightning Whip. We developed a new system together called the Acupoint system. I actually thought of the same thing as you. Apart from the mind, we can also open small spaces in other places. However, we don't open one big space, but many small spaces. After all, a person's soul and consciousness are in the sea of consciousness. Once a vital point is hit, the person will be dead. We follow the principle of not putting all our eggs in the same basket. We opened up 9 small spaces to store the soul. They are called the 9 apertures of the body. The 9 spaces can be divided into 9 parts. The soul is divided into 9 baskets. In other words, unless your 9 apertures are destroyed at the same time, you will not die. Even if you destroy one, your soul will only be injured. If you destroy 2, you will lose a large part of your soul. You will need to rest for a long time. If you destroy 3, you will hurt your foundation and lose most of your memory. But if you destroy more, and only 1 or 2 are left, you may only have a remnant soul left, or even lose your consciousness. However, the 9 apertures hidden in the void are separated by a space dimension. How can they be attacked so easily? The higher the cultivation, the deeper the void aperture is hidden. In the later stage, you will probably be immortal. No one can kill you. Immortal body, everyone was stunned, and their mouths were agape. These big shots were simply too awesome. All these years, they had been secretly developing. It was terrifying. Bale, the top of the food chain, said, "Ha ha ha, we think we can combine the two systems. Dantian and 9 apertures will be like 9 satellites, revolving around a Dantian sun. The central Dantian will be the energy furnace in battle. The 9 apertures will be the storage of the soul and the vital point of immortality. Not only will the body be strong, but it will also be immortal. Since this cultivation method has 9 satellites revolving around the central Dantian, let's call it the 9 revolutions mysterious art." Long Wuming said, "In that case, I'll join in the fun as well. I haven't opened up a new inner space system like you guys, but I've researched a method to infuse balefulline energy into the body and temper the body. It just so happens to be compatible with your system." The more they discussed, the more excited they became. On the one hand, it provided the Dantian system. On the other hand, it provided the acupoint system. On the other hand, it provided the body forging system. After all, they were all martial artists from various countries. In the sorcerer world, they could only use witchcraft. That was not their romance, it was a waste of their talents. Now, after 200 years of knowledge, they had finally opened up their own martial arts cultivation system. How could they not be excited? So, they discussed more and more. They planned to spend a day or two to completely integrate the concepts of their research and create an earth-shattering cultivation method. Suji was also shocked, his eyes shining brighter and brighter. 9 revolutions mysterious art, when cultivated to the later stage, immortality? Not bad at all. But now, this cultivation method is mine, and it may even become my main cultivation method. From Suji's point of view, the birth of this heaven-defying cultivation technique was probably comparable to the crowdfunding of the Cthulhu evil god. Originally, Suji was still thinking about whether or not he should fuse with the Rubik's Cube gene and cultivate the Sea of Consciousness system, opening up an inner space within his body. Although it had an inner space, its combat system overlapped with the sorcerer system. They were both sorcerers, and its body was extremely weak. Moreover, as a spellcasting system, although it had the advantage of having an inner space, its energy was very impure, and it could not be compared to magi who purely cultivated their spiritual force. But now, Suji was looking forward to the 9 revolutions mysterious art, the body cultivation system of the inner space. It would provide a terrifying body, and at the later stages of cultivation, one's body could become immortal. The theoretical prototype has already appeared. All I need to do is to wait for them to act as lab rats and conduct human experiments on themselves to push this cultivation method to maturity. That will be the time for me to cultivate it. 9 revolutions mysterious art deduction post. The post quickly went viral in the forum and even spread across all the networks. Now, Xiaoming Shan, Shui Bai Shui, Xianao Shou Shan, and the others had all joined the discussion. He was very excited and wanted to do something big. The eyes of the major research institutes were also bright red. The immortal and indestructible 8-9 mysteries, which combined countless ideas, had great prospects. Moreover, the transcendent civilization of that world had spatial manufacturing technology. The human body had an internal space, which was simply unimaginable. Their major research institutes had been secretly researching the spatial manufacturing technology in recent years, but they only had some theories. Mount Akina sped up. "I think the theory of 9 revolutions mysterious art is very good, but it's very difficult to realize. After all, it takes a big space apart and divides it into 9 small spaces in one elixir field. The 10 spaces are distributed all over the body. How to maintain the stability of the space? How could they maintain the balance and not collapse? Circulating within the body, if it collapses, it's equivalent to the explosion of one's consciousness, causing one's cultivation to go berserk and instantly die." Everyone shuddered. That was indeed the case. If the 9 Acupore system and the Dantian system were separated, it was not impossible to succeed. However, if they were combined, the difficulty would be too terrifying. An anonymous user stood up and said, "Let me add some fuel to the fire. Space stability theory. I have a paper from somewhere in Europe that you can refer to. Attachment: the possibility of a black hole produced by a quantum collider and the conjecture of space stability theory. Quantum collision experiment. Isn't this the highest level secret information of the major countries' research institutes? They hurriedly clicked on it and found that it had been restricted. Only designated users could open it. Everyone was dumbfounded. Another anonymous ID appeared. Cough, cough, cough. I have one here too. It can be considered relevant knowledge, but it's just a conjecture. It's not mature, and it doesn't have any practical value. Everyone, take it out. Another post was posted. I also have an article here. It's a report on the Large Quantum Collider, the possibility of producing black holes, and the speculations on the construction and stability of space. It's more than a decade of hard work and theory. They clicked on it again, but they were restricted again. Netizens like them couldn't see it at all. Tears streamed down their cheeks. As expected of the game that the country had designated as a game that loved learning. Even such a mysterious super boss had come out to sponsor these few red-named players? Provide theoretical knowledge? In fact, over the past few days, many people had been making guesses. This must be a game developed by the government. This is a game that transcends time and advances the development of technology. Advance the scientific progress of this era. The government didn't deny it and had tacitly acknowledged that the game was developed by them. They even announced to the public this was a research and learning channel for the people to improve their knowledge. The simulation test sand table even encouraged famous professors in various fields to participate. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that some top scientific research talents appeared here. Even some students, in order to prove their talent, tried to enter. Now, the Spore Evolution Game Forum had not only become a place for people to discuss the game, but some scientific big shots would also come here to discuss unrelated advanced academic knowledge. This had become the top and authoritative academic forum in the country. After all, everyone knew how hardcore it was. In fact, there were even big shots who had started to leak information anonymously. Some conspiracy theorists said this might be a transcendent project jointly developed by various countries. A supergalactic calculator created a virtual world, allowing all the geniuses on Earth to calculate civilization together. The sorcerer system inside could also be cultivated in the real world. The only thing missing was the evil eye gene. As soon as this post was posted, some people silently recorded it in their hearts. Their hearts trembled. Some people just sneered. They didn't believe it at all. Nameless dragon, cough, cough, cough. Although the current technology on Earth doesn't have the technology to create space, with these theories, it should be able to maintain the relative stability of the internal space. They decided to join forces. The paper was also published by the research institute behind them. After all, this was to promote the progress of Earth's civilization and go into outer space. They had reached an agreement in a short period of time and took out their years of research. One sort of turtle breath. However, it still requires a very high level of mathematical knowledge and precise calculations to open up a stable space and balance each other. Top of the food chain bell. Indeed, it requires a very high level of calculation. Just like the satellites of the solar system, the 9 spaces rotate stably with each other to protect the 10 spaces from collapsing. And because the meridians and physique are different from person to person, everyone's 9 revolutions mysterious art will be different, and the positions of the spaces in the body can't be consistent. To locate the acupuncture points in the body, it requires knowledge such as linear algebra, coordinate system, and astrology. They continued to discuss for a few hours. The current preliminary formula should first use the dantian in the lower abdomen as the core coordinate, set up x and y to solve, establish a coordinate system, and calculate the spatial position of the first acupuncture point in the right arm. There can be no mistakes. There was silence around. Using mathematics, setting up the following equations to calculate the specific location of the first acupuncture point in the body. What the hell? Where did this sense of inconsistency come from? It was clearly a mythical 9 revolutions mysterious art, but it turned into a scientific discussion. Akina Yamaguchi, ha ha ha. Fortunately, I am also a top student in the university, and a wizard who pursues the truth. I completely understand. Combining modern and wizard knowledge, the location of the second acupuncture point should be set up x, y, and z equations to solve. The specific calculation of the equations should be f, a plus b, equals f, a, plus f, b, a large number of numerical equations, piled up on the entire page, and instantly turned into a small paper. Silence. The entire forum was dead silent. At first, some people could still hear it, but gradually, it seemed that they could not understand it. And now, everyone was confused. It was clearly human language, but when it was piled up together, they could not understand it at all. Oh my mother, were they really talking about the 9 revolutions mysterious art? Did developing a mythical cultivation method in the game require such hardcore scientific knowledge as well? Spatial stability, linear functions, establishing a coordinate system, tears streamed down their faces. At this moment, in a certain high school dormitory, everyone was holding their mobile phones and looking at the posts in the forum. They felt that they could hear it at the beginning, but the rest was completely incomprehensible, and on the upper bunk was a genius who was a top student in the 3rd year of high school. He had already self-taught the advanced mathematics courses in the university. At this time, looking at the equations, he could not help but mutter to himself, too amazing, there is such an idea. It's really unconstrained, these are all amazing geniuses. As he spoke, he could not help but jump out of bed, pick up a pen and paper to write and draw. His face was fanatical, and he began to calculate crazily. The surrounding roommates looked at him and became excited. F*ck. Old Zhang, you can actually understand it? Old Zhang nodded, but did not pay attention to the few roommates next to him. He looked at the equations in the forum obsessively, constantly calculating with a pen, and in the blink of an eye, a large page of words was filled. His eyes were fiery, and he wrote quickly, as if immersed in the sea of knowledge. When the surrounding roommates saw this, they were so excited that tears fell down. F*ck. No wonder he is the #1 genius of our school, Xianxia High School, and a strong competitor for the national science champion. Oh my God. We are all in the dark, but he can actually understand it, and even began to calculate. As they spoke, several roommates could not help but rush out of the dormitory door and yell at the surrounding dormitories. Come quickly, our old Zhang of dormitory 403 can actually understand the principle of the 9 revolutions mysterious art. With a loud bang, the entire male dormitory exploded into a frenzy. What? How is this possible? There's actually such a peerless expert in our shabby high school? He can understand those equations? A top student is so terrifying. Ha 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 ha, if I were born in that barren world, I would definitely be able to deduce the heavenly arts and deduce the rules and great Tao. As the saying goes, up and down, left and right are the universe, and the past and the future are the universe. I will use man as the universe, deduce the world, and one yang turns into 9 stars. I will cultivate the 9 revolutions mysterious art and attain the origin saint position. The entire dormitory was boiling, and everyone was shocked. Go and watch. Go. 9 revolutions mysterious art, and attain the origin saint position. Dormitory 403 was crowded with more than 20 people all of a sudden. They were all flocking to see old Zhang, who was calculating the 9 revolutions mysterious art in front of the table. In a certain university. In the office, a group of mentors sat in front of their desks, reading the forum. Ahem, it's too fake. Many of the theories in there are indeed very practical, but now it's too much. Yeah, how can we use our modern science to deduce theology? Or to deduce a mythical skill from a game? Some of the old professors could not understand at all. They were quite proud, but at this time, they put down their dignity and did a casual calculation. In the end, they could not calculate anything at all. They all stroked their beards and shook their heads, saying that it was just sensationalism. That was ridiculous. Even using such a method to trick young people into being interested in science would damage the dignity of modern science. Suddenly, one of the beautiful mentors fell silent. She suddenly slammed the table and shouted, I understand. We have to combine that human meridian diagram and treat the number and direction of the meridians as a vector variable. She began to write quickly, and the surrounding mentors were instantly shocked. They all came over, and their eyes widened in shock. What do you mean? You said that you've calculated it? Is it really feasible in theory? Yes. The beautiful mentor quickly picked up the paper and began to calculate, and the surrounding old mentors quickly observed from the side. They suddenly came to a realization and exclaimed from time to time. So it involves meridian theory? No wonder old bones like us can't understand it. We can't keep up with the times. It's not really meridian theory. I understand now. We have to use this human meridian diagram as a basic template map to establish a three-dimensional coordinate system. Look, the dantian in the center of the lower abdomen is the starting point of the coordinate system. Then, according to the direction of the dense meridians, we can start to deduce the coordinate system. No wonder this human meridian diagram was sent out. It's a 3D rotating diagram. All of them were excited, and they also began to make their own deductions. Haha. I understand the principle. According to the human meridian structure in this meridian diagram, we have already deduced 3 spatial positions, respectively in the left palm, right arm, and calf. The further we go, the more difficult it gets. It's too difficult. The variables that need to be calculated are too large. Piece by piece, the table was gradually covered by paper. At the beginning, they were still competing to see who was the winner. But when it came to the last few acupuncture points, they could not help but join forces to calculate, but it was also very long. After a long time, they stopped writing. When they came back to their senses, they were all drenched in sweat and their heads were a little swollen. I've understood the principle behind it. It's not sensationalism, it's indeed a very interesting game. It's very realistic. It can actually use our 21st century's modern science and mathematics to calculate the mythical skills in the game. Right now, we are only deducing the coordinates of this person's 9 acupoints in this meridian diagram. However, there are discrepancies in the meridian pathways of every single person. Even the slightest change in the meridian pathways of every single person will result in a completely different outcome. Everyone's meridian pathways will have to be deduced anew, but as long as one knows the principle behind it, no matter how many people there are, they will be able to deduce it. Their faces were full of joy, as if they were a group of scholars discussing knowledge that had solved the world's top 10 mathematical problems. However, in the blink of an eye, they realized that they had been immersed in this virtual game world for 7 to 8 hours. They even started to feel proud because they had deduced the virtual theory in this game. Everyone shuddered and regained their senses. They weren't old antiques, so they immediately looked at each other and laughed. Oh my God. This game was really interesting. It was indeed a game that loved learning. No wonder it had such a high reputation. They were almost completely immersed in it. It was too realistic. It was as if one could really deduce mathematics and the major rules in it, and find the truth of the entire world. After all, mathematics itself was the key to the truth of the world. They all sighed. This is indeed a very difficult mathematics problem. The process of solving it is very interesting. No wonder this game that loves learning is so popular. So many people are addicted to learning. This group of old-fashioned mentors had gradually become fans of this game. After a while, the beautiful mentor slammed the table. Recently, many students in our school have flunked their advanced mathematics subjects. I'm worried. Now, we can totally start an open class on the 9 revolutions mysterious art to deduce the principle of positioning. It will definitely be extremely popular. Ha ha ha, that makes sense. Advanced mathematics has always been one of the subjects that our school has the most flunks in. This will definitely attract the enthusiasm of many students. Let's see who dares to say that there is a tall tree in the university with a lot of people hanging on it. Soon, a message came in: sexy mentors will teach you how to practice the 9 revolutions mysterious art and prove your Tao. Suddenly, the whole school was boiling with excitement. The students in the group chat were crazy. F***ck, I can't solve it at all. Our school's mentor actually solved it? Bragging emoji, I'm going. In the future, when I travel to the prehistoric era and master the 9 revolutions mysterious art, I won't be afraid anymore. Happy emoji, go. The golden finger of time travel, here I come. In the family. Son, do you understand? A mother stood gently behind the computer desk and looked at her son who was sitting on the chair reading the post. She smiled. Come, mom will sit next to you and flip through the information. Get a tutor. Within half a month, you must master the 9 revolutions mysterious art. This is a boy's dream of cultivation. Her son was dumbfounded. I'm only in high school, what do you want me to experience? He trembled all over and turned to look at his mother's gentle smile. It was as if he could see under her appearance, there was a strong desire for her son to succeed. He instinctively touched his hair and secretly made up his mind. I'm still young. I can't let it go bald. On the other side, some fathers were grumpy. They smashed their phones and scolded. See? Stop daydreaming. You read novels all day and want to travel to another world. You can't even learn mathematics, you can't understand the peerless divine art, and you can't calculate the secrets of heaven and humanity. Even if you travel to another world, you won't survive more than 1 episode. Come, learn the 9 revolutions mysterious art from Daddy. Son? At this moment, countless naughty children and high school students silently burst into tears. Many places were in an uproar. This kind of situation was simply too many to count. After all, even the Quantum Collider spatial stability paper had been published. There must be top researchers from all over the world participating in the discussion of the 9 revolutions mysterious art. How could the others not be excited when they saw this? On the internet, a hot topic suddenly appeared. How many revolutions can you cultivate the 9 revolutions mysterious art? A group of people were discussing that it was really possible to use the existing technology and mathematical knowledge in the real world to deduce a legendary martial art in the game world and use it to dominate the other world. It was really interesting. Moreover, using a game to increase the number of scientific hot topics, the government's drastic measures were simply wonderful. Everyone felt that the times were gradually changing. They were approaching science, and they might be leaving the era of popular celebrities. At this moment, along with the online deduction of the legendary martial art that caused a sensation on the internet. Gradually, a large number of mathematical experts and professors began to enter the thread and join the discussion. They used the extraordinary concepts of the sea of consciousness, energy, and these as the stems of the questions, adding their own fields of expertise, and began to solve the problems. The rational plan of the Dantian space and the 9 acupoints was completely settled. The prototype of the 9 revolutions mysterious art also began to appear. However, even if the simplified deduction formula was created, this cultivation method still required a high level of deduction and calculation ability. It was not something that ordinary people could cultivate. With every revolution, the number of calculations required increased crazily. Cute girl wants to evolve into a dragon, it's done. Then the question is, who will cultivate it? All of us here are suppressed by the heavenly court, and we are not living people, and we have all kinds of strange shapes. We can't cultivate the 9 revolutions mysterious art. Everyone, the netizens were shocked. What should they do? However, at this time, some people already had a plan. Why don't we, the old people suppressed by the heavenly court, take in a disciple? Let's teach him together. Everyone was stunned for a few seconds. It was a good idea to find someone to be their disciple, and it was indeed the best choice at the moment, but it was very difficult to put it into practice. First of all, they had to be smart, or they wouldn't be able to cultivate the 9 revolutions mysterious art, which required algebra. Secondly, they had to be loyal, or they might become the second witch tribe and abandon their master again after rising up. Long Wuming, we can't run away, so we can only ask you to leave and find a disciple to teach. After all, no one will know if your body secretly leaves the world tree. We'll ask Tian Tu to secretly contact a trustworthy ancestral wizard to secretly rescue you. As for the choice of temperament, the 5 of us can work together to give advice. All of them have to pass our standards. We are all experienced people. Bale, the top of the food chain, haha, you want me to find an ancestral wizard for help? None of them can be trusted. You should know that even the ancestral wizard who informs me could be an ancient existence from the old era, taking the opportunity to use me to overthrow Dicky. Damn, so insidious, everyone's scalp went numb. The 12 ancient existences in the primordial world had all climbed out of hundreds of years of fighting. Each of them had earth-shattering talent, and they might not even be able to defeat each other. The news that they were discussing on the internet couldn't be spread, or there would be a bunch of free disciples coming to them. Moreover, if they didn't join forces, they wouldn't even be qualified to compete with those old schemers in the primordial world. One sword turtle breath, then, Cute Sister, how long will it take for you to secretly dig yourself out? Cute Sister thought for a while and replied, I've already grown for hundreds of years, so it will take at least 50 years to dig myself out. Everyone was stunned. How deep would she have to bury herself? Xiaoming Mountain, cough, cough, cough. You can't wait that long. Let me give you a suggestion. Cute Sister, just look at the people on the world tree every day and slowly choose. After all, they are all men who have slept with you. You have to understand them one by one, laughing emoji. Cute Sister, I'll kill you. Gritting teeth emoji, primordial world. Year 237 of the Kaiyuan Heavenly Court. Nearly 200 years had passed since the creation of the 9 Revolutions mysterious art. Many geniuses had emerged from the 4 major races, and they were all famous. Geniuses came forth in large numbers throughout the land. There were many peerless geniuses from the various races, who were protected by elders. Those in the Divine Treasure Realm and the Purple Mansion Realm went to challenge the major sects and schools. It was a grand scene of a world of great competition. Among the 12 ancestral magi of the Heavenly Court, one of the most ancient existences was nearing the end of his life. We're reaching the end of our lifespans one after another. We've been fighting for hundreds of years, and the consumption of our lifespans is too severe. This world was slightly stronger than the sorcerer world. Compared to the same realm in the sorcerer world, the lifespan was increased by half. After all, the cultivation of heaven and earth formed a cycle, and the cultivation of one's body and mind was naturally powerful. A level 7 epic sorcerer had a lifespan of 600 years. Logically speaking, a level 7 great emperor Dongxiu should have a lifespan of 900 years. But now, they were on the verge of death with only 500 to 600 years of lifespan. On the throne, the Sky Emperor's voice rang out. The other 11 ancestral magi can still hold on for a while, but the 7th ancestral magi, Xianxia, is revered as the #1 war god of the sorcerer tribe. His combat strength is unparalleled, and his Tao is heaven and earth. He suffered many Tao injuries in his early years, and will soon die. In the hazy white light, the ancestral magi, the most powerful existences in the world, revealed mournful expressions. Their auras were astonishing. In the entire Sky Emperor's palace, a terrifying pressure flowed like an endless ocean, and an extreme power that could shake heaven and earth rushed toward them. Wisps of Emperor's aura overflowed and filled the heavenly realm. Any great Emperor Dongxiu would only need a month to slaughter all living beings in the heavenly realm and the mortal realm if no one in the same realm stopped him. Fellow Taoists of the same generation as us are also leaving us? We're completely old. Not only is our lifespan limited, but we've all bathed in blood and fought for the post-celestial beings in the era of the ancient gods. We've accumulated too many hidden injuries, and that's why we were able to establish the Heavenly Court. We don't have much lifespan left, and we're about to face the David decay. If we don't reach the mixed essence realm, we're still ants below the sages, the ancient existence's present side. Their eyes were old, and they were already old. In every era, there would only be 1 or 2 invincible great emperors Dongxiu. In some declining eras, there might only be a few boundary emperors. However, in the era of the ancient gods, there were many geniuses, and 12 terrifying existences of the celestial emperor realm were born at the same time. It could even be said that in the later eras, it was basically impossible for such a vast and prosperous era to appear. Every single one of them, if they were to appear in other eras, would be able to suppress the world and defeat countless geniuses of the same level, becoming an invincible monarch. But now, all of them appeared in the same era, and only then did they manage to overthrow the 13 ancient and 8 ancient gods. Among them, Di Qi, as the leader, naturally had earth-shattering talent, which was why he could suppress the other 11 great emperors Dongxiu. But now, they were really old. After all, no matter how ancient they were, no matter how many tricks they had, no matter how earth-shattering their cultivation, they could not withstand the erosion of time. No matter how powerful great emperors Dongxiu was, they could not defeat time. The one who was about to truly decline was ancestor sorcerer Xianxia. Heavenly Emperor Di Qi was silent for a moment, then said loudly, Xianxia will be leaving soon, and there will be an empty sun primordial spirit. We old people can take the opportunity to retire, and choose the next celestial emperor to inherit his son Golden Crow, and rule both the heavens and the earth. The surrounding ancient existences all chimed in. Heavenly Emperor is right, we old people have to retire from this era. In the future, it will be a golden age for the young. Then, what should we do with Emperor Qing, the Green Vine, and the sorcerer ancestor? Continue to suppress them. In that case, the sun primordial spirit that Xianxia painstakingly cultivated will be used to choose the next celestial emperor. On this day, an earth-shattering news spread from the heavenly court. Xianxia's ancestor sorcerer's lifespan is coming to an end, and the other ancestor sorcerers feel powerless and have retired to choose the next celestial emperor. Boom, between the heavens and the earth, the major sects, the four major races, and the secluded immortal sects were all stirred up. How is this possible? The celestial emperor has been on the throne for less than 600 years, and he's coming to an end? I originally thought that the invincible Emperor Diqi would continue to rule. Who knew that these ancient existences had suffered too severe a Dao injury in their early years, and now that they're in their twilight years, they can no longer suppress the hidden injuries, and their consciousness seas are all cracked to varying degrees. Sigh. Those below the mixed essence realm are ultimately ants, unable to live forever. Many people were lamenting. As the first postnatal life-form emperor in the world, Diqi had led the 11 ancestor sorcerers to conquer the heavens and overthrow the rule of the Khanate ancient gods. The world thought that he could live for at least 1,000 years, and that he would be immortal in the world. Who knew that the era of the strongest celestial emperor was about to end after only 600 years? However, while he was lamenting, he was also secretly excited. An invincible celestial emperor had suppressed the world, and his death also meant the end of an era. If he could continue to live in the world, it would be the greatest injustice to the other geniuses who came after him. There was a heated discussion in the world. A sun primordial spirit had been emptied. Who would the next celestial emperor be? Another 10 years passed. The emperor is dead. The world mourned the death of ancestor sorcerer Xianxia. The world mourned for him, and it rained heavily. There were no clouds for thousands of miles, and it was dark for 3 days, with only the moonlight shining. Many strange phenomena appeared to mourn for the celestial emperor. The crystal starry coffin was built, and celestial emperor Dongsu, Xianxia was buried in it. On the day he entered the tomb, all the immortal officials and geniuses from all over the world came. In the crystal coffin, a terrifying ancient body of a celestial emperor lay quietly. His black hair draped over his shoulders, and he was majestic and had 4 arms. He wore black snake earrings, and he emanated a terrifying emperor's aura. Clang! A sun rose into the sky, and its radiance illuminated the world. This was the primordial spirit of celestial emperor Xianxia, and it slowly rose into the sky. What a scorching sun that burns the heavens! How unyielding! In the heavenly court, everyone looked up. The sun emitted a dazzling golden light, and it was as if they could see the ancient celestial emperor Dongsu following his 11 best friends in the ancient era where they fought against the ancient gods and pacified the world for the postnatal lifeforms. An ancient celestial emperor is starting to leave us, sob sob sob. It's the celestial emperor who was known as the strongest war god in the ancient god era. In the heavenly court, the cries of old people could be heard from time to time. The 11 ancient existences were shrouded in divine light, and they stood silently at a high place with complicated expressions on their faces. No matter how they felt, Xianxia was still a companion who had accompanied them for their entire lives. And after that, their companions would probably leave one after another. 3 days later, the celestial emperor Xianxia left behind a world of celestial emperor Dongsu, and the 11 witches poked it into the celestial sky at the top of the heavenly court. A vast voice resounded across the world. This sky is called the Daluo sky, and it means that the sky is above the heavens. The 11 old witches gave up their rule, and they let their trusted officials of the heavenly court take over the management of the heavenly court before the new celestial emperor ascended to the throne, and they entered the Daluo sky to hide from the world. In this Daluo sky, they poured the large amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi that the heavenly court had accumulated for hundreds of years into it, and they began to use the extremely dense spiritual qi to slow down the aging of their bodies. On the builder tree, people came and went, including young elites and geniuses, and it was very lively. Ha ha ha. The world cannot be without a ruler for a day. Who will be the next celestial emperor? Who will be the next ruler of the world? The old people's blood chi is declining, and they may not be able to break through to the celestial emperor realm. We can only see the young generation. At this moment, the geniuses are all fighting, and there is even a genius who has surpassed some of the old people and reached the 6th realm, grotto heaven. Haha, what's the use of crazily improving one's cultivation level? That's sensationalism. The other geniuses can also break through, as long as they have a large amount of resources, but if they break through hastily, their foundation will not be solid. They want to be invincible in every realm, and they need to constantly polish their foundation. All the hidden sacred grounds have also come out, and they are using up a large amount of resources to pile on the geniuses of their generation. What? Shun Dao, under the protection of old man Yunfeng, went to the Jade Peak sect, challenged the 13 elders, and defeated their generation's genius, Zhang Qing, with one move, and left? Zhang Qing knew his shame, and he no longer suppressed his strength, and broke through to the 6th realm, grotto heaven. In the Northwest land, the geniuses of the demon race are also challenging everywhere. They are very arrogant, and they even have the tendency to openly challenge the human race. Countless teahouses were whispering and discussing. The people outside were shocked. They were also watching the show. F*ck, the next celestial arch is about to ascend the throne. We haven't even chosen our candidates yet, and we haven't cultivated yet. We definitely won't be able to catch up with the competition for the celestial arch. They were devastated. At this moment, they couldn't be anxious anymore. After all, they couldn't keep up with the progress. Now, the various races were building cities on the branches of the supreme sky tree, making the entire tree seem like a world tree, carrying the worlds on its branches. The Mother Earth Vine's consciousness wandered around the cities on the tree branches, peeping at their privacy. She muttered to herself, "Everyone, look, what do you think of this? I've been monitoring him for a while, but the genius fiancé of a large sect broke off the engagement. He's very useless, but he's working very hard. Not good, this kind of person without talent, if he doesn't use cheats, he can only be beaten up for the rest of his life." Thunderhammer licking PS JPG, F*ck, who photoshopped that? It's too showy. Is he secretly licking his wounds? This picture is not bad. It's mine now, so, what about this person? She kept choosing candidates. Everyone's goals were very clear. First of all, they had to be smart, peerless, and talented. They had to defeat the geniuses of the current generation, and they even had to know how to scheme. Otherwise, they would not be able to defeat those ancient existences. However, they also had to understand righteousness, be upright, and know how to repay favors. They had to fight for the rise of the Magi. They had to be simple and naive like Guojing. However, the cute girl had her own thoughts. Ha ha ha, Guojing isn't enough. It's best if he's like Yanghua. He's smart and strange, kind, and a domineering president. He's clearly infatuated with his beautiful master. Only then could she have the authority to control her disciples. She was already beginning to think about the drama of betrayal and division after they joined forces to rule the world. Even this can't work? The Supreme Skytree looked at a weak Magi. After observing for a while, it shook its head and muttered. Gua where are you? On Mount Zhongnan, the zombie tree, Ant is waiting for you here. More than 10 years passed. A long time had passed in the forum. There was a heated discussion, but in the end, it was not approved. After all, there were very few talented, honest people. In a simple and elegant mortal room in southern Sky City, a baby's cry rang out from behind a screen. Then, a baby boy descended into the world. Miss, it's a boy. A beautiful woman's face was pale. She lay on the bed and looked at her newborn child. You shouldn't have been born. You're the combination of a demon and a witch. In this world, demons occupied the bodies of the Magi to take human form, while the Magi occupied the bodies of demons as their primordial spirits. They were originally life and death enemies. The appearance of this child was originally a mistake. As the geniuses of their generation, they secretly developed feelings for each other. She originally thought that the man would give up all his power and accompany her to the ends of the world, but she was wrong. Yet now, this strange child had actually sucked dry her Violet Palace realm cultivation, causing her to be reduced to a mortal. Is this the consequence of violating the rules of the two clans? I've lost my cultivation. I'll definitely be punished by my family. She sighed with a bitter expression and handed the child to her trusted aide, Mother Xian. I've been talented and smart my whole life, but I've been trapped in the mortal world and turned my back on Dao. I've given up on Dao and longevity. He'll be called longevity, just like how I gave up on him. Miss. Mother Xian wanted to say something but hesitated. The woman shook her head. I'm the daughter of the Supreme Serpent Demon sect master and have the qualifications to inherit the sect's bloodline. But now that my cultivation has been crippled, I can only go back to be punished. His father is the eldest disciple of the Supreme Sky-Splitting Wood sect, so he doesn't like me anymore. After the woman left, Mother Xian took the baby and lived in seclusion in the Supreme Sky City. This baby was a little different from the moment he was born. He didn't cry or make a fuss every day and just calmly looked at the ground. On the 13th day of his birth, he suddenly spoke with tears streaming down his face. I remember clearly the moment I was born. My mother named me and left me. He was born with knowledge. He didn't seem to be a human. He had the characteristics of the demon race. After countless years of tempering, he was nurtured in spirit chi. He was born with wisdom, and his thoughts were clear, as if he was born a saint. He was born after draining all of his mother's cultivation. When he was half a year old, his adoptive mother, Mother Xian, taught him the foundation solidifying realm. She found that he understood with just a little and succeeded in solidifying his foundation in less than half a day. When he was 1 year old, he cultivated to the second realm, spirit focus. When he was 3 years old, he reached the divine treasure realm. When he opened his sea of knowledge, he was born with a primordial spirit. Moreover, the shape of his soul was not naturally human. The hazy soul shadow in his sea of knowledge was the primordial spirit inherited from his father. It was the vine of the supreme sky tree, but it was a little different. It had the primordial spirit of his mother in the form of a green snake with scales and eyes. It seemed to conform to the rules of heaven and earth. It had 81 scales, which corresponded to the number 9 by 9. Moreover, the branches and leaves of the vine turned into tree claws and tree horns, which looked very divine. It turned into a vine dragon primordial spirit. In this world, there had never been such a creature, and there had never been an innate primordial spirit. The primordial spirits of all living creatures were acquired. What a poor child. How filial and kind he is. What a pure and lovely dream. He hopes that his parents will love him. The cute girl couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that he appeared too late. If he had appeared 50 years earlier, he might have been able to compete for the position of the Celestial Emperor today. However, the others didn't care and said calmly, so what if a new Celestial Emperor is elected? Kill your way to the Heavenly Palace and overthrow the Celestial Emperor. Those people were really crazy. The cute girl looked at the child and couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. However, on this day, the child suddenly heard a voice coming from the depths of the earth. Child. You have the innate supreme Tao body, and I am the Mother Green Vine. Are you willing to worship me as your master? Can you let me find my parents? Can I have a family reunion? The 3-year-old child raised his head and asked. The voice in the shadows answered. Yes. Then I will learn. Spring passed and autumn came. Another 5 years passed. Dao Chongqing was 8 years old. A young and cute child sat on the green steps, holding his chin as he looked at the Nantian city in the world tree. The ancient cultivators came and went, discussing the battles of the geniuses. When he returned to his room, the table was filled with books and textbooks. The shelves were filled with the fonts of middle school mathematics and 300 high school test sets. He was gentle like a scholar. Dao Chongqing, come and learn trigonometric functions today. An eerie voice came from the void. Soon, the sound of a child reading came from the window. Strange changes, even changes. Symbols looked at the quadrant. Dao Chongqing was a genius. He started elementary school at the age of 3 and had been reading and writing all the time. By the time he was 8, he was already an outstanding university student with decent knowledge. Mother Xian was an ordinary person and only had 30 to 40 years of life. She had already passed away on her sickbed. Before she left, Mother Xian kept whispering, "Don't go find your parents. Live a normal life." "Okay." The child nodded and buried Mother Xian. He said in front of the grave, "I cultivated so hard just to find my parents." He was 8 years old at the time and had the mathematical knowledge of a university student. Only then did he officially start cultivating as a shaman. He started from the 3rd level of the divine treasure and started on the path of the 9 transformations mysterious art. On the path of cultivation, you have to sense everything in the world and absorb the spirit chi of all living beings. The mountains, the grass, the trees, and even the sun and the sky. The further your thoughts go, the further you go. When he was 10, he located his first chakra and stepped into the 4th level of the Violet Kingdom, reaching the level of his mother. His mother gave birth to him at 28 and was already a rare genius at the 4th level of the Violet Kingdom. But he was only 10 now, but at this time, the competition of the prodigies outside had entered the final stage. The rumors went crazy and the world was shocked. There were only 4 people left, all of whom had reached the peak of the 6th level of the Grotto Heaven realm. They became the strongest in this world and were fighting each other. Su Wei of the human race. Duan Shani of the ancient race. Fen Ting of the demon race. Zhang Wuwei of the shaman race. The 4 quasi-emperors were extraordinary, but their lifespans were only 200 years. To cultivate in the inner world, one needed to sense the aura and emotions of the strong and powerful beings. The races behind the 4 began the final battle. Unlike Su Yonyan, who directly absorbed cultivation and damaged his foundation, they absorbed the aura of the races in their land and sensed the world, the mountains, and the rivers. They sensed the emotions of countless tribes and people, joy, sorrow, and the emotions of the entire city. This deepened their understanding of the Tao and allowed them to unleash all kinds of Tao with terrifying qualitative changes and improvements. This year, the 4 gathered the fate of their races and started to compete secretly. Green Vine Earth Mother said calmly, "Focus on your studies. They started fighting before you were born, even before your parents' generation. They are the main characters of this era and have nothing to do with you." Dao Chongxing nodded in agreement. Another year passed. Dao Chongxing was 11 years old. News of the demon race's Fen Ting being defeated by the human race's Su Wei at the peak of Cloud Mountain came. The entire world was shaken. When he heard the news, the Green Vine Earth Mother was teaching, and Dao Chongxing was reading beside her. The Dao Chongxing asked cutely, "Teacher, the monster race is defeated. Does the monster ancestor have no reaction?" The Green Vine Earth Mother shook her head. Among the 4 races, the demon race's system is the weakest and the crudest. Their systems are not perfect. After all, the demon race only had one Qing emperor, and he was always suppressed. It's only natural that he died. Another year passed. Dao Chongxing was 12 years old. In mid-May, there was news that Zhang Wuwei of the sorcerer tribe had been defeated by Duan Shani of the ancient race above the Sea of Clouds. The whole world was shocked. Right now, it was the Magi race's heavenly court. The Magi race were the main characters of the world and were at their peak. How could they be defeated so quickly? The entire city that belonged to the sorcerer tribe, the southern sky city of Jianmu, fell into a state of mourning. In May, if Dao Chongxing went out, he would see people crying and wailing on the streets. The Green Vine Earth Mother continued calmly, "Don't be surprised. The sorcerer tribe's system is also a crooked path. So what if there are 12 grand emperors? It's still a crooked path, did no one notice? The sorcerer tribe, with their strong and immortal bodies, cultivates the human race's inner heaven Tao art. Walking the path of Tao art is the complete opposite." Dao Chongxing was drenched in cold sweat. The sorcerer tribe's path is wrong, even the 12 heavenly emperors are all wrong, it was ridiculous. If the heaven court found out, he would be sent to the god's execution stage. The Green Vine Earth Mother said softly, "The 9 transformation mystic art you learned only cultivates your body and not your Yuan Shen. That is the true sorcerer tribe. In the future, I want you to come out and set things right." "I will be beaten to death," Dao Chongxing shuddered. He was young and smart. He knew what kind of terrifying shock it would cause if the news spread. The Green Vine Earth Mother said, "Focus on your studies. If I'm not wrong, the human race's genius, Su Wei, will definitely win in the battle between the ancient race and the human race. The first human female heavenly emperor is about to be born. Why? Dao Chongqing asked softly. The four races of the world all cultivate the cultivation methods created by the human ancestor. If they don't cultivate the cultivation methods tailored for their own race, they will definitely lose. Moreover, after the final battle, Su Wei will definitely break through to the 6th Grotto Heaven realm and become Great Emperor Dongxiu. Why? Dao Chongqing asked again. Because as a great emperor at the peak of the 6th Grotto Heaven realm, they are stuck with their Taoist heart, which is also their own truth. They need to carry out their own ideals in order to break through. Therefore, they have been accumulating power since a long time ago, challenging all the sacred grounds and factions along the way. When they are invincible and defeat all the geniuses in the world, they will reach their peak and become the strongest in the world, breaking through to Great Emperor. In the end, when the two geniuses fight, the winner will definitely become a Great Emperor. This is also the reason why it is difficult to have two great emperors in one era. 600 years ago, when the world was created, the era of the ancient gods was indeed a terrifying era. As the world changed, a total of 12 heavenly emperors were born, overthrowing the rule of the 13 ancient gods. Dao Chongqing did not really understand. Another year passed. Dao Chongqing was 13 years old. This time, the battle took place on the Builder Tree. Dao Chongqing could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. He went out to watch the final battle of the Heavenly Emperor. It was an earth-shattering battle. 5 colored rays of light filled the sky and spiritual qi filled the surroundings, exploding with dazzling light. This battle had instantly broadened his horizons. In the end, Su Wei of the human race was defeated by Duan Shani of the ancient race on the Builder Tree. Using this pressure, Duan Shani of the ancient race actually broke through to the 7th Grotto Heaven realm and became the 1st Grotto Heaven Great Emperor of this era. The earth-shattering aura that filled the air made it hard for people to look at him directly. Dao Chongqing was shocked. The Mother Green Vine had guessed correctly again. The winner would definitely break through to become a heavenly emperor on the spot. However, the winner was not Su Wei of the human race, but Duan Shani. At this time, the Mother Green Vine was also shocked. Huh? To think that an extraordinary genius has appeared in the Gu clan. Duan Shani has actually created an embryonic cultivation method that belongs to the Gu clan. I can vaguely see Su Yonyan's figure from back then. It looks like the position of Celestial Emperor will fall into the hands of the Gu clan in this generation. Everyone was shocked and incredulous. How can it be the ancient race? The main character of this era should be us humans. There were cries of sorrow, wailing, and excitement. They were all extremely excited. They had witnessed the birth of a new era. This was a historic moment. Dao Chongqing was very calm. He was like a little boy on an outing. He looked like he was carved out of jade, carrying a small gray book basket on his back. He slowly followed the path of the tree trunk and returned to Southern Sky City. The Mother Green Vine asked, "What do you think of their battle?" Dao Chongqing thought about it and answered honestly, "They are very crude. They don't know how to calculate. They only know how to sense heaven and earth and use Taoist techniques. Every level is unstable, imperfect, and full of holes. My calculations are full of mistakes. At the same level, I can beat 4 of them at once." Good, torrential rush. You have such courage at the age of 13. You already understand what I mean by Taoist heart and accumulating power. My disciple, Chongqing, has the potential to become a great emperor. As the sun set in the west, the child gradually walked on the green tree trunk, forming a beautiful picture. A calm voice came from the side, "Since you are so proud of yourself, I want you to go to heaven and attack the emperor in 50 years. Dao Chongqing's face immediately darkened. Dao Chongqing might be young, but he already knew a lot. The path of cultivation involved cultivating one's inner world and paying attention to one's temperament. To break through to the level of Great Emperor Dongxiu, one had to challenge all the top cultivators in the world and become invincible with a flawless Taoist heart. Therefore, only when there was no great emperor would one have the opportunity to become one. When the previous great emperor died and went into seclusion, the younger generation of the famous sacred grounds began to walk the path of great emperor to fight for the position of the next heavenly emperor. In the era of the Heavenly Emperor, to be invincible was almost impossible. Anyone of the younger generation would have a mental barrier because of the appearance of the Heavenly Emperor. If one could not defeat the mental barrier, it would be difficult to break through to the level of Great Emperor Dongxiu. However, with the Heavenly Emperor, if one had to fight his way to the heavenly court and challenge the terrifying Heavenly Emperor Dongxiu as a grotto heaven without being able to break through, Master, are you joking? Dao Chongqing laughed dryly. A new Heavenly Emperor is ruling the world. How can I fight him? Also, he's not an old Heavenly Emperor. He has just reached the peak. Don't worry, we have already planned a unique path for you to become an emperor. Green Vine Mother shook her head. You just have to study hard. Learn math, physics, and chemistry, and you won't have to be afraid. Dao Chongqing. He carried the gray book basket and walked on the green tree trunk. His young body felt heavy. The burden on his back was extremely heavy. In the basket, there were cultivation manuals provided by his teachers. The names of the peerless manuals were also very unique, such as Spatial Analytic Geometry, from entry to giving up, and Calculus, from exuberance to baldness. He only felt that his future was bleak. A few days later, the new Heavenly Emperor was enthroned in the heavenly court. He entered the Daluo heaven to meet the ancient heavenly emperors, then ascended to the throne. He took over the Sun primordial spirit and became the second heavenly emperor in the heavenly court of Genesis. His title was Taichu Chaotic Sacred Mountain Emperor, and his title was Heavenly Emperor Duan. On the throne, this invincible being was ascending to the heavenly court. The ancient existences all entered the Daluo heaven. From then on, there were no more 9 suns in the world. The 9 suns could no longer circulate in the sky. Therefore, the world was gradually divided into day and night. During the day, I patrolled the world, and when night fell, the stars in the sky shone with faint light, illuminating the world. Zhang Wuwei of the Wizard Clan. Your subject is here. I command you to be the god of stars, to control the 4 symbols, to govern the 28 constellations in the sky, Jing, Gui, Lu, Xing, Zhang. This piece of heaven and earth, since the creation of the Tao Lord, to the era of the ancient gods, and now the era of the heavenly court, had 9 suns in the sky. There had never been darkness, and it had always been enveloped in a bright, faint golden light. Everything was thriving. But there was only one day left in this era. It was naturally impossible for a celestial emperor to painstakingly patrol the world at all times. He could only let the stars take over half of his duties. Thus, night came into being in this world. The heaven-shattering monarch pondered for a moment. Since there was night and the sky was filled with stars, there must be a moon. But the moon god, as the empress, had also entered the exalted heaven to slow down her aging. On the throne, the heaven-shattering monarch spoke again. Fenting of the demon race, you are extremely talented. When the 12 ancient Khanate gods died, their blood was watered by a fiery flame divine flower. Your brilliance is even brighter than the ancient tribes, and you can be the moon of the heavenly court. Fenting's figure shuddered, before he immediately went forward and bowed with both hands. Reporting to the celestial emperor, although my primordial spirit is also a fiery flame divine flower, it is difficult for me to emit any light at all times. When my energy is depleted, it becomes extremely dim. The heaven-shattering monarch closed his eyes. He pondered for a moment, before his imperious voice echoed across the heavenly realm. Fenting, you can still take over the position of the moon god. The moon god is the full moon that shines on the sky since the ancient times. You are the new moon, you should have a waxing and waning phase. You don't have to be bright and waning at times, you can have a waxing and waning phase. The celestial emperor is wise. In the hall of the heavenly court, Fenting was startled and let out a sigh. As expected of the celestial emperor, to be able to defeat me, he is indeed quick-witted to have such a creative idea. The heaven-shattering monarch spoke again. Since there are days and nights, the 28 constellations, the moon waxing and waning phase, there should be 4 seasons in a year. Suwei of the human race. Here. I appoint you as the goddess of the 4 seasons, to be in charge of the rain points. You will control the seasons according to the cycle of the sun, moon, and stars. There are 24 solar terms, the beginning of spring, the awakening of insects, the seed of On, the summer solstice, the little heat. You will arrange the rainy season according to the solar terms, to add a touch of color to the heavens and earth. Sui nodded. The purpose of the heaven-shattering monarch was to establish a new order for the heavens and earth. The heaven-shattering monarch was extremely talented. He managed to convince many voices of disharmony with the heavens and earth with his shocking methods. Many ancient and hidden sacred grounds began to present their gifts. According to the Western era, Frowny Face, the heavenly court was established in the 287th year. The heaven-shattering monarch was enthroned with great talent and strategy. He established the 28 constellations and 24 solar terms. From then on, the heavens and earth were separated into day and night, the moon waxing and waning phase. Dao Chongxing was reading in the study room when he heard the news. The bookshelf was filled with books. He was doing calculations. His head was aching without a calculator. He suddenly exclaimed, "Such great talent and strategy. He's a genius that only appears once in a few hundred years." He established the sun, moon, and stars, 28 constellations, and 24 solar terms for the world. He exclaimed as if he was witnessing the birth of a new mythical era of the heavenly emperor. A voice came from the void. He's diligent and talented. Without the cycle of 9 suns, there's only one sun left. He has to work 10 hours a day from 8 in the morning to 6 at night. But because he's such a hard-working heavenly emperor, he's not a fatuous ruler. That's why it's a little difficult for you to use him to wreak havoc in the heavenly court. Dao Chongxing's face darkened again. Another year passed. Dao Chongxing was 14 years old. He had broken through the 4th level of the Purple Palace realm and reached the 5th level of the Dao Palace realm. A 14-year-old Dao Palace realm cultivator was unprecedented. He was a disciple that was nurtured by 5 ancient beings from the ancient era. Finally, the Green Vine Earth Mother's voice came from the void. Stop reading. You're already 14 years old. It's time for you to embark on the path of becoming a heavenly emperor. You'll challenge the strong along the way. No one becomes strong by studying. The path of becoming a heavenly emperor is a bloody one. You should start from the cities of the Jianmu tree and wreak havoc all the way to the mortal world. Then, you should set up a banner and claim your territory. Then, you should recruit troops and rebel against the heavenly court of Genesis. Dao Chongxing's head was buzzing. I'm only 14 years old, I'm still a child. I'll be beaten to death. There were 6 cities on the Jianmu tree. They were controlled by the sects of the major races. The Jianmu tree's heaven-opening city was built by the heaven-opening wood sect, one of the branches of the ancient human ancestor sect. A cute child appeared at the bustling city gate. He looked like he was carved out of jade. His skin was fair, perhaps because he read books all year round and was not exposed to sunlight. What was even stranger was that there was not a single strand of hair on his crystal-clear skin. It was as if hair could not penetrate his tough skin. He had no eyelashes or eyebrows. He had a shiny bald head and wore a small round felt hat made of gray animal hide. He arrived at the gate of the heaven-opening wood sect. Because he had not interacted with people for many years, he had been cultivating in seclusion. He still had the mind of a 5-year-old child and had not matured. At this moment, he was a little shy and charmingly naive. Sisters, I'm looking for a man called Mu Yuanqing. I'll tell him that a child born of Qingyiran is here to look for him. Where did this child come from? He's so cute. His little pink cheeks. I really want to pinch them. He's still shy. Some of the surrounding female cultivators were instantly aroused. After a while, Dao Chongxing was brought to the extremely magnificent Supreme Heaven-Splitting Wood Sect. Immortal palaces stood amidst the dark green branches and twisted vines. It was like a paradise in the mortal world. On the Dao development field, a man slowly turned around. His face was filled with guilt as he looked at this young and adorable child with extreme bitterness. I've let down your mother, Iran, but I couldn't leave with her at that time. At that time, all the great geniuses were fighting for the throne. I was the genius of our sect, but my father didn't allow it. If I left, I would definitely be hunted down. But now, I'm the sect master of the heaven-opening wood sect. It's okay, father. I don't blame you. I've come to see you. Dao Chongxing revealed a childlike smile. It was jerky and nervous, and he wanted to hold his father's hand. He was pure and kind. I just wanted to see how you've been all these years. I heard that you've married a few stepmothers for me. Mu Yuanqing looked at this childlike and ignorant child, and his heart ached. He felt that the cold heart that he had sealed away for many years had faintly shattered. He couldn't help but say, I was indeed forced by father to marry 13 wives in these years. They will all be your mothers in the future. I'll introduce them to you next. Boom, Mu Yuanqing was fiercely slapped away, and he crashed into a wall. His teeth shattered all over the ground. Humph, you finally confessed. You despicable scumbag. The child's voice was childlike, and a terrifying aura spread from his dantian to his entire body, expanding inch by inch. 1 meter. 2 meters. 3 meters. His jade-like arms suddenly bulged with veins. His bronze-colored muscles were like the roots of an old tree, twisting into black lumps. Thick blood vessels slowly pulsed on his skin like black snakes. Whoosh! 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 Behind him, there was a faint shadow of a black dragon circling around like a red ribbon. This terrifying, bald, giant man that was more than 10 meters tall stood tall. His heavy breathing seemed to be accompanied by thunder and caused a large gust of wind. Behind him was a coiled dragon, and 8 arms stretched out from his ribs. He was like the legendary wizard ancestor who fought for the throne. I want to beat you up. I want to avenge mother. He was still young, only 14 years old, and his voice was childish and immature. Clang, in an instant, his aura soared into the sky. It alarmed the old monsters of the heaven-splitting Supreme Wood sect who were at the 6th level of the Grotto Heaven realm. What fiendish demon? Monster! How dare you behave so atrociously in our sect? You're only at the 5th level. 3 powerful beings with majestic auras walked out. They were all extremely ancient existences when the sect was founded. Let go of our sect master, and we'll spare your life. They shouted one after another, and a terrifying aura exploded into the sky. Boom, several terrifying Dharma spells attacked. This terrifying giant man's body was indomitable, and there were layers of Tao patterns on his palm. It was as if his fist had turned into a mystical Tao seal, and when he smashed it, their Dharma spells were instantly disintegrated and shattered like glass. Dao Chongqing was also stunned. Could he really fight above his cultivation level? He could rely on his divination to find the flaws in their Dharma spells and break them down. His eyes lit up, and he was instantly in high spirits. He recalled his teacher's words, if you learn mathematics, physics, and chemistry well, you won't have to fear anyone in the world. Huh. So I'm already so strong? What kind of monster is this? Invulnerable to all Dharma spells. No, he saw through our Dharma spells and destroyed the weak points. These ancient existences in the Grotto Heaven realm all showed a hint of disbelief. This monster was only at the Tao Palace realm, but he could skip a major realm and fight with them, the old monsters in the Grotto Heaven realm. Bastard! You old men, are you going to stop me too? Dao Chongqing roared. His tone was young and cute, but he was very angry. My teacher told me that scum like this should be caught in front of my mother and made to kowtow to her to apologize. Your son, so this is our grandson, great-grandson? The surrounding old monsters trembled and were stunned. They looked at Mu Yuanqing, who was being beaten up, and questioned him. Mu Yuanqing looked sad and angry. He screamed and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Don't believe it. This is an impostor. How can I have such a big child? My son was only 14 years old back then. Look at this big bald head. This terrifyingly strong muscle. His arms are as thick as my waist. Poof, he stomped down hard. Ah! Mu Yuanqing screamed even more miserably. Even though he had a Dharma spell to protect his body, he felt like his waist was broken, and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. This weight. I'm afraid he's already more than 1,500 kilograms. Have you ever seen a child that weighs 1,500 kilograms? Bam, he was sent flying again. That's right. I'm only 14 years old, I'm still a child. Dao Chongqing's voice was childish and angry. Sob sob sob, I lost my father's and mother's love at such a young age. I've been studying for more than 10 years. I've been a scholar with a belly full of knowledge. Can you adults understand this feeling? Bam, his bronze-colored arm was as thick as a towering ancient tree. He grabbed his father's legs and swung them. My peers grew up under the care of their parents. Even now, they are still in private school, eating candied haws and shaking rattles. But I didn't have the care of my parents since I was young. I've always been studying. As he spoke, he choked with sobs. Even if I'm an honest and weak scholar who has never fought before, I can't help but beat up a bad father like you. You're 14 years old, you can look like this at 14 years old? You're still a weak scholar who's always been studying and has never exercised. The eyes of all the hidden elders twitched wildly. They were all stunned. He looked at a 10-meter-tall, muscular, and fierce-looking giant with a shiny bald head that was covered with blue veins. Scum, I'm going to capture you and take you to my mother's sect to apologize. He roared with his childish voice and strode forward, trampling through countless palaces. He slapped away the attacks of the elders behind him and swaggered off. What's that? What a terrifying giant. A huge commotion broke out in the entire Builder Tree City. Just his body alone is so strong that he can't be invaded by anything? Am I seeing things? He's holding the sect master of the heaven-splitting wood sect in his hand? The monster turned his head and walked toward another demon city of the heaven-splitting wood sect, Taishi Bay City. He came to the Taishi demon sect and killed his way in. He found his mother, who had been imprisoned by the sect for 14 years because she had made a huge mistake. She had become immortal with white hair and was on the verge of death. You scum! Kowtow and apologize. He pressed down on Mu Yuanqing's head and kowtowed crazily. Then, he kowtowed until he fainted. Dao Chongqing looked at his trembling old mother and grabbed her. He knocked away the cultivators of the Taishi demon sect and strode away. Mother, today, I'll take you out of the Builder Tree and descend to the mortal world. We'll find a place to occupy a mountain and live a good life together. Clang. Those who block me will die. He killed his way out. He was bathed in blood and experienced an extremely tragic battle. He fought from dawn to dusk. He ran down the Builder Tree and passed by many cities. All of them were wanted. Ancient existences at the Grotto Heaven realm came out to stop him, causing the shaman and demon races to attack with all their strength. They wouldn't allow the humiliation of the two races to leave. After more than 10 days, he killed his way out of the land. His mother's hair was white and she looked extremely old. She trembled as she looked at the muscular giant. You're really my son. He's only 14 years old, learning makes me strong and makes me a great man. Dao Chongqing's expression was calm. The energy in his body quickly flowed back into his dantian. In an instant, his body was like a deflated balloon. He shrank inch by inch and turned into a cute child who was as delicate as a doll. That was my combat form, the nature form of the shaman tribe. The nature form of the shaman tribe? Why didn't I know about it? His mother couldn't help but ask. Because the current sorcerer tribe cultivates the wrong path. Dao Chongqing's small hand held his mother's old hand and his big hand held her little hand. They slowly walked along the green mountains and said in a childish voice, Mother, you've suffered all these years. But it's okay that your primordial spirit has been destroyed. I can help you cultivate your body's strength. Learning makes us strong. Whoosh, a breeze blew across the grass. It was quiet under the sunlight. In the tranquil forest, a mother and son finally reunited after 14 years. Dao Chongqing held his mother's hand quietly like a newborn baby. There was a faint and happy smile on his face. He vaguely remembered the past. When he was born, his mother's hoarse voice was filled with grief and despair. The words she said about abandoning her child had become a wall in his heart that he could not forget for the past 14 years. I've been talented and intelligent all my life, but I've been trapped in the mortal world. I've turned my back on the Tao and abandoned my life. He's called Dao Chongqing, just like how I abandoned him. After so many years of hard work, he finally got what he wanted. Dao Chongqing suddenly smiled. He had mixed feelings about this. He couldn't help but tighten his grip on his mother's arm and smile brightly. Mother, your Tao, your longevity, just like your son's Tao, has returned. Let's embark on the path of seeking Tao once again, my Tao, my life. His mother lowered her head in silence and looked at her 14-year-old son. She suddenly felt a pang in her heart. He had too much to bear on his young shoulders. Perhaps she should not have named him Dao Chongqing in the first place. Although he didn't know what kind of fortuitous encounter he had experienced all these years to be able to reach such a powerful level. Mother, this is a peerless cultivation manual. You can take a look first. Dao Chongqing suddenly became shy. He was like a child showing off the treasures he had collected over the years to his mother. He took out a book basket from the inner space of his acupoint and took out a worn-out book full of scribbles, linear algebra, from the beginning to the end, and gave it to his mother to read. This is your secret manual? Mother Qingyi was stunned for a moment. It was as if she was looking at a heavenly book. She couldn't understand it at all. It's fine, Mom, I'll teach you. The Heavenly Court of Genesis, 287 years. The heaven-shattering Da'arch ascended to the throne and ruled the world. The following year, the supreme sky tree mutated. A terrifying giant materialized, impervious to all spells, and slaughtered its way into the two secluded sects in the supreme sky tree city. It rescued his mother and brought her to the mortal world. The supreme sky tree was the bridge between heaven and earth. Not only were there cultivators, but there were also countless merchants and mortals. It was the most prosperous place in the world, and news spread quickly. The legend of saving his mother gradually became a popular folk tale in the mortal world. It even began to change. Dao Chongqing's name gradually spread in the cultivation world. As for Dao Chongqing, he followed his master's orders and traveled around the mortal world, visiting many mortal kingdoms. He taught his mother how to cultivate again and become a body cultivator. Half a year later, he appeared in the North Snow continent ruled by the monsters. He passed through the territories of the kings of the monsters and secretly arrived near Mount Changyang. He saw a head. It belonged to his next master, the voodoo ancestor. Dao Chongqing initially only knew that his master was the Green Vine Mother and a few other ancient existences, but now he knew that one of his masters was the legendary voodoo ancestor. The voodoo ancestor was the master of the 12 ancestors of sorcery. It was his 12 disciples who overthrew the rule of the ancient gods and ushered in the era of postnatal living beings in the mortal world. However, the 12 ancestors of sorcery were high up in the sky. Why was the most ancient existence imprisoned here? The thought sent chills down his spine, and he would be the 13th disciple of the voodoo ancestor. On top of that, he had more than one master. The most ancient existences during the creation of the world, Mother Earth, the voodoo ancestor, who would be the rest? The more he thought about it, the more his body trembled. He almost screamed and wanted to escape from this world. What kind of evil deeds were hidden under the seemingly glorious era? What was the reason for these ancient existences to teach him? He had goosebumps all over his body. Come on, learn well. We're just teaching you. Don't think too much about it. How could you really go to heaven and kill the monarchs? That's impossible. The voodoo ancestor smiled kindly and tossed out another book. Dao Chongqing stayed there for 5 years. He obtained the sorcerer ancestor's deep analysis and experience of the sorcerer race. He gained a lot and then left. After Dao Chongqing left, the head muttered to itself, according to the information deduced by us netizens and the information collected by Thunderhammer about the heavenly realm, the zenith heaven is rich in energy that far surpasses that of the mortal world. The living beings living there can prolong their lifespans. In order to prevent the energy from leaking out, the zenith heaven opens once every 30 years to communicate with the outside world. The ancestral sorcerers lived in that small world, interacted, and deduced their own ways of immortality. It was equivalent to seclusion. Going to the barren world with low energy outside would only speed up the loss of their lifespans. It had only been opened once because the newly appointed heaven-shattering monarch was present. It would only be opened again 30 years later. However, even if the others don't recognize your battle form, those ancestral sorcerers will definitely recognize you as my disciple. You will be exposed in 30 years. This was also the reason why Dao Chongqing was asked to train himself as soon as he became the heaven-shattering monarch, as he only had 30 years to do so. He, do you think the 50 years is a joke? It is indeed a joke, because you only have 30 years to break through to the paradise realm and overthrow the heaven-shattering monarch. That is the only way for you to become the new heaven-shattering monarch. You will be almost invincible among those in the same cultivation realm, and only then will you be able to contend against the 11 ancient existences in the zenith heaven. The head of the ancestral sorcerer murmured. However, was 30 years possible? He was only at the 5th Dao Palace realm. Based on his current cultivation speed, he could achieve the 6th realm Grotto Heaven in 30 years. However, the peak of the 6th realm Grotto Heaven, as a quasi-monarch, had to establish an invincible Taoist heart to achieve a breakthrough. He had to challenge a heaven-shattering monarch, but was it possible for him to win? Was he as crazy as Medusa in the past? Back then, Medusa was at the legend realm. A demigod was considered a powerful legend realm expert, which was why she was not killed in a single move when she challenged a demigod. Now, a 6th realm cultivator challenging a 7th realm cultivator? Basically, she would be killed in a single move, otherwise, there wouldn't be a saying that everyone below the martial monarch was an ant. However, do you think we can't create a martial monarch just like that? Tiantu's voice was heard. The heavenly realm. In a palace, an immortal official of the sorcerer race was whispering. The sects and orthodoxies we left behind in the mortal world have been attacked. This is the shame of our race 14 years ago. We can't let them go, or we'll lose all our face. When Dao Changxing went out and made contact with the outside world, many mighty figures in the heavenly realm found him and descended to the mortal world to attack him. He killed his way out, training as he went. These heavenly court experts were not the old guys. They were all at the 6th realm Grotto Heaven realm. They were young and strong, and their combat strength was not low. He was only at the peak of the 5th Dao Palace realm. This battle was very difficult for him, and he was almost killed several times. However, he found that the more battles he fought, the stronger his body became. The 9 revolutions mystic art revolved 9 times in the midst of death to forge a peerless golden body. Soon, he shook off his pursuers and came to an ancient place. It was a barren land of yellow mud without any signs of life. Here, he met his 3rd teacher, the Green the Arch. The Green the Arch was also suppressed. He looked at the token given to him by Qing Tang and accepted this half-demon bloodline disciple. You're not bad, even though you're only a half-demon, Qinglian taught him. Qinglian liked peace and quiet. When teaching Dao Changxing, she would look at the 4 seasons celestial god flying in the sky from time to time, and then look down at the barren land she lived in. Teacher, what are you looking at? Qinglian said, I'm looking at this land and thinking about my future. Then what are you thinking about, teacher? Qinglian pointed at the barren land and suddenly laughed. If I become the Green the Arch in the future, I'll repay the peach blossoms that bloom here. Another 10 years passed. Dao Changxing left again after absorbing the ancestral demon's knowledge. At this time, he found that the heavenly court was paying more attention to him. It was originally just a personal grudge with the sects of the 2 races, but it ended up in the heavenly court. Over time, he had offended many people in the heavenly court. They were very vengeful. They set up a wanted order and sent heavenly soldiers to kill him. At this time, Green Vine Mother finally dug herself out and came to find him. If that's the case, then you can raise the flag, recruit soldiers, and claim the mountain as the king. Then, Dao Changxing brought his mother to a valley in the south of Yuxiong Kingdom and began to recruit disciples, teaching them without discrimination. This traitor dares to open the mountain gate and publicly declare that he's going against the heavenly court. The mighty miracle god guarding the southern heavenly gate has already led the heavenly soldiers to the lower realm to capture him. What? The mighty miracle god was carried back. He's heavily injured and needs to be treated with the lunar osmanthus herb? Don't panic, heavenly gods. The mountain-moving war god has already gone to the lower realm to eliminate this monster. What? The mountain-moving war god snuck into the dojo and started listening to the Tao. He's listening so attentively? He's a disgrace to us heavenly gods. They caused more and more trouble and finally reached the upper echelons of the heavenly court. Zhang Wuwei of the sorcerer tribe cursed when he learned the whole story. These B***stards are disrespecting the heavenly court. They should be sent to the god-slaying stage for the personal matters of the sorcerer tribe. As for Dao Changxing, he dares to disregard the authority of the heavenly court even though he's from the same tribe. He punished the immortal officials who broke the law and waved his hand. He decided to descend to the mortal world and fight Dao Changxing. The news shocked the world. The sacred grounds of the secluded sects and even the tea houses and taverns in the mortal world were discussing the matter. A boundary emperor who fought for the throne personally descended to the mortal world to capture Dao Changxing. He was the famous heavenly quartz war god, the strongest person of the sorcerer tribe, everyone exclaimed. Dao Changxing was bound to lose this time. He was a peerless genius who was one step away from becoming a heavenly emperor. He was almost undefeatable in the same realm, and it was impossible for him to fight someone of a higher realm. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Dao Changxing was having a hard time, as he had only just entered the 6th level grotto heaven. Zhang Wuwei was still stuck in the boundary emperor realm all these years. He might even be stuck there for the rest of his life. His defeat had become a shadow in his heart, but he had already perfected his cultivation technique and realm. He had made up for his foundation and became very powerful. Disciple, I finally met those geniuses I saw back then. What do you think of him? Asked the Mother Earth Vine. Dao Changxing was very innocent. He answered honestly, when I saw them when I was 13, I thought I could fight against 4 of them at the same level. Now that I think about it, I could fight against 10 of them at the same level. But after the fight, not only did I improve, but they also improved over the years. Now, I can only fight against 5 of them at the same level. After a tough battle, Zhang Wuwei was completely defeated. Zhang Wuwei was very angry. He looked at Dao Changxing with admiration. You're really a genius. What cultivation technique is that? Everyone in the world cultivates Dao, but you cultivate your body? Do you want to rule the heavens? The heaven-shattering emperor has just ascended to the throne and is in urgent need of talents and confidence. He will definitely appreciate your talent. Master, what should I do? This is a great opportunity. I want to be an official in the heavens, said Dao Changxing honestly. He clearly knew that it did not matter how powerful he was. A heaven-shattering emperor was still alive. Unless he died, he would not be undefeatable and achieve a breakthrough in his Taoist heart. He had great trust in his master. After all, he had spent all his time in seclusion reading. He did not even communicate with others, thus he did not understand the ways of the world. He could only beg his master to teach him how to behave in the world. The Mother Earth Vine mumbled, normally, if you surrender casually, the other party won't appreciate you. You have to reject them a few more times. Do you remember a story I told you about the mortal world? 3 visits to the thatched cottage. You should say that now. Above the clouds, a large number of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were looking at Dao Changxing enviously. In the valley below, many powerful cultivators who came to watch the battle were also envious. Dao Changxing had reached the heavens in a single step. The wind was calm and the clouds were calm. Dao Changxing closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Then, he said to Zhang Wuwei, you asked me why I could defeat you. Because you've gone astray from the beginning. That's why your combat strength is too low. You're trash. You. I helped you out of kindness, but you. Zhang Wuwei's face turned red. Whoosh, the world was in an uproar. This man was too arrogant. Dao Changxing looked around and said calmly, I'm not talking about Zhang Wuwei. I'm talking about all the sorcerers here. You're all trash. The surroundings suddenly fell into a dead silence. Dao Changxing suddenly yelled, I was born into this world to create a cultivation method for the sorcerers. Sorcerers are immortal. However, we only cultivate our bodies and not our primordial spirits. The current sorcerers all cultivate their primordial spirits, but none of them are orthodox. Boom, the world shook. Countless ancient cultivators sent out their divine wills to probe the area. These words were too shocking. The current magi were all cultivating on the wrong path, only he was orthodox, that was too arrogant. They didn't want to believe it, but Dao Changxing's terrifying body fully displayed the undying characteristics of the sorcerers. They couldn't help but wonder, humph. Zhang Wuwei was furious. After being humiliated, he returned to the heaven realm. Dao Changxing was a little hesitant. Master, is this really okay? It's fine. I'll come back again. The cute girl smiled calmly. In the heaven realm, Zhang Wuwei's face was flushed. He reported to the heaven monarch, Dao Changxing doesn't know what's good for him. He's a troublemaker. He even dared to reject the heaven monarch's invitation. The heaven monarch looked down. He didn't believe the words of one person. He was desperate for talents, not to mention a genius who could master this new power system. If it weren't for him, Dao Chongqing would have the potential to become a monarch and surpass him. He sent someone down to the mortal world. Another day, Su Wei of the human race came. As soon as Su Wei saw Dao Chongqing, she fell in love with him at first sight. She fought with him again and was completely defeated. Su Wei was even happier. She expressed her desire to marry him and invited him to work in the heaven realm. Everyone was envious. He could marry the strongest and most beautiful woman in the world and take power in the heaven realm. Old woman, although you're beautiful, you're actually older than my mother, Dao Chongqing replied calmly. Su Wei was furious. She went back to report to the heaven monarch. The heaven monarch was talented after all. He thought that geniuses were always arrogant, so he sent someone down to the mortal world. As a result, Fenting of the monster race was beaten to the ground by Dao Chongqing as soon as he came down. Trash. Even if you 3 quasi-emperors attack together, you will not be a match for me. Fenting was furious and returned to the heaven realm. At this time, Dao Chongqing started to feel uneasy. Master, do we really have to do this? Will this 3 visits to the thatched cottage really work? It will. The cute girl looked serious. After 3 visits, the real heaven monarch will come down to invite you to the heaven realm. Really? Dao Chongqing asked. Look, he's already here. She pointed to the sky. Boom boom boom, one of the most terrifying existences in the world had already arrived in the sky, blocking out the sun. His terrifying aura alone was enough to make Dao Chongqing gasp for breath. This is the power of a monarch. Dao Chongqing couldn't help but tremble. An extremely majestic voice came from the sky. Dao Chongqing, you have disrespected the heaven realm. You have disobeyed the heaven emperor and committed treason. You should be executed. Dao Chongqing, it seemed to be different from what he had expected. He broke out in a cold sweat. Alright, you can go fight the celestial emperor now. The heavens will attack the celestial emperor. The Ivy Earth Mother pointed at the sky calmly. What happened? Why did it happen out of nowhere? Dao Chongqing's face instantly darkened. I can beat a group of people of the same cultivation level, but to challenge a heaven monarch when there's a cultivation level difference, but now that things had come to this, it was no longer up to him. Dao Chongqing had no choice but to roar angrily and unleash his terrifying 8-armed transcendence golden body. He flew straight up into the sky to fight against the supreme existence of the universe that was filled with chaotic aura. Heaven monarch. I will kill a heaven monarch today. Boom, a palm slowly came down on him. Dao Chongqing's body quickly shattered, and his head was instantly crushed. The heaven monarch slowly turned and left. Dao Chongqing fought with the heaven monarch, and the heaven monarch cut off his head. Such an unruly person dared to cause trouble in the heaven realm and fight for the position of heaven monarch. He should be killed. I order the god of thunder and mother of lightning to strike his Yuan Shin. Then send him to the god-slaying stage and shatter his body. The sky the arch left after beheading him. Crack, in an instant, a few heavenly soldiers stepped forward, picked up their weapons, and clamped down on the headless corpse. Clang. I refuse to accept this. I'm just an honest scholar. Dao Chongqing was clearly severely injured, but his headless body stood straight and waved his arms wildly. He unleashed a terrifying will to survive. He was bathed in blood and wanted to kill his way out of the encirclement. Do you think the heavenly court will believe your nonsense? Countless heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals swarmed over. The ancient existences in the surroundings whispered in the dark. They could not help but look at the headless body in disbelief when they saw it fighting against the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals again. He can survive even without a head? His will is too shocking. Although he's dead, his body won't fall. What an incredible will to survive. He still wants to kill his way out. In this world, everyone cultivated their own Tao techniques and cultivated their inner world. The bodies of cultivators were extremely fragile, and there had never been anyone who had such a terrifying and tenacious vitality. After being beheaded and losing their heads, they could still stubbornly resist. The world was stained with blood, and the moon hung high in the sky. The battle lasted for a long time. His life force was too terrifying and terrifying. It was beyond their understanding, to an unbelievable extent. Many people wanted to retreat as the battle went on. They felt that it was too horrifying. As the mighty miracle god in the sky, how dare you run away? What's there to be afraid of with a headless body? The three quasi-emperors were enraged. They attacked again and repeatedly injured him. Dao Chongqing roared and kept regenerating before he was finally captured. Many people had complicated expressions when they saw that, and they eventually left. They sighed. The scene seemed to be imprinted in their hearts for eternity. That figure charged into the sky and dared to wave his fist at the sky the arch. They would not forget it even after countless years. The battle that day was once again known by the world. It became a topic of discussion in countless mortal countries, taverns, and tea-houses. It gradually became a legend among the people. Longevity to save his mother. Longevity to fight against the arch to become a god. The Dao is immortal, he seeks the Dao, seeks immortality, pursues the extreme. He clearly knows that it is impossible, but he still challenged the Sky Emperor. If he learns the Dao in the morning, he can die without regrets. He is a respectable quasi-emperor. I was born at the wrong time. If it wasn't for the heaven-shattering monarch who was born in our era, he would have dominated the world. So what if he was the heaven-shattering monarch? He will definitely lose, and he will become a celestial emperor with unprecedented battle prowess. Shoo! Watch your words. The great earth was discussing passionately. In a few days, the celestial court was going to punish Dao Chongqing to show the might of the celestial emperor. Even the three quasi-emperors, who were his opponents, admired him greatly. They admired his unyielding will and strong vitality. After an unknown period of time, Dao Chongqing woke up again. A head grew out of the last bit of energy in his dantian. He found that he was imprisoned in the heavenly prison. His body was shackled with the god-sealing shackles, and his cultivation base was sealed. He was waiting to be sentenced to the ultimate punishment of heaven and earth. Dao Chongqing's mind went blank. He looked at himself being tied to the cross. It's not that my will is too strong, it's that the three punishments are too terrifying. Can't I escape? He wanted to ask his teacher for help, but who knew that his teacher would run faster than him? He was long gone, he could only hear his teacher murmuring as he ran, "You will meet your next teacher there." He could not understand it at all. It was not that he did not know that the ultimate punishment of heaven and earth was more painful than death. It was a fate worse than death. One of the cruelest punishments of heaven and earth was the god of thunder's thunder hammer. The terrifying sound wave would shatter every inch of the person's organs and bones, and they would die from the excruciating pain. As for the goddess of lightning's god-striking whip, it was the most painful punishment that a heavenly deity who had offended the rules of heaven had to suffer. A heart-wrenching roar would make anyone become obedient. However, the most terrifying thing was still the god execution stage. From the ancient times to the current heavenly court of creation, there were countless mighty figures who had been beheaded. Usually, one of the three punishments would result in death, not to mention that he had been sent to the heavenly prison and had to endure all three at once. I will definitely die. The celestial arch was truly angry. He was considered to be the first of the heavenly court's punishments. Spore Evolution Online Forum. Only one day had passed since the deduction of the 9 revolutions mysterious art. The forum was still in a relatively lively atmosphere. They had actually used the modern spatial theory and mathematics to derive the 9 revolutions mysterious art and had already put it into practice. They had already nurtured a genius who fought his way up and even challenged those of a higher level. It was simply like a dream. Everyone exclaimed in satisfaction. As expected of a game that loved learning. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Countless people were waiting in front of their computers, eating melon seeds, drinking Coke and Sprite, looking at the screenshots sent by Meng Mei, and waiting for the live broadcast. This post was called, "My Disciple Dao Chongqing, Live Broadcast Against Heaven and the Celestial Arch, Got Hacked Online. Is there still no results? I'm so anxious." Countless people looked at the post and held their breath. Clap. In the next second, amidst the tense and deathly silent atmosphere, another screenshot was posted by the cute girl. Huh? It's out. It's finally out. Has he been hacked? In the picture, there was a supreme being emitting wisps of purple gas in the sky. On the ground, Dao Changxing's headless body began to fight against the heavenly soldiers in the sky. At the place where his head was cut off, there were bright red mosaic cubes. F***CK. He's finally been hacked off. Boom, instantly, there was an uproar. We've waited for so long. Finally. Happy, haha. He's not dead. He's decapitated. He's like a southern cockroach that has just stepped on a severed head. Not only is he still alive, but he can also struggle with all his might. We did it. Cheering, at this moment, countless people cried tears of joy. They cheered as if they had stayed up all night to watch a goal in the World Cup. A large number of mathematical experts smiled when they saw the post. At this moment, the madness and excitement in many people's bones were aroused. What had they researched? The immortal 9 revolutions mystic art seemed to have cultivated Xianxia from a different world. In the screenshot, the headless body of the god of war was fighting with everything around him. It reminded them of the ancient records in the classic of mountains and seas. Xianxia and the emperor fought for supremacy. The emperor cut off his head. He used his nipples as his eyes, his navel as his mouth, and his limbs as his limbs. Learning medicine to save the alternate world, the experiment was a success. He can still fight after being beheaded. Xiao now scares down the mountain. Sure enough, the divine sense is no longer hidden in the head. It's no longer a vital point. Haruko loves to learn. The science method is great. The mathematics method is great. Bragging, Mount Akina, ha ha ha. Let me sum up the conclusion of this experiment. Even the celestial arch would have to spend a lot of effort to kill Dao Changxing now. It's too difficult to destroy the soul hiding in the void aperture. We can't kill him without figuring out the location of the void aperture. The easiest way to kill him is to destroy his body layer by layer until his dantian has no energy to restore his body. Awesome netizens. Science and technology have created a god. One small step for mankind, one giant leap for the primordial world. At this moment, it was the #1 trending topic, 9 revolutions mysterious art. How many revolutions can you cultivate to? Now, the topic was getting more and more popular. They had been waiting in front of their computer screens for this moment, waiting for Dao Changxing to be beheaded for too long. Outside, although these crazy gamers did not participate and did not understand mathematics, they felt a sense of satisfaction as they watched these big shots make deductions step by step, compile and integrate learning books, and enthusiastically teach Dao Changxing step by step. Dormitory 403 of the high school. A group of people watched the livestream on their phones. They could not help but hug OL Zhang and cheer. Wow! OL Zhang, you're amazing! Your 9 revolutions mysterious art is amazing. OL Zhang scratched his head shyly and put down his pen. I only helped to deduce and discuss the second revolution of the mysterious art. My knowledge level is too low, so I couldn't participate in the rest. Ha ha ha, you're too humble. The people around him could not help but praise him. You've already taught yourself the contents of the university. You also participated in the compilation of that calculus, from vigorous to bald book. In the university's multimedia classroom. Everyone, look, this is the power of mathematics. A beautiful university lecturer turned on the multimedia screen with a serious expression and pointed at a mosaic picture of Dao Changxing's decapitated head. The students listened attentively. None of them played with their phones, slept, or chatted because mathematics was boring. They were all holding their notes and taking notes seriously. At this moment, the beautiful lecturer opened her hands and held the podium, looking at the students. This is the power of the 9 revolutions mysterious art. Have you all learned it? The students were silent. The lecturer turned to the next page on the screen. On it were lines of formulas and algorithms, involving space geometry, calculus, linear functions. It was like a comprehensive mathematics question. After talking for another 20 minutes, the lecturer smiled. Then, I'll assign an assignment. Whoosh, the screen flashed. It was a body meridian diagram. Everyone, take out your phones and take a picture of the assignment. This is a practice question. Practice it yourselves. I'll send the answers to the group. The lecturer said, but If you don't want to fail, you'd better pay attention. My exam will also be a human meridian diagram. Calculating the spatial coordinates of the first transformation will be 10 points, the second transformation will be 20 points, and the third transformation will be 30 points. If you want to pass and not fail, you'll have to work hard. After saying that, she put away the lesson plan and left, leaving behind a bunch of dumbfounded students. This popular game that loved learning had quietly infiltrated many people's lives. Of course, many people were paying attention to the online live broadcast of the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art. However, some people felt sorry for Dao Changsheng. That's terrible. He's so young and he's being tortured like this. You parents are so bad. He's a good student who's studying seriously, but you still want him to be electrocuted. Thunder King warning. JPG, at this moment, the cute girl watched as Dao Changsheng was taken away. After taking a screenshot, she came out immediately. She could not help but be shocked when she saw the comments outside. The cute girl wants to evolve into a dragon, cough, cough, cough. He's no longer in my hands. I'll hand him over to the next person. I'll come out soon to explain and give you a speech. It's not that we don't love our disciple. We did it because it's the only way to become a great emperor. Only those who go through hardships can rise to the top. There's no great emperor who hasn't bathed in blood. His time is too short. We can only speed up the training. We're doing this to send him up to the sky to meet the other 3 teachers. So, you're just sending him to heaven? Everyone was stunned. They looked at the extremely tragic picture and came to a sudden realization. In every sense, that was indeed the meaning. In the orchard, the sun was shining brightly. At this moment, Suji did not care about what was going on the internet. He was wearing a shirt and flip-flops, showing a few guests around the orchard. This is the lychee I planted. It's beautiful, isn't it? Suji pointed to Medusa, who was curled up in the pond and sinking to the bottom of the sea. The little girl's figure could be vaguely seen. It's a very good lychee. They looked at the small Medusa in the pond and nodded. Then, they did not enter the 100-acre orchard. As if they had received some kind of psychological cue, they casually looked around outside and could not help but nod. I see. You want to continue to contract this land? Renew the contract? Suji nodded. Yes. The guests did not care. They discussed with each other as usual and left. They asked Suji to visit them again after a while to complete the procedures to continue the contract, sign the land contract, pay the money, and go through all the other trivial procedures. They did not have much of an opinion. They even hoped that Suji would contract a lot of the land. After all, if he did not contract the land, it would be a waste. Especially in the village where Suji lived. Most of the young people had left the village to work or study. Many of the land had begun to be abandoned. Even with a lot of subsidies, no young people wanted to come back to do the hard work. They walked out of the yard, got into a black car and left. Suji watched them leave and silently returned to the house. He was now a level 4 wizard. It was extremely easy for him to do this. The orchard had to be contracted again, but he could not let outsiders see what was planted in it. In this way, the matter of continuing to contract the land has been completely resolved. After the boulder in Suji's heart was lifted, he was also relieved. He could not let a world be homeless, right? He felt that it was worth celebrating. Then, he rode the electric scooter to the county supermarket, bought some vegetables and fruits, and rode back to the orchard. He turned on the internet and saw a group of people cheering like the World Cup after Dao Changsheng was beheaded. He felt that his 9 Revolutions' mysterious art had succeeded and could not help but feel a headache. However, the formation of this heaven-defying art required the wisdom of countless people. Let them be. Suji turned off the phone and took a deep breath. His expression became slightly solemn. This time, the great extinction feedback is coming. A few days ago, when the phoenix ascended to the Tao, the 13 innate ancient gods and the 12 shamans fought each other. The death toll was no less than the time when Ermin ascended to the level of a god. After that, another void interpretation realm ancestral shaman perished. Today, he had finally accumulated to the limit, and the terrifying energy attacked again. Suji had already made his preparations. He sat on the bed and silently sensed the tremendous energy that was like a storm assaulting his body. The last time Ermin became a god, it directly raised me to the level of a rank 4 magus. After absorbing it completely, I've stabilized my realm as a rank 4 magus, and am close to the peak. Suji took a deep breath. The phoenix has become a god. It's a given that I'll become a rank 5 magus after absorbing it. I might even become a rank 6 legendary magus. In the sorcerer world, level 6 was a legendary sorcerer. In the primordial world, it was the Grotto Heaven realm. A legendary wizard in the sorcerer world was a rare and powerful existence. He could rule a country and rule over a piece of land. Although he had never fought it in reality, it was a conservative estimate that it was a flying super Gatling gun. It was equivalent to a mini Superman with extremely terrifying lethality. A level 6 wizard could easily kill tens of thousands of people. The most fundamental difference between a level 5 and a level 6 was that a level 5 wizard could only move on the ground, while a level 6 wizard could fly. A level 6 wizard was a quasi-emperor. That was the realm of Dao Chongqing, Su Wei, and the others. Above that would be the martial monarch realm. It's extremely rare. Only people like Ermin and Medusa were able to achieve that. They were the main characters of their respective eras, and the current heaven-shattering monarch. Suji calculated while feeling the tremendous energy flowing into his body. His bones were slightly vibrating, and he felt his realm was increasing rapidly. Crack, a crisp sound. Suji opened his eyes. The realm of a level 5 wizard. He had only used a quarter of the energy. Most of the energy was still surging, increasing his realm. After another hour, Suji slowly exhaled. After absorbing all the energy, I barely reached the level of a level 5 wizard. It's much less than I expected. I thought I could break through to level 6. As expected, the more I go, the more energy I need. The phoenix had become a level 8 mythical after absorbing this wave of destructive energy. However, he had only become a level 5 wizard from the peak of level 4 after absorbing this wave of energy. After all, it was a problem of size. Compared to a life the size of a thumb, the amount of energy he needed was too terrifying. However, if I settle down, I might be able to break through to level 6. Suji stood up and went to the toilet to take a shower. He was full of anticipation. When he reached level 6, he would be able to fly. After all, flying was the dream of many people. When the Alchemy Emperor flew, the first thing he did was to cause trouble. He flew to the sky to find the land of the gods and meet the gods. Since he was on Earth, he had to go to the sky at least once. Not to mention flying through the atmosphere, using shelter sorcery to resist the vacuum pressure, bringing an oxygen tube to go for a walk in outer space. At the very least, he had to fly side by side with a plane, right? Suji silently sorted out the harvest of this time's great extinction. He took an apple to the door of the courtyard and sat down. He was not in a hurry to see the progress of the underground world. Instead, he casually glanced at the surface world. During the era of magic potions, hundreds of years had passed since the new god calendar. Now, it had completely flourished and developed peacefully until now. There were more than 10 epic realm wizards, which was comparable to the current barren world. Back then, Blom the half-orc, Shirley, and Albert had already become great emperors. Some even began to become demigods. They entered the underworld and opened up the land to serve the underworld emperor. The underworld had become the most important part of the wizard world. It was expanding inch by inch, and now it had more than 10 acres of land. There were spider lilies everywhere, and many wandering souls lived there. More than 10 acres? Suji took a deep breath and was a little shocked. This could be considered a world of ghosts and could be considered the true land of the underworld. They are both gods, but they have developed two different god systems. Ermin led her believers to develop the inner world and build a true high-energy world. The immemorial path of the phoenix is based on individual strength. He thought about it and did not care about the wizard world. After all, there was a god like Ermin, who controlled and secretly influenced the world. It had been developing peacefully and had formed its own internal cycle. It was a relatively mature world, and there was no need to interfere too much. On the other hand, although the barren world was developing extremely fast, it was very unstable like a nouveau riche. The realms were too rough, and the foundation was not solid. It still needed to be tempered. The primordial world was indeed too crude. Suji did not agree with the reincarnation system of the primordial world. There was an underworld in the sorcerer world. It was considered reincarnation. The souls of a world would enter and live a second life. They could cultivate and use the souls to nourish the underworld, allowing it to grow into a high-energy world. There was a world tree in the primordial world. However, it was not reincarnation. The soul energy did not improve the world, but condensed into a fruit that could only be provided to one person to improve their cultivation. They cultivated the heaven and earth system by absorbing the aura of the living beings of the world. Their souls were like a stick of incense, constantly emitting incense. It was ridiculous to kill a stick of incense. Back then, the phoenix used the world tree to become a god, but in the long run, it was not beneficial to its development. As a result, the world tree absorbed the dead beings of the world and produced a large number of fruits, resulting in the birth of many experts. The sacred grounds and the rulers of the heavenly realm all benefited from it. Although it looked like it had surpassed the sorcerer world in a short period of time, it was actually a tower in the sky that reflected the moon in the well. It was a jerry-built project that could collapse at any time. I should cut off the world tree and establish reincarnation, allowing the power of the soul to be fully utilized, instead of killing it. However, how it develops will depend on them. Suji's expression was calm. He did not know how he would guide them. He could only pick up another apple and pour some phoenix spirit tea into a mug. He sat on a chair in the courtyard and continued to observe the evolution of the spores on the sand table. Primordial World, Sun Hall. This was where the Heavenly Emperor was in charge of the government and the officials of the Celestial Dynasty. Ever since the Heavenly Emperor ascended to the throne, he had been living in the Sun Hall. The previous Heavenly Emperor, Di Qi, also had a residence, the Moon Palace. However, Duan Shani had given the Moon Palace to the Quasi-Emperor Fenteng. Since he was not married, the Sun Hall was his residence, and the throne was his resting place. The Heavenly Emperor had used the throne as his bed. One could see how hard-working he was. Dao Changxing deserves death. The Heavenly Emperor closed his eyes and murmured in the empty Sun Hall. That unimaginable power, the undying nature, the decapitated battle, even he felt that it was extremely horrifying. Since ancient times, he had never seen anyone who could do this. Who exactly is behind him? The heaven-shattering monarch wore a calm expression as he spoke with a hoarse voice. I've always thought of myself as a great strategist, but I've only managed to open up the path of cultivation for the ancient tribe. However, he has already opened up a perfect path at less than 100 years old, surpassing me by a lot. He thought of himself as a genius, a heaven's chosen who could sweep through an era and ascend to the position of Celestial the Arch with invincible talent. And for him to be able to reach this step, it was not only because of his talent, but also because of a heavenly fortuitous encounter. Without a fortuitous encounter, it would have been difficult to open up the embryonic form of the ancient race's cultivation path. What about Dao Changxing? It was too shocking. Even if Dao Changxing was more talented than him, it was impossible for him to have such a terrifying talent. An unprecedented path would require one to overcome all obstacles and be perfected by countless wisdom. It was not something that could be achieved in an instant. The 11 Grand Wizards, Dao Changxing, this person, is the backup plan of one of you. The heaven-shattering monarch opened his eyes with a determined look. He sat on the throne and stared into the sky, as if he was trying to see through the Daluo heaven. Even so, with the 11 of you here, I'll slay him. I'll act first and report later. He said in a loud and calm voice. When the world was created, the Dao monarch once said, those who seek the Dao seek freedom, to live freely in the world. Now, the 11 Grand Wizards are high up in the sky, unwilling to die of old age. The laws of the world are under their control. What difference is there between them and the ancient innate gods? The heavenly gods who toppled the demonic gods, have lost their original intentions and turned into another demonic god in their old age. His expression was calm as he suddenly recalled his younger days. Back then, when he was traveling in the mountains, he had a fortunate encounter and stumbled into an unknown, mysterious presence. That being's true identity was unknown. He was just sitting at the foot of a mountain, drunk, and muttering to himself, the 12 ancestors of sorcery have mixed in with the ancient existences of the past, and the sinister ancient existences are entrenched among them. They will definitely destroy the beliefs of these young ancestors of sorcery. Over time, they will constantly be infected and assimilated, and they will definitely become one of them. Even if I retain my ambition now, it's hard to prevent my future from deteriorating. I'm old, my ambition is gone. I might be afraid of death and be assimilated by them. I'm afraid that one day, I'll become one of the presences that I hate the most. Back then, Duanshani showed no sign of fear. He burst out laughing at the figure in the darkness. When your heart grows old, you'll die. When your Tao heart is gone, you'll be overthrown sooner or later. I'm going to overthrow you. How ridiculous was that? A weak young man dared to overthrow the sun in the sky. The voice burst out laughing, but it was not because of his arrogance. Instead, it came from the shadows and mocked him. Young man, you've traveled across the mountains and rivers in search of the Tao. What is your Tao? The young man was walking in the mountains and rivers while pointing at the sun and speaking in a high-spirited manner. If I become the heavenly monarch in the future, I'll rule the world, and eliminate all of you. I'll eliminate all the presences that should have decayed and died, and create a new era. No ancient presences will have to kneel before me. The living beings of the world should only strive for time, not eternity. Any genius can become a monarch and bring glory to the world. If I were to end up like this. The voice appeared in a gloomy tone. If you can't end it, I'll end it for you. The young voice was filled with passion. The heavenly monarch was startled as he recalled the words he said when he was young. His eyes turned blurry as he suddenly closed them. A long time passed. He opened his eyes and let out a wry smile. What did I say in the past? How ridiculous, to think that I could come this far with such a belief. Any genius can become a heavenly monarch. Now that I'm sitting on the throne, am I not stopping a heavenly monarch who's stronger than me? Am I blocking the path of those who came after me? With Dao Chongqing's talent, he might be more suitable to sit on the throne than he was. Either way, who was behind Dao Chongqing, whose pawn he was? He had blocked the path of a peerless genius and ended his path. Was he starting to have his own selfish thoughts? The selfishness of living beings is the scariest thing in the world. I was so young back then, full of nonsense. Not to mention the fact that it would be difficult for me to win against the 11 terrifying presences. Even if I did win, so what? He could not help but let out a chuckle. If I could overthrow the rule of the past, how can I guarantee that I won't become the next ancestral wizard? The place suddenly fell silent. Death was something that no life could avoid. Even a heavenly monarch could not escape the erosion of time. No matter how talented one was, one could not escape the fate of old age. The more ancient a powerful being was, the more they understood the value of life, and the more they feared death. There was a great terror between life and death. Would he really be willing to rot away in his old age? He wanted to say, I will not change my mind. However, what if he was really on the verge of death? He suddenly hesitated as he recalled the drunkard at the foot of the mountain. This is a terrifying cycle of death. He closed his eyes again. His expression was filled with indescribable vicissitudes and bitterness. A thought crossed his mind, causing him to rise to his feet. No. I can still guarantee that I won't rot away. I have a way to completely cut off the past and the present. As long as I, the heavenly monarch Duan, do not die. He strode back and forth in the palace. If I can really cut off the ancient existences of the past and kill all those rotten, old, and obsolete ones, in the future, when I'm old, I'll lure a new celestial emperor to overthrow me before I become rotten and fear death. Kill me. This will become a rule. No heavenly monarch will ever die. They will all be killed on the throne by the new heavenly monarch. Being overthrown will be their greatest glory. Only then will I be the real heavenly monarch Duan. His eyes were clear and bright, without the hint of confusion. It was as if he had turned into a young man, staring at the sky with a blank expression. However, the one that can overthrow me, is not you, Dao Chongqing. Heavenly Court of Genesis, year 310th, Spring, March, Awakening of Insects. Spring returned to the land. The god of 4 seasons, Su Wei, controlled the god of rain, the clouds, the god of thunder, and the goddess of lightning to change the seasons. Flowers blossomed in the drizzle, and the thunder began. Bang, a thunderclap echoed in the sky. Following that, the god of thunder arrived before the black chains of the heavenly court with the hammer of thunder in his hand. A young man with the appearance of a weak scholar was tied to the pillar. He said in an honest manner, "I'm innocent, I'm just an honest scholar. By the order of the heavenly monarch, 100,000 strikes of lightning for 3 months." Bang, the giant hammer of thunder smashed down. The god of thunder trembled and the shockwave caused Dao Chongqing to bleed from his orifices. His bones and flesh began to shatter. Heavenly Court of Genesis, year 310th, June, beginning of summer. Thunder rumbled in the sky. In the past 3 months, there were often showers following the thunder. Report. Heavenly Monarch, the 100,000 strikes of lightning have passed. Dao Chongqing is still alive. Inside the Sun Hall, the heavenly monarch was visiting the celestial court. The gods were waiting for him. What? He's not dead? That's impossible. Even 100 martial monarchs are dead. The gods were shocked. The heavenly monarch frowned slightly. He found it strange. He felt a little uneasy, yet he could not execute the execution himself. A random Dao Chongqing had wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, yet no one in the heavenly court was able to subdue him. Only he, the heavenly monarch, could do it himself. The rumors had already spread across the world. Now that he had been captured and sent to the land of punishment, no one was able to kill Dao Chongqing. If the heavenly monarch had to do it again, didn't that mean the heavenly court had no one capable? If the heavenly court had no one, how could they maintain order? Tell me in detail, the heavenly monarch said. The immortal official couldn't help but say that demon's bones were shattered, and his flesh was separated. His entire body was torn apart countless times, but his life force was still there. I don't know if it's an illusion, but his body is getting tougher. Wah, unbelievable. The crowd was even more shocked, and discussions were heard everywhere. At this moment, the Mother of Lightning slowly walked out. Your Majesty. I have the god-beating whip, and I can hit all Yuan Shin. Even Emperor Dongsu's soul would be shattered if he was hit 100 times by the god-beating whip without any resistance. I request for the execution of this demon. The heavenly monarch's majestic voice came from the throne that was filled with wisps of purple qi. Yes. Kai Yuan Celestial Court, year 310, September, cold dew. Water vapor condensed, and the weather became slightly cold. At this moment, the sun and moon's days of rest decreased and winter arrived. God of 4 seasons, Su Wei, brought the heavenly gods to change the rainfall and the temperature at night. Report. Celestial the Arch, the 100,000 lightning strikes have passed, that Dao Chongqing is still alive. What? All the officials in Celestial Court started to become restless. They looked at each other. God-striking whip could even beat a great Emperor Dongsu to death. What kind of monster was this Dao Chongqing? The immortal official was also trembling as if he had seen something terrifying. Report to Celestial the Arch. That Dao Chongqing seems to be undying. His body is giving off the fragrance of meat, and he is charred black. He doesn't have a human form, but his eyes are still bright. Then let's poke his eyes blind. Someone couldn't help but shout. Already. Who knew that he would grow another pair? He even asked me why I poked his dog eyes blind. Celestial Court was silent, a pin drop could be heard. This was too unimaginable. No matter how strong one's life force was, it needed enough energy. Then where did his energy come from? Who provided it to him? This was unimaginable to a certain extent. Could there be a traitor in Celestial Court? But it was impossible for a traitor to receive him. After all, Celestial Thearch's trusted aide was supervising the punishment, and no suspicious person would come close. The heavenly gods of the heavenly court would never have guessed that the connate spirit treasures that were scattered all over the world were connected through an extremely strange method of communication that was known as guests from the heavens. Celestial Thearch's eyes drooped. Go to God execution stage. Another 7 days passed, thunder suddenly sounded in the world. At God execution stage, it was as if an earth-shattering hammer was striking the peerless jade, hammering, 1,000 refining, 10,000 refining. Bang bang bang, hammer after hammer. Every time that sound rang out, there would be a ball of golden light spreading outwards. That dazzling golden light seemed to be illuminating the heavens, as if it contained the laws of heaven and earth. The ground buzzed, and someone in celestial court exclaimed, "Heaven and earth phenomenon." Legend has it that when heaven and earth were created, there would be treasures appearing. This phenomenon, could it be that connate spirit treasures are appearing? Impossible. What era are we in now? Clang 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 clang, the sound waves shook again and again. For hundreds of years, the baleful energy accumulated on the god execution stage entered Dao Changxing's body in large amounts. At the start, Dao Changxing's body was still covered in blood and flesh. But later on, his body gradually became stronger. At this moment, Dao Changxing was adjusting his body with every slash. He was drenched in sweat, strengthening his bones, dredging his tendons and veins, stabilizing his dantian, solidifying his 9 orifices, and removing the flaws in his body, repairing the hidden injuries and mistakes in his cultivation. Dong dong dong, the sounds grew louder and louder, and the huge wind pressure descended once again. The terrifying energy was like a great emperor of profound void putting pressure on Dao Changxing. Dao Changxing's tough skin began to soften like ripples, rippling like water. Boom, his dantian was boiling. The soul in the 9 orifices had completely stabilized, hiding in the stable void. His body seemed to have become leakless, turning into a supreme golden body. Rumble, dozens of breaths later, a sound came from the god execution stage again. In the end, it seemed to have reached a critical point. There was another explosion as though a hammer had smashed into a metal bell, giving off a sonorous sound. Buzz, at this moment, the heavens and earth shook. An inexplicable majesty filled the air. Even the heaven-shattering monarch, who was far away, could not help but feel his heart palpitate. 9 revolutions mystic art. Invincible golden body. Dao Changxing slowly bowed. Thank you, Master, for imparting the Dao to me. At this moment, Dao Changxing's skin began to turn a faint platinum color, emitting a colorful glow. It had an inexplicable sense of purity and sacredness, as though his body was not a living being, but a peerless treasure that could shake the heavens and earth. The invincible golden body has reached the phenomenal success stage. My blood can kill a purple mansion realm expert, my saliva can kill a Dao palace realm expert, and even my hair is comparable to a divine weapon. It's starting to break through my tough skin. I've finally grown hair. He had a head of black hair, and the aura of his dantian spread across his entire platinum body. His body slowly grew taller, and his flesh pulsed, turning into an 8-armed giant that was dozens of meters tall. A black vine dragon coiled around his back, a snake on his left ear, and a ring on his right. The muscles on his body bulged, emitting a primordial aura. Rumble, an enormous platinum aura burst out and soared into the sky. In the entire heaven realm, the flesh and blood of the heavenly gods trembled, as if they were being pulled by something unbelievable. In the Sun Temple, the heaven-shattering monarch looked in the direction of the god-slaying stage. Monarch Dong Su, attaining the Tao with strength. He seemed to have understood it in an instant, and wore an expression of extreme disbelief. Interesting. If I can't slay your Dao Changxing who attains the Tao with strength, how am I going to sever the past and overthrow the 11 grand sorcerers hiding in the Daoyuo heaven? He rose to his feet. His body emitted a thick monarch aura. His physique was outstanding, and his Dao techniques were natural. Lotuses bloomed with every step he took, and wisps of colorful phenomena formed under his feet. He strode out of the heavenly court. Boom, countless intricate Dao techniques surrounded his body. The heaven-shattering monarch formed a giant heavenly monarch Dharma form, and his aura soared into the sky. A majestic heavenly monarch stood on the ground, resonating with another giant made of flesh and blood. The 2 auras clashed against each other. This is. The 3 great boundary monarchs prostrated on the ground. They were suffocated by the terrifying aura. It was as if the heaven-shattering monarch stood in front of the Sun Temple, as if he was the only true god in this world. The heaven-shattering monarch had concealed his true strength very well. His Dao techniques had reached the acme of perfection, allowing him to interfere with the vast outer world with his inner world. He alone was the heaven and earth, and somehow surpassed most of the grand sorcerers. His terrifying strength was comparable to the strongest martial monarch of the sorcerer tribe, Di Qi, Whoosh. So this is the 7th level of Dong Su. Dao Changxing wore a calm expression. He stood alone at the edge of the god-slaying stage. His 8-armed platinum body was surrounded by white mist, which dyed the ground into a sacred white color. He looked at the other heavenly monarch's aura and unleashed his aura to match it. The Tao techniques, the heaven and earth. No wonder you're the heavenly monarch I admire the most. You've cultivated your inner world to an unbelievable level. Beside him, the god-slaying stage suddenly asked, "Disciple, you've finally met the other martial monarch genius you met on the builder tree. What do you think of him?" Dao Chongqing answered honestly, "When I was 13, I saw him on the builder tree. I thought I could take on 4 of him at the same cultivation level. Now, I think I can take on 10 of him." Who knew he had concealed half of his true strength back then, and he had already defeated all the peerless geniuses in the world. He's too powerful. He's so powerful that I'm in awe. His talent is unprecedented. Although his power is not the strongest, he's already considered the strongest heavenly monarch in terms of Tao techniques. Even I can only take on 2 of him at the same cultivation level. This is proving one's Tao with strength. Su Wei, Zhang Wuwei, Fenteng, and the others stood together as they looked at the terrifying giant not far away. Normally, cultivating one's inner world and primordial spirit depended on one's Tao heart the most. There were too many cases where one encountered mental obstacles and could not get over it. Therefore, when a heavenly emperor suppressed them, the other quasi-emperors would be affected and traumatized by his terrifying aura. If they did not break through the trauma and comprehend their Tao heart, it would be impossible to become a heavenly emperor. However, someone had become another heavenly emperor. They were smart and instantly understood the key. He did not cultivate his Tao heart or primordial spirit, so he naturally had no mental obstacles. He only cultivated his body and relied on brute force to break through. Heavenly Emperor Barbarian Shaman. Su Wei looked up at the platinum indestructible golden body, seemingly unable to suppress the shock. The pressure was as boundless as the ocean, as if a martial spirit was assaulting them, making them kneel down in worship. This is not a human body made of flesh and blood. Its entire body is crystal clear and emitting a natural white glow, as if it is some kind of peerless divine weapon. Is this the strongest realm of the body? This is too exaggerated. The 3 quasi-emperors who were hindered by their Tao heart opened a new door for the entire world. They were extremely excited when they saw a brand new path forward. What kind of monster is this? He can't be killed and has become a heavenly emperor. In the heavenly court, all the heavenly deities and immortal officials looked at the other heavenly emperor with the indestructible golden body in shock. It was like another golden sun, emitting endless light. Descend. Quickly descend. Suddenly, a quasi-emperor exclaimed, "Just the aftermath of the battle between 2 heavenly emperors is enough to shock us to death." The next moment, all the heavenly deities came to a realization and entered the mortal world through the world tree. Whoosh, a huge gap seemed to appear in the sky, and countless heavenly deities entered the mortal world, as if there were only 2 heavenly emperors left in the heavenly realm. Boom, on the magnificent emerald world tree stood many majestic heavenly deities, emitting astonishing auras and looking at the sky with solemn expressions. What happened? Heavenly deities descended? The atmosphere on the ground was dead silent. Countless people walked out of their tribes and houses and looked at the heavenly realm. Yuxiong Nation. The wise middle-aged king was wearing a black dragon robe embroidered with clouds. He led the civil and military officials to pray in front of the imperial astronomer, constantly praying to the gods not to punish his country and people. In a roadside tea house built with a large straw shed, a cute and adorable girl, dressed in an ancient cyan robe and with her hair tied up in a bun, hopped along the stones. She was timid and adorable, pure and innocent, with a naive and innocent look. What is this? It was as if she suddenly raised her head and blended into the tense and deathly silent atmosphere in the tea house, revealing a shocked expression. He mumbled in his heart, "It has finally begun after a few hundred years. We will beat the heaven-breaking monarch from the South Heaven Gate to the East Punlai Road for 3 days and 3 nights without blinking an eye." A post was published arrogantly on the internet. My disciple Tao of longevity, live streaming hacking the Celestial Emperor. Recently, there have been bloody fights in the Kaiyuan Heavenly Court. My disciple, Dao Chongqing, is a great treasure sword of the sect. Due to the thrill of being beaten, whipped, and waxed, He decided to fight the heaven-breaking monarch with his fists to seek compensation for his rights. Our reporter, Cute Girl Evolved into a Dragon, will be broadcasting live tonight at 8 o'clock. A special segment of the Heavenly Court will be broadcast on time. Let's see Dao Changxing's career in the heavenly realm. As soon as she finished, rumble, a loud explosion took place in the sky. Dao Changxing quickly approached the heaven-shattering monarch and slapped his palm toward the heaven-shattering monarch's head. The world was filled with sorcerers who practiced Taoist techniques. They had never encountered close combat before. The heaven-breaking monarch could not react in time and was knocked down by Dao Changxing. The heaven-breaking monarch rode on his body and punched his face with 1-inch punch. Riding on my face, Eternal Spring Leaf asked? Cute Girl opened her eyes wide. She could not help but mumble as she looked at the destructive scene. No. As a professional media reporter, I have to be more explosive. Find a more ambiguous angle, take a screenshot, post. It was done in one go. Shocking. The victim, Dao Changxing, wants to ask the heaven-breaking monarch to be a great treasure sword, thunderhammer, wax, and whip. In the heavenly realm, a terrifying monarch aura was spreading. The two Dongshu monarchs were facing each other. Dao Changxing, I don't care who's behind you, but you have to die. Duan Shani had a tall and slender body. His hair was loose, and his voice was calm. I was born with an exquisite heart that allowed me to sense the heaven and earth. When I was 10 years old, I sat in front of a mountain and comprehended the Tao intent of a mountain. That's why my parents named me Duan Shani. Your name is not as impressive as my name. Dao Changxing answered honestly. Duan Shani shook his head. Young man, you don't cultivate the heaven and earth, but your body. Do you think you're as powerful as the world? He took a step forward and said in a powerful voice. You're Dao Changxing, do you know what Tao is? Tao is the force of the heaven and earth. It can borrow the power of the heaven and earth. Look at the heaven and earth. Crack, a crisp sound came from the heaven and earth. The entire world fell into a state of extreme stillness. Immortal mountains, palaces, corridors, rivers, stars, and grasses. It was as if all living beings were frozen in place. They could not think or move. It was as if their bodies were frozen in mud. Nothing could move. It was as if this part of the world had become his inner world. With a single thought, he would be able to execute countless exquisite Tao techniques with just a single thought. This is, using one's inner world to interfere with the outer world? Dao Changxing was slightly shocked. He could not understand the ultimate level of Dharma spells. It was a path that had never been seen before. It was different from the soul energy of wizards. They borrowed the power of the rules of the heaven and earth to guide everything. However, the cultivation method of humans' inner worlds was crude. They borrowed the power of the heaven and earth, but they did not know how to count. They relied on their instincts and did not have a logical plan. It was difficult for them to understand it. Your Tao is the heaven and earth. My Tao is myself. That's why I'm called Tao. Changxing. Dao Changxing swung his fist with unparalleled power. His hair danced wildly in the wind. With one punch, the entire heaven and earth that was locked in place was torn apart like a mirror. I can break all Dharma spells with one punch. Boom, at that instant, both sides wore stern looks and charged at each other. The two heavenly emperors exchanged blows in an instant. Their violent collisions resulted in a force that could shatter the heaven and earth. Their combat strength was on par with each other, and the force they unleashed was almost the same. However, the most terrifying thing about the indestructible golden body was that it could last for a long time. The battle lasted for a day and a night. The entire heavenly court was in ruins. The mortals on the ground trembled in fear, as if the sky was about to collapse. A scorching sun shrouded the sky. The heaven-shattering monarch was covered in wounds, but his expression was unusually calm. Our combat strength is the same, but I can't last as long as you. I initially thought the limitation of the Tao heart would prevent the 11 ancestors of sorcery from placing their pawns in the next heavenly emperor, as they would not be able to become martial monarchs if they submitted to the ancestors of sorcery. I didn't expect there to be such a way to surpass the limitation of the Tao heart. However, as a martial monarch, do you really want to be a pawn of the 11 ancestors of sorcery? Dao Changxing was startled. Was he suspecting that he was a pawn of the 11 ancestors of sorcery? His master had told him before that the heaven-shattering monarch was not a puppet raised by the 11 ancestors of sorcery. It was because a puppet's heart was hindered. Without the Tao heart, it would not be able to break through to the martial monarch realm. The 11 ancestors of sorcery only needed someone to rule the world for them. They were not afraid of a new heavenly emperor. The heaven-shattering monarch calmed his thoughts and looked at Dao Chongqing's expression. So you're the chess piece of the ancient innate gods of the Qinglian, Jianmu, sorcerer progenitor, and others? If Dao Chongqing was not backed by the 11 ancestral sorcerers, then it could only be the remnants of the ancient Khanate gods. Whose chess piece are you? Dao Chongqing was honest. He didn't deny it even though he had been exposed. Instead, he spoke bluntly. Your combat prowess is too ridiculous. I don't believe that you cultivated by yourself. You're very powerful. I can only fight 2 of you now. If you understood my calculations and used them to communicate with heaven and earth, I could only fight 1.5 of you. The heaven-shattering monarch stared at Dao Chongqing in a daze for a few seconds. He choked in an instant. Young, arrogant, self-righteous. This was the common failing of all geniuses. Dao Chongqing had never encountered a truly terrifying existence, nor had he experienced despair. It was reasonable for him to be arrogant. After all, his physical strength was so strong that he could fight 2 of them at once. However, since it was not the work of the 11 ancestral sorcerers, they might not be enemies. With this thought in mind, the 2 continued to fight. Duan Shani calmly explained, my teacher is an ancient ancestral sorcerer. I don't even know his true identity. He was afraid that he would fall, so he came down to the mortal world and taught me. If the 12 ancestral sorcerers of the heavenly court were to fall, he hoped that someone would eliminate them, just like how they eliminated the ancient Khanate gods. Dao Chongqing shuddered. He did not expect the heaven-shattering monarch to have such a background. The heaven-shattering monarch looked at Dao Chongqing and said calmly, do you know why the celestial monarch of Qingshan died? Dao Chongqing was shocked. The celestial monarch didn't die of old age? How did he die of old age? The heaven-shattering monarch shook his head slowly. He continued to fight in a relaxed manner while emitting rays of light. You've underestimated them. They were all ancient beings who were extremely mysterious and had countless tricks up their sleeves. At least, they could still extend their lifespans for a period of time. After I inherited the Golden Crow primordial spirit of Qingshan, I noticed that he was ambushed before he died and was severely injured. I'm afraid that there were more than one assailant. There were many powerful Dao injuries with different auras, some of which were so powerful that I was terrified. Dao Chongqing's expression tensed up. Do you know the origins of exalted heaven? The heavenly monarch of Duan Tian took 1 step at a time and tried to persuade him. The inner worlds of the living are unable to accommodate powerful life forms. Our inner worlds can only accommodate weak life forms and mortals. Therefore, no living heavenly monarch's inner worlds are able to accommodate powerful existences like them. No living being can withstand their mighty power. Only the dead can. Dao Chongqing's face was filled with terror as a terrifying thought emerged in his mind. Thus, many ancient existences acted at the same time to assassinate great Emperor Qingshan. Was it all for the sake of transforming his inner world into the grand overarching heaven and extending his lifespan? His hair stood on end. The 11 ancestral sorcerers had all entered seclusion. What did this mean? This meant that they were probably the executioners who killed Emperor Qingshan. Even if they didn't kill him directly, they were probably watching coldly from the sidelines. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone in to enjoy the fruits of victory. As long as one was smart, they would be able to deduce a terrifying truth from the death of the sky-bearing emperor. The 11 witches had all decayed, they were afraid of death. These ancient existences chose to stay in the human world. They killed the sky-bearing emperor and transformed into the grand overarching heaven on top of the world tree. They absorbed all the energy of the dead beings in the world and kept increasing the density of the energy in the grand overarching heaven to extend their lifespan. However, this could only extend their lifespan. It couldn't cure the root of the problem. These 11 ancient heavenly emperors were severely injured when they were young. As a result, they were already on the verge of death when they were only 500 or 600 years old. So they extended their lifespan to find a way to continue cultivating and become a half-saint? Dao Chongqing's hair stood on end. Once they become a half-saint, they can prove their Tao and become a mixed-essence saint. Transforming the body into a Yuan Shen, transforming the will into a body, and one Tao fruit was stored in the virtual heaven. They would probably have to kill all living beings in the world to gather energy to form a Tao fruit. Tao Chongqing was terrified. The grand overarching heaven was only their first step. Their real goal was to become a mixed-essence saint. A horrifying conspiracy was slowly being unveiled, revealing a shocking murderous plot. It turned out that this peaceful world was about to usher in the next great calamity of the world, the great calamity of the ancestral sorcerers. However, this world was still filled with people who had no idea that a great calamity was about to befall them. They are too old. Their bodies are decaying. They want to transcend death, but in order to transcend death, they must first bring death with them. Tao Chongqing's voice was trembling. The era of the 12 ancestral sorcerers was not over yet. It was only on the surface. The world was still under their rule. No wonder the heaven-breaking monarch was named Heaven-breaking. But why did it have to be like this? He almost lost his voice. Ever since he was young, he had always been proud of the legend of the 12 ancestral sorcerers. They were the most admirable existences in the postnatal world. They overthrew the rule of the ancient gods, but he never thought that the 11 heroes he admired would one day decay. At this moment, he finally understood the reason why his teachers taught him. From a young age, he had been beaten, cultivated, and studied crazily. He didn't even know many people. He had bitterly cultivated all the way, all for the sake of that heavy mission he had. Tao Chongqing could not help but tremble. He growled, "So the teacher who taught you was Emperor Qingshan?" That Emperor Qingshan would rather die than submit, and was killed by the 11 ancient existences. I wish he was. I wish my teacher was the Emperor Qingshan, who would rather die than submit, who would fight to the death to protect his pride. The heaven-breaking monarch's voice was extremely hoarse. He looked into the sky, as if he was looking into the distant past of 100 years. However, when I was buried, I observed the Emperor Qingshan's corpse. I carefully observed his aura and Tao, and realized that he was not my teacher. Tao Chongqing's body shuddered violently. He slowly closed his eyes, which were filled with tears. Drip. Drip, drops of crystal-clear tears rolled down like precious treasures. Bang, the tears fell onto the ground and penetrated deep into the ground. At that instant, Tao Chongqing's faith completely crumbled. Even a hero like the Emperor Qingshan would become a martyr? Only the sinister evil god would be able to live for a long time by colluding with him? That's right, my teacher has become one of them. The heaven-breaking monarch wore a cold and cruel expression. He gazed at the young and trembling Tao Chongqing and said, "I believe he was part of the plan to assassinate the Emperor Qingshan. Only the Emperor Qingshan, who was known as the god of war, would rather die than submit." Tao Chongqing was stunned and numb. He had lost his soul, like a walking corpse. He had lost all his faith and dreams. If the heaven-breaking monarch took the opportunity to attack him, Tao Chongqing would surely be defeated instantly. However, the heaven-breaking monarch did not do so. He had his own pride and pride. The heaven-breaking monarch placed his hands behind his back and stared at the young man who was on the verge of turning into a demon. The heaven-breaking monarch was filled with complicated emotions. The heart of a newborn is pure and clean. No wonder he could reach this stage. This young man is not even 50 years old and he has already stepped into the realm of great Emperor Dongsu. However, because he is too young, he is lacking in many areas. He has spent all his 50 years on cultivation. He probably hasn't even talked to anyone for more than a year. However, the young man's fear and the collapse of his beliefs reminded him of how terrified and desperate he was when he first learned the truth. In the distance, the Thunderhammer's voice sounded worried. Even an expert who cultivates his primordial spirit and Taoist heart might not be able to keep his Taoist heart intact after hearing such a terrifying truth. He cultivates his body but not his mind. His mind is weak. It's going to be difficult for him to deal with such a sudden blow. As a body cultivator, an unstable mind won't cause his cultivation level to drop, but if he loses his soul, his battle strength will be completely crippled. I'm afraid our efforts. The god-striking whip's voice was deep. Can he make it through? We've only taught him cultivation all these years. He doesn't know the ways of the world, he doesn't know anything. His mind is still as innocent as a child. now that his Taoist heart has collapsed. Don't be afraid. He's our disciple, someone we've chosen. The God execution stage said, he will make it through. Dao Chongqing might not have much experience, but his heart is not weak, because he was taught by us. Whoosh. The heaven-breaking monarch stood quietly on the ruins. He looked at the young man who had lost his soul and was half kneeling on the ground. He could understand. Back then, when he realized his master had decayed, he behaved even worse than Dao Chongqing. At that moment, he hoped that the dead Qingshan heavenly monarch was his master. He would rather die in battle than fall. Unfortunately, it was undeniable that he was an extremely powerful and terrifying opponent. Even though he had never slacked off and kept chasing after his master, he was still too far away from him. Even though the heaven-breaking monarch was extremely talented, surpassing some of the ancient existences in less than 300 years of age and occupying the middle of the heaven monarch's battle strength, they had a total of 11 of them. There were at least 4 to 5 of them who were stronger than him. There was even the strongest heaven monarch in history, Di Qi, the strongest man in history who had suppressed 11 heaven monarchs. It was too suffocating. It even made him feel endless despair. It was natural for him to tremble against this great monarch Dong Su who was not even 50 years old. But I can't fall, the heaven-breaking monarch wore a determined expression. His eyes were engulfed in flames as he placed his hands behind his back. I need a friend who I can trust with my back, to fight against the 11 heaven monarchs together with me in the upcoming calamity of the heavens and earth. Besides, I will be alone, without anyone to cheer me on or support me. I might not be able to hold on until then. The heaven-breaking monarch could not help but cheer for Dao Chongqing, to boost his confidence. The heaven-breaking monarch took a step forward and said in a loud voice, even though there are 11 of them, they are already old, their qi and blood have deteriorated, and they are covered in internal injuries. I can also surpass most of them. Even you can surpass the ancient heaven monarchs? Dao Chongqing's voice trembled slightly, his face filled with disbelief. Yes, our battle strength is already at the forefront. Even though we are fighting against 11 ancient existences, it is still too much for us. The heaven-shattering monarch stared at Qi Nan. He had no idea how to describe the desperate situation he was in, but he still encouraged him. However, even if we have to die in the battle, we must protect the people of the world, then they are too weak. Dao Chongqing suddenly interrupted him and murmured to himself. The heaven-breaking monarch's expression turned dark all of a sudden. Dao Chongqing seemed to have been completely inspired by him. Suddenly, his eyes became brighter and brighter as he gradually regained his vigor. My teacher told me to eat you and use you as the solar furnace in my dantian. Then, I would be invincible in the world. Now that I've calculated my combat power, if I were like you at that time, I would be able to defeat 11 of them. I could beat them to death on the spot. The heaven-breaking monarch stared at him, as if he was stunned. I'm an honest scholar. You can tell from my aura that I never lie. Dao Chongqing spoke with an honest voice as he took one step at a time. Heaven-breaking monarch, I no longer respect the ancestral sorcerer. You are now the person I respect the most in the world. I know your pride, and you are unwilling to enter my body, but for the sake of the people of the world, I have no choice but to beat you up. How presumptuous. The heaven-breaking monarch wore a stern expression as his aura burst out. In my opinion, you're planning to eat my skull-sized fist. Dao Chongqing waved his arms confidently. The 8-armed man said in a muffled voice, besides, you want to eat 8 of them. Bang bang bang, a terrifying glow lit up the heaven realm. You're courting death. The heaven-breaking monarch was infuriated. He clashed with Dao Chongqing, resulting in a series of explosions. The surroundings were filled with qi, resulting in a brilliant glow. End of chapter 196. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.